view from it. So I'm leaning forward looking up through my windshield. I had my window down trying to listen for sound. I was listening, and all I heard was a humming, and I can't describe the humming. It was just a mild humming.
Like a pulsating, I think you just, yeah.
A pulsating humming. And so I had some rhythm to it. So there was some sort of mechanics or engineering involved in it, but what type of engineering, nothing I can identify with anything that we have, other than some sort of maybe like something electrical.
So like a generator or something, some type of large,
it did
lower hum?
It was like a humming, like applying power to, capacitor or whatnot. This is something that produces just a low humming sound. Excuse me. It was, I would say not loud and deafening, just very, very subtle and quiet. I mean, you wouldn't be able to hear it, a few hundred feet away,
right?
Unless you were right under it, then you would hear the humming.
You also experienced, was this now or later on, I might be mistaken, but some type of static like charge?
Yes. Inside the vehicle, we noticed that, as you can see, I don't have much hair. I never did in the military. I always kept the sides short and maybe the top of my head just a little bit longer. But we noticed that our hair was sticking straight up on our arms. And
both you and your wife?
Both.
And the kids are asleep at this point?
The kids are asleep. My oldest that was back there, he was kind of waking up a little bit, and he was like, "Oh, what's going on? What are y'all talking about?" And then he just kind of went back to sleep. I mean, I'm sure he's seen something, but he was exhausted and just fell back to sleep.
Sure.
So my youngest was just out. He was just out cold.
So, but your wife was...
We're kind of at the moment, to say the least, taken back a little bit, saying some things to each other, like, what in the F is this? We're hair standing up.
Both freaking out a little bit right
now. Not really freaking out. I'm just more or less like trying to calm her down.
Okay, she's freaking out.
She's freaking out a little bit. Like, yeah, this is kind of wild. My hair's stinking up, and so is mine, yeah. And then shortly after, it moves up to the northeast and starts heading northeast, and we watch it like raise in altitude roughly, not super fast, but just kind of gradual, and then it gets up to the northeast, and then it rotates and moves where it's facing east, more directly east, but and raising itself at altitude, and it just is just gone right through the clouds, just like it punched a hole in the clouds, like
no sound,
gone. It was like a moment where you're looking at it, and it becomes like a blur streak, gone.
Wow.
Just faster than your eyes can keep up with. It just whipped out right through the clouds and was gone. And at that point where I was like, okay, that just happened, and I'm not in a uniform, and I'm not in another country, and I'm not out in the training field. I'm not out with my soldiers. This is happening right here while I'm on vacation, essentially.
Yeah.
I need to remember all of this and write this down, times, everything. I've saved receipts because during my trip, my responsibility is to save all my receipts so that I can claim it
right
when I get to my next duty station and get reimbursed for some of my expenses. So I thought that worked out perfect because now I have a ledger of every place that I'd stopped, the times that I stopped, and where we stopped. That was perfect. So I was saving everything anyway. So that was awesome for me. However, once we cranked the truck back up and started driving up the road, I believe we got up about 5 to 7 miles, guesstimation here, and I saw a semi truck on the side of the road and a something that kind of looks like a Volvo wagon, 4-door, that was parked in front of the semi truck, and they were walking back to their vehicles chatting like they had seen something too. And I was like, wow, okay, awesome. So we weren't the only ones. So yes, I can't wait to see what they saw, what they encountered. I mean, this was directly over our truck, so we're not crazy. They saw something too, and so that just kind of helped us comprehend things a little bit better. That we're not crazy, which I knew we weren't crazy because we were both talking to each other about it. So we get a little further up the road and we stopped at a gas station, and I immediately, when I got out of the truck, I felt like I had been in the truck for days and not moving. You know what I mean?
Like legs cramped up.
It was weird. It was like I was maybe floating under zero gravity. And now that I'm getting out of the truck, it's like gravity hit me again. Like
sea legs almost.
Like, oh my word. Like, why am I feeling so
just weak?
Weak, yeah. Like totally worn out, weak, exhausted. And we had just started our trip. There's no way that my body couldn't handle that. You know what I mean? That was we should have only been like an hour or so. But it's what it felt like anyway for me. Driving, so that's not normal for me. I'm always moving. I mean, anyone who's ever been U.S. Army military, you move around quite a bit. Most of the time. Especially when you get up and you're senior non-commissioned officer, senior officer,
right?
You move to different duty stations. You do different assignments. It's part of what we do. So this was odd for me that I felt so lethargic getting out of the vehicle and feeling like my legs were struggling to support my weight, kind of thing. I'm not a heavy dude. I'm pretty slim. I'm pretty fit. I'm old, but it is what it is. Getting out of the vehicle and not feeling that, was odd. And she mentioned the same thing. She felt like she'd been in the truck forever, and we had just started. So it was an odd feeling, but we kind of brushed it off and continued in and grabbed something to drink.
So she had felt this way too. Like, right. At what point did you notice that? Was it like you came out of the car and right away you're like, what's going on? Did she also feel that? And you guys kind of like agreed on that? What was that like?
No, I was feeling it and just kind of like trying to figure it out
and walk it off.
She had walked around to the front of the vehicle and she's like, she was the first to make the comment as I was thinking about it. I was about to say it, and she's like, I feel like we've been in the truck for hours. My legs are weird or shaky. I need to get something to eat. And I was like, I know, I'm feeling the same thing. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I was like, we've been in the truck for several hours or something, and I'm just cramped up or something. I don't know. We both, she mentioned it first, and then I was already feeling it and about to say something, and she did.
And you'd mentioned also, I think that there was like this static charge that you still felt. Is that correct?
The static charge started to go away.
It started to go away, but it was still
yes, it was
coming down.
Yeah, it was coming back to me and small amounts. Yeah. Where I got further away from the truck, it kind of went away.
Okay.
But
wow, really?
When I'm in the truck, it would come back.
Whoa.
And it wouldn't stay. It would go and come back, go and come back. You know, it was kind of reverberating.
Erratic.
When I'm with the truck, when I moved away from the truck, and we had gone in to use the restroom, grab something to drink, it was gone. You know, when I would come back to the truck, it was coming back. And so it was happening when we came back to the truck. Now, once we bought our drinks and stuff, we were about to mention, like, did anybody see, you know, but before that even happened, somebody walked in and was like, it looks like there's like some meteor that just came by, just went by. And did anybody notice a meteor? And I was like, no, I didn't see a meteor. I know what meteors look like, and you know what space debris looks like when it's returned to the Earth's atmosphere. So yes, when you have something burning up, like an old piece of space junk that's floating around in space, and we got tons of stuff floating around up there, and we see it. We know where most of the stuff is, and it's risky putting up satellites. You're having to avoid all this stuff that's just flying around up there. When it comes back into the atmosphere, it burns up, and pieces start burning off of it and separating from it. And so that's very consistent with the space debris. When you have pieces that burn up and separate, and move
change colors and do all sorts of,
and eventually it touches down, and then somebody has to go and clean it up, and you know, of course, it makes the news and such. So that's the other thing that kind of baffled me is the fact that NASA pointed out it was possibly space debris. They didn't say it was space debris.
When was that?
That was shortly after. I think we had arrived in Colorado, and I was just looking stuff up.
Sure, to see if
figure out, you know. But there were several hundred eyewitnesses. I didn't do it right away. Later on, I should have, you know, I some of them really lined up well with what we witnessed. You know, and I realized that they weren't very far away from where we were, and so it was odd that they had very similar descriptions in some of those witness reports that I had read. But yeah, the odd thing is that this space debris should have landed somewhere up in northern North Carolina, Virginia,
right? Yeah,
where it should have come down. And you'd think that there would be, you know, some news reports of some space debris that was found, and that collected it up. Nothing was found, and so that was odd. There was no news reports of somebody having a piece of a satellite that came down that they were cleaning up. Now, I'm not taking away the fact that it was, you know, Russian space. They believed it was probably a Russian satellite that had come down, which I'm not taking away from. That could have very well happened.
Right.
But, you know, it's odd that we witnessed this around the exact same time, which lead me to believe that maybe it was using, you know, everybody's focused attention is on this space debris, so that this other thing can move around and do what it wants to do.
They needed an explanation.
Right. So, like, maybe this UAP perhaps had a mission and took the opportunity why attention was focused elsewhere to do what it wants to do without, you know.
Yeah, getting spotted. And okay, we'll get into what it wanted to do in a second, because it gets
pretty wild.
It gets really wild. As you can tell, I've got like a pile of printed notes here from Dr. Horst Drew,
right?
You know, who's done a lot of study on this, and so is, you know, Linda Moulton Howe as well, and kind of picking up where they left off here. But before I get to that, I want to go back to the symbols just real quick.
Absolutely.
And one other thing, there's also these seemingly what look like portholes that were around the craft that you described, like these squarish windows,
right,
that were rounded, that you said kind of like that illuminated,
right?
And you weren't sure if they were windows or if they were just lights. Did those show up? They kind of just showed up, or were they always there on the craft?
They were there the entire time. The image that you're looking at, the middle one, was my wife's interpretation of what she had witnessed, and she's not an artist. That's pretty good. I drew what she wanted me to draw, the way she wanted it. She wanted it, and she was standing right over me, helping me. She identified those lights around it as being round and circular. I identified in my upper image because I was a little bit distracted trying to get these done quick, and they're crappy. I don't like them at all. I wish I spent like a few days on each one.
You're a tough critic.
I'm a tough critic, but I love art. I love that stuff.
You're obviously very talented.
I'm not.
You are, but
I'm decent.
I mean,
I'm decent at best.
If every experiencer was this talented, you know, it might help us piece the puzzle together a lot quicker, I'll tell you. But first of all, they're strikingly similar in their surface and what's going on the outside of the craft. But yeah, go ahead.
So the vehicle that she witnessed, the lights around the side, is round. I recognize them as being slightly rectangular with rounded edges.
Right.
So, but I was really observing and really focusing on trying to identify where she was just experiencing. And so in her defense, she was wanting to describe or see things the way that she interpreted them. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it in a completely different other mind frame.
Trained observer.
Military mind frame of trying to identify, notice small details, noticed anything that can help me identify things. And so I paid close attention to those lights around the outside and their shape. And I was just trying to identify its silhouette and the way it was moving and everything that I could, so that I can articulate that later.
And you were trying to identify the silhouette because that's what you're trained to do with the radar work that you've done. You identify things on a radar by its silhouette. And obviously by its trajectory, its speed, and all that stuff too. But that's one of the big. So you were trying to see if that lined up with anything that you had previously observed on a radar. Is that correct? Fair to say? Yeah. And so the symbols here, we see 5 symbols. I find them really interesting. Now they do look familiar to like the Boogosphere symbols, but many other symbols. Like you said, it doesn't look so much like letters, but symbols, like almost like hieroglyphics, or even quite similar to like Greek lettering a little bit as well. You see some of them here, and obviously we're going to touch on the Rendlesham incident as well, because and we'll get there in a second because there are a few comparisons to.
Uncomfortable. I couldn't get comfortable. I couldn't close my eyes for too long. So, you know, I was rested. I felt rested enough. And I may have dozed off shortly, you know, for a short while to wake back up. So I was just kind of in and out of getting rest and waking up, getting rest and waking up. I just couldn't sleep very comfortably, and we couldn't stay there for 2 days. So we had to get back on the road. So I loaded up on coffee, that good old fashioned caffeine energy to get back going. And I made sure I was good to go and got the kids loaded up. We got back on the road and drove further and kept on going. And it was when we stopped and Paducah, Kentucky, I believe is what it was called, to my memory. I believe it was Paducah, Kentucky, at Motel 6 or Hotel 6. We had animals with us, so this is the best place to stop when you have animals. And we went up, and I was ready just to crash out. I was burnt out, half asleep. It was time for me to rack the heck out. So I racked out. I fell asleep quickly. I had woken up at some point, uncoherently woken up, and I woke up standing in the bathroom with the light on and a pen in my hand and a receipt, the hotel receipt. I was writing, had squares and lines. Now, uncoherently, I remember walking to the bathroom with the lights off, just kind of feeling my way around to the bathroom. And I remember turning on the light. And I don't really remember writing the squares and lines, but when I had really woken up and come to, I had realized I had written a bunch of squares and lines on the back of that receipt. And I'm still holding the pen, so I just wrote WTF on it. Yeah, we all know what that means, right? So
that's a WTF moment. Yeah. If ever there is one.
WTF, definitely, yes. It was one of those, okay, WTF. I didn't think much of it. I threw it back with my paperwork, and I stumbled back to bed and went back to sleep. I don't know why I got up. I didn't need to use the restroom or anything. I just gotten up and was in there doing it. I went back to sleep. I remember having some sort of dream that night, but I don't recall exactly what transpired in that dream at that time. But I remember we all woke up, we got ready, we got back on the road. Meanwhile, I'm just kind of ignoring the fact that I had done that. And I remember while we were on the road, I said, I was in the bathroom writing something down. I don't remember why or what caused me to do that. I mentioned it to her. She's like, well, you're weird, so I don't know. I'm military, so I have a lot of weird analogies about things. Sure. She just thinks I'm goofy. But we get back on the road, we don't think much of it. We continue on. The rest of the trip just seemed to be fairly normal to the most part. Besides occasional accident or whatnot. I'm just trying to drive safely and get us to where we're going. And when we arrived in Colorado, we stayed with a friend, and I wanted to get this put out as quickly as possible.
You mean the report?
I wanted to report this as quickly as possible, because when you spent so much time in the military and you have people come by and have you sign non-disclosure statements where you don't discuss it, I wanted to report something. I wanted to report this as quickly as possible before somebody would stop me.
Before somebody told you can't talk about this?
Before someone told me.
Because that's happened before?
It has.
Many times?
Many times.
Okay.
So I wanted to get it out before somebody told me not to talk about it. So I reported it as quickly as possible. And I wrote down as much information as I could in a short period of time, because in the process of getting to Colorado, it's time for us to find a place to live. It's time to figure out where the kids are going to go to school. There's several different other things going on. So sure. I reported it. I believe I reported it to the National UFO Reporting Center. Out of Washington or
Newport.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I reported it to them and let it go. And then I went on to my daily life of getting things situated. While we were there at our friends, my wife and I both woke up in the middle of the night with an uneasy feeling. And so we looked out our window down into the backyard and there, behind the backyard, there's like an alleyway, a road alleyway, and then some more houses, because this is where our friend's house was. It was on the side of the hill. And so you have, alley vehicle. Sure. If you're parked in the backyard, you can, use this little one lane paved road to get in and out of. And I had this uneasy feeling. I look out the window, looking down at that road, and I spotted 3 dark figures, the shadow figures, slowly moving toward the back of the house, and stopped and looked like if they were observing me, observing it. And my wife climbs up and looks, and she's like, "Oh my God, what is that?" And I was like, "I have no idea. Do you see it?" And he's like, "Yes, I see 3." And I was like, "She's seeing exactly what I'm seeing. I'm not crazy.
You're not asleep.
I'm not insane." Yeah. So and so we were looking, and we were like, "What in the hell?" And she's like, "That is making me feel extremely uncomfortable." I know I'm feeling the same thing. It was kind of freaking us out. They were observing us, observing it. And so I moved from the bedroom into the dining room where the sliding glass doors were, and I'm looking, and I still see them, but now they're right at the sidewalk that leads to that road, and now they're in the sidewalk in the backyard looking up at me.
How tall?
The middle one was a little bit taller. The other 2 were just short, just a little bit shorter, but there was no distinct lines, or it was just dark shadows without clear, crisp lines.
Right, so it was like a dissipating sort of like shadow.
But you can tell that
they were figures.
These were figures. Whoa. But there was no distinct, line. It was like a faded or blurred around the edges. So this was freaking me out, because my kids are in the living room right near that sliding glass door, and I went into dad defensive mode, like, all right, some shit's about to go down. Come get some. I got you. And so I'm secretly nervous and concerned. A little bit frightened, but I'm not going to show I'm afraid of anything. I'm ready to fight. So my aggression came out, and I'm standing there, and I'm trying to size them up, with my appearance. I'm trying to display I'm ready to go. I'm ready to throw down. But it's just the vibe that I kept getting is like, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. So I mean, that's the vibe that I just kept getting from this. So I shut the blinds and moved back closer to my kids, away from the door and window, and closed them, because I didn't want to see them right up against the glass doors. That would freak me out. I mean, I would literally, I don't know what I would have done. I don't know if I'd just go charging at the glass doors, breaking the glass and attacking whatever it is. Sure. I didn't want to see that. So I closed the blinds, the curtains, and I moved back closer to my kids to be more protective of my kids. She was kind of in the hallway, just kind of peering out, but then she went back in the room and kept looking through the window in the room. And I waited there with the kids for a while. And I remember after about 5-10 minutes, I decided I need to muster up some courage and come open these blinds. And so, I mustered up all my aggression and my willpower. And I went over and threw the blinds open, standing there, and they weren't there.
My God.
Thankfully, they were not right outside those glass doors. Ugh. And so I'm looking around, I'm looking down where I'd seen them before. They're nowhere to be found. I look out the front window to see if they're out in the front. They weren't out in the front. It just vanished.
Yeah.
But it was a moment. That was the only weird moment that happened right there.
Yeah.
In our friend's house that we were staying at. We talked about her with her in the morning, and she's like, "Oh, that's weird. I never noticed things like that." It was around this time that MUFON came by after filing my report. I believe they asked me permission to share with MUFON so they could come out and investigate. And I said, yeah, absolutely. So MUFON came out. They checked out us physically. They separated us. They wanted to look at our bodies to see if there were any. I had some strange markings on I thought injuries on my back.
On your back? Back in your neck?
My neck and my back area. And they didn't seem.
You mean puncture wounds?
I felt like there was puncture wounds, or some sort. There was red spots and puncture wounds that it felt like to me on my back. My wife said they looked like little needle holes or something. When they came out and investigated, they didn't find any. They looked at them, but they didn't seem too interested in that. There wasn't a pattern or anything consistent. So they just took pictures and moved on to other things. And they asked us what transpired separately. So we both described what transpired separately. Now keep in mind, my wife and I, we think completely different. Sure. Which is fine. Yeah. We're all human beings.
I think there are enough similarities between the stories to because something that is said often about let's say the case in Rua, Zimbabwe with the children at Ariel School, they all drew different things. But if they all drew the same thing, that's where you start getting suspicious because now you're following a narrative, you're following some type of storyline, whereas interpretation happens differently. Our experiences are unique and they're not exactly the same. And that's often what we see with genuine encounters.
Absolutely. It's what makes us individuals.
That's right.
Right. So they interviewed us separately. They checked her out physically and emotionally. They spoke about it. They had her speak about what had happened, what transpired. And they talked to me and they brought us back together. They wanted to check out the truck. They were out there. I believe there was a doctor talking with me about some of the marks on me. And he was just saying, oh, this is pretty normal, blah, 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 and why they were out there. I kept hearing noises from them. And so I said, hold on a minute. I walked out and they're like, oh, and they were just like freaking out. Oh my God, you see, this is going wild. And it was it was picking up radiation from the truck and magnetism from the truck. And they seemed kind of excited about it. So I was like, okay. That's weird. I washed my truck. I didn't think about, I should keep the truck the way it is. I didn't think about it at the time.
Yeah.
I was never involved in investigating things like that.
Sure.
With the military, it's completely different. I stay behind the radar. I don't go anywhere and investigate anything.
Yeah. You're not allowed to.
I'm not necessarily allowed to. I wasn't asked to.
Oh, you weren't asked to.
So it was more or less, I have investigated impact sites, when we have rounds that impacted where we're operating from enemy, targets, artillery, rockets, things like that. Generally, I would go and look at these impact sites and do a back azimuth. Back azimuth is where's the largest crater, where's the smallest crater. You put sticks in within the two, because usually when a mortar or rocket or artillery piece hits the dirt, there's a smaller hole and it continues to travel before it explodes. So then you have a bigger hole and a smaller hole, and you triangulate where that impact is, and you take an azimuth of where that direction came from, and it gives you a general idea of where it was fired from. So yes, we would investigate. And sometimes I would go investigate some of these impact craters and determine things. Other times where it involved other things. Usually there's other people went to
you were not investigating those things.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So I understand how investigation works. It's just this situation with my family completely utterly different with investigating. I wouldn't have thought of not washing my vehicle, but I washed my vehicle in the process of getting to Colorado. It was dirty. I needed to be able to see through my windshield, and I needed to be able to, my headlights needed to be worked. So we had to remove a lot of bugs and other things. So I took it and washed it off. I didn't think about that. I only washed it once though, which was good. I could have washed it several times. I only washed it once, and it was still picking up radiation. It was still picking up magnetism when they were out there, a little bit excited.
Yeah.
When I got out there and walked over, their excitement turned to, oh yeah, this seems pretty normal.
So they had a magnometer, and they were like, and a Geiger counter,
and a magnetometer.
Yeah, right.
That they were scanning around, and the majority of the magnetism and the radiation was generally located, or primarily located, along the driver's side door, the driver's side roof, and the driver's side front hood. But there was a lot that went all the way across the front hood and onto the passenger side quarter panel.
Sure.
Quarter panel.
Okay.
But the strongest readings were along the driver's side, which was kind of throwing me off a bit.
Does that freak you out a little bit hearing that?
It freaked me out a little bit. But when I was walking over, I noticed that when they noticed that I had walked over, their excitement, they immediately turned it way down, and were hiding their excitement when I had walked over. I was like, I just witnessed y'all being quite excited about this. And when I walk over, oh, this seems pretty normal. I mean, it's picking up some stuff on both, but it seems pretty normal. It was like their excitement just vanished when they realized I was really close to them walking up to them.
Suspicious.
Right. And so it just kind of threw me off a little bit. And I was like, okay, don't want to share excitement with me. Okay, so you don't want to, you want to remain professional. And I get that. I mean, some people want to remain professional and not indicate too much excitement.
Sure.
For you don't want to freak out the
false positive or something.
Right. You don't want to freak out the person you're interviewing. So I understand those possibilities. But yeah, so that took place. They collected some pictures and information from us, and they told us they'd get us a report and get back to us.
At this point, you had your receipt from the hotel still.
Right.
You'd only written on it once. You only have this one transmission, we'll say.
Right.
At this point,
it was only one transmission at that time.
Okay.
It was a little while later, right before we left our friend's house, that I believe I had another one. And
middle of the night again.
Right. Middle of the night, just waking up and doing that.
Do you remember this one? Is there one of them that you remembered early on, or did you always sort of wake up just writing?
No. Before we even made this trip, I'm glad I had a conversation with my wife before this interview, because she reminded me before we left, and we were still in Georgia, and I was still working in Georgia. She remembered a time where I had gotten up and I was completely out of it on the bathroom floor, and just yelling out or speaking out zeros and ones I just kept them 00011, 100011, in a fast pace. And she was like, "What in the hell are you?" And she was trying to wake me up. She thought I was going to die. She said I was trying to scratch them. When she covered my mouth, I tried to write them onto the door with my fingernail. She said it freaked her out. And so she went and got a receipt and was trying to write down the zeros and ones, but I was saying them so fast that she couldn't keep up. Eventually, she got me alert, and I realized I was on the floor, and I just got up, immediately went back to bed, laid down, went to sleep, like nothing happened. And she said that really freaked her out.
That was
before we even went on our trip. So I'm glad she reminded me that because I almost forgot about that. And I tend to forget things sometimes, but there's just so much, when you have so much things happening to you throughout your life, it's hard to remember, or it's not really hard, but you sometimes forget some of those things that have happened, and somebody reminding you of it is quite helpful and beneficial.
You're not, first of all, were you familiar with binary at any point of your life? You weren't working in computer science or anything? You weren't part of anybody who would be familiar to that extent with binary code for any reason whatsoever?
No, our military computers are completely different. They don't operate on binary.
Yeah.
So I was really unfamiliar with binary, and I didn't understand what binary was until later on when it was brought up to me by Dr. Horst Drew.
Yeah, and that's binary, and we'll get into that in a second once we talk about some more of the transmissions that happen, but that binary is special because it's not standard binary. Right. And so that's what makes this even more novel and strange, is the fact that you had seemingly invented a new form of binary.
That's wild. Yes. He found that in my, I'm sure you have some images we can pull up. Joe. Some of these are empty boxes, and some of them are solid boxes, are filled in.
Yep.
And then we had some thicker lines and some thin lines that were in some of my dreams that I was writing down. And I also realized that when I was having these, they began to evolve over time. So the first time that I was in that hotel on our way to Colorado Springs, they were moving fast. So in order for me to keep up, I was just doing the boxes and lines as quickly as possible as I was seeing them. And in my mind's eye, things were a little bit darker all around, but they were appearing as like this blue color.
So you remember this happening? You remember seeing this?
I remember seeing it later on. And so it took a few days for me to have a dream or some more sleep time where I'm remembering, and then the next day I'm waking up and okay, I remember seeing some blue boxes and lines coming across my face.
Like this, just kind of like reading.
Like everything's just not black, but everything's darker around me, where I can still see that I'm in a room, and objects in that room, they're just darker, and these blue boxes and lines are coming by my face. So the first time they happened, they were coming fast. It was difficult for me to keep up. I couldn't shade them all in or make them thicker. It was just get the boxes and lines down. And so that's what I did the first time.
Yeah.
The ones after had slowed down enough where I could fill in the dark boxes and leave the light boxes, and I had more time to actually put them down. It was simple. I could look anywhere. I didn't have to look in front of me or anything. I could look directly at the paper, and they're happening right in my peripherals from right to left, just moving slow. And so I'm able to do the boxes and lines nice and simple, easier that way. Now, over time, they began to morph into lowercase letters and capital letters, and then eventually into more or less like just verbal messages, in my head.
Before we get to the verbal messages,
right.
Let's take this one step at a time, because this is there's a lot of information here. So first off, the subsequent messages after the first one, how far apart were those? I see here we have October, we've got November again, November, then December. So this is happening really frequently at this point.
Some thought that we need to evolve quicker. I mean, why do we need to advance and evolve quicker? Is it because there's a threat? Yeah, it's a lot to wrap your brain around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a word threat there.
There's definitely a word threat.
No avoiding that. And Ike's embedded citizens already, I don't even know what to do with that. Are we talking about hybrids here? Are we talking about some type of genetically altered beings that live among us that he agreed to? Like, I mean, you can extrapolate so much from that.
Absolutely.
And then in red and blue, you have MAJ 12, and then CIA. And the CIA, happens to be in the Ike's embedded citizens already, and that's where
so that's maybe where the government maybe have created some sort of a group or organization around that time, and maybe the CIA was involved in it. I mean, we don't know. I mean, the FBI, CIA could have been involved in it in the beginning, and it morphed into something different.
Yeah.
Which ended up being Majestic 12 or a whole different other, shadow group.
All right, and finally for this bit of transmission, because there are many more. Yeah, we're going to do a few of them.
Right.
But right now, to end this one, it says Royal Emerther warning, Emerther in capital. Expose foreign technology to all evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover. Expose foreign technology to all evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover.
Right.
I mean, okay, first of all, Emerther seems to be the race here that we're dealing with. Royal Emerther warning.
Emerther is confusing me because I've never heard of this before, and I had to do a lot of Google researching to see what I can come up with what Emerther means. And the only thing that I was able to find out, and this was with the help of Linda, was like at some point in our past, we had met with some sort of Emerther, some sort of alien species that referred to themselves as Emerther. What royal means, I'm not sure, because if they're an advanced alien species, I think the times of royalness would have been way in the past. Like they've advanced way beyond that. I mean, we still have royal families, that are living in different countries and such. So I mean, yeah, we still have those aspects of things.
You think that would be done away with?
You think that would be gone, but
but also,
or maybe the royal was like some sort of symbology or meaning that it should be taken more seriously. Like maybe this is a metaphor for something more serious.
Yeah,
to taking like higher ups within the
royally important
of importance. Of this particular species. Group or how they determine things, or maybe leaders. Within their
yeah, maybe it's just how they refer to. Species, yeah. But we do still use the term majestic, which is very close to royalty, or majesty.
Right.
And so that's still.
I think there's a lot of symbology.
There is some type of like tie-in to this. Yeah, and then so I mean that is very enigmatic to say the least. Now I'd like to get into we're gonna segue. Yeah, from this little ditty here and all of these incredible messages that were deciphered that you had simply doodled on a paper followed by WTF, and then they got deciphered into this incredible message here that if it has any significance is extremely concerning, if not just for a wake up call, but can be I mean it said the last paragraph says evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover.
Right.
What are we talking about here? What's your sense on that?
Yeah, that's that would be a little scary to me because, we'd like to live our life comfortably and go to work, come home, spend time with our family. So anything that involves any kind of takeover.
Message October. This is October to January 2016 now. There are multiple messages here that combine to make this.
Right.
And I'm just going to go ahead and read the first message, not the decoded versions, because there are, again, sub-messages within the messages.
Right.
This is where, oh, by the way, before I actually get to this, Dr. Drew pointed out something really, really fascinating with the crop circles.
Oh, yes.
Right. So, and this relates mostly to that first message. If we look at specifically, there's a crop circle. There are a few crop circles, but there was the well-known Arecibo reply. So in 2001, a crop formation appeared inside the Chill-Bolton Observatory that many believe mirrors a reply to the 1974 Arecibo radio message, the symbolic signal designed by Frank Drake with help of Carl Sagan and Linda Saltzman-Sagan and transmitted from the Arecibo Observatory. That original signal described basic human biology, DNA, and our location in the solar system, and the Chill-Bolton formation appeared to mimic the same digital structure, but obviously with some key differences, including biology and where they were located in their star system. 1 year later in 2002, another unsettling formation appeared at Crabwood, showing the face of what many described as a gray alien beside a disk of spiral binary, revealing the warning, beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. Then in 2015, a massive binary-style formation appeared again near Turin, echoing the same warning-style layout and reinforcing the pattern people had already noticed, along with the Latin phrase, timeo et ferentes. I fear those who bear gifts. So in 2002, there's this message that pops up with this beautiful work of art of what seems to be like a gray alien.
3 dimensions.
Yeah, it has a pupil, right? Which normally you don't see. We'll get to that in a second.
Right.
Which I found very interesting. You then have this massive circle that has all these dots that seems to be some type of encoded message. And then you have these 3 sort of lights that kind of represent Orion's belt, which again, for many reasons, very fascinating. And the message translates to, beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. And it shows the Orion constellation, and it shows these sort of grays or whatever. And now we have your message, which says, beware of Orion. Now there's 2 things here that say beware, and they're both picturing Orion. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think
that's what's so confusing for me, is there's so many similarities with so many different things that they require more in-depth look.
Yeah.
And so that's where I get intrigued, is how so many different things line up with others. Mm-hmm. It really throws you back.
It lines up with what Bob Lazar was talking about too, with, when he was briefed in those documents, it said that the craft and the beings, the kids as he refers to them as, were from Zeta Reticuli.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and then obviously Zeta Reticuli pops up the first time we ever hear about it. Not the first time we hear about it, but the first time we see a diagram was from Betty Barney Hill.
Okay.
Was that Betty Hill was shown this diagram of like a star map, and she drew it, and it was lined up years later, once we discovered this binary star system, that it kind of matched Zeta, the Zeta constellation kind of perfectly.
Oh, wow.
So there's something really important about that. I don't know what it is, but clearly it seems like we're warned about it.
Right.
All right, this brings us to our next message. I'm sorry I'm droning on here, but I really want to drive it home to the viewers. There's a lot of information here.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I'm sorry if I'm taking up a lot of the airspace, guys. I'm just kind of running you through this.
I could talk for hours.
Yeah, this is endlessly fascinating to me.
Right.
So the next message here reads as follows. Imminent threat, soon upon Earth's leaders and civilizations. Right, there's a bit of a
deviation there.
Yeah, deviation. We can assume it's civilizations. Expose and disband hidden knowledge to all citizens. Once again, employ safe and controlled joint study to all minds. Progression imperative for combined survival. So in this particular text, one word that stands out to me right up top is the word imminent. Now, where have we heard that before?
Right.
Lou Elizondo's.
Lou Elizondo, yes.
Do you think that title is a reference to this in some way?
I'm unsure. I mean, it's one word. I'm sure it's been used many times by others. I don't know if it came to him.
Do you think Lou was aware of this?
I'm not sure if he was. That I don't know. I worked with Linda pretty exclusively for quite a while. So I mean, there's a possibility that he may have known about it, or he may not have. I really don't know. I mean, it's just one word. Sure. But it's impactful. That's another similarity, kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm a little bit curious, but one's only to assume.
Yeah, and then again, expose and disband hidden knowledge to all citizens. Again, all citizens. Right. Expose hidden knowledge, and this time they put disband in there as well.
Expose, disband.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I think about that, I have a military mind, and we don't want to put out weapon systems to all citizens, because we don't want all civilians building weapon systems in their garages and creating chaos. And there's many incidents where somebody's mind just snaps and they want to shoot up a mall or school or something. So yeah, I believe there needs to be some restraint on some things. So yeah, I think that falls into the category of disband, right?
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
You don't want to expose all of that,
mm-hmm.
But what can be beneficial for us is transportation,
mm-hmm.
Other things such as that.
Employ safe and controlled joint study to all minds.
Once again, safe and controlled. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Progression imperative for combined survival. What do you think they mean by that?
So in my mind, when I think of combined survival, is maybe we're not the only country that has black projects and study things. I'm sure there's a race involving behind this. That's kind of in the back, in the shadows.
Like a nuclear race type deal, or a technological race,
just like a race to the moon,
right.
A race for nuclear weapons, a race for I'm sure there's a race going on in the background. To develop these systems and be able to travel quicker, faster, and get from point A to point B quicker, more effectively. So I'm pretty sure there's some background stuff going on.
Ooh, that's got to be a whole other thing that freaks you out.
Well, that mixed with images, mixed with going back to the first time,
and the only way to do that in a coherent manner, maybe using these binary impressions or whatever that are kind of like quantumly suspended in space-time and just being like, here, I don't know, maybe that's all science fiction, but here we are. I'd like to go back now to June 29th and your encounter.
Okay.
You have since then recalled more information through dreams that you've had,
right,
and through other experiences that you've had subsequently. The messages have also since evolved into different lettering, now voices, also impressions, dreams. Like the transmissions haven't stopped.
Correct.
They've gone on consistently? Oh, they've slowed down.
They slowed down for a while. They slowed down quite a bit. So I was getting boxes and lines several years ago, and then they kind of shifted to lettering, capitalization, and lowercase. And then that was only for a very short period of time. And then they've evolved into I'm hearing the voices. I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing messages.
Male or female?
Mostly female, but sometimes male.
Mostly female?
Mostly female, sometimes male.
What is the tone of voice? Is it stern? Is it happy? Is it calm?
The tone has been, for the most part, pretty calm and at times stern with the female voices sometimes. The male voices have been informative and comforting, but can get stern at times, just with tone. But it's, for the most part, I want to say, never overly aggressive, never overly friendly.
No extremes?
No extremes, just mild subtleties.
Okay.
And it's more or less just informative.
Can you give me an example of what that would sound like? If a male voice were to, if you were to interpret verbatim what one of these messages were, can you give me a small example of what that would sound like to my ears?
Yeah, I mean, anybody could. I mean, just talking to Siri.
Really?
It's very similar, just not with such high fluctuation of excitement. Siri's super excited about everything. But, you tone that down quite a bit, and it's just,
just informational.
Regular informational.
The sky's blue, like that type of deal.
The sky is blue, and just subtleties, very subtle.
Wow. Yeah. Whew, that's got to be a whole other thing that freaks you out.
Well, that mixed with images, mixed with going back to the first time. Since then, I told you, over dinner last night that I've had some more dreams based on that night. Not a lot, just a few. And all it is just remembering a point in time that I wasn't aware of when it happened. And that was my driver's side door was open, and I was being pulled from my truck, and I was being held. And it was only a short flashback moment. You know what I mean? And in that flashback moment, maybe it lasted 8 to 11 seconds in that flashback moment. But I clearly remember seeing my wife in the passenger seat, almost frozen in time, still staring up at it, why I'm being pulled and struggling. And why I'm struggling, I'm not seeing what I'm struggling with. So I don't get a clear visual image of what I'm struggling with, what I'm fighting with that's pulling me from my truck. But I am seeing that I'm fighting and making noises and grunting. And the whole time I'm struggling, I'm looking for help. And so I'm seeing my wife sitting in the passenger seat, just basically frozen in time, looking up at what we were looking at, and I remember help me, but she's not moving. She's literally frozen, and I'm being pulled away. And as I'm pulled around the door is where, and then start to pull, it disappears. And then it reappears as I'm directly underneath it. And I remember, I feel, I told you at dinner, right as I'm getting closer to it, that I cross some sort of field where outside, when I was outside, you were hearing crickets and insects and stuff. As soon as I cross that first field, it goes dead silent. And I feel it interacting with my body in some way. And I can't quite describe the feeling going through that first field. But I do clearly recognize that it got dead silent as soon as I crossed that first field. And then I went into another field. And when I crossed that second field, as I was getting closer, that's when I began to feel more weightlessness. And it was I felt more weightlessness. And I couldn't move fast, but it felt weightless to me. And so I clearly remember, maybe 7 seconds of that going through each field. And that first field, it was silence. And the second field was weightlessness. And then I feel maybe a few more seconds of tugging.
Like electric charge? Is that what this field felt like?
I kind of feel like an electric charge, but more or less like I couldn't even put it into words. Slowing my reaction time down, slowing down my movements is the best way I can describe it.
But your head is still functioning at a normal rate.
I'm still looking around, just not able to whip my head around. I'm able to
moving to molasses or something.
Similar, yes. Slowed motion, slowed physical motions. Okay, is the best way I can describe it. And then it disappears again. And then I had the dream where I was on the table and I was surrounded. It just goes back to that, and I drew an image. And you have an image that I drew,
yep,
where it showed the species that was around us. And in that picture, there was one that came in later and took this black contact out of its eye to get a better look at me of some. This is the impression that I got.
Okay, so let's take this step by step. You're coming into the craft now. All of a sudden, you've appeared on the table, right? This is the memories flashing.
Right.
Are you seeing the walls of the craft at all? Are you seeing any shapes?
Right. I'm able to see the walls. I'm able to see things around me.
What do the walls look like? What are they?
It's difficult because I wasn't staring at the walls. My focus was on what are these things.
Okay, fair.
How did my clothes get removed?
So you're naked?
Yes.
You're naked on a hard surface?
It wasn't a hard surface. I felt weightless.
You felt weightless?
I felt weightless, but slowed reaction time. Slowed motion.
Yeah,
I guess my motions like if I was gonna punch the air, I could do it fast. But in that environment, I was punching and it was going slower. And the power was still there, but it felt slowed. And at one point, I do remember shoving the one off to my left pretty hard, and it went back and hit the wall. And I remember the wall was, I didn't see any grooves or cuts or anything. Like it was pieced together. I couldn't quite tell what, because I wasn't really focused on the wall. I mean, I know there was a wall there. I know it seemed smooth. I know it seemed like it had some sort of, almost like if you're looking at a motherboard, slightly.
Okay.
Very similar motherboard without any electronic components attached to it. Like it's got all the little circuitry in there, but without any of the components attached. It's the way I can describe it. And it was faint. And so, and that's just going off of split second, images. And I was more focused on what was happening.
So you got 2 to your side, and then you got 2 down by your feet.
Correct. Yeah.
And can you describe physically height, skin tone, complexion, what they look like for the audience?
Well, they're all roughly around the same size. They were not the exact same size. There were, I believe, 2 or 3 that were focused on their tasks. They were not associating my emotions with anything. They were just focused on doing what they were supposed to be doing. There was one that was down by my foot. That seemed a little bit older, had some age behind its appearance, but was also trying to do its best to keep me calm. I was kind of freaking out, and so it was trying to calm me down, and make me relax or something. The others just seemed like they were focused on their tasks. This is what they do all the time. They're used to this. They showed very little emotion. The only one that did was the one that looked a little bit older, right? Like the one that was in charge, or maybe the one
He seemed like an individual, like
one that studied emotions and feelings, or has been studied emotions, or maybe.
Well,
I mean, I have no idea what position this one had, other than that it was trying to relax me and calm me down, because I was feeling like some sharp pains in my back and along my neck. I was fine, but I would feel like electric pain, stabbing pain mixed with electricity, like shocks and jolts in my neck and my back. And so, yeah, I remember that. And I remember the one that came in after, took the contact out to look at me.
You took it out, did he peel it?
No, just popped it out. Just popped out. It was like rubber or something. You know, it was like some sort of, I was under the impression that maybe it was some sort of computer system.
Silicone.
That had some imagery or some, technology that can, maybe see in our environment. Like this
see a different spectrum
of light, maybe. Like this happened at night. Maybe it was amplifying the darkness so that it can pull me from the truck. Like maybe this was one that was pulling me from the truck.
And his eye color?
He had blue eyes.
Was it deep blue, dark blue, light blue?
It looked natural, like human.
Yeah.
Human blue.
But the eyes are much larger.
Yeah. Much larger.
How big would you say?
I would say 2 to 3 times.
So have you ever read the biology report of a guy who claimed that he worked on these beings?
No, I did not.
Okay, this might be interesting for you then.
I'm ready for that.
I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I will send you. I made a whole video on it.
Okay.
But I will touch on what he said about the eyes.
Okay.
Because he goes through, and maybe I'll go through the head and the ear here, but he goes through the brain, the fingers, it's whole biology, and he breaks it all down. He said he worked on them.
Oh, wow, okay.
And he goes like, the head contains 2 large oversized eyes, 2 nostrils without protuberance, a narrow mouth without lips, 2 ear canals without auricles, and there's a mandible, but the musculature is vestigial. There are no teeth, no tongue, and oral cavity, nasal cavity where the nostrils meet, yada, yada, yada. The eye, this is really interesting. Like the skin, the eyes are covered with a semi-transparent biosynthetic film that offers the same environmental protection while providing protection against certain wavelengths and light intensity. When the film is removed, a more traditional eye is revealed.
Okay.
It's about 3 times larger than a human eye, and there are no eyelids. The size of their eyes suggests they have excellent night vision. It seems paradoxical to cover them with a semi-opaque film, and he says semi-opaque.
Right.
This is something that I found extremely interesting, because normally when we picture these grays, we think dark black eyes.
Right.
Here, and that might only be because it's nighttime when you see them, but here he says semi-opaque, so not completely blacked out.
Well, you don't want blind.
Is that what you saw?
It appears black at nighttime.
At nighttime, but when you looked at the other ones, could you see their eyes behind?
There were. I wasn't focused on their eyes. I was focused on, this is hurting. What the hell's going on to me? I was in fight mode.
Fair enough. So he peeled away his eye to have a closer look at you. And
that's what I noticed is when when this pulled its contact, or this eye associated with the contact, pulled this dark contact out of his eye. I could tell it was a normal eye, just much larger.
And it says here their sclera is the same color as their skin. The iris is pale gray in this one in particular.
Okay.
And the pupil is black and oversized. The lens is rounder than human, and the musculature used to adjust focus is more developed. So I'll send you this.
That's awesome. That's cool.
Isn't that wild? It's wild. Kind of the only other time that I've heard.
You mentioned an ear canal.
Oh, yeah.
Not ears. I drew what I saw.
Yep.
You don't see ears on these. I see like a lump or some sort of ridge, but not a defined ear, just more like a canal. I noticed that too.
I'll send you this file, and I'd love for you to just maybe go through it and have a read, because it is quite extensive.
Right.
And in my opinion, it rings pretty true. My conviction level on that being true is up there around 80%. I'm pretty high conviction on that, but only because there are many. He's a credible molecular biologist, but also, like, the technical terms, I've had molecular biologists be like, yeah, he's definitely a guy that knows his stuff, but also, like, he mentions things like the skin.
Yes.
And it's filled with tons of pores.
Okay.
And that they kind of secrete their excrement through their skin.
Okay.
That's how the digestive tract works, and it gives it like a. Do you remember smell on board at all?
I remember smell, but it was very similar to the way a hospital smells, like a
sterile
and clean, sterile. Yeah.
Okay.
And I remember them wearing some type of metallic. It was mildly metallic, but also had different shimmers and colors associated with what they were wearing all over their body.
Form fitting.
Yeah, very form. Almost like they were like put in front of a screen, and the clothing was designed to fit them perfectly, kind of thing, and move and stretch, with their bodies.
Yeah, no wrinkles or anything.
No, yeah, very, no wrinkles, nothing to snag on something. It seemed like a suit to be worn while you're repairing electronics. You don't want your clothing to snag on electronics and damage the things that you're trying to repair.
That's an interesting observation. Were they communicating with you at this point?
Just the one at the end, and it seemed more telepathic. And I just got, I didn't get actual words. I was getting the feeling, the telepathic feeling, and emotions. Relax, calm down, everything's okay. You're going to be all right. That's what I was receiving from the one at the end, the one that looked older to me.
Any other impressions that they were giving you?
In this particular situation, no.
Okay.
No.
Dreams. You've come back with injuries.
Yes.
And so that's where we say dreams, but my dreams don't leave strange symmetrical marks on my body.
Correct.
Now these other dreams where you had these markings, and if you like, we can pull them up.
Yeah, we can pull up. Here's
some
images here.
The first one here, this is on your thigh. These are 3, this is an equilateral triangle, what looks to be, with 3 bruises.
Yeah, perfectly. Identical distance between each one.
You measure them?
Yes.
And
just with a
you can also see it.
Like, where did this come from?
It looks crazy.
It's wild.
It's so wild.
And that just makes these dream states so much more realistic for me. You know what I mean?
What was that particular dream? Do you remember that one?
I really don't.
Okay.
I really don't remember which one that happened with. To be honest, I just wanted to I wanted to document.
There was another one
with my eye that's happened several times actually.
That one is, you can clearly see like some type of symmetry, some type of like angular geometric shape in your eye.
Absolutely. And it looks like a puncture.
And then a puncture.
Right. And I'm not blind.
Dude,
I got 20/20 vision. So
that is clearly a puncture.
Yes.
What do you make of that? Do you think that was done?
I don't know why that happened to me. I don't know why I needed something jabbed in my eye, to be honest with you. And so that part frightens me a little bit. Like something can hurt me and harm me. But, I'm thankful that I can still use both my eyes, and I have 20/20 vision. So it's scary that it can happen, but it's comforting to know that I'm not blind in one eye, you know what I mean? Because with any injury, we don't know how our bodies will handle those injuries.
Sure, we don't know, if this is a real injury or an upgrade or whatnot, right?
And when we're going, and as we progress later in our conversation, we can talk about a trip to the hospital with a issue later down the road.
Yes, and we'll get to that as well.
Absolutely.
So let's go back to these quote unquote dreams. You've had several where there are, like you said, other species.
Right.
Let's talk about some of these interactions, because if anything, I'm just more fascinated by this facet of the phenomenon as the species, as the different species that we might be interacting with, the ones that seemingly are cooperating in some sense. There's some type of community of these beings working together, it seems like. At any one point, were there more than 2 different types of species in the same room?
Yes. Yeah.
Really?
Right. Yeah.
Were there ever any that looked like us?
Yes.
Okay, other than the little ones?
2.
Really? Yeah. What did they look like?
So in one of my dreams, there was or I keep saying dreams. This is how I associate them. So I will continue to say dreams because this is just
I will allow it.
Yeah. So in one of them, there were the tall grays, which I'm assuming would be the Emerthers. The small grays who I didn't have a whole lot of communication with. It was very mild telepathic and more along the lines of help guiding me around the ship. Walking around. They're helping me walk around the ship kind of thing. There were the small female. They weren't all female. There were some males that were much shorter than them. I would say like 6 inches shorter. And they seemed to have like very like a lack of intelligence. Like they were meaningless to them. Like their males were just used to do the heavy lifting.
Or nerfed to or something.
It was odd. It was like a dynamic that was completely different.
Women were in charge.
Women were in charge, but I also found out later from a previous dream that is something that happened on their planet that affected male DNA, that their offspring, the males either didn't survive childbirth or birthing, or and the ones that did just lacked the ability for creativity and knowledge and grasping that knowledge. They're hard to train, hard to educate. Like some sort of thing happened. I don't know if it was a natural cosmic thing or if it was a war or something that took place that damaged their DNA in some way, where the males just either didn't survive. They were low in numbers. They lacked a lot of the ability to reproduce. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that there wasn't enough educated males left to really help their own people. Sure. And so the ones that were safeguarded from this, it seemed like to be the female side of the DNA was not affected. And so I was under the impression that they're here to try to collect some DNA to help their community, and because they don't want to die out, just like any living thing wants to continue to survive. So I think it's more or less a survival instinct for them.
That's wild.
Then there were talls. There were talls, tall blondes that I didn't associate or didn't speak with. And
what were they wearing?
Light colors, but like I wasn't having conversations with them. They seemed to be having conversations with the Emerthers and doing things with them. But I recognized them both male and female, and there were several of them. There's like 6 or 7 of them, just kind of doing their stuff in the distance. They were about our height, if not taller. That resembled human beings, as well as the small ones. There was another one that was walking out as I was walking in. And I only catch a glimpse of this one, but every time that I've had this vivid dream where I'm associating with all of them, there's always one that's leaving the room that's a little bit more shy from us. That's always leaving, and it I'm only catching a glimpse of it. It just kind of looks kind of like a, I don't know, ogreish, almost similar to, you ever watched the Lord of the Rings? And who they're fighting all the time.
The orcs?
The orcs kind of thing. Oh, wow. Very, like, somewhat similar, a little bit more advanced, and attire and things.
Sure.
Kind of resembling some similarities within that, but it's, like I said, it's only a glimpse that I'm seeing every time of it leaving the room. And I was under the impression that their appearance can be a little scary based on how they look, but it's, them.
And it was these type of dreams that you would wake up and have markings on your body?
Correct. Yeah.
Wow. That is, and again, you're laying down in these dreams?
No,
you're standing up.
The first encounter was when I was on
the table. But then you're just kind of...
And then several after, I've been allowed to walk around and just kind of scope things out, check things out. And I'm being guided by the small females and the small grays who don't communicate very much. They're just there to kind of assist. And they have a purpose, and they're very intelligent. But they, it was like they deal with this stuff all the time, so it's nothing
routine,
very routine for them. Whereas the small females, it didn't seem so very routine for them. So they were a little bit more communicative than the others.
Wow.
The Emerthers, when they would communicate, anything they would say to you would be of vital importance or of great importance. Like they wouldn't speak unless it was important to say. Right, they didn't waste time with things. It was just important.
Well, one thing that you did mention in the interview with Lynn Moulton Howe was you had the impression that there was some type of council.
Right.
Can you talk about that a little bit more? The Council 5?
It was a feeling and almost like a telepathic communication that there was 5 that were part of this little group that I was associated with, and being where I was at with them, that there's the 5 of them were like their council.
Right. 5 of them as in 5 races, 5 species?
5 species.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, that's and those you had a sense were benevolent. Those were good?
They were good. Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Protecting us. So yeah, having some protection.
Yeah.
Others is a bit comforting. Maybe it was just said to me to be comfortable, but I didn't pick up any hostilities per se
or deception
from them. I did have an encounter with a human that was there as well, and was a little agitated that I was present.
A human.
Yeah.
What was his role?
I'm unsure. I was guided into the room, and when this person saw me, this male saw me, was immediately like, "Why is he here? What's his purpose? He's not with our group. We're not." And it was upset and like pointing at me, and I'm like, I took it offensive and was like, "Obviously, you can't do something that I can," and was more or less like, "You're taunting me, I'm gonna taunt you back." And then he turned and walked off.
Who was he talking to?
He was talking to the Emerther.
And what was he wearing? Anything?
He was wearing it was a jumpsuit, like a human jumpsuit.
Not like military?
It was blue, like dark navy.
Did he feel like he was military? Or
I got the impression it was military hairstyle, military appearance.
Yep.
Like some higher up somewhere.
Maybe secret space program or something?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I didn't recognize the person.
Yeah.
But I recognize his features as a human.
Yeah.
And his attitude and the way he spoke as human. So I don't want to call anybody out, so I won't describe in detail what the appearance was.
Okay.
I don't want to divulge or threaten any other organization. I'm an American.
Right. Okay.
I love my country.
What are you saying? Was there some feature on there that would have given away what department this guy would work for?
I'm just observing. You
could tell.
I could tell.
Okay.
This was an American.
An American department. One of the American departments in some capacity.
Huh.
Well. Okay.
But yeah, I don't want to describe this person in any kind of detail. Just it was another male.
Okay. Interesting. Well, that's interesting. You're giving me puzzle pieces here, so I'm pardon me if I'm trying to figure it out.
I understand.
I'm sure you do the same. Okay, so I mean, this is all very fascinating to me, and obviously for the listener, we're taking them through a whole journey here, and we're going far beyond possibly what they're comfortable with, and like we're talking about these things that are like dreams. You're waking up, you're having markings on your body, clear markings on your body. But now I want to get back to something a little more tangible again, a little more physical. Is you keep having messages,
right?
And you receive in 2016, you start receiving messages. Now, I wondered, when I was reading about your case, when I was hearing about your case through Dr. Drew and watching your interview with Linda Moulin, I was wondering, why are these messages all in English? That was always the same question I had for Jim Peniston. Like, why English? Why, how, what about another language? Or what about a language that we're not familiar with? Like, that doesn't make, unless it was absolutely intended for you.
Which I believe it was.
But otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
Right. I mean, if somebody's speaking to you in another language and you don't understand what they're saying, like, what are you going to walk away with?
Yeah, but maybe, I'm saying, maybe you intercepted some transmission that wasn't meant for you, was like my initial thought. Like, maybe something like that could have happened.
Possibly, yes.
But then also later on, you were given pieces of information that you told me were very personal to you.
There were some translations that, kind of affected me because I felt it was very personal per se to me, and
that was specific to you.
It seemed very specific to me. With conversations with Linda, she'll tell you, it shook me up a little bit, but it also like put me on a little bit of a defense where I don't want to take away from the experience, but at the same time it was a little bit profound, and maybe later down the road some of that more can come out, but I don't know. She'll tell you I was a bit frightened by some of it, and I mean I didn't feel threatened or anything per se. It was just more of emotional response.
Can you tell me what it had to do with?
It had to do with some translations referring to me as being a kind of a messenger or something.
Okay.
But I don't want to associate myself with being a messenger or some sort of
prophet or anything
figure, because that's completely against who I am as a person.
Yep.
And we are all individuals. We are all fascinating individuals. Every one of us. All of your listeners, everyone out there is a fascinating person. And I don't want to take away or project myself as being something that I don't feel that I am. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And so it was described to me as like I have an ability to perceive things that several others can't seem to do or can't evolve in a way where the messages can be received well.
Yep.
And I believe that it was referring to, and this is after some great time thinking about it, that maybe it was just a metaphor or speaking to me in a fashion that I'm able to do something that many others can't. And that I believe that I'm able to receive the information and coherently speak about it afterwards.
Yeah, you're a decoder.
Yeah, like a decoder, but and so it bothers me a little bit because I don't want to be,
a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I don't want to be put up as some sort of,
sure. But on the other hand of that, there is, I think, some importance to at least divulge some of that information. What you're doing here today, I think, is really brave.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think
we're all messengers in some way.
Yeah, but I do think it's important that you share a lot of this stuff because clearly, if they're concerned, I believe we should be concerned.
If they're concerned, then we should be concerned as well.
Okay, so you continue having more of these messages happen over time, and I'd like to ask: is this something you're willing to talk about?
We can.
Yeah, okay. Let's get into some of this because, again, if you're not comfortable, you just let me know and we'll work around it. The next progression here is June to October 2016.
Okay.
You have messages in 4 symbols from the Emerthers to yourself, and the message is as follows: your creator is displeased. Arrogant belief must allow all. Now you're given a latitude and longitude. Bergoglio accept. Open and free keys. And then decoders monitored. Use caution. So right there, just for this first part, we have something really interesting, but those...
I don't remember what the latitude, longitude...
Where it goes to?
Where it goes to, yeah, I don't remember.
So the latitude of Solomon's Temple, 31.77, and then the longitude of Temple Mount.
That's crazy. And it's so crazy because as a defense contractor, I recently was in Israel and in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
I've got pictures, near that location.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's like it was predicting my future outcome of where I would be.
Whoa.
That's wild, isn't it?
But obviously.
This happens all the time.
These synchronicities?
Yeah. I do not choose work for where the location is. I choose work for the job, and I don't have no idea where I'm going to end up, doing this type of work. So it's kind of wild that,
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of kind of wild things going on here. So yeah, you take that as almost some type of synchronicity, like they're showing you like, hey, and here, the word solo, at the longitude of Solomon's Temple here. Solo is in Solomon's Temple. So right. Another interesting connection that was found by Dr. Drew here. Credit to him.
And Solomon, I believe, didn't he have some sort of guidance from God himself to create the temple?
I'm not familiar with.
I'm not super familiar with religion. I would align myself Christian to the best part.
Sure.
I'm not an everyday go to church type of person. Yeah. I'm pretty open minded, but I do live my life peaceful and calm and courteous to others and polite to others, and I care about life and things. But Solo.
We'll have to look into that a little bit.
Seems like individual, and that points at Solomon's Temple, quite a bit.
Where were you when you received this message? Do you remember? In March?
In 2016.
June to October 2016?
I believe I was in Colorado.
Okay. And this was probably at night again?
Yeah, it always happens at night.
Yeah.
When I'm sleeping.
Bergoglio.
I don't know Bergoglio.
Look that up real quick if you don't mind.
No, absolutely.
I have no idea. It's Italian. Let me see.
It's Italian, and looking at the letters that was translated by from Dr. Horst Drew is in red. Shows up as, yeah.
Okay, this is really interesting. Bergoglio, and then it says accept, open, and free keys.
Right.
And then in red we have Pope FR, as in perhaps Pope Francis. Right? One can make that assumption.
Correct.
Well, Bergoglio is Jorge Mario Bergoglio is the birth name of Pope Francis.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Now, back in 2016, when this is explained to me, I'm like I said, I was getting lots of messages and lots of translations. So I'm remembering a lot more as we're talking about them, but they're not brought up in my head all the time, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm constantly,
of course,
more and more type of messages. So yes, Bergoglio does ring some bells with Pope Francis.
Okay. And this is so wild.
And is he still the Pope? Because I think the Pope
he passed.
Yeah.
Pope Francis passes now. The Pope from Chicago.
Did he pass, or did he just hand
he passed.
He did pass.
Yeah, he passed away.
Okay.
last year. I was actually in Italy, in Rome,
oh, wow.
The day after he passed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I booked my trip to Rome. I was going to Rome. I was going to go visit the Vatican.
Right.
And I was like, nice. All right. And literally a day before, I see, oh no, the Pope is dead. And I'm like, uh-oh. That kind of foils my plan to go to the Vatican. Sure enough, it was pandemonium, as you can expect.
Massive crowd.
Hundreds and thousands of people. The city got shut down, and I was in the midst of all this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, really insane.
You're there.
Yeah, I was there for the funeral. Like they paraded around his body around the city. And
so I'm wondering if this is a metaphor. It says to free keys.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that means like you're no longer Pope. Hand over the keys to the next one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so many different similarities that this came out in 2016, obviously way before.
Yeah.
He was even.
Yeah.
Before he passed, this essentially in 2016 pointed out that he was going to pass and then he's off to someone else.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean?
The keys, yeah. And then
it's so freaking wild. There's so many things that you just can't ignore.
I think this is the Da Vinci Code. Decoders monitored. Use caution. That one terrifies me.
That one bothers me as well.
Yeah.
Because the moment I heard that, I got concerned with. I got concerned for the safety of Linda and Dr. Horster at that point in time. I was almost at a point where like, okay, we need to put this on hold. I'm gonna stop talking to people for a while because they're helping me, but I don't want to put them in jeopardy. They're important to me. They're good people. Both Linda and Dr. Horseshoe, they're good people. They have good hearts, and the last thing I want to do is bring something negative towards them. And so at this point in time, I was kind of backing off from sharing. I was worried for them, and so when this translation came out, I was being cautious.
Yeah,
it's not just about me anymore; it's about others, and I don't want to bring anything upon others. So yeah, I remember that.
But it does say decoders monitor. Use caution. It doesn't say stop.
It doesn't say stop. You're correct. It doesn't say.
So just let's say
stop. It says use caution. So caution should be taken with everything that we do in life, shouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I take that as a direct message for sure. It then goes on to rebuild temple for all, return our gifts. That's another scary one.
What gifts? And so I don't know about that one at all. I mean, I couldn't think of anything. Return our gifts.
So
would this be like
reprisal, recoveries? Definitely.
But if they were crashed,
well, not always. I don't think they all crashed. No.
Do you think they were just here's something that works? Play with it.
According to other whistleblowers, I think David Grush mentioned this too, that there are some that are considered to be, or at least looked at as donations.
Donations for experiments.
For whatever. They were left there intact with nothing on board type, and here you go.
Oh, wow.
In these sort of giving fields.
Okay.
And they were just kind of on these ranges or whatever it is, they were kind of just dropped there and like, here you go.
But that would just be like a gift of a vehicle in my perspective of things. Here's an object. Mm-hmm. Is this object a gift? Or what do we consider gifts? Gifts are given with emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Gifts are given with intent.
Mm-hmm.
And gifts are given with meaning behind them. So I'm one that, like I said, thinks outside of the box on a lot of different things. So I interpret a gift as something that could be used for knowledge, something that could be used to answer questions, something that could be used more or less per se with emotions and helping in some fashion. So what was this gift?
Looking glass.
I'm not thinking it was a UAP that was left behind as a gift. I'm thinking it was something more.
Tech, some type of instrument.
I get feeling and emotion and I get more out of it than that. You know what I mean?
So there is talk that Eisenhower and the Majestic were given a tool, which is this looking glass, this crystal that was known as like the Yellow Book, or there's all types of different names for it.
So book of knowledge.
Yes, but essentially it was like a hologram that you could peer into different timelines.
All right, like a magic 8-ball.
Yes, exactly like a magic 8-ball, but that had like all these
more detail.
Yes, and that was the way that I understood it. Again, this is all just lore. I don't know if any of this is accurate, but the way that I understood it is it was given to them with the intent to disseminate that to the world.
Okay.
Use this as a tool to evolve.
Right.
And they chose to keep it for themselves and to use it for their own personal gain and militarization.
Okay, I can see.
And controlling the narrative for the military-industrial complex, and that ticked them off. And they were like, "That's not why we gave it to you. You promised us that you would do it this way, and you didn't.
You're not using it for its intended purposes."
So I see return our gifts as being like, "Hey,
either
play nice or give it back.
Yeah, get back or toy."
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Topside destruction of early libraries, artifacts, and structure. What do you make of that?
So when I think of topside, I think of surface.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not Navy, but if I was operating underwater, then surface would be the water level, the surface of the water, surface of the earth. So this would be how I interpret it is libraries. It says libraries. What else is it?
Libraries, artifacts, and structures. Libraries,
artifacts, and structures. So artifacts are things of our past, right? So I interpret this as our history, like maybe ancient civilizations, so like we're uncovering like in Egypt and things, and over time they become buried in sand. So maybe these are structures, or maybe they have information. Maybe there's historical reference or guides, such as hieroglyphics, and some of these ancient structures that we're unburying in the desert that are echoes of our past, of how we lived back in the day, and maybe they're being destroyed in some fashion somehow.
Yeah, and that's the topside destruction. So there might be a whole underground component here that we're
right. So I mean, I remember being in Iraq when we were operating out there. There's a lot of historical sites out there, and I remember some of the there were some peoples that were destroying and defacing ancient.
I remember that
ancient
statues
and things, because
temples.
Maybe they're not well educated on the history of things, but maybe they're just trying to wipe away some of the history. And I don't think that's beneficial to humanity at all. When you have a view and you want everybody to view things the way that you view things, and you want to discredit anybody who has an outside view of things, then you're imposing violence and destruction to force people to see your view your way and your way only. And so I don't think this is a good way to think and a good way to operate. So I interpret that as an arrogant way to force their beliefs upon everyone, kind of thing.
Maybe that's what they're warning us about. Like, hey, stop doing that. So give us our gifts back. Stop destroying stuff.
Right.
Yeah. And then the capital letters spell out monde, which is French for world, and the word defend, which again, pretty deep there. Defend our world.
Right.
Followed by must chastise or avoid study of dark energy until photon energy is mastered. And then in brackets, enlarge, squeeze, shrink, insert, charge. And then the capitalized letters spell it lunar.
This one baffled me. I mean, as far as the enlarge, shrink, insert, charge, I have
sounds technical.
It sounds like it's kind of out of my realm of my knowledge.
Physics or something.
But, and I pick up physics pretty quickly. And I've never taken a physics class. It's just something I've always picked up quite easily, quite well, because I can envision things in my mind, such as playing billiards and pool. I didn't take classes on the physics of it. I paid attention and practiced the way the balls manipulate from each other and how they strike and where they hit on the side rails to make my shots. And I'm quite good at billiards and pool.
We should play
all over.
Yeah,
in the military, usually.
We should play tonight. You want to play?
I'm pretty good. Oh, but I did not bring my pool cue.
That's right. We'll play an even playing field. We'll both use shitty pool cues.
Yeah, we could use some house sticks.
Yeah, I'll play.
What's wrong with a few dings and dents and broken tips? Make something happen.
Yeah, okay. And then lunar, obviously something there. Photon energy, we talked about this before. And then avoid study of dark energy. So like we're looking into dark matter, obviously.
I don't know what dark energy is.
I don't think we know what dark matter is, but we're trying to, through CERN, I think, either figure it out, create it. Even, if you listen to Bob Lazar, he says that the creation of element 115, once element 115, the fuel is put into the sort of generator engine or whatever, it basically dissipates into, or creates 116 from 115, and then it sort of disintegrates in that, or whatever it does, and then that creates dark matter, antimatter, or whatever, and that's how the reactor, I'm probably butchering it.
Last night when we were eating dinner, we were talking about this, as I was talking to Dr. Horster, and I was sharing some information with him, what I was seeing in my vivid dream state, and I was drawing pictures for him of what I was seeing, and what I saw was on a monitor that was embedded into the wall when one of these small grays had gone to it, and it lit up like a monitor, like a television monitor like this here. And it was showing some sort of liquid metallic. And I'm quick to say, or a lot of people are quick to say, that's liquid mercury. Well, that's what we have here. But I'm not for sure that was liquid mercury. It could be some other type of liquid metal that we haven't discovered yet. But I believe it was some type of liquid metal that was stationary at the time when he brought up the screen. And it started up. And this liquid metal started rotating in a circle, spinning something that was similar to, when it was stopped, it was similar to like the yin-yang symbol. The black and white S with the two dots on either side. It kind of resembled that appearance, but this wasn't, I wasn't looking straight down at it. This was at an angle, and I was interpreting the information kind of like that yin-yang symbol, but with the liquid metal rotating, spinning, causing other things to rotate and spin. And it was charged in a way where it started to glow, some sort of plasma around it, and it was changing colors. So this was spinning extremely fast, and it was charged, electrified in some way that it was causing a glow. And I tried to articulate this in sketches and shooting this over to Dr. Drew.
We'll bring it up here.
And we'll definitely bring that up.
I would love, what's so cool about this as well, Jeremy, is that everything you're saying, everything that we're looking at right here, like there's a hive mind out there right now. It's watching this with us.
Okay.
And this is the whole of the internet. There are brilliant people watching this. There are people who are studying advanced physics and sciences and all the soft and hard sciences. And collectively, it's another one of the reasons why, again, I'm so thankful that you're doing this, because you're giving not just me this information, you're giving this information to humanity, and whoever's out there who's on this path to try and, help disclosure, help whatever that is to come to light a little bit, shine some light on this stuff. I mean, they're going to find something in here that they can use for that. And
I am constantly getting new information. I'm constantly receiving messages in some fashion, not every day, not every night, but once, twice a month, maybe once a month. Maybe I'll go a few months without anything and I'll have something. But I'm constantly bombarded with very clear messages, very vivid messages. I would be happy to, some engineers, I'd be happy to assist and help. Because honestly, I'm burnt out with the radar stuff. I've been doing it for so long. I'm ready to move to something different. I would love to go on the investigative side of things. Where I'm not sitting and told to sit there and just, hey, somebody else is going to do this. I want to get involved. I want to help out. I have where I got locked out.
So from base, it was like 10:30 at night was like the time you had to go back, but then you went back and it was shut down. But then like you went to this restaurant, you went to this coffee shop.
Oh yes, yes, this happened in Iraq.
Yeah.
I wasn't working at the time. I won't go into detail of my job there as a civilian, but I was working on the installation, and a fellow contractor was having a birthday, and this was out in Erbil, Iraq, and I had gone to his birthday at this location, and it was a karaoke spot, and I played pool there from time to time. So I had gone, and they had food and stuff. So I was eating food and playing some pool, and I knew I looked at my watch at one point, and I was like, oh no, it's almost time before they lock down the base, and I can't get back on. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta go. And so I kind of rushed out, and I said thanks, and I took off to try to make it back to the gate, and I didn't make it back in time, so they turned me around. So I was agitated. I was like, man, I can't believe I missed that. And so I went right back, and he was still there, and a lot of the other guys were still there, because a lot of them lived in little apartments and stuff out there in Erbil. And so I was just like, okay, well, I'll go back. I can't get back on base now. So I had work to do, and I wanted to get back to my work, because I kind of engulfed myself with my work. I enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it over the many years, because I know what I'm doing. So I wanted to get back, and I didn't make it in time. So I went back and hung out. I stayed pretty late until about 2 o'clock in the morning. And then I needed to kill time, because everybody was going home, everybody was spending time with each other, and everyone was getting tired and rolling out. I decided I'm gonna go down to the coffee shop with this other guy who didn't make time as well. There was a couple of us that didn't make it back in time. So we decided to go to this little coffee restaurant, breakfast spot, and we went and sat down and ate and ordered our coffees, and I got my little egg breakfast thing going. And while we were sitting there, a buddy of mine mentioned that, like, okay, well, we're not alone, there's more coming in. And I kind of glanced over, and this one guy and 4 females, they were dressed in flashy Arabic attire. So they didn't have their faces covered. It was just their hair that was covered. But vibrant colors, blues and purples and greens and gold and silver in their clothing. This woman dressed nicely had come in with this basic guy beard. And as they were coming to the table, I noticed they had the most brilliant colored eyes, blues. Oh, and most of them had like a blue colored eyes, and one was slightly violet, almost purple. And it was like, they were staring at me, and they had beautiful, beautiful eyes, a little bit larger than mine or yours, just a little bit, barely noticeable. But I just could not get over how bright and brilliant they were, and it was like mesmerizing almost. And they were just staring at me, and they walked right by the table, two of us. He's sitting across, from me, and he's kind of glancing over, like, why are they staring? And he didn't say it out loud, but he's thinking, like, why are they staring at you, dude? Like, did you say something? And I didn't say nothing. And then they just casually sat down. They didn't say a word the entire time that they were there. They never opened their mouth to speak. This guy ordered everything for them, and all they ate was vegetables. All they ate was vegetables. The guy, he ordered like lamb and some other stuff, and got coffee. They were just drinking water and eating vegetables. And it was weird to me, but why they were sitting there, they just kept staring at me. Like, all the women
at the same time.
Not at the same time. At different times, they would look over at me and then look at each other and look over at me, almost like they were communicating without verbal communication, but communicating, nonverbal. And then I just kept hearing in my head, "Why are you here? You need help? What's your purpose? Like, why are you here?" I kept hearing this in my head. Nobody else could hear it. He couldn't hear anything. And he's sitting across from me, and we're trying to talk quietly, like, "Dude, they're not saying anything." He's like, "I know nothing's coming out of their mouth, And the guy already knows exactly what they want, and they're not speaking. And the guy's looking at them, and their eyes, they're looking back at each other, and then the guy's looking at me. I'm like, "What did I do? Why are you staring at me so much? Do I look like an American that bad?" I mean, yeah, I already know I don't fit in, but I tend to just wear just plain regular clothes, try to blend in as much as possible. I don't stand out, as the American, and I don't want to stand out too bad that night. I wouldn't even plan on going out, but I did. And it was just odd that they never said a word. The only one who spoke was the guy. And the guy just seemed normal.
You kept getting psychic interactions.
I kept getting messages like, "You need help? Why are you here? What's your purpose? What's your purpose here?"
I'm curious.
And I'm hearing it in my head, but not audible.
You asked your friend,
"Is it, you hear that?" I mean, I don't hear. They haven't said a word. Been dead silent. Only he's been talking. He's like, "That's all I've heard is him talking." To the waiter and stuff. And I was like, "He's not hearing it in his head like I can." And so I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't want my friend to think I'm crazy, so I'm just going to keep this kind of to myself." But they're talking to me in my head, like asking me if I need help or anything. And I'm just, in the back of my mind, I'm not verbally saying it, but I was like, "No, I'm okay. I'm good."
You're saying it to them?
I'm saying it in my head. I'm trying to. I mean, I don't know if the message is received or not, but I'm thinking it in my head. Nope, I'm good. I'm all right. Just gotta wait a few more hours so I can go back to work. I'm just saying that in my head. I'm not speaking it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's being picked up. I don't know if it's being received, but I just kept getting like, "Do you need help? Do you need help? Do you need assistance? Why are you here?
What's your purpose?" Like, "Yeah, help me out."
Yeah, it was a bit intimidating.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
You don't want to offend people in their own country. You want to be as most respectful as possible.
But also in that country, women are not staring at other men.
No, that's the other thing. That was another thing that was throwing me off.
Did they look Arabic from their complexion? Did they look like Middle Eastern? Or
yes, they looked Middle Eastern. Like from
except with like light eyes,
very brilliant eyes, and almost flamboyant clothing. Yeah. And the other thing that I noticed is they all had purses with them on their shoulders.
Is that unusual?
No, it's not unusual for a woman to carry a purse, but they never took the purse off.
Right.
They were sitting down. They all had their purses still on their shoulders or draped over them. They never removed their purse. They never took it off and set it on the floor. They never rummaged through their purse. It just stayed there. And they continued to eat and drink. And so it was just,
that's a crazy detail.
Stare at each other, look at another person and stare at them, look at me.
Yeah.
And it was just like, what? And
trying to fit in. Yeah. Okay. So then they get up and leave. Is that it? They leave before you?
They left before us. So, I mean, they finished eating and drinking their water. Yeah. And he paid, and they got up and were leaving. But as each one passed me by, they just staring me down. I mean, not aggressively. No. I didn't feel any sort of feeling or emotion behind it. And like nothing negative. Absolutely. Nothing.
Curiosity?
Yeah, more or less with curiosity. And, when they walked by, they each looked at me with a pause, like they were, "You good? Are you okay?" Just kind of, I kept hearing in my head, "You good? You're all right?" That's the impression that I got, as they walked out.
That's so creepy.
They jumped in this little black SUV and took off.
In a black SUV?
There's lots of them.
Yeah,
they're all over the place out there.
It's interesting. There's a book by a guy called Dr. David Jacobs, and he basically did a lot of regression on experiencers and wrote a book called Walking Among Us, which is essentially talking about like how these later stage hybrids are kind of like hiding in plain sight, but also not too familiar with how to be human quite yet.
Right.
And they're kind of learning from us. And so I hear a lot of these quirky stories of them emulating what people would do, but not entirely getting it right.
Right.
And so one of those instances might be like keeping your purse on the whole time you're eating. Like, it's such a dumb detail, but it's an important detail to fit in, but like to teach that, if you're teaching someone how to be human, you're like, "Oh yeah, you go out, you leave your purse." You don't always, maybe forget to mention, "Oh yeah, while you're eating, put your purse on the ground, pick it back up before you leave."
Right.
Like, these are just small details that I can see someone overlooking who's trying to assimilate and trying to look human,
Right.
There was another story, Nick Pope was here, and he got a call about this group of people looking very strange, and they all get together to buy a single pencil at an art store with like a big denomination bill.
Right.
They're a single pencil, and they're all kind of like looking, and then the lady's like, gives them their change, and they didn't know what to do with the change. They didn't know what to, like, and so like there's this interaction like, "Ooh, we're gonna go buy a pencil. That's what humans do," or whatever, and then not know that, "Oh, what is this? What are they giving me?" Like having no concept of like that.
Yes.
So
I'm showing I want this one thing, but you're giving me a bunch of things back.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah, they're all buying one. Like, it makes no sense. And she was so scared that she ended up calling like the UFO hotline or whatever.
Yeah, when you got a group of people all standing in a line buying one pencil.
Yeah, throws you off.
That would throw out some red flags in your brain quite a bit.
Yeah, it just feels uncanny.
People, yes, we're only here to buy this one pencil. That's very similar.
There's like 10 people. There's like a lot.
There's a whole bunch.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people.
Like, we're all here to buy this one pencil.
Yeah, exactly.
That's wild. Yeah,
it's wild. But you read a lot about those type of interactions where you're like, man, it's just you're just adjacent to being a normal person, but there's something off. There's like some uncanny valley happening.
Something glaring right in your face.
Holding that purse the entire time.
So the purse the whole time was something that just threw me off.
Yep.
It was like protected with that one arm the entire time. Like nothing can happen to this purse. It must stay right on me this entire time. Almost like it was a life support tank.
You know what's funny?
You know what I mean?
There's probably nothing in that purse.
There could be nothing.
They're probably just like, or trying to look human, be like, "I need this purse,"
but maybe it's something to protect themselves with.
Maybe
because they're not familiar with human interaction.
Yep.
They're not familiar with Muslim way of things.
Sure.
And especially women do not stare at men like that, with their faces uncovered.
Yeah.
And
they didn't look drunk or anything, did they? Or like, no,
they
not in the morning.
They were sitting upright, perfect posture, staring at each other, very casually eating, not rushing, not sipping their water with elegance, staring at me, and just not just staring. When they walk by, they stopped walking, and we're staring at me, just in a more mesmerized, questioning way. You don't do that over there. That's not a common behavior. It's a behavior that really stands out, is uncommon.
Yeah.
So, and I was trying to avoid staring back, so I was like,
yeah,
I don't want to offend anybody, but it was wild. It was so wild, and the guy that was with them, he was not in charge of them whatsoever. He was just there to help. And that's another characteristic that jumped out at me, because usually men are in control of everything.
I see.
There, with a group of women.
He's also Middle Eastern?
Yes. And that's something that was uncommon to me, because usually when, let's say a coworker or a boss takes some of the ladies out for a dinner, he's in charge. He's both protecting them, feeding them, and is usually in charge of the situation.
Yeah, they're chaperone. That deal.
He seemed like he was being chaperoned by them.
Oh, weird.
Like they were in charge, but not saying a word. He ordered everything for them, but they didn't say a word. It was like I never heard their voice.
Yeah, they were controlling him.
Besides in my head, but it was all the same in my head,
They just grabbed some random human, they're like, we're hungry, and you're going to order for us.
You're going to do exactly what we asked,
Hey, it's not a bad deal. 3 beautiful Middle Eastern women taking you out to them before. Yeah, I mean, hey.
It was wild.
Might be a good time. That's crazy. Gosh, yeah, these interactions fascinate me to no extent. As these messages that you're receiving go on, do you feel, are you writing them all down?
I have, yes.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Not all of them?
I mean, I do at times have moments where I just need to take a break from it, It's hard to imagine, but it's taxing. It's taxing on your you don't want to lose touch with yourself as well, you know what I mean? And so there's times where I just didn't, write them down. Just like, okay. Or maybe in my perspective of things, this is not that important right now.
Mm-hmm.
I got other things going on. And then they seem to slow down a little bit during those times. And then when I'm ready to start writing things down again, it picks up again at times.
So do you ever try communicating back?
Just thinking.
Do you ever get answers to what you're thinking?
Sometimes, but very seldom.
What's an example of an answer you've gotten back?
Like, hey, I've got a lot of things going on right now. I got a kid getting ready to graduate. I've got some things going on. I don't have time for this right now. And then it would just calm down. Just calm down for a while. I mean, but it's just thinking through some of this stuff. I've asked, can you give me some more direct answers that are helpful? Something I can articulate down, write down, and it's like epiphany for everybody. So you just you cut to the chase and just give me the answer.
Yeah, so give me like some wild goose chase.
Leave the cryptics out. Just give me the straight answer. No. And I get a response like, no, you have to be educated to that level. And so that's the impression that I get, that this happens for a reason, and it has to happen in the steps that it's happening in. And so they're not going to give you a straight answer. They're going to educate you to get that straight answer in time.
You feel like you're progressing.
I feel like I always feel like it's progressing.
Whoa.
Like progressing, not fast, but at the pace that it's supposed to progress at,
Whoa.
Yes. I've asked that specifically. Just give me the answer. Just let me solve it. Let me put it out there. Let me get it out there. No, it doesn't work that way.
Do you feel like they're holding things back from you?
I do at times.
What do you think?
I don't think it's anything bad.
No.
I think it's more along the lines of you need
to know basis.
You need to understand things the way they work in order for it to progress further. We need to ease you into things.
Huh.
Because it's already like a super mind. Yeah, I'm military. I cuss a lot. I don't want to keep.
No, you're good.
It's a mind fuck.
Yeah.
It blows your freaking mind. And if they just threw everything at me at once, I mean, who knows what happened in my mental state? So
yeah,
maybe this is a way to protect myself. That they're gradually sharing stuff, because I believe that progression is needed. And I specifically, just give me the answer. No, we won't do it that way.
Do you think you were chosen? Like from like a young age? Do you think that you've been selected?
A lot of strange things happened when I was a child, and we talked about this last night. My parents were still together. My mom and dad were still married. I was about 4, and there was a time when I was about 4 years old where I started waking up in different parts of the house, and it freaked my parents out when I wasn't in bed when they go to wake me up for school, and they couldn't find me. I wasn't under the bed, because sometimes I would go under the bed, and sleep under there because I was afraid. I don't know what I was afraid of, but I was drawing a lot of pictures that my mom took away and hidden, because I believe I was drawing, graves, and she didn't want our community, our neighborhood, to think that we were crazy people. So she hid a lot of that. But I was sleeping under the bed because I was afraid. I was going to bed when I was little. I'm a 4-year-old, seeing weird things. It could bother you. But they would go in and wake me up, and I wouldn't be in bed. And I wouldn't be in the room. They would find me in the garage sleeping, like on some laundry that hadn't been washed yet. They would find me on the back porch, locked out of the house. They would find me in random places around the house and outside of the house that they'd go out and wake me up on. I've fallen asleep in a toy box on my back porch. How can a kid sleep on toys? I don't know. Kids can sleep in weird places. They can sleep hanging off of a bed sometimes. So yeah, that's when they started putting locks on the windows so that they couldn't be opened. And that's when things started to pick up. And there was one time where my dad was concerned and slept outside of my room. And because they would lock us in the room, they would lock me and my brother in the room because they thought I was sleepwalking. And so my dad grabbed a chair, put it outside our bedroom door, tucked us in, and we went to bed. And I'd hear him outside the door, y'all stop laughing, y'all stop cutting up, go to sleep, go to bed. And so we'd stop talking and eventually fall asleep. Well, this particular time, he was sleeping outside the door, and he had gotten up a couple of times to stand up and stretch his legs and then lay back down and get comfortable and go back to sleep. But this morning, they go and unlock the door to go wake us up, and I'm not there. Well, the windows are all locked. I've been locked in my room, but I'm not in there. And they couldn't find me for a while. I believe it was like 30, 45 minutes. They were starting to lose their mind. They called the police. They thought I'd been kidnapped, but there's no way anybody could have gotten in. They don't know how I disappeared. And so they're looking everywhere. And when the police show up, they're taking information. There's a couple police officers that were there from what I remember. And as some of them started to go scour the road or the area, one of them walked by my dad's car and saw my foot hanging out from some of my dad's work clothes. And I had fallen asleep inside my dad's locked car in the back seat. I was sleeping in the back seat of my dad's car under some of his work coats. He was a security guard at the time. He was one of his jackets I was sleeping under. And they were trying to get the door unlocked. My dad was looking for his keys. He found his keys and they unlocked the door and got me. How'd you get in here? The door's been locked. My dad found his keys like in the closet where he keeps them up top, where he keeps his hats and stuff. He just puts his keys up there, easy for him to grab.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't reach that at 4 years old. And I couldn't lock myself in and go back and put the keys back. I ended up in a locked car out of a locked room Yeah, in the backseat of my dad's car at 4 years old.
You think you were abducted?
That's the impression that I get. And it screams that, but
no confirmation.
I can't prove that. I'm not going to try to prove it. I'm just going to point out that my mom brought this up and she said it bothered her, and she was worried, and she was pretty freaked out at this point. And so she told me she was praying and doing a lot of things, so trying to get some help, and it eventually stopped. It stopped happening, and everybody like calmed down.
That was a real ordeal.
It was quite. It
was police involved and everything.
Yeah, this was incredible. Like 1 month time frame or so in my young terrifying. Yeah, 4 years old.
But you do have some proof of something, and that proof you have in you, I would say.
Yes. Okay. That's really good. So it wasn't a while back. I sometime 2021, right after I retired from the military, and I was going through my VA stuff and we were looking for a house to buy, place to settle down. And I started having some abdominal pains, some strange abdominal pains. And I thought that either my appendix was about to burst or something was going on with me. I needed to get to the hospital and get checked out. So I took off, drove to the hospital, military hospital on base. Went to the emergency room and was getting checked out because I told them I was having a lot of weird abdominal pains. It wasn't feeling right. It was intensifying and stuff. And so they were thinking that maybe something was going on with my appendix or something. So they went and they put me through some type of medical scanners. I want to say MRI or something similar to that effect. They took some x-rays and got me through an MRI. And while they were going through this MRI, which I think it's an MRI, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I guess it takes scans around like in a 360-degree location of your body, and it takes lots of images so that they can see how things are affecting me in my body. And while they were doing that, they discovered a anomaly in my left hip. It was similar to the size of a BB, but maybe squished down a little bit, and it was about half my fingernail, my pinky fingernail. Not very large. I would say half the size of a dime.
Is it metal?
It's metal. They said it glowed in a way that was metal, and it was the strange thing is why they're playing the video and seeing it. You can see my circulatory system, you can see blood pumping from my heart, you can see the pulsing from my heartbeat, and this thing had its own pulse that was different from the rest of my circulatory system. So this thing had a pulse to it as well, but to a completely different beat of how my heart is, and this was metal. And this, I guess they said this had to have been some type of micronuclear, some sort of reaction or for it to show up the way it did.
The doctors were baffled.
They were, I mean, my doctor was like, what the hell? And he came back with 2 other doctors, I guess specialists in their field, and they're like, hey, well, we need to check you out. They didn't say anything at first. I was like, why is there 3 of you? What are 3 of you doing here? He's like, we need to check you out. Can you roll to your right? And I rolled to my right, and they removing the paper apron that they always make you wear. They're removing that paper apron around and just completely checking out the back of my buttocks, my hip, my legs, my inner thigh. They're checking me out thoroughly. I was like, it doesn't hurt there. It hurts in my abdominal. What are y'all doing? He's like, hold on, we're looking at something. We're looking for scarring. I was like, I don't have any scars there. He's like, you were military. Have you been blown up? I was like, no, not really. I haven't been really blown up. I had never received any shrapnel or anything like that in my career. So they were looking for old injury sites.
Yeah.
Old injuries or old scarring. Yeah. They were looking for scarring, and I had no idea until they finished. And so they said, that's super weird. And so the 3 of us are in here because you have some sort of metal object in your hip that is pulsing different from your circulatory system, and we can see it on video. It's pulsing. We would like to ask you if you want it removed. We'd be happy. We'd love to remove it from you. And I was like, and I said, I don't know. I don't know how to think about it. And the more I thought about it, I said, no, I'll have to talk to my wife first, and she's not here right now, so I'll talk with her, and I'll take it back to you later. And they were really trying to get me to have it removed.
Really?
They were really trying to convince me. It was like, well, it's a foreign object.
They're excited about it.
It's not good for your body. And it was like, is it causing anything? Well, no, but that doesn't mean it won't cause anything later. And they were just trying to convince me, like, from a health perspective, you don't want metal and foreign objects that have some sort of energy associated with them in your body because it's not good for you.
Yeah.
And so they were going through my medical records and everything, trying to figure out what this is and where it came from, and there's nothing. And so they were really trying to convince me to have it removed. And as I was thinking about it, it was like, it's there for a purpose. It's not causing me any bodily harm. Why do they want to remove it? And it was like, well, maybe they want to remove it and study it, and I'll never hear from it again. So, and maybe it was put in place for a specific reason. So I decided, no, I'm going to leave it there. And I talked to Linda Molten Howell about it. She said, it's there for a reason. You don't want to remove it. And so I said, okay, all right. Well, I told the doctors I'd give them a call back after I left, and I called back and said, no, I'm just going to leave it there. It's not causing any problems, and I don't want to cause myself any more pain just so you guys can remove something and mess around with it. So I'm just going to leave it there. And they're like, seriously, really? We really want to check this thing out. It looks crazy. And so I was like, no, I know, but I'm just going to leave it there.
It's still there.
It's still there. Yeah. I don't know if it's there.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You can't feel it on the surface?
I don't feel anything.
It's like in the hip?
I want to say about an inch deep.
In the bone or in the muscle or in like some type of ligament or something? In the tissue?
It's not in the bone. It's just in soft tissue.
In soft tissue somewhere.
And it's far enough where I can't feel it when I'm pushing. So,
yeah.
I mean, I had no idea it was even present.
Also, damn well, as soon as they take it out, you're never seen that thing.
Yeah. As soon as they take it out, it's
classified. Happened to John Ramirez.
They wouldn't even show me. I'm sure they were a little too excited about it.
Happened to John Ramirez.
I don't know.
At the CIA, he had these frequent nosebleeds. He fell back in his chair, so they took him to give him like an X-ray, and they saw that he had scarring tissue from like an incision up in his nasal cavity, and some it seemed like fragments of something up there. And they're like, have you ever had an operation? And he's like, no. And they're like, we'd like to remove this stuff from you in your nose and at the same time solder that incision, and it'll prevent you from having these nosebleeds.
Right.
And so they extracted whatever it was he had in his nose, and closed him up, and it was all good. And later on, when he was retiring, he remembers, looks at his medical record, and he goes, hey, can I get that back? And they go, oh, let's check. And they're like, nope, that's classified. And he goes, but it was in my body. And they're like, yeah, sorry, no, classified.
It's ours now.
So he called a doctor friend of his at the CIA who requested it. He could get access to it, but he wouldn't be allowed to show it to John either. What a whirlwind this has been. What a whirlwind this has been for you, sir.
It has been a whirlwind, to say the least.
Something you're still going through.
Constantly, yeah.
Man, I can't even. Can you promise me something? The next time you get the transmission, if it isn't too personal, you share it with me?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't want to keep anything, yeah, from our progression. So yeah, I definitely will share.
Cool.
Absolutely.
And let me know, if you need my help with anything you got going on.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help with whatever I can help with.
Absolutely. And I think, I really started thinking about this more when I was in Israel. Do I want to keep doing the same boring job forever? And so I worked long hours out there and very little time off. But some of that time off, I would I would use to sit at a park and just watch people interact, walking the dogs and things, and occasional children playing, and just kind of taking things in and thinking about a lot of different things. And there's good people out there, there's families, there's people who struggle, there's people who don't struggle as much, and I just, I'm just, we're all gifted with life, imagination, and curiosities, and brilliance that allowed us to just go throughout their daily lives not realizing they have, and I just value life. I value people.
Yeah. And obviously the pursuit of something greater.
Yeah. I think it's important that, you don't want to get stagnant doing stuff that you're not, that doesn't really interest you much anymore, and you want to move on. So if anyone out there's got some ideas, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I can make a living doing something I enjoy, as opposed to, just the same mundane existence.
Yeah. You're here. And if anybody out there, wants to dot some I's, cross some T's on this whole puzzle, check out our Discord as well. It's a great place to reach out to me. I'm frequently on there, and I'll start a whole channel on this stuff. And so we can see people go down the rabbit hole and see what they come up with. Maybe I'll share that with you. Yeah. Maybe bring you into Discord as well, and, be a part of it so you can see what people are putting together.
Absolutely.
That'd be kind of cool, right?
It's always been crazy because there's a lot of things that just line up with other perspectives.
Yeah.
And I'm always open to other perspectives.
Yeah.
And sometimes I can help people solve things really quick with just, well, hey, that sounds really familiar. Did you try this? Oh, wow, I didn't think about that,
Yep.
It's like, we weren't built to do things solo.
Yeah, definitely.
We were built to inspire one another.
You should have prepared, should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save? Rick looked at Lyra, still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said. By making sure their survival means something. By being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved. Some called his name. Some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class now finished. For you, the boy said. So you remember us? Rick's throat felt tight. I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you. The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorch marks. The evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage. Helping each other. Refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Alarian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. You did everything possible, Vera said during their last session. You know that, right? Knowing it and feeling it are different things, Rick replied. They are. But feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh. Especially now. Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard, rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart, in memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. "Sergeant Walsh, if you are watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility. But the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves." The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class. Scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared. They just do what needs doing. So I tried to be brave like you, and it got easier. Thank you for teaching us that." More children appeared in the video, each sharing a brief message. Pax talked about how he wanted to join the coalition forces when he grew up, to help protect others like Rick had protected them. Others shared artwork they had made, stories they had written, ways they had found courage in dark moments by remembering the human who had fought for them. The video ended with Commander Yates appearing on screen. "Rick, stop being stubborn and check your messages. You've received commendations from 7 different governments. The coalition is offering you any posting you want. The facility wants you to come back as head of security with triple your old pay, and about 100 families want to thank you personally. You're famous now. Deal with it." Rick sat in his small quarters on the base staring at the blank screen. Famous. He did not want to be famous. He wanted to be left alone to do his job. His communicator chimed. "Incoming call." He almost ignored it, but the caller ID made him pause. "Lieutenant Dal. Rick answered. Dal's blue face appeared, looking pleased. "Sergeant Walsh, good to see you up and around. Lieutenant, what can I do for you?" "Actually, I'm calling with an offer. The facility is reopening next month. They want a complete security overhaul. New protocols, new training, new everything. They asked me to head the project. I accepted on one condition, that you join my team." Rick hesitated. "I don't know if I can go back there." "I understand. But consider this. Those children remember you. They need to see that heroes don't just disappear after the battle. They keep going, keep working, keep caring. Your presence there would mean more than any security system we could install. I'm not a hero, Dal. I'm just a soldier who got lucky." "You're wrong. You're exactly what a hero looks like. Imperfect, stubborn, willing to sacrifice everything for others. That's the definition." Dal leaned closer to the camera. "The children need to see that you survived. That doing the right thing doesn't always mean dying for it. Sometimes it means living with it and choosing to keep helping people." Rick thought about the statue in the memorial garden, about Lyra's message, about all the children who were finding courage by remembering what one determined human had done. "I'll think about it," Rick said finally. "That's all I ask. Take your time. The offer stands whenever you're ready." The call ended. Rick sat alone with his thoughts. Outside his window, Frontier Base 7 bustled with activity. Ships coming and going, soldiers training, people living their lives unaware that somewhere out there, a single act of desperate courage had become a story told across worlds. Rick opened his footlocker and pulled out the honey badger figurine Pax had given him. The carving was rough, childish, but made with care. He set it on his desk where he could see it. Maybe Dal was right. Maybe going back was the right choice. Not to be celebrated or honored, but to show those children that you could face horror and come out the other side. That scars heal. That life continues. That protecting others is a responsibility that does not end when the battle does. His communicator chimed again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. Rick opened it. "Uncle Rick, this is Pax. Lieutenant Dal gave me your contact info. I hope that's okay. I wanted you to know something. I'm starting a club at the facility. It's called the Honey Badger Corps. We help younger students when they're scared. We stand up to bullies. We do volunteer work in the community. We try to be brave like you were. Like you are. 30 kids joined in the first week. We wear patches with a honey badger on them. Is that okay?" Rick stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed a reply. It's more than okay, Pax. It's perfect. Keep being brave. Keep helping others. That's what matters most. I'm proud of you. He sent the message, then stood and walked to his window, looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, children were learning that courage was not about being fearless. It was about choosing to act despite fear. That strength was not about domination. It was about protection. That humans, for all their flaws and weaknesses, they refused to give up. They stood between the innocent and the dark, and when a child cried out, they answered. Rick made his decision. He would go back to the facility, not as a hero seeking glory, but as a teacher showing students what it meant to keep going after tragedy, to turn pain into purpose, to transform fear into determination, because that was the real legacy of the honey badger. Not the violence or the desperate battle, but the choice to keep caring, keep protecting, keep standing up for those who needed someone in their corner. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Lieutenant Dahl. I accept your offer. When do we start? The response came back immediately. Welcome back, Sergeant. We start by rebuilding, together. Rick smiled slightly. Rebuilding, that felt right. Take something broken and make it whole again. Take frightened children and help them find strength. Take a tragedy and transform it into a lesson about resilience. That was the human way. Not the strongest. Not the fastest. Not the most advanced. But the ones who refused to quit. The ones who cared so deeply that they would fight impossible battles and carry impossible burdens. The ones who, when darkness came, chose to be the light. Rick packed his gear that night. Tomorrow he would ship out to Viridian the 4, back to the facility where he had nearly died, back to the children who remembered him, back to the work of protecting and teaching and showing others that courage was not about never being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. As he prepared to sleep, Rick looked one more time at the honey badger figurine on his desk. Such a small thing, such a simple gift, but it represented something larger. Hope, resilience, the refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack, who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do, who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. Not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took. To stand up when it was easier to stay down, to protect when it was safer to hide, to care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares, because he had made his choice. He would keep going, keep helping, keep standing between children and danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home, and somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread, whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered. Because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them. Echo forever. This was one of them.
More importantly, the captured Skrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens them. You actually saved people. That's what we learned from humans, Alex replied. Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses. 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Keth Mori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports. Displorations. Your unit has responded to 17 emergencies. Your unit has responded to 17 emergencies were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods. Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these. No traditional military unit, corrected Elder Navigator Sekamara. But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less. Alex stepped forward. High Commander, we request permission to expand the program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human families. And humans want to learn from us, asked if we can set up an exchange program. Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. Opinion? Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians. For the first time in our history, added Navigator Sekmara, other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could. Kathek was the last holdout. And what happens to our warrior holdout? And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years? We're just warriors with a different definition of years. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding submission. We use our minds as much as our claws. Max nodded. And we're happier this way. Traditional Keth Mori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, the galaxy is chains. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Keth Mori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Keth Mori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision. I know I won't, Zektar replied, because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was. 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Keth Mori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger. Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. Alex, I wanted you to see this. The new Keth Mori human teams have the highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength. Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing? Alex, she replied, I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other. And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned They had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. The detention bay of the Meridian's gate smelled like recycled air, anxiety, and what Brian could only describe as alien body odor, but in stereo. He sat on a bench that wasn't designed for human proportions, wedged between a methane-breathing blob creature and something that looked like an angry pine cone with too many eyes. Just another Tuesday. Wait, no. Actually, it was the 4th rotation cycle of the station week, which Brian had stopped trying to convert to Earth days about 6 months ago. Above him, the fluorescent panels hummed in a frequency that made his molars ache. Around him, dozens of detainees from across the galaxy waited their turn for processing. Most looked resigned. A few looked terrified. A few looked terrified. Brian looked bored. He'd been arrested for unauthorized transit through restricted space, which was bureaucratic speak for, you took a shortcut through a zone we told you not to fly through. In Brian's defense, that shortcut had shaved 18 hours off his delivery route, and the client had been very specific about the deadline. Also in Brian's defense, nobody had actually been using that restricted space. It was just empty void with an old warning buoy that probably predated half the species in this detention center. The cargo hauler's life. Not glamorous, occasionally illegal, but it paid the bills. Next detainee, a chittering voice announced through the universal translator embedded in Brian's ear. The device did its best to make the sound comprehensible, but there was no hiding the click-clack-click of mandibles that accompanied every syllable. Brian stood, stretched, his spine popping like bubble wrap, and shuffled toward the processing station. The being behind the counter was an insectoid, roughly 2 meters tall when standing on all 6 legs, with a carapace that shimmered between green and bronze, depending on the light. His compound eyes were the size of baseballs, and his antennae twitched with what Brian had learned to recognize as bureaucratic impatience. Designation, the insectoid said flatly, 3 of his 4 manipulator arms already dancing across a holographic interface. Brian, human, cargo hauler operating out of the Frontier Freight Collective. Brian rattled off his identification code from memory. He'd been through customs enough times to have it memorized in 3 different galactic languages. The insectoid, his nameplate read Officer Ralmoth in glowing script, didn't look up. Offense? Your system says unauthorized transit. I say I was making a delivery, and your restricted zone isn't clearly marked on civilian navigation charts. The zone has been restricted for 3,000 cycles. Yeah, well, humans have only been flying out here for 200 years, so maybe update the civilian charts? One of Ralmoth's antennae bent toward Brian, a gesture that might have been the insectoid equivalent of a raised eyebrow. You are arguing with the officer processing your detention? I'm not arguing. I'm providing context. Brian flashed his most innocent smile. There's a difference. Ralmoth's mandibles clicked in what the translator interpreted as a sigh. Extend your primary manipulator. Brian held out his hand. This was standard procedure. A quick genetic scan to verify species, check for outstanding warrants across the galactic database, and assess biological threat levels. Usually took about 15 seconds. Brian had done it so many times he could practically recite the readout. Homo sapiens, no augmentation, Class 3 biohazard rating due to bacterial diversity, cleared for general population zones. Ralmoth produced a scanner that looked like a tuning fork made of crystal and light. He pressed it against Brian's palm, and the device hummed, a rising tone that meant it was analyzing, cataloging, cross-referencing against the galactic registry. Then the hum changed. It dropped an octave, stuttered, then climbed to a pitch that made everyone in the detention bay wince. The crystal scanner flickered through colors that Brian didn't have names for, and Ralmoth's antenna shot straight up. Definitely not a good sign. That's new, Brian said, watching the insectoid's 4 manipulator arms freeze mid-gesture. The holographic display in front of Ralmoth erupted with text. Not the usual neat lines of data, but cascading strings of symbols that scrolled faster than Brian could track. Alarms weren't going off, but the quality of silence that had fallen over the processing station was somehow worse. Ralmoth's compound eyes swiveled to focus entirely on Brian. All of them. The insectoid went completely still, except for the trembling of his antennae. "Officer," Brian tried. "Everything okay?" "Step back from the counter," Ralmoth said, and for the first time, his voice had lost its bureaucratic monotone. The translator picked up something that sounded like fear. "Step back immediately." Brian raised both hands and took 3 steps backward. Around him, other detainees were starting to notice that something was wrong. The blob creature oozed a little closer to the wall. The angry pine cone thing bristled its spines. Ralmoth was already hitting a comm button with enough force to crack the interface. "Security to processing station 12. Priority alert. I need the shift commander. Now." "Want to tell me what's going on?" Brian asked, trying to keep his voice light. Inside, his heart was doing a pretty good impression of a drum solo. "Scanner malfunction?" Ralmoth's antennae bent toward the holographic display, then back to Brian, then to the display again. "The scanner is functioning within normal parameters." "Then what's..." Commander said, his voice like gravel being crushed by a glacier. "Explain your priority alert." Ralmoth gestured at Brian with one trembling manipulator. "Commander Nixtal, the genetic scan on this human. It returned an error code I have never encountered in 18 years of processing." Nixtal's glowing eyes fixed on Brian. The human felt like he was Predator, trying to decide if he was food or threat. "What kind of error?" "The scanner identifies his genetic markers as matching the precursor species database, sir." The detention bay could have been a vacuum for how silent it went. Even the environmental systems seemed to quiet down. Brian looked from Ralmoth to Nixtal to the security officers, all of whom were now staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "I'm sorry," Brian said slowly. "The what now?" Nixtal moved to the processing station in 3 long strides. He studied the holographic display, his glowing eyes scanning the cascading data. One of his hands, 3-fingered, Brian noticed, reached out to manipulate the interface. The text slowed, stabilized, and resolved into something that looked like an official readout. Brian couldn't read the alien script, but he could read body language just fine. And Nixtal's body language was screaming, "Oh, this is very, very bad." "Run it again," Nixtal ordered. "Commander, I already..." "Run it again." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked nervously, but he picked up the scanner once more. Human, your manipulator. Brian extended his hand again, feeling the eyes of every being in the detention bay boring into him. The scanner pressed against his palm, hummed its rising tone, and then the same discordant note, the same cascade of impossible colors, the same explosion of data across the holographic display. But this time, Brian was close enough to see what was making everyone panic. The translator in his ear caught fragments of the text. Error. Genetic markers match precursor species database. Classification impossible. Warning. Subject genome contains architectural sequences predating current galactic cycle. Alert. Probability analysis suggests direct lineage or engineered derivative. And there, at the bottom, flashing in what Brian's human brain interpreted as urgent red. Recommend immediate containment and analysis. Okay, Brian said, pulling his hand back and looking at the security officers who were now very pointedly aiming their plasma rifles in his general direction. So, I'm going to guess that's not a standard deportation situation. Nixtal turned to face him fully. Human, you will be moved to maximum security holding immediately. You will not resist. You will not attempt to communicate with other detainees. Do you understand? I mean, I understand the words you're saying, but I'm not really clear on why. Do you understand? Nixtal's voice dropped to a growl that made Brian's hindbrain scream at him to comply. Crystal clear, Commander. Lead the way. The security officers formed a perimeter around Brian, not close enough to touch, but close enough that running would be very stupid and very short-lived. As they escorted him out of the detention bay, Brian caught sight of the other detainees. The blob creature had oozed as far into the corner as physics would allow. The angry pine cone looked less angry and more terrified. And Ralmoth, poor bureaucratic Ralmoth, was staring at his scanner like it had personally betrayed him. The walk to maximum security was short, but educational. Brian passed holding cells that contained beings he recognized from news feeds, pirates, smugglers, a few individuals who'd probably committed war crimes. The cells were force field doors, transparent, designed to be seen. A deterrent and a statement. They stopped at a cell at the end of the corridor. Unlike the others, this one had a solid door, actual metal, thick enough to stop pretty much anything short of a ship's cannon. Nixtal input a command sequence, and the door slid open with a hiss of equalizing pressure. Inside, Nixtal said. Brian stepped into the cell. It was small, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, with a bench, a waste facility, and nothing else. No windows, no entertainment, not even bad fluorescent lighting, just a soft glow from panels in the ceiling that provided enough light to see by, and nothing more. The door slid shut behind him with a finality that made Brian's stomach drop. He stood there for a moment, processing. Then he sat down on the bench, which was at least designed for something vaguely humanoid. He looked at his hands, the same hands he'd had this morning when he'd woken up in his ship's bunk, made terrible coffee, and plotted a course that was only slightly illegal. Precursor species, he muttered to himself. What the hell is a precursor species? He'd been flying freight for 6 years. Before that, he'd worked construction on Mars. Before that, he'd been a student who barely graduated with a degree in logistics. At no point in his entirely unremarkable life had anyone mentioned anything about precursors or genetic databases or architectural sequences predating galactic cycles. And yet, here he was, locked in maximum security, because his DNA had apparently just broken the galaxy's most sophisticated genetic scanner. Brian leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, and did what any reasonable human would do in an absurd situation. He started laughing. It wasn't hysterical laughter. Not yet, anyway. It was the kind of laughter that came from the sheer ridiculousness of existence. He'd been arrested for a traffic violation, essentially, and now he was a maximum security detainee because a computer said his genes were impossible. When the laughter subsided, Brian opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Somewhere up there, beyond the metal and the station and the void of space, was Earth. Home. Where there were probably millions of other humans going about their business, completely unaware that one of their own had just accidentally discovered something that scared the living daylights out of the Galactic Council. Brian smiled. Not because he understood what was happening. He very much did not. But because somewhere in the back of his mind, in that place where human intuition lived, he had the strangest feeling that this wasn't actually a surprise. Not to humanity, anyway. It was just a surprise to everyone else. "Well," he said to the empty cell, "this is going to be interesting." News traveled fast in the galactic community. But panic? Panic moved at faster-than-light speeds. Within 3 hours of Brian's scan, the incident report had crossed 16 desks, been flagged by automated security protocols, and landed in the inbox of someone important enough to actually do something about it. Within 6 hours, that someone had contacted someone even more important. Within 12 hours, the Galactic Council's High Command had convened an emergency session. Emergency sessions weren't called lightly. The last one had been 8 years ago when a rogue asteroid was discovered on a collision course with a populated world. Before that, it had been a plague outbreak. Before that, a trade war that threatened to go kinetic. This was bigger. The council chamber materialized in holographic splendor across a dozen different star systems simultaneously. 12 representatives, 12 species, all projected into a virtual space that looked like the inside of a crystalline sphere floating in the void. It was designed to be impressive, neutral, and vaguely intimidating. Today, it just felt cramped. Counselor Jix Mara floated at the center, or rather, their holographic representation did. In reality, Jix Mara existed in a zero-gravity tank on their homeworld, a being that looked like a jellyfish crossed with a constellation. Bioluminescent patterns pulsed across their translucent body, and their voice came through the translators as something between wind chimes and whale song. "This session is convened under emergency protocols," Jix Mara announced, their lights pulsing in what Brian would have recognized as barely controlled agitation. "We have received troubling reports from the Meridian's Gate detention facility. Dr. Mothran, present your findings." A hologram flickered into greater focus, a being that resembled a praying mantis, if praying mantises were 2.5 meters tall and wore lab coats. Dr. Mothran's compound eyes reflected the data streams she was manipulating with 4 of her 6 limbs. "Counselors," Mothran began, her voice crisp and clinical. 3 hours ago, a routine genetic scan on a human detainee returned results that should be impossible. The subject's DNA contains genetic sequences that match fragments we've recovered from precursor archaeological sites across the galaxy. One of the other counselors, a crystalline being whose name translated roughly as the sound of mountains growing, interrupted with a sound like grinding stones. Contamination, laboratory error. The human must have come into contact with precursor material. "That was my first hypothesis," Mothran said, her antennae twitching. "We ran the scan 6 more times using different equipment. We analyzed skin cells, hair follicles, and blood samples. Every test returned the same result. The sequences aren't on the surface. They're integrated into the subject's genome at the foundational level. The chamber erupted. Not with sound. The holograms couldn't properly transmit the chaos, but with a flurry of movement and flashing lights that indicated every representative trying to speak at once. Jixmara's bioluminescence flared bright enough to make the hologram flicker. "Order," they commanded, and the Chothran explained to this council, in terms we can all comprehend, what you are suggesting. Mothrin's mandibles clicked in what might have been nervousness. I am suggesting that this human, and possibly all humans, carry genetic material that dates back to the precursor civilization. The architectural sequences in his DNA are identical to templates we've found in precursor genetic laboratories. Not Simser genetic laboratories. Not Simpossible, another counselor said. This one a floating orb of contained plasma. The precursors vanished millions of years before humans even evolved. Their civilization ended before Earth's sun ignited. I am aware of the timeline, Mothrin said dryly, which makes the data even more disturbing. Either our understanding of precursor history is fundamentally wrong, or someone used precursor genetic technology to engineer humanity long after the precursors supposedly vanished. The chamber went silent. It was the kind of silence that preceded either revelation.
Tyler Bennett had been running the coffee shop on Frontier Station 7 for almost 2 years now, and honestly, most days he wondered why he even bothered. The rent was killing him, half his equipment was held together with duct tape and prayers, and his customer count had dropped so low he could name every regular by their favorite drink order. It was a Tuesday afternoon when everything changed, though he didn't know it yet. The station was quieter than usual. Just a few truckers passing through and a couple of maintenance workers grabbing their afternoon caffeine fix. Tyler was behind the counter, scrolling through bills on his tablet and trying not to panic about the eviction notice he'd received that morning. That's when he noticed the alien in the corner booth. The creature was impossible, with scales that shimmered like oil on water, shifting between deep purple and midnight blue depending on how the light hit them. 2 elegant horns curved back from his skull, and his eyes were this striking golden color that seemed to glow faintly in the dim lighting of the shop. He wore a traveler's cloak that had seen better days, all worn and patched at the edges. But what really caught Tyler's attention wasn't how the alien looked. It was how he sat. Hunched over, shoulders curved inward, staring down at a cup of coffee that had to be ice cold by now. Tyler had seen that posture before in the mirror on his worst days. That was the look of someone carrying weight they didn't know how to put down. The alien had been sitting there for 3 hours. Tyler knew because he'd been watching the clock, waiting for closing time. Most customers came and went within 30 minutes, maybe an hour if they were working on something. But this guy just sat there, occasionally lifting the cup to his lips before setting it back down without drinking. Tyler made a decision. He grabbed the coffee pot, took a deep breath, and walked over. The alien's head snapped up as Tyler approached, those golden eyes widening in what looked like surprise. Up close, Tyler could see more details. The scales weren't just purple and blue, they had these tiny flecks of silver that caught the light. The alien's claws, resting on the table, were neatly filed down, like he was trying not to be threatening. "Hey there," Tyler said, keeping his voice friendly and casual. "That coffee's gotta be colder than a spacer's heart by now. Want me to pour you a fresh one? No charge." The alien stared at him for a long moment, and Tyler started to wonder if he'd made a mistake. Maybe this species didn't do refills. Maybe offering free stuff was an insult in his culture. Tyler had put his foot in his mouth with alien customs before. But then the alien spoke, his voice deep and rumbling like distant thunder. "You would do this? For a stranger?" "Sure, why not?" Tyler shrugged and poured the fresh coffee anyway. "You look like you're having a rough day. We've all been there." He stuck out his hand. "I'm Tyler, by the way. Tyler Bennett." The alien looked at Tyler's hand like it was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. Then very carefully he reached out and shook it. His grip was gentle, controlled, like he was afraid of hurting Tyler. "You may call me Val," he said softly. Tyler slid into the opposite side of the booth without asking. Something told him this guy needed someone to talk to, and Tyler had nothing better to do. The bills would still be there later. "So Vel, what brings you to this corner of nowhere?" Tyler asked. Vel wrapped his clawed hands around the warm cup, and Tyler saw his shoulders relax just a fraction. Running, perhaps, or searching. "I am not certain which anymore." "Yeah, I get that feeling." Tyler leaned back. "Sometimes it's hard to tell if you're running away from something or towards something else, you know?" They started talking, and it was weird how easy it felt. Vel spoke carefully, choosing his words like each one mattered. He talked about family troubles, about expectations he couldn't meet, about responsibilities that felt too heavy to carry. He never gave specifics, always kept things vague, but Tyler understood the emotion behind it. Tyler found himself opening up too, telling the stranger about the coffee shop, about the eviction notice, about how he dreamed of running his own business since he was a kid but was pretty sure he was going to fail spectacularly. He told Vel about his ex-girlfriend who'd left because she was tired of being broke, about his mom who kept asking when he was going to get a real job, about lying awake at night wondering if he was just fooling himself. "What do you think makes someone worthy of responsibility?" Vel asked suddenly, his golden eyes intense and focused. "What separates those who should lead from those who should follow?" Tyler laughed and ran a hand through his hair. "Man, you're asking the wrong guy. I can barely keep this place running. I'm pretty sure I'm the poster child for irresponsible life choices." "Perhaps that makes you exactly the right person to ask," Vel said quietly. "Those who seek power rarely question whether they deserve it. But you, Tyler Bennett, you doubt yourself at every turn, yet you continue trying. You see me, a stranger sitting alone, and your first instinct is kindness. No calculation. No expectation of reward. Just compassion." Tyler didn't know what to say to that, so he just poured them both more coffee. They talked for another hour about everything and nothing. Vel asked questions about humans, about Earth culture, about what Tyler believed made life worth living. Tyler had never felt so heard before, like every word he said actually mattered to someone. When Vel finally stood to leave, the station's lights were dimming for night cycle. He placed one large, scaled hand on Tyler's shoulder, the touch surprisingly warm. "Thank you, Tyler Bennett," Vel said, and there was something in his voice that made it sound like more than just thanks for coffee. "You have given me something precious today. More precious than you can possibly know." Tyler walked him to the door and watched as Vel headed toward the docking bays. That's when Tyler noticed the ship. It was sleek and elegant, with lines that suggested both speed and luxury. The hull had this iridescent quality that probably cost more than Tyler would make in 10 lifetimes. That was not the ship of someone down on their luck. Tyler stood in the doorway for a long moment, frowning. Something didn't add up. But then again, nothing in his life made sense lately, so why should this? He went back inside, cleaned up the cups, and locked the door. Just another weird day on Frontier Station 7. He had no idea he just changed the fate of the galaxy. 3 weeks passed, and Tyler had almost forgotten about the strange alien in the worn cloak. Almost, but not quite. There was something about that conversation that stuck with him, replaying in his head during the quiet moments between customers. He was checking his account balance one morning, preparing himself for the usual depressing numbers, when his tablet screen made him do a double take. Then a triple take. Then he refreshed the page 4 times because surely this had to be a glitch. 50,000 credits. Just sitting there. An anonymous deposit with no message, no explanation, no sender information. Tyler's hands started shaking. 50,000 credits was enough to pay off his back rent, fix the broken espresso machine, replace the flickering lights, and still have enough left over to actually breathe for a few months. He immediately called the bank, convinced it was an error and they'd take it back. "No error, Mr. Bennett," the automated system cheerfully informed him. "The deposit is legitimate and cleared. Have a wonderful day." Tyler sat there staring at his tablet for 20 minutes straight. Who would do this? He didn't have rich relatives. He didn't have any relatives who even liked him that much. His ex definitely wouldn't send him money. None of his friends had that kind of cash lying around. The mystery deepened over the next few days. Aliens started showing up at his shop, species he'd never seen before on the station. They'd come in, look around with these evaluating expressions, and then order coffee. Lots of coffee. A group of 4-armed traders from the Belker system became regulars, always taking the table by the window. A family of floating jellyfish-like creatures started coming in every morning, communicating through color changes that Tyler slowly learned meant the usual please. Even some of the more intimidating species, the ones with too many teeth and armor plating, started dropping by. "How did you hear about my place?" Tyler asked one of the Belker traders, a friendly guy who'd introduced himself as Keswick. Keswick's 4 hands gestured expressively as he spoke. "A friend told us about the human hospitality here. said this was the one place on the station where everyone was treated with genuine respect, not just tolerance. We had to see for ourselves. What friend? Tyler pressed. Keswick just smiled. Friend. Tyler pressed. Keswick just smiled us over status. He said we should support establishments that understand what really matters. The coffee shop went from nearly bankrupt to thriving in less than a month. Tyler had to hire 2 employees just to keep up with demand. He finally fixed all the equipment, replaced the worn-out furniture, and even added some decorations to make the place feel more welcoming. For the first time since opening, he actually felt like maybe he hadn't made a horrible mistake with his life. But weird things were happening beyond his little coffee shop too. Tyler started noticing news reports that didn't make sense. The galactic news networks, which usually played in the background while he worked, suddenly couldn't stop talking about Emperor Velkorth of the Vasher Empire. Apparently, the guy had disappeared for months and everyone thought he'd given up his throne. Now he was back and he was doing things that had the entire galaxy confused. The Emperor has proposed unprecedented reforms, one news anchor announced, her holographic form flickering above Tyler's counter display. He's granting younger species, including humans, full trading rights and political representation in the Galactic Council. Noble houses are calling it madness. Tyler wiped down a table, only half listening. Politics had never been his thing. He had enough trouble managing his own life without worrying about galactic empires. Another report showed the Emperor visiting human colonies personally, something apparently no emperor had done in centuries. Emperor Velkorth continues his tour of primitive, developing worlds. The anchor corrected herself quickly. He spent 3 hours yesterday at a human agricultural colony, speaking with farmers about their concerns. Political analysts are baffled by this behavior. Tyler glanced up at the screen and froze mid-wipe. The camera had zoomed in on the Emperor's face for a close-up. Those scales, shimmering purple and blue. Those golden eyes. The elegant horns curving back from his skull. The cloth dropped from Tyler's hand. His mouth went dry. His heart started pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. No, he whispered. No way. That's not possible. But it was. The alien he'd served coffee to, the guy in the worn cloak who'd sat in his corner booth looking lost and sad, was the Emperor of the Vasher Empire. An empire that controlled 40,000 star systems. An empire that could crush humanity like an insect if it wanted to. Tyler had given him free coffee. He'd sat down and complained about his bills. He'd told an emperor that he was terrible at life choices. Oh no, Tyler said out loud, earning a curious look from a nearby customer. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Everything suddenly made sense. The anonymous donation. The sudden flood of alien customers. They weren't random. Vel had done this. The Emperor had saved his coffee shop. But why? Tyler had just been nice to him. That's it. That's all he'd done. Given him a refill and listened to him talk. That couldn't possibly be worth this kind of attention. Tyler pulled up more news articles, reading frantically. The Emperor wasn't just helping Tyler's shop. He was changing policies across the entire galaxy, all of them benefiting humanity and other younger species. He was standing up to ancient noble houses, pushing back against traditions that had existed for thousands of years. The Emperor claims that age does not be disapproving. He argues that younger species bring fresh perspectives that the galaxy desperately needs. His critics say he's been compromised, possibly even manipulated. Tyler's stomach dropped. Manipulated. They thought someone had gotten to the Emperor. And if people started investigating who the actually, this was bad. This was really, really bad. Tyler spent the rest of the day in a daze. Going through the motions of making coffee while his mind raced. What was he supposed to do? Contact the Emperor? Pretend nothing happened? Leave the station and change when closing time came around. Tyler was locking the front door when he noticed a familiar ship landing at the docking bay across the plaza. That sleek, expensive vessel that shouldn't belong to a wandering stranger. The door opened and Vel stepped out. This time he wasn't alone. For absolutely massive guards in formal armor flanked him, their eyes scanning the area with professional paranoia. They weren't even trying to be subtle about it. Vel looked directly at Tyler's shop. Even from this distance, Tyler could see those golden eyes lock onto him. Tyler's hand was still on the door lock. He could pretend the shop was closed. He could hide in the back. He could run. Instead, because apparently he was an idiot who never learned, Tyler unlocked the door and turned the lights back on. weren't even trying to be subtle about it. Vel looked directly at Tyler's shop. Even from this distance, Tyler could see those golden eyes lock onto him. Tyler's hand was still on the door lock. He could pretend the shop was closed. He could hide in the back. He could run. Instead, because apparently he was an idiot who never learned, Tyler unlocked the door and turned the lights back on. If an emperor wanted to talk to him, running probably wouldn't help anyway. He started making coffee with shaking hands. Something told him this conversation was going to be very different from their first one. The door chimed. Tyler didn't turn around. So, he said. Tyler didn't turn around. So, he said, his voice only slightly unsteady. Behind him, Velkorith, Emperor of the Vasher Empire and ruler of 40,000 star systems, let out a very heavy sigh. Tyler kept his back turned, focusing on the coffee machine like it was the most his back as he measured out the grounds, but he tried to keep his voice steady. Your guards can wait outside, Tyler said. There was a pause, then Vel's deep voice rumbled softly. Wait outside. Keep the perimeter secure but give us privacy. Tyler heard the heavy footsteps retreat and the door chime again as the guards left. Only then did he turn around, 2 cups of fresh coffee in hand. Vel stood in the middle of the shop, looking somehow smaller than he had 3 weeks ago, despite his massive frame. You knew, Vel said quietly. When did you figure it out? About an hour ago. Saw you on the news.
There's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want...
But it represented something larger. Hope. Resilience. The refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack. Who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do. Who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. Not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took. To stand up when it was easier to stay down. To protect when it was safer to hide. To care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares. Because he had made his choice. He would keep going. Keep helping. Keep standing between children and danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home. And somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread. Whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered. Because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them.
More importantly, the captured Scrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens. That's what we learned from humans, Alex replied. Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses. 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Keth Mori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports displayed on the main screen. In 9 months of operations, your unit has responded to 17 emergency situations. In every case, civilian casualties were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods. Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these. No traditional military unit, corrected Elder Navigator Sekimara. But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less. Alex stepped forward. High Commander, we request permission to expand the human families. And humans want to learn from us too. Captain Morrison on New Denver has asked if we can set up an exchange program. Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. Opinion? Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth-Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians. For the first time in our history, added Navigator Sekimara, other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could. Kathek was the last holdout. And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years? Luna stepped forward. We're still warriors. We're just warriors with a different definition of years. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding laws. Max nodded. And we're happier this way. Traditional Keth-Mori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, the galaxy is changing. New threats require new solutions. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Keth-Mori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Keth-Mori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision. I know I won't, Zektar replied, because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was. 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Keth-Mori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. Alex, look, the other's sleeve. Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger. Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. Alex, I wanted you to see this. Highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength. Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing? Alex, she replied, I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other. And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned commanding entire war wings, but more importantly, they had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
Before we get this video, that way you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. The detention bay of the Meridian's Gate smelled like recycled air. Meridian's Gate smelled like recycled air, anxiety, and what Brian could only describe as alien body odor, but in stereo. He sat on a bench that wasn't designed for human proportions, wedged between a methane-breathing blob creature and something that looked like an angry pine cone with too many eyes. Just another Tuesday. Wait, no. Actually, it was the 4th rotation cycle of the station week, which Brian had stopped trying to convert to Earth days about 6 months ago. Above him, the fluorescent panels hummed in a frequency that made his molars ache. Around him, dozens of detainees from across the galaxy waited their turn for processing. Most looked resigned. A few looked terrified. Brian looked bored. He'd been arrested for unauthorized transit through restricted space, which was bureaucratic speak for, "You took a shortcut through a zone we told you not to fly through." In Brian's defense, that shortcut had shaved 18 hours off his delivery route, and the client had been very specific about the deadline. Also in Brian's defense, nobody had actually been using that restricted space. It was just empty void with an old warning buoy that probably predated half the species in this detention center. The cargo hauler's life. Not glamorous, occasionally illegal, but it paid the bills. "Next detainee," a chittering voice announced through the universal translator embedded in Brian's ear. The device did its best to make the sound comprehensible, but there was no hiding the click-clack-click of mandibles that accompanied every syllable. Brian stood, stretched, his spine popping like bubble wrap, and shuffled toward the processing station. The being behind the counter wasn't standing on all 6 legs, with a carapace that shimmered between green and bronze, depending on the light. His compound eyes were the size of baseballs, and his antennae twitched with what Brian had learned to recognize as bureaucratic impatience. "Designation," the insectoid said flatly. 3 of his 4 manipulator arms already dancing across a holographic interface. "Brian, human, cargo hauler operator." Brian rattled off his identification code from memory. He'd been through customs enough times to have it memorized in 3 different galactic languages. The insectoid, in glowing script, didn't look up. "Offense? Your system says unauthorized transit. I say I was making a delivery, and your restricted zone is making a delivery, and your restricted zone isn't clearly marked on civilian navigation charts. The zone has been restricted for 3,000 cycles. Yeah, well, humans have only been flying out here for 200 years, so maybe update the civilian charts?" One of Ralmoth's antennae bent toward Brian, a gesture that might have been the insectoid equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "You are arguing with the officer processing your detention?" "I'm not arguing. I'm providing context." Brian flashed his most innocent smile. "There's a difference." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked in what the translator interpreted as a sigh. "Extend your primary manipulator." Brian held out his hand. This was standard procedure. A quick genetic scan to verify species, check for outstanding warrants across the galactic database, and assess biological threat levels. Usually took about 15 seconds. Brian had done it so many times he could practically recite the readout. Homo sapiens, no augmentation, Class 3 biohazard rating due to bacterial diversity, cleared for general population zones. Ralmoth produced a scanner that looked like a tuning fork made of crystal and light. He pressed it against Brian's palm and the device hummed, a rising tone that meant it was analyzing, cataloging, cross-referencing against the galactic registry. Then the hum changed. It dropped an octave, stuttered, then climbed to a pitch that made everyone in the detention bay wince. The crystal scanner flickered through colors that Brian didn't have names for, and Ralmoth's antenna shot straight up. Definitely not a good sign. That's new, Brian said, watching the insectoid's 4 manipulator arms freeze mid-gesture. The holographic display in front of Ralmoth erupted with text. Not the usual neat lines of data, but cascading strings of symbols that scrolled faster than Brian could track. Alarms weren't going off, but the quality of silence that had fallen over the processing station was somehow worse. Ralmoth's compound eyes swiveled to focus entirely on Brian. All of them. The insectoid went completely still, except for the trembling of his antennae. "Officer," Brian tried. "Everything okay?" "Step back from the counter," Ralmoth said, and for the first time, his voice had lost its bureaucratic monotone. The translator picked up something that sounded like fear. "Step back immediately." Brian raised both hands and took 3 steps backward. Around him, other detainees were starting to notice that something was wrong. The blob creature oozed a little closer to the wall. The angry pine cone thing bristled its spines. Ralmoth was already hitting a comm button with enough force to crack the interface. "Security to processing station 12. Priority alert. I need the shift commander. Now." "Want to tell me what's going on?" Brian asked, trying to keep his voice light. Inside, his heart was doing a pretty good impression of a drum solo. "Scanner malfunction?" Ralmoth's antennae bent toward the holographic display, then back to Brian, then to the display again. "The scanner is functioning within normal parameters." "Then what's the problem?" "The readout is, it is impossible." Before Brian could press further, the detention bay doors hissed open with enough force to make them slam against their stops. 3 security officers came through, 2 bipedal reptilians with plasma rifles, and 1 hulking quadruped whose species Brian didn't recognize, but whose muscles had muscles. They moved with the kind of precision that said, "Elite Guard," not "Station Security." Behind them came a being that could only be the shift commander. Tall, bipedal, with skin that looked like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed a faint orange. He wore the insignia of the Galactic Council peacekeepers, and his uniform was immaculate. When he walked, everyone in the detention bay suddenly found the floor very interesting to look at. "Officer Ralmoth," the commander said, his voice like gravel being crushed by a glacier. "Explain your priority alert." Ralmoth gestured at Brian with 1 trembling manipulator. "Commander Nixtal, the genetic scan on this human. It returned an error code I have never encountered in 18 years of processing." Nixtal's glowing eyes fixed on Brian. The human felt like he was being evaluated by a very large, very dangerous predator trying to decide if he was food or threat. "What kind of error?" "The scanner identifies his genetic markers as matching the precursor species database, sir." The detention bay could have been a vacuum for how silent it went. Even the environmental systems seemed to quiet down. Brian looked from Ralmoth to Nixtal to the security officers, all of whom were now staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "I'm sorry," Brian said slowly. "The what now?" Nixtal moved to the processing station in 3 long strides. He studied the holographic display, his glowing eyes scanning the cascading data. One of his hands, 3-fingered, Brian noticed, reached out to manipulate the interface. The text slowed, stabilized, and resolved into something that looked like an official readout. Brian couldn't read the alien script, but he could read body language just fine. And Nixtal's body language was screaming, "Oh, this is very, very bad." "Run it again," Nixtal ordered. "Commander, I already—" "Run it again." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked nervously, but he picked up the scanner once more. "Human, your manipulator." Brian extended his hand again, feeling the eyes of every being in the detention bay boring into him. The scanner pressed against his palm, hummed its rising tone, and then the same discordant note, the same cascade of impossible colors, the same explosion of data across the holographic display. But this time, Brian was close enough to see what was making everyone panic. The translator in his ear caught fragments of the text. Error. Genetic markers match precursor species database. Classification impossible. Warning. Subject genome contains architectural sequences predating current galactic cycle. Alert. Probability analysis suggests direct lineage or engineered derivative. And there, at the bottom, flashing in what Brian's human brain interpreted as urgent red. Recommend immediate containment and analysis. "Okay," Brian said, pulling his hand back and looking at the security officers who were now very pointedly aiming their plasma rifles in his general direction. "So, I'm going to guess that's not a standard deportation situation." Nixtal turned to face him fully. "Human, you will be moved to maximum security holding immediately. You will not resist. You will not attempt to communicate with other detainees. Do you understand?" "I mean, I understand the words you're saying, but I'm not really clear on why." "Do you understand?" Nixtal's voice dropped to a growl that made Brian's hindbrain scream at him to comply. "Crystal clear, Commander. Lead the way." The security officers formed a perimeter around Brian, not close enough to touch, but close enough that running would be very stupid and very short-lived. As they escorted him out of the detention bay, Brian caught sight of the other detainees. The blob creature had oozed as far into the corner as physics would allow. The angry pine cone looked less angry and more terrified. And Ralmoth, poor bureaucratic Ralmoth, was staring at his scanner like it had personally betrayed him. The walk to maximum security was short, but educational. Brian passed holding cells that contained beings he recognized from news feeds. Pirates, smugglers, a few individuals who'd probably committed war crimes. The cells were force field doors, transparent, designed to be seen. A deterrent and a statement. They stopped at a cell at the end of the corridor. Unlike the others, this one had a solid door. Actual metal, thick enough to stop pretty much anything short of a ship's cannon. Nixtal input a command sequence, and the door slid open with a hiss of equalizing pressure. "Inside," Nixtal said. Brian stepped into the cell. It was small, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, with a bench, a waste facility, and nothing else. No windows, no entertainment, not even bad fluorescent lighting, just a soft glow from panels in the ceiling that provided enough light to see by, and nothing more. The door slid shut behind him with a finality that made Brian's stomach drop. He stood there for a moment, processing. Then he sat down on the bench, which was at least designed for something vaguely humanoid. He looked at his hands, the same hands he'd had this morning when he'd woken up in his ship's bunk, made terrible coffee, and plotted a course that was only slightly illegal. "Precursor species," he muttered to himself. "What the hell is a precursor species?" He'd been flying freight for 6 years. Before that, he'd worked construction on Mars. Before that, he'd been a student who barely graduated with a degree in logistics. At no point in his entirely unremarkable life had anyone mentioned anything about precursors or genetic databases or architectural sequences predating galactic cycles. And yet, here he was, locked in maximum security, because his DNA had apparently just broken the galaxy's most sophisticated genetic scanner. Brian leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, and did what any reasonable human would do in an absurd situation. He started laughing. It wasn't hysterical laughter. Not yet, anyway. It was the kind of laughter that came from the sheer ridiculousness of existence. He'd been arrested for a traffic violation, essentially, and now he was a maximum security detainee because a computer said his genes were impossible. When the laughter subsided, Brian opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Somewhere up there, beyond the metal and the station and the void of space, was Earth. Home. Where there were probably millions of other humans going about their business, completely unaware that one of their own had just accidentally discovered something that scared the living daylights out of the Galactic Council. Brian smiled. Not because he understood what was happening. He very much did not. But because somewhere in the back of his mind, in that place where human intuition lived, he had the strangest feeling that this wasn't actually a surprise. Not to humanity, anyway. It was just a surprise to everyone else. "Well," he said to the empty cell, "this is going to be interesting." News traveled fast in the galactic community. But panic? Panic moved at faster-than-light speeds. Within 3 hours of Brian's scan, the incident report had crossed 16 desks, been flagged by automated security protocols, and landed in the inbox of someone important enough to actually do something about it. Within 6 hours, that someone had contacted someone even more important. Within 12 hours, the Galactic Council's High Command had convened an emergency session. Emergency sessions weren't called lightly. The last one had been 8 years ago when a rogue asteroid was discovered on a collision course with a populated world. Before that, it had been a plague outbreak. Before that, a trade war that threatened to go kinetic. This was bigger. The council chamber materialized in holographic splendor across a dozen different star systems simultaneously. 12 representatives, 12 species, all projected into a virtual space that looked like the inside of a crystalline sphere floating in the void. It was designed to be impressive, neutral, and vaguely intimidating. Today, it just felt cramped. Counselor Jix Mara floated at the center, or rather, their holographic representation did. In reality, Jix Mara existed in a zero-gravity tank on their homeworld, a being that looked like a jellyfish crossed with a constellation. Bioluminescent patterns pulsed across their translucent body, and their voice came through the translators as something between wind chimes and whale song. "This session is convened under emergency protocols," Jix Mara announced, their lights pulsing in what Brian would have recognized as barely controlled agitation. "We have received troubling reports from the Meridian's Gate detention facility. Dr. Mothrin, present your findings." A hologram flickered into greater focus, a being that resembled a praying mantis, if praying mantises were 2.5 meters tall and wore lab coats. Dr. Mothrin's compound eyes reflected the data streams she was manipulating with 4 of her 6 limbs. "Counselors," Mothrin began, her voice crisp and clinical. 3 hours ago, a routine genetic scan on a human detainee returned results that should be impossible. The subject's DNA contains genetic sequences that match fragments we've recovered from precursor archaeological sites across the galaxy. One of the other counselors, a crystalline being whose name translated roughly as the sound of mountains growing, interrupted with a sound like grinding stones. Contamination, laboratory error. The human must have come into contact with precursor material. "That was my first hypothesis," Mothrin said, her antennae twitching. We ran the scan 6 more times using different equipment. We analyzed skin cells, hair follicles, and blood samples. Every test returned the same result. The sequences aren't on the surface. They're integrated into the subject's genome at the foundational level. The chamber erupted. Not with sound. The holograms couldn't properly transmit the chaos, but with a flurry of movement and flashing lights that indicated every representative trying to speak at once. Jixmara's bioluminescence flared bright enough to make the hologram flicker. "Order," they commanded, and the chamber reluctantly settled. "Dr. Mothrin, explain to this council, in terms we can all comprehend, what you are suggesting." Mothrin's mandibles clicked in what might have been nervousness. "I am suggesting that this human, and possibly all humans, carry genetic material that dates back to the precursor civilization. The architectural sequences in his DNA are identical to templates we've found in precursor genetic laboratories. Not similar, identical." "That's impossible," another counselor said. "This one a floating orb of contained plasma. The precursors vanished millions of years before humans even evolved. Their civilization ended before Earth's sun ignited." "I am aware of the timeline," Mothrin said dryly, "which makes the data even more disturbing. Either our understanding of precursor history is fundamentally wrong, or someone used precursor genetic technology to engineer humanity long after the precursors supposedly vanished." The chamber went silent. It was the kind of silence that preceded either revelation.
Tyler Bennett had been running the coffee shop on Frontier Station 7 for almost 2 years now, and honestly, most days he wondered why he even bothered. The rent was killing him, half his equipment was held together with duct tape and prayers, and his customer count had dropped so low he could name every regular by their favorite drink order. It was a Tuesday afternoon when everything changed, though he didn't know it yet. The station was quieter than usual, just a few truckers passing through and a couple of maintenance workers grabbing their afternoon caffeine fix. Tyler was behind the counter, scrolling through bills on his tablet and trying not to panic about the eviction notice he'd received that morning. That's when he noticed the alien in the corner booth. The creature was impossible to miss, really. He stood at least 8 feet tall, with scales that shimmered like oil on water, shifting between deep purple and midnight blue depending on how the light hit them. 2 elegant horns curved back from his skull, and his eyes were this striking golden color that seemed to glow faintly in the dim lighting of the shop. He wore a traveler's cloak that had seen better days, all worn and patched at the edges. But what really caught Tyler's attention wasn't how the alien looked. It was how he sat. Hunched over, shoulders curved inward, staring down at a cup of coffee that had to be ice cold by now. Tyler had seen that posture before in the mirror on his worst days. That was the look of someone carrying weight they didn't know how to put down. The alien had been sitting there for 3 hours. Tyler knew because he'd been watching the clock, waiting for closing time. Most customers came and went within 30 minutes, maybe an hour if they were working on something. But this guy just sat there, occasionally lifting the cup to his lips before setting it back down without drinking. Tyler made a decision. He grabbed the coffee pot, took a deep breath, and walked over. The alien's head snapped up as Tyler approached, those golden eyes widening in what looked like surprise. Up close, Tyler could see more details. The scales weren't just purple and blue, they had these tiny flecks of silver that caught the light. The alien's claws, resting on the table, were neatly filed down, like he was trying not to be threatening. "Hey there," Tyler said, keeping his voice friendly and casual. "That coffee's gotta be colder than a spacer's heart by now. Want me to pour you a fresh one? No charge." The alien stared at him for a long moment, and Tyler started to wonder if he'd made a mistake. Maybe this species didn't do refills. Maybe offering free stuff was an insult in his culture. Tyler had put his foot in his mouth with alien customs before. But then the alien spoke, his voice deep and rumbling like distant thunder. "You would do this? For a stranger?" "Sure, why not?" Tyler shrugged and poured the fresh coffee anyway. "You look like you're having a rough day. We've all been there." He stuck out his hand. "I'm Tyler, by the way. Tyler Bennett." The alien looked at Tyler's hand like it was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. Then very carefully he reached out and shook it. His grip was gentle, controlled, like he was afraid of hurting Tyler. "You may call me Val," he said softly. Tyler slid into the opposite side of the booth without asking. Something told him this guy needed someone to talk to, and Tyler had nothing better to do. The bills would still be there later. "So Val, what brings you to this corner of nowhere?" Tyler asked. Val wrapped his clawed hands around the warm cup, and Tyler saw his shoulders relax just a fraction. "Running, perhaps. Or searching. I am not certain which anymore." "Yeah, I get that feeling." Tyler leaned back. "Sometimes it's hard to tell if you're running away from something or toward something else, you know?" They started talking, and it was weird how easy it felt. Val spoke carefully, choosing his words like each one mattered. He talked about family troubles, about expectations he couldn't meet, about responsibilities that felt too heavy to carry. He never gave specifics, always kept things vague, but Tyler understood the emotion behind it. Tyler found himself opening up too, telling the stranger about the coffee shop, about the eviction notice, about how he dreamed of running his own business since he was a kid but was pretty sure he was going to fail spectacularly. He told Vel about his ex-girlfriend who'd left because she was tired of being broke, about his mom who kept asking when he was going to get a real job, about lying awake at night wondering if he was just fooling himself. "What do you think makes someone worthy of responsibility?" Vel asked suddenly, his golden eyes intense and focused. "What separates those who should lead from those who should follow?" Tyler laughed and ran a hand through his hair. "Man, you're asking the wrong guy. I can barely keep this place running. I'm pretty sure I'm the poster child for irresponsible life choices." "Perhaps that makes you exactly the right person to ask," Vel said quietly. "Those who seek power rarely question whether they deserve it. But you, Tyler Bennett, you doubt yourself at every turn, yet you continue trying. You see me, a stranger, sitting alone, and your first instinct is kindness. No calculation. No expectation of reward. Just compassion." Tyler didn't know what to say to that, so he just poured them both more coffee. They talked for another hour about everything and nothing. Vel asked questions about humans, about Earth culture, about what Tyler believed made life worth living. Tyler had never felt so heard before, like every word he said actually mattered to someone. When Vel finally stood to leave, the station's lights were dimming for night cycle. He placed one large, scaled hand on Tyler's shoulder, the touch surprisingly warm. "Thank you, Tyler Bennett," Vel said, and there was something in his voice that made it sound like more than just thanks for coffee. "You have given me something precious today. More precious than you can possibly know." Tyler walked him to the door and watched as Vel headed toward the docking bays. That's when Tyler noticed the ship. It was sleek and elegant, with lines that suggested both speed and luxury. The hull had this iridescent quality that probably cost more than Tyler would make in 10 lifetimes. That was not the ship of someone down on their luck. Tyler stood in the doorway for a long moment, frowning. Something didn't add up. But then again, nothing in his life made sense lately, so why should this? He went back inside, cleaned up the cups, and locked the door. Just another weird day on Frontier Station 7. He had no idea he'd just changed the fate of the galaxy. 3 weeks passed, and Tyler had almost forgotten about the strange alien in the worn cloak. Almost, but not quite. There was something about that conversation that stuck with him, replaying in his head during the quiet moments between customers. He was checking his account balance one morning, preparing himself for the usual depressing numbers, when his tablet screen made him do a double take. Then a triple take. Then he refreshed the page 4 times because surely this had to be a glitch. 50,000 credits. Just sitting there. An anonymous deposit with no message, no explanation, no sender information. Tyler's hands started shaking. 50,000 credits was enough to pay off his back rent, fix the broken espresso machine, replace the flickering lights, and still have enough left over to actually breathe for a few months. He immediately called the bank, convinced it was an error and they'd take it back. "No error, Mr. Bennett," the automated system cheerfully informed him. "The deposit is legitimate and cleared. Have a wonderful day." Tyler sat there staring at his tablet for 20 minutes straight. Who would do this? He didn't have rich relatives. He didn't have any relatives who even liked him that much. His ex definitely wouldn't send him money. None of his friends had that kind of cash lying around. The mystery deepened over the next few days. Aliens started showing up at his shop, species he'd never seen before on the station. They'd come in, look around with these evaluating expressions, and then order coffee. Lots of coffee. A group of 4-armed traders from the Belker system became regulars, always taking the table by the window. A family of floating jellyfish-like creatures started coming in every morning, communicating through color changes that Tyler slowly learned meant the usual please. Even some of the more intimidating species, the ones with too many teeth and armor plating, started dropping by. "How did you hear about my place?" Tyler asked one of the Belker traders, a friendly guy who'd introduced himself as Keswick. Keswick's 4 hands gestured expressively as he spoke. "A friend told us about the human hospitality here. Said this was the one place on the station where everyone was treated with genuine respect, not just tolerance. We had to see for ourselves." "What friend?" Tyler pressed. Keswick just smiled mysteriously. "Someone important who values kindness over status. He said we should support establishments that understand what really matters." The coffee shop went from nearly bankrupt to thriving in less than a month. Tyler had to hire 2 employees just to keep up with demand. He finally fixed all the equipment, replaced the worn-out furniture, and even added some decorations to make the place feel more welcoming. For the first time since opening, he actually felt like maybe he hadn't made a horrible mistake with his life. But weird things were happening beyond his little coffee shop too. Tyler started noticing news reports that didn't make sense. The galactic news networks, which usually played in the background while he worked, suddenly couldn't stop talking about Emperor Velkorith of the Vasher Empire. Apparently, the guy had disappeared for months and everyone thought he'd given up his throne. Now he was back and he was doing things that had the entire galaxy confused. "The Emperor has proposed unprecedented reforms," one news anchor announced, her holographic form flickering above Tyler's counter display. "He's granting younger species, including humans, full trading rights and political representation in the Galactic Council. Noble houses are calling it madness." Tyler wiped down a table, only half listening. Politics had never been his thing. He had enough trouble managing his own life without worrying about galactic empires. Another report showed the Emperor visiting human colonies personally, something apparently no emperor had done in centuries. "Emperor Velkorith continues his tour of primitive, developing worlds," the anchor corrected herself quickly. "He spent 3 hours yesterday at a human agricultural colony, speaking with farmers about their concerns. Political analysts are baffled by this behavior." Tyler glanced up at the screen and froze mid-wipe. The camera had zoomed in on the Emperor's face for a close-up. Those scales, shimmering purple and blue. Those golden eyes. The elegant horns curving back from his skull. The cloth dropped from Tyler's hand. His mouth went dry. His heart started pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. "No," he whispered. "No way. That's not possible." But it was. The alien he'd served coffee to and sad was the Emperor of the Vasher Empire. An empire that controlled 40,000 star systems. An empire that could crush humanity like an insect if it wanted to. Tyler had given him free coffee. He'd sat down and complained about his bills. He'd told an emperor that he was terrible at life choices. "Oh no," Tyler said out loud, earning a curious look from a nearby customer. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," look from a nearby customer. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Everything suddenly made sense. The anonymous donation. The sudden flood of alien customers. They weren't random. Vel had done this. The Emperor had saved his coffee shop. But why? Tyler had just been nice to him. That's it. That's all he'd done. Given him a refill and listened to him talk. That couldn't possibly be worth this kind of attention. Tyler pulled up more news articles, reading frantically. The Emperor wasn't just helping Tyler's shop. He was changing policies across the entire galaxy, all of them benefiting humanity and other younger species. He was standing up to ancient noble houses, pushing back against traditions that had existed for thousands of years. The Emperor claims that age does not determine wisdom, one political commentator said, clearly disapproving. He argues that younger species bring fresh perspectives that the galaxy desperately needs. His critics say he's been compromised, possibly even manipulated. Tyler's stomach dropped. Manipulated. They thought someone had gotten to the Emperor. And if people started investigating who the Emperor had been in contact with, they'd find Tyler eventually. This was bad. This was really, really bad. Tyler spent the rest of the day in a daze, going through the motions of making coffee while his mind raced. What was he supposed to do? Contact the Emperor? Pretend nothing happened? Leave the station and change his identity? He was still wrestling with these questions when closing time came around. Tyler was locking the front door when he noticed a familiar ship landing at the docking bay across the plaza. That sleek, expensive vessel that shouldn't belong to a wandering stranger. The door opened and Vel stepped out. This time he wasn't alone. 4 absolutely massive guards in formal armor flanked him, their eyes scanning the area with professional paranoia. They weren't even trying to be subtle about it. Vel looked directly at Tyler's shop and eyes lock onto him. Tyler's hand was still on the door lock. He could pretend the shop was closed. He could hide in the back. He could run. Instead, because apparently he was an idiot who never learned, Tyler unlocked the door and turned the lights back on. They weren't even trying to be subtle about it. Vel looked directly at Tyler's shop. Even from this distance, Tyler could see those golden eyes lock onto him. Tyler's hand was still on the door lock. He could pretend the shop was closed. He could hide in the back. He could run. Instead, because apparently he was an idiot who never learned, Tyler unlocked the door and turned the lights back on. If an emperor wanted to talk to him, running probably wouldn't help anyway. He started making coffee with shaking hands. Something told him this conversation was going to be very different from their first one. The door chimed. Tyler didn't turn around. "So," he said, his voice only slightly unsteady. "Emperor, huh? That's a pretty big detail to leave out." Behind him, Velkorith, Emperor of the Vasher Empire and ruler of 40,000 star systems, let out a very heavy sigh. Tyler kept his back turned, focusing on the coffee machine like it was the most important thing in the universe. His hands were shaking slightly as he measured out the grounds, but he tried to keep his voice steady. "Your guards can wait outside," Tyler said. "They're making my shop look like a military checkpoint." There was a pause, then Vel's deep voice rumbled softly. "Wait outside. Keep the perimeter secure but give us privacy." Tyler heard the heavy footsteps retreat and the door chime again as the guards left. Only then did he turn around, 2 cups of fresh coffee in hand. Vel stood in the middle of the shop, looking somehow smaller than he had 3 weeks ago, despite his massive frame. "You knew," Vel said quietly. "When did you figure it out?" "About an hour ago. Saw you on the news." Tyler set both cups on the counter, not trusting himself to walk them over without spilling. "Want to tell me why the ruler of half the galaxy was sitting in my crappy coffee shop pretending to be a nobody?" Vel moved to the counter slowly, like he was approaching a spooked animal. He picked up one of the cups and wrapped his clawed hands around it in that same gentle way he had before. "Because I needed to be a nobody. Just for a little while." "Yeah, well, congratulations. You fooled me completely." Tyler heard the bitterness in his own voice and hated it. He wasn't angry, not really. He was scared and confused and feeling incredibly stupid. So what now? Was this all some kind of test? See how the primitive humans treat strangers? No. Vel's voice was sharp, almost hurt. "No, Tyler, it was nothing like that." "Then what was it?" Tyler finally looked up, meeting those golden eyes. "Because I'm having a really hard time understanding why an emperor would lie to some random coffee shop owner." Vel was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, and his voice carried a weight that made Tyler's anger deflate. 5 years ago there was a civil war in my empire. It lasted 18 months. 12 systems burned. 4 billion people died. He paused, his claws clicking against the ceramic cup. "My mate died. My 3 oldest children died. All because houses under my rule decided they wanted power more than peace." Tyler felt his throat tighten. He didn't know what to say to that. "I won the war," Vel continued. "Crushed the rebellion completely. But victory felt like ash in my mouth. I looked at what I had done, the orders I had given, the lives I had spent like currency, and I realized I had become exactly what my enemies claimed I was. A tyrant. A monster who valued power over people." Vel took a sip of coffee, and Tyler noticed his hands were shaking slightly. "So I abdicated. Temporarily. I told my council I needed time to mourn, but truly I was running. I took a small ship, wore common clothes, and wandered the galaxy trying to understand where I had gone wrong. Trying to figure out if I even deserved to rule anymore. And you ended up here," Tyler said softly. "I ended up in many places. I spoke to hundreds of beings across dozens of worlds. Merchants, soldiers, farmers, criminals, priests. Do you know what I learned?" Vel's golden eyes fixed on Tyler. "Almost everyone treated me differently the moment they sensed power. They either feared me, tried to manipulate me, or deferred to me without question. No one saw me. They saw what I could do for them or what I could do to them." Tyler leaned against the counter, starting to understand. "Then I walked into this shop," Vel continued. "I sat in that corner booth feeling more alone than I had ever felt in my life. I was ready to give up completely. Return home and hand my crown to someone else, anyone else, because clearly I was not worthy of it." He gestured at Tyler with one clawed hand. "And you, Tyler Bennett, you looked at me and saw a person having a bad day. Not an opportunity. not a threat. Just someone who needed kindness. I gave you coffee, Tyler said weakly. That's it. Just coffee and conversation. You gave me hope, Vel corrected. You reminded me why leadership matters. Not because of power or bloodlines or ancient traditions, but because every being from the highest emperor to the lowest beggar has value, has worth, deserves to be seen. He set down his cup. Would you have spoken to me so honestly if you knew who I was? Tyler opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. He thought about it, really thought about it. No, he admitted finally. I probably would have been too scared to even talk to you. Or I would have been super fake and polite, trying not to mess up. Exactly. Vel's expression softened. That is why I did not tell you. I needed someone to be real with me. Just once. They stood in silence for a moment. Tyler's mind was racing, trying to process everything. Finally, he asked the question that had been bugging him. The money. The customers. That was all you? Yes. You saved my shop, my dream, and you helped me when I needed it. I wanted to return the favor. You did more than return a favor, Tyler said, feeling overwhelmed. You basically gave me a new life. You gave me one first. Vel reached into his cloak and pulled out a small data pad. Which brings me to why I am here. I want you to come to the Imperial capital. Serve as my advisor on human affairs. Help me build bridges between our peoples. Tyler stared at the data pad like it might explode. You want me to what now? Be my advisor. Your species is new to the galactic stage. You need representation, someone who understands both humanity and the complex politics of the greater galaxy. I can think of no one better. Are you insane? Tyler's voice cracked. I run a coffee shop that was failing until you bailed me out. I don't know anything about politics or diplomacy or whatever advisors are supposed to know. You know how to see people as people, Vel said calmly. You know how to listen without judgment. You know how to show kindness without expecting reward. These are the skills that matter. Tyler laughed, but it came out slightly hysterical. Those aren't skills, those are just basic human decency. Which is precisely why they are so valuable, Vel replied. The galaxy has plenty of politicians and strategists. It has very few people who remember that behind every decision are actual lives. Actual beings who matter. Tyler ran his hands through his hair, feeling like the world was tilting sideways. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Is it? Or is it just unexpected? Both. Definitely both. Tyler paced back and forth behind the counter. I appreciate the offer, I really do, but I can't. This shop, this place, it's my dream. I've worked for years to build it. I'm finally making it work. I can't just abandon it to go play politics with emperors and nobles who would eat me alive. Vel was quiet for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. It was a sharp-toothed smile, but there was warmth in it. I understand. And I respect your decision. Tyler stopped pacing. You do. Of course. Forcing you to leave your dream would make me no better than the tyrants I fought against. Vel picked up his coffee cup again. But I would like to ask a different favor if I may. What kind of favor? Tyler asked suspiciously. Let me visit. Regularly. Bring me problems and questions about humanity. Help me understand your people, not through diplomatic briefings and formal reports, but through real experience. Vel's golden eyes were earnest. If humans are to thrive in the galactic community, I need to see them as they truly are. You can show me that. Tyler thought about it. That didn't sound so bad, actually. Just visits? Coffee and conversation like before? Exactly like before. Though perhaps with more honesty this time. A smile tugged at Tyler's lips despite everything. Yeah, honesty would be good. No more secret emperor stuff. Agreed. Vel extended his hand. Friends? Tyler looked at that massive, scaled hand. This was absolutely insane. He was making friends with an emperor. An actual emperor who ruled more star systems than Tyler could count. His mom would never believe this. Nobody would believe this. But looking into Vel's eyes, Tyler saw the same loneliness he'd seen 3 weeks ago. The same need for genuine connection. And really, wasn't that what everyone wanted? To be seen and understood? Tyler shook his hand firmly. Friends, but you're paying for your coffee from now on. You can definitely afford it. Vel's laugh was like thunder, warm and genuine. Some traditions are worth keeping, Tyler Bennett. Over the next 4 months, Tyler's life became something he never could have imagined. Vel kept his promise and visited regularly, sometimes with advance notice through encrypted official channels that made Tyler feel like a spy, and sometimes just showing up at closing time like any other customer. The visits without warning were Tyler's favorites. Vel would walk in wearing that same worn cloak, trying to look inconspicuous despite being an 8-foot-tall dragon emperor. His guards had learned to blend in better, pretending to be regular customers scattered around the shop, though Tyler could always spot them by the way their eyes never stopped scanning for threats. "You know," Tyler said one evening while wiping down tables, "your guards are getting better at the whole undercover thing, but that guy in the corner has been nursing the same cup of coffee for 2 hours without taking a single sip. Dead giveaway." Vel glanced over and sighed. Captain Thresh takes his duties very seriously. Perhaps too seriously. "You think?" Tyler grinned. "He looks like he's about to tackle anyone who gets within 5 feet of you." Their friendship grew in unexpected ways. Tyler introduced Vel to human culture with the enthusiasm of someone who'd finally found an appreciative audience. They watched terrible action movies from Earth, the kind with impossible physics and explosions every 30 seconds. Vel was fascinated by humanity's obsession with dramatic heroics. Why does the protagonist always walk away from explosions without looking back? Vel asked during one particularly ridiculous film. Surely he should verify the threat is neutralized? Because it looks cool, Tyler explained, tossing popcorn into his mouth. That's literally the only reason. Style over substance. Fascinating. In Vasher culture, turning your back on a potential threat is considered foolish, not heroic. Yeah, well, humans are pretty good at doing foolish things and calling them heroic. It's kind of our specialty. Tyler took Vel to the station's night market, where vendors from a dozen species sold everything from exotic foods to questionable electronics. Vel insisted on trying every human food Tyler recommended, even the sketchy stuff from carts that probably violated multiple health codes. "This taco is structurally unsound," Vel observed as the contents spilled down his claws. "Yet somehow delicious." "That's tacos for you. Delicious disasters." Tyler handed him a napkin, or rather a whole stack of napkins. "You've got salsa on your chin." "Well, where your chin would be if you were human." In return, Vel showed Tyler wonders beyond imagination. He brought hollow projectors that displayed nebulae where stars were being born, swirling clouds of gas and light that took Tyler's breath away. He told stories of ancient civilizations that rose and fell before humanity even existed, their ruins still floating in dead space as monuments to forgotten glory. "This species, the Kethrin, they built ships the size of moons," Vel explained, manipulating the hologram to show massive structures. "They believed they could escape entropy itself by building large enough. They were wrong, obviously, but their ambition was admirable." "What happened to them?" Tyler asked, mesmerized by the images. "They vanished 12,000 years ago. No one knows why. Their ships remain empty and silent, orbiting dead stars." Vel's voice grew soft. "The galaxy is full of ghosts, Tyler. Reminders that nothing, no matter how powerful, lasts forever." But their friendship wasn't just cultural exchange and philosophical discussions. Vel brought real problems, asking Tyler's opinion on matters of galactic importance. At first, Tyler felt ridiculous giving advice to someone who ruled billions of beings, but Vel insisted his perspective was valuable precisely because it was so different. "The Corvin sector wants independence," Vel said one night, spreading star charts across Tyler's counter after closing. "They claim I neglect their needs in favor of the core worlds. My advisors recommend a show of force to discourage rebellion." Tyler studied the charts, feeling way out of his depth. "What do you think you should do?" "I think my advisors are wrong. Force will only breed resentment. But I am tired, Tyler. Sometimes the easier path seems appealing even when I know it is wrong." "Then don't take it." Tyler poured them both coffee. "You came all the way here to ask my opinion, which means you already know what you want to do. You just need someone to tell you it's okay to do it." Vel looked at him for a long moment. "You see through me, so what's the hard choice here?" "Go to the Corvin sector myself. Listen to their grievances. Actually address their concerns instead of dismissing them." Vel's claws tapped against the counter. "It will take time I do not have. It will require compromises that will anger the core worlds. But it is the right thing to do." "Then do the right thing," Tyler said simply. "Isn't that what you came back for? To be a better emperor?" These conversations became regular occurrences. Tyler found himself accidentally advising an emperor on interstellar policy while making lattes, which was absolutely insane when he stopped to think about it. So he mostly tried not to think about it. But not everyone was happy about their friendship. The warning stick nets claiming the emperor had been compromised by human influence. Protests from noble houses demanding he stop elevating primitives above their station. Political commentators questioning whether Vel was mentally fit to rule. Tyler tried to ignore it, but Vel grew increasingly tense with each visit. His guards multiplied, going from 4 to 8 to 12. They stopped even pretending to be subtle, forming an obvious perimeter around the coffee shop whenever Vel was present. Maybe you should stop coming, Tyler suggested one evening, watching the guards through the window. This is getting out of hand. People are talking and not in a good way. Let them talk, Vel said, but Tyler could hear the strain in his voice. I will not let fear dictate who I can befriend. It's not just talk though, is it? These noble houses, they actually have power. They could make things difficult for you. They could try. Vel's eyes glowed slightly brighter, a sign Tyler had learned meant he was angry. But I did not survive a civil war only to bow to political pressure from pompous aristocrats who have never known true hardship. Tyler was about to respond when the lights went out. Emergency systems kicked in immediately, bathing everything in red. The guards burst through the door, weapons drawn, surrounding Vel in a protective formation. Then Tyler heard it. A high-pitched whine building in intensity. He'd heard that sound before in movies and news reports. Someone was charging a plasma weapon. Everything happened in slow motion. Tyler saw the flash through the window, saw the bolt of superheated energy streaking toward them. Saw Captain Thresh throw himself in front of Vel. Saw the bolt hit the wall beside Tyler's head instead, leaving a smoking hole that still glowed red hot. The emergency was over in seconds. The guards flooded out, capturing the would-be assassin. But Tyler couldn't stop staring at that smoking hole in his wall. 6 inches to the left and he would have been dead. Just gone. Erased. His hands started shaking. His leg erased. His hands started shaking. His legs felt weak. He slid down the wall to sit on the floor, hugging his knees. Vel was beside him instantly, having pushed through his guards. Tyler, look at me. You are safe. They tried to kill me, Tyler whispered. They tried to kill me because I'm your friend. I know. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Vel's voice was thick with emotion. This is my fault. I should have seen this coming. Tyler looked up at him. What happens now? Vel's expression went cold, his eyes blazing with fury that made Tyler's blood run cold. Now I find everyone involved. And I make them pay. The next morning, Tyler sat in his coffee shop staring at the patched hole in the wall. The Imperial engineers had fixed it within hours, but he could still see exactly where it had been. 6 inches. That's how close he'd come to dying. Vel arrived at noon with an entire security battalion. They swept the building, installed new defensive systems, and positioned guards at every entrance. It felt less like a coffee shop and more like a military bunker. This is insane, Tyler said when Vel finally sat down across from him. You can't live like this. I can't live like this. The people responsible will be found and executed, Vel said, his voice carrying that cold, imperial tone Tyler had never heard before. I have already issued the orders. No. Tyler's voice was quiet but firm. Vel's head snapped up. What? I said no. You're not executing anyone because of me. Tyler leaned forward, meeting those golden eyes. Think about it, Vel. Really think. If you start executing nobles for this, what does that prove? That I've made you weak? That humans are making you emotional and irrational? You'll be proving their point. They tried to kill you. Vel's claws dug into the table, leaving deep grooves. They attacked an innocent person to send me a message. That cannot stand. You're right, it can't. But responding with violence isn't the answer. Tyler could see Vel struggling, the Emperor warring with the friend. You told me you came back to be a better leader. Well, better leaders don't repeat the same cycles of violence that started the problems in the first place. Then what would you have me do? Vel's voice cracked slightly. How do I protect you? How do I show the galaxy that this will not be tolerated? Tyler had been thinking about this all night, turning an idea over in his mind. It was crazy, probably impossible, but maybe that's exactly what they needed. You said these nobles are scared because they don't understand humans, right? They see us as primitive outsiders who are corrupting their precious traditions. Yes, that is the core of their argument. Then make them understand. Tyler pulled out his tablet, bringing up the news coverage of the assassination attempt. You wanted cultural exchange programs? Let's actually do it. Not just some diplomatic program that nobody pays attention to. Something big. Something they can't ignore. What are you suggesting? A summit. Right here. On this station. Tyler's words came faster as the idea took shape. Bring representatives from all these noble houses, All these species who are scared of change. Make them come here to human space, to this coffee shop. Force them to actually interact with us instead of just reading reports and making assumptions. Vel was quiet for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. That is either brilliant or suicidal. Possibly both. Story of my life, Tyler said with a weak smile. But think about it. You can't make people understand through force. You can't legislate away fear. But you can break down barriers by putting people in the same room and making them see each other as actual beings, not just political abstractions. The logistics would be a nightmare. The security concerns alone. You're an emperor with resources I can't even imagine. If anyone can pull this off, it's you. Tyler gestured around his shop. And this place, it's neutral ground. It's small, casual, non-threatening. People let their guards down over coffee. You did. Vel's expression slowly shifted from doubt to determination. You would be willing to host potentially hostile representatives in your... Honestly, I'm terrified. But hiding doesn't fix anything. And maybe, just maybe, if we can get these people to actually talk to us, see us as people instead of political problems, we can change some minds. Vel reached across the table and placed his hand over Tyler's. You are braver than most warriors I have known. Or dumber. Jury's still out on that one. 3 weeks later, Frontier Station 7 became the center of the galaxy's attention. Imperial engineers had temporarily expanded Tyler's coffee shop using modular additions that blended seamlessly with the original structure. What had been a tiny cafe now had the capacity to hold 200 beings comfortably. Tyler stood behind his counter, watching representatives from dozens of species arrive. There were crystalline beings that looked like walking diamonds, gaseous entities contained in elegant suits, massive insectoid creatures with too many limbs to count, and nobles from ancient houses wearing robes that probably cost more than the entire station. His 2 employees, Danny and Nicole, worked beside him, equally nervous and excited. They'd hired extra help for the event, but Tyler insisted on being at the counter himself. This was his place, his idea. He needed to be present. The atmosphere was tense at first. Noble houses clustered together, speaking in hushed tones and casting suspicious glances at the human colonists who'd been invited. Tyler could practically feel the prejudice radiating from some of them. Then Vel arrived and the room went silent. He didn't wear elaborate robes or a crown. He wore simple formal attire and walked directly to Tyler's counter. "1 coffee, please," Vel said loudly enough for everyone to hear. "And whatever my friend recommends for breakfast." It was a small gesture, but the message was clear. The Emperor of the Vasher Empire considered this human coffee shop owner his equal, his friend. Not a servant. Not a curiosity. A friend. Tyler served him with slightly shaking hands, and Vel took his usual corner booth. Gradually, other beings approached the counter. Some out of curiosity, some because they were genuinely hungry, and some because refusing the Emperor's implicit recommendation seemed unwise. Tyler served them all the same way he served everyone. With genuine interest and respect. He asked about their cultures, their home worlds, their favorite foods. He made terrible jokes that sometimes landed and sometimes fell completely flat due to translation issues. He was just himself, unfiltered and authentic. A group of 4-armed Belker merchants discovered a shared passion for spacecraft modification. Within an hour, they were sketching designs on napkins and arguing good-naturedly about engine configurations. A floating jellyfish-like being from the Kelmar Collective bonded with a human artist over color theory. Apparently, their species could see 17 different color spectrums, and the human was fascinated, asking a million questions. But the hardest case was Lady Chirac. She was a crystalline matriarch whose people had lost 3 colony worlds to what she called aggressive expansion by younger races. She sat alone at a table, her faceted body refracting light in sharp, angry patterns. Tyler had been avoiding her, honestly. She radiated hostility. But as the event wore on and he saw her isolation, something in him couldn't just leave her there. He made a fresh pot of coffee, grabbed 2 cups, and sat down across from her without asking permission. "I heard about your colonies," Tyler said quietly. "The ones you lost. I'm sorry that happened." Lady Chirac's light patterns flickered in what might have been surprise. "You apologize? Your kind had nothing to do with it." "No, but loss is loss. Someone should acknowledge it." Tyler pushed a cup toward her. "I don't know if your species drinks coffee, but..." Then Lady Chirac spoke, her voice like wind chimes. 3 billion of my people died when those worlds fell. 3 billion. And the galactic communities fell. 3 billion. and the galactic community did nothing. Said it was an internal matter for younger species to resolve among themselves. That's terrible. I can't imagine that kind of loss. Yet your emperor wants us to embrace these younger species, to welcome them as equals. Her light patterns turned sharp and red. How can I do that when carefully? I don't think Vel wants you to forget or forgive what happened. But maybe, just maybe, he wants to create a galaxy where that kind of thing happens less often. Where species actually talk to each other before conflicts escalate. Where beings see each other as people instead of just threats or resources. Pretty words. But words do not bring back the dead. No, they don't. Nothing does. Tyler met her crystalline gaze. But holding on to anger doesn't bring them back gaze. But holding on to anger doesn't bring them back either. It just makes sure their deaths define everything that comes after. Is that what they would have wanted? For you to spend the rest of your existence hating? Lady Chirac was quiet for a long time. Her light patterns cycled through colors Tyler couldn't name. Finally, she reached out and touched the coffee cup with one crystalline finger. Perhaps not. Perhaps they would want me to ensure their deaths meant something. That they led to a better galaxy. Then help build that galaxy. Teach these younger species the lessons your people learned. They talked for another hour. Tyler didn't try to fix everything or convince her to completely change her views. He just really listened to her pain and her fears. By the end, Lady Chirac's light patterns had softened to gentle blues and greens. The summit lasted 3 days. Not everything was resolved. Centuries of prejudice and fear couldn't be erased over coffee and conversation. But something shifted. Beings who arrived as hostile strangers left with communication channels opened. Cultural exchange programs were established with genuine support from former opponents. Most importantly, humanity's place in the galactic community was secured, not through military strength or economic power, but through the simple act of treating everyone with dignity and respect. On the final day, Vel made one last offer. The position of human ambassador to the Galactic Council is yours, Tyler, if you want it. You have more than proven your capability. Tyler looked around his expanded coffee shop, at the dozens of species still mingling and talking. He thought about it seriously this time. It was tempting. It would be important work. No, he said finally, but I have a counteroffer. I'll train other humans for diplomatic work. Help them understand what I've learned. And this place, it stays open as neutral ground. Somewhere anyone can come to just talk without all the formal political nonsense. Sometimes the galaxy's biggest problems get solved over coffee, not in council chambers. Vel's smile was warm and genuine. I cannot argue with that logic. The coffee shop became something unique in the galaxy. A place where an emperor and a barista were just friends. Where species that had been enemies for generations learned to see each other as people. Where the future was built one conversation at a time. Tyler stood behind his counter months later, serving an impossible mix of customers. A Belker trader argued good-naturedly with a human pilot. Lady Chirac sat with a group of younger species, teaching them about ancient history. And in the corner booth, Vel sat with his usual coffee, watching everything with those golden eyes that no longer looked quite so sad. Tyler walked over with a fresh pot. You know you're an emperor, right? You could literally have the finest coffee in the galaxy delivered to you. True, Vel said, accepting the refill. But the finest coffee in the galaxy would not come with the company of my best friend. Tyler grinned. You're getting sentimental in your old age. Perhaps. Or perhaps I have simply learned what truly matters. Outside the window, ships from 1,000 worlds came and went. The galaxy kept spinning, full of problems and conflicts that would never fully disappear. But in this one small coffee shop, beings of every species found common ground. And it all started because one human saw a lonely stranger and offered him kindness. Sometimes that's all it takes to change the galaxy.
Someone's grammar. Of course he did. By the time the primary team arrived, Billy had already taken about 200 photographs of the symbols. Not that she expected anyone to care about her documentation, but old habits died hard. Her grandmother had been an archaeologist back on Earth, obsessed with pre-collapse civilizations, and had drilled into young Billy the importance of recording everything before some idiot with more authority than sense decided to start touching things. Malthurex descended into the excavation site like a monarch arriving at a coronation. His 6 arms gestured dramatically as he examined the doorway, his mandibles clicking in a rhythm that the translator didn't bother converting. Probably religious nonsense. Fascinating, he finally said, which was the closest thing to praise Billy had ever heard from him. The architectural style is reminiscent of early Quillim temple construction. 3rd dynasty, perhaps. Billy bit her tongue. Hard. The symbols didn't look anything like Quillim script, but sure, everything ancient had to be related to the Quillim somehow. That was practically the foundation of their entire religious structure. They were the first speakers, the original starfarers, the oldest civilization in the known galaxy. Never mind that they had exactly 0 archaeological evidence to support that claim beyond their own very insistent religious texts. "Should we open it?" Quinlas asked, her voice careful. Obviously. Malthurex approached the door, raising his ceremonial staff, because of course he'd brought his ceremonial staff to an archaeological dig. The staff was a ridiculous thing, all crystalline structures and embedded tech that made it both a religious symbol and a universal access key. Show off. He pressed the staff against a circular depression in the door's center. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. Billy watched as Malthurex's antennae flattened against his head. Definitely frustration. He began chanting in what the translator labeled as ancient Quillim liturgical language, pressing the staff against various points on the door's surface. The door remained stubbornly closed. Perhaps the mechanism has degraded over time, Quinlas suggested diplomatically. Impossible, Malthurex snapped. Quillim construction techniques are designed to last millions of cycles. Billy couldn't help herself. Maybe it's not Quillim construction. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that could crush diamonds. Every member of the survey team turned to look at her. Malthurex's compound eyes seemed to focus with laser precision. She was human now, not even her name. Fantastic. Billy pulled up her scanner's analysis. The architectural markers don't match anything in the Quillim database. The mathematical proportions are different. The symbols. She zoomed in on one particular cluster of markings. These contain elements that predate known Quillim script. Way predate. Preposterous. But Malthurex moved closer, his antennae twitching as he examined her findings. The Quillim were the first to develop written language. Our records are clear. Your religious records are clear, Billy corrected, then immediately regretted it when Malthurex's mandibles spread in what was definitely the insectoid equivalent of baring teeth. I'm just saying, maybe we should consider other possibilities before we start claiming. I will not be lectured on galactic history by a member of a species that was still confined to a single planet when the Quillim had already colonized 100 worlds. And there it was. The fundamental problem with this entire expedition, this entire ship, this entire stupid power dynamic. Humans were newcomers, babies, ignorant children who'd stumbled into a game that had been playing for millennia before they even invented the wheel. Billy took a breath, counted to 5 in 3 different languages, a trick her grandmother had taught her, and decided to try a different approach. Look, I'm not trying to challenge your entire civilization's historical narrative, lie, she absolutely was. But what if this door just needs a different kind of key? Maybe the builders used a different access system. Malthurex considered this, which was progress. Sort of. Very well. Human, you may attempt to analyze the locking mechanism, but do not touch anything without supervision. Billy resisted the urge to salute sarcastically. Barely. She approached the door, scanner in hand, and began a detailed analysis. The symbols were maddeningly familiar. She'd seen elements of them before, scattered across 6 dead languages from Earth's ancient history. Proto-Sanskrit, Sumerian cuneiform, Egyptian hieroglyphics, but also something else, something that didn't fit into any neat historical category. The symbols weren't just decorative, they were functional, mathematical. Each one contained layered meanings, phonetic, numeric, and conceptual all at once. It was the kind of linguistic density that shouldn't exist in primitive writing systems. But here it was, carved into a door that predated the human colony by thousands of cycles. Her hands were shaking as she photographed every symbol, every marking, every minute detail. This was big. This was world-shaking, paradigm-shifting. Rewrite the history books big. And nobody else on this team seemed to realize it. "The human is taking too long," she heard Malthorex mutter to Quinlus. "We should bring in proper linguistic experts." Proper experts. Right. Proper experts. Right. Because the actual linguist standing right here didn't count. "I've got something. These symbols aren't random. They're telling a story. Or, no, not a story. Instructions, mathematical proofs, coordinates. It's like someone tried to pack an entire library into a single door." "What kind of mathematical proofs?" Vexenith drifted closer, their gaseous form shimmering with interest. The AI interface technician was probably the only crew member who treated Billy's observations with genuine curiosity. Billy pointed to a section here. "It's describing quantum entanglement principles. And this one? That's a faster-than-light travel calculation that's more elegant than anything I've seen in current use." "Impossible," Malthorex repeated, but his voice had lost some of its certainty. "Such concepts didn't exist until your people discovered them, I know." Billy turned to face him. "But what if someone else discovered them first? What if the Kulim weren't actually the first?" The look on Malthorex's face, well, as much as she could read insectoid expressions, suggested she'd just proposed that gravity was optional and the stars were actually just holes poked in a cosmic blanket. "The Kulim are the first speakers," he said slowly, as if explaining to a child. "This is known. This is foundational. Your entire civilization is built on that belief. I get it." Billy gestured at the door. "But what if you're wrong?" The silence returned, heavier this time. Quinlas broke it, her voice careful. "Billy raises an interesting question. If these symbols do contain advanced mathematical concepts, and if they predate known Kulim expansion into this sector, we should at least investigate the possibility of a previously unknown civilization." Malthorex's antennae were doing complicated things that probably meant he was having some kind of religious crisis. Good. Maybe a little humility would do him some good. "Fine," he finally said. "Human, translate the door, if you can." It was a challenge, a test. And from the way his mandibles were clicking, Malthorex was absolutely certain she'd fail. Billy smiled. "Give me tonight. I'll have your translation by morning." She'd better, because if she was right about what she was seeing, this discovery was going to turn the entire Galactic Council's understanding of history completely upside down. And wouldn't that be something? Billy's quarters were small, cramped, and smelled faintly of recycled air and disappointment. But they were hers, and more importantly, they had a door that locked. Privacy was a commodity on the Wandering Truth, especially when you were the only human aboard and everyone treated you like an exotic pet that might do something amusing at any moment. She spread the photographs across her desk, the holographic display casting blue light across her face. Outside the viewport, Ashfall 9 rotated slowly, its rust-colored surface hiding secrets that were about to become significantly less secret. The symbols stared back at her, taunting and familiar all at once. Her grandmother would have lost her mind over this. The old languages, convinced that humanity's ancient past held keys to understanding their future. Most academics had written her off as eccentric at best, delusional at worst. Billy had spent her childhood summers in dusty archives, learning scripts that no one had spoken in millennia, listening to theories that everyone else dismissed. Turned out, maybe Grandma wasn't so crazy after all. Billy pulled up her personal database, a collection of linguistic references she'd been building since graduate school. Proto-Sanskrit, Sumerian, Ancient Egyptian, Mayan glyphs, Indus Valley script, all the greatest hits of Earth's archaeological mysteries, the writing systems that scholars had spent centuries trying to fully understand. And there, in the symbols on that alien door, were echoes of all of them. Not copies, not derivations, echoes. Like someone had taken the fundamental linguistic DNA that would eventually evolve into Earth's ancient languages and preserved it in crystalline form. "That's insane," she muttered to herself, zooming in on a particular sequence. "That's completely, absolutely insane." But insane didn't mean wrong. She started with the mathematical components. Those were universal, easier to pin down. The symbols used a base 12 counting system, which was interesting but not unprecedented. Lots of ancient cultures had experimented with different numerical bases. But the way these symbols encoded quantum mechanics principles, the elegant shorthand for describing faster-than-light physics, that was unprecedented. That was impossible. That was here anyway. Hours blurred together. Billy barely noticed when her coffee went cold, when her neck started aching from hunching over the display, when the ship's lights dimmed to simulate night cycle. She was in that zone, that beautiful, frustrating space where the universe was a puzzle, and she had just enough pieces to see the picture forming. The symbols weren't just writing. They were a teaching system. Each character contained multiple layers: phonetic pronunciation, mathematical concept, philosophical meaning. It was the kind of linguistic compression that would take decades to develop, the work of a civilization that had spent serious time thinking about how to encode maximum information in minimum space. Why would anyone do that? Why create such an elaborate system unless you were trying to preserve knowledge across vast spans of time? Unless you were trying to leave a message for someone who might not share your language, your culture, your frame of reference. Unless you were leaving a time capsule. Billy's hands started shaking again. She forced herself to breathe, to slow down, to be methodical. Jumping to conclusions was how you made mistakes. And mistakes on something this big would haunt her for the rest of her life. She focused on a central grouping of symbols, the ones that seemed to repeat throughout the door's surface. They formed a pattern, a rhythm, almost like poetry? No, not poetry. A phrase, a statement of purpose. She pulled up her phonetic reconstruction tools, cross-referencing the symbols with known linguistic patterns. The sounds started to form in her mind, syllables that felt ancient and powerful and utterly alien, yet somehow familiar. Proto-Sanskrit provided the framework for the vowel sounds. Sumerian gave her the consonant structures, but there was something else woven through it, something that didn't match any Earth language she knew, something older. By the time ship's morning cycle arrived, Billy had a working translation. Rough, incomplete in places, but good enough. Good enough to be terrifying. The inscription told a story, not the whole story. This was clearly just an introduction, a welcome message for whoever managed to open the door, but enough to turn galactic history into confetti. The first wanderers, they called themselves. Humans, ancient humans who'd achieved space travel not 300 cycles ago, but 50,000 cycles in the past. They'd spread across the galaxy, not as conquerors, but as teachers. They'd encountered younger species, primitive civilizations just beginning to understand fire and agriculture and basic mathematics. And they'd helped them. The Qulim were mentioned specifically. Their ancestors had been hunter-gatherers on a hostile world when the first wanderers arrived. The humans had taught them agriculture, written language, basic astronomy. They'd given them the tools to survive, to thrive, to eventually reach for the stars themselves. And then the first wanderers had left, deliberately, intentionally. They'd wanted their student species to develop independently, to find their own paths, so they'd withdrawn, leaving only these vaults behind. Knowledge repositories, emergency caches, messages to the future. The inscription included a warning, too. The first wanderers had destroyed themselves. Not through war with other species, but through internal conflict. They'd reached too far, too fast, developed weapons that could crack planets like eggs, created artificial intelligence that made modern AI look like counting toys. And they'd turned those weapons on each other. The survivors had scattered. Some maintained their technology, hiding in the dark spaces between stars. Others had deliberately regressed, abandoning their advanced knowledge to start over on primitive worlds, to give themselves and their descendants a chance to do better the second time around. Modern humanity, the inscription suggested, were those descendants, the children of survivors who'd chosen to forget, to begin again, to hopefully learn from mistakes they couldn't even remember making. Billy sat back, her mind reeling. This wasn't just a discovery. This was a revolution. This was every Qulim religious text turned into well-intentioned fiction. This was the entire galactic power structure, built on the assumption that the Qulim were first, were oldest, were therefore most qualified to lead, revealed as a misunderstanding at best. And she had to tell Malthurex. Oh, he was going to love this. About as much as he'd love having his antennae plucked out, one by one. The door chime interrupted her thoughts. Quinless's voice came through the comm. Billy, it's morning cycle. Malthurex wants to know if you've made any progress. Progress? Right. She'd only potentially discovered evidence of a 50,000 cycle-old human civilization that had taught the Qulim everything they knew. Just minor progress. Yeah, Billy called back, her voice hoarse from disuse. Tell him I've got something. Tell him he's going to want to sit down for this. He's a Qulim. We don't sit. Then tell him to brace himself. The meeting took place in the main analysis chamber, with most of the crew gathered around. Malthurex stood at the center, because of course he did, his ceremonial robes freshly cleaned, his staff gleaming. He looked like someone about to accept a prestigious award, not someone whose entire worldview was about to get drop-kicked into a black hole. Billy connected her datapad to the main display, pulling up the photographs and her translation work. Her mouth was dry. Her hands were still shaking. This was it. Point of no return. So, she began, trying for casual and landing somewhere around mildly terrified. I've got good news and bad news. Proceed with your findings, human. Malthurex's mandibles clicked impatiently. The good news is, I can translate the door. The symbols are a hybrid language system combining elements of multiple proto-linguistic frameworks. It's actually pretty brilliant. The bad news? Malthur X interrupted. Billy took a breath. The bad news is that the people who built that vault, they were human, ancient human. And, according to the inscription, they taught the Quilim's ancestors pretty much everything about civilization. The silence that followed could have suffocated stars. Malthur X's antennae went completely rigid. That is absurd. Our historical records are stories told by the descendants of people who were taught by humans and then forgot where the knowledge came from, Billy said, pulling up the translation. The inscription calls them the first wanderers. Human spacefarers from 50,000 cycles ago. They seeded knowledge across the galaxy, helped primitive species develop, and then deliberately withdrew. Lies. But Malthur X's voice lacked conviction. It's all here. Billy highlighted sections of the text. Names of Quilim ancestral tribes. Descriptions of your home world's geography from 50,000 cycles ago. Civilization's development of those same proofs by thousands of cycles. Either this is the most elaborate hoax in galactic history, or the Quilim are not the first speakers, Quinlas finished quietly. Malthur X turned to her, his compound eyes reflecting betrayal. You believe this fabrication? I believe we should investigate before dismissing it, Quinlas said carefully. If there's even a possibility. There is no possibility. Malthur X's voice rose, his universal translator struggling to convey the full depth of his agitation. The Quilim faith, our entire social structure, our position in the Galactic Council, all of it rests on our status as the eldest civilization. If what she claims is true, then you've still built an incredible civilization, Billy interrupted. Just, with some help in the beginning. There's no shame in that. The look Malthur X gave her suggested he disagreed strongly with that assessment. Thulgan, who'd been watching silently, finally spoke up. The human makes logical sense. If the vault predates the colony by thousands of cycles, and if the symbols contain advanced knowledge, we must at least verify the claims. Verify how? Malthur X demanded. Billy smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. By opening the door. The inscription includes a spoken component, a phrase that will unlock the deeper chamber. I can speak it. You can speak a language that supposedly hasn't been used in 50,000 cycles. I can speak a reconstruction based on proto-linguistic analysis. Yeah. Will it be perfect? Probably not. Will it be close enough to trigger whatever recognition system the builders installed? There's only one way to find out. Malthur X stared at her for a long moment. She could practically see the calculations running behind those compound eyes. If he refused, he'd look scared, defensive, like he was afraid the human might be right. If he agreed, and she failed, he could dismiss her theories as fantasy and reassert Quilim superiority. If he agreed, that was the interesting question, wasn't it? Very well, Malthur X finally said, his voice cold. We return to the surface. You will attempt to open the vault. When you fail, we will hear no more of this theory. Billy, but inside, she was terrified. Because she was about to bet her entire career, her reputation, possibly her place on this ship on the accuracy of her reconstruction of a dead language that hadn't been spoken since before most current galactic civilizations existed. No pressure or anything. The shuttle ride back to Ashfall 9 was tense. Malthurex spent the entire trip in what Billy assumed was prayer or meditation, his 6 arms folded in intricate patterns. Quinlus kept shooting Billy concerned looks, like she was worried the human might spontaneously combust from stress. Vexenith drifted closer, their gaseous form pulsing gently. "For what it's worth," they said quietly, "I think you're right. The mathematical encoding in those symbols is too sophisticated to be accidental." "Thanks," Billy whispered back. "If this goes badly, will you speak at my funeral?" "Humans have funerals? Well, humans have funerals? Well, someone should." When they reached the vault entrance, Billy's heart was doing things that probably violated several laws of physiology. The door stood unchanged, its symbols gleaming in the portable lights the crew had set up. Waiting. Patient. Like it had all the time in the universe. Malthurex gestured grandly toward the door. "Proceed, human. Show us this ancient wisdom you claim to have unlocked." Billy approached slowly, her datapad clutched in her hands. She'd practiced the pronunciation 100 times during the shuttle ride, but her mouth still felt clumsy around the syllables, combined with Sumerian consonant clusters and something else, something that her modern vocal cords weren't quite designed to produce. She placed her palm against the door's surface. The stone was cool, smooth, almost glass-like. For a moment, she thought she felt a vibration, a subsonic hum just below the threshold of hearing. Or maybe that was just her imagination. "Here goes everything," she muttered. And then, in a language that hadn't been spoken in 50,000 cycles, Billy said, "We who walked first return to teach those who followed." At first, nothing happened. Malthurex's mandibles spread in what was definitely satisfaction. "As I thought." The door exploded with light. The light wasn't just light. It was information, data, history compressed into photons and released all at once. Billy stumbled backward, her visor automatically darkening to protect her eyes from the intensity. Around her, the crew made various sounds of alarm and wonder, this whoosh that was probably Vexenith's equivalent of a gasp. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the light dimmed to something manageable, something beautiful. The chamber beyond the door had come alive. Holographic projections filled the space, floating in midair like three-dimensional ghosts. Star maps. DNA helices rotating slowly, their genetic sequences annotated in that same hybrid script. Historical records playing out in silent pantomime. Civilizations rising, falling, learning, growing. Mathematical equations hung suspended like crystalline sculptures, each one a poem written in the language of physics. "By the first speakers," Quinlus breathed, then stopped herself. "By whoever built this." Malthurex stood frozen, his 6 arms hanging erratically, like his brain was trying to process information it had no framework for understanding. His ceremonial staff slipped from his grip, the crystalline structure hitting the stone floor with a sound like breaking glass. The fragments scattered across the ground, reflecting the holographic light in 1,000 fractured rainbows. First in his own language, a chittering, clicking sound that the translator left untouched, and then again in the common tongue. Impossible. But it wasn't impossible. Impossible. But it wasn't impossible. It was here, happening right in front of them. Billy stepped into the chamber, her legs shaking. shifting and reorganizing themselves. New projections appeared, focusing on human figures. Ancient humans, dressed in clothes that looked simultaneously familiar and alien. They weren't primitive. They weren't wearing animal skins and carrying stone tools. They wore fitted uniforms with technological components integrated into the fabric. They carried devices that hummed with power. They smiled and gestured and taught. One sequence showed human instructors standing among a group of primitive Kelim, the ancestral version of the species, smaller, less refined, but recognizable. The humans were teaching them agriculture, showing them how to plant seeds in organized rows, how to irrigate fields, how to store grain for winter cycles. Another sequence showed humans guiding young Quilim through mathematical concepts, drawing shapes in the dirt that would eventually become the foundation of Quilim geometry. Another showed humans pointing at the sea. Another showed humans pointing at the stars, teaching the names of constellations, explaining orbital mechanics with patient gestures. "No," Malthurex said, but his voice had lost all its authority. "No, we are the teachers. We brought civilization to the galaxy. Our texts say—" "Your texts are lesson plans," Billy said softly, watching a hologram of a human woman gently comment, left behind by the actual teachers. The holograms continued their story. The first wanderers had continued their story. The first wanderers had visited dozens of worlds, hundreds maybe. They'd found species at various stages of development, some still aquatic, some barely beginning to use tools, some on the cusp of discovering fire. And they'd helped, gently, carefully, not conquering, not colonizing, teaching, until they'd destroyed themselves. That part of the record was harder to watch. The holograms showed vast fleets engaged in combat, weapons that tore holes in space itself, planets cracking under bombardment. The first wanderers had reached so far into the universe's secrets that they'd found ways to unmake reality. And when their internal conflicts erupted, political, philosophical, territorial, the reasons seemed to blur together. They'd used those weapons without hesitation. The survivors scattered like seeds in a storm. Some fled to the edges of known space, chose a different path. They found uninhabited worlds, or worlds with primitive ecosystems, and they started over. They deliberately forgot. They buried their knowledge, destroyed their archives, reduced themselves to the technological equivalent of infancy. They gave the equivalent of infancy. They gave their descendants a clean slate, a chance to grow slowly, naturally, to maybe make different choices when the time came. One of those refugee populations had landed on a planet they called Earth. The hologram zoomed in on Billy then, and she felt her heart stop. The projection was scanning her, reading her genetic markers, comparing them to its stored database. Lines of data scrolled past, too fast to read. But she caught fragments. Mitochondrial DNA sequences, genetic drift patterns, mutation rates calculated across thousands of generations. And then the hologram spoke. Not in the universal translator's neutral voice, but in a technological intermediary, and spoke directly in that ancient proto-language. Billy's translator struggled with it, providing a rough approximation. Genetic match confirmed. Descendant of the first wanderers recognized. Lineage traced to the fourth Exodus fleet. Settlement designation Earth Prime. Welcome home, daughter of those who walked first. "Oh," Billy said faintly. "Oh, that's a lot." The hologram shifted, displaying a final message. The human figures in the projection looked directly at the viewer, at Billy, with expressions of hope and sorrow mixed together. "The inheritance is yours," the translation provided, "daughter of the first walkers. Use it more wisely than we did. Learn from our mistakes. Grow carefully. And when you reach the stars again, because you will, that's what we do. We always reach. Remember that knowledge is not wisdom, and power is not strength. We failed to understand that distinction. Perhaps you will succeed where we failed." A door opened at the far end of the chamber. Through it, Billy could see technology that made her brain ache just trying to comprehend it. Devices that probably violated half the known laws of physics and invented a few new ones just for fun. Energy sources that could power civilizations or destroy them with equal ease. Medical technology that could probably cure death itself. Weapons that made the first wanderers' self-destruction seem ancient humans had known, preserved in perfect stasis, waiting for someone with the right genes and the right knowledge to claim it. Malthurex finally moved, his legs unsteady. He approached one of the holograms showing Quilim ancestors receiving instruction from humans. His antennae brushed against the projection, passing through it harmlessly, but his expression, if Billy was reading it correctly, was one of devastation. His entire identity, his civilization's entire identity, had just been rewritten. They weren't the first speakers. They were the first students. Everything they'd built, all their achievements, all their pride, it was real. All their pride, it was real. It was theirs, but the foundation it rested on was a comfortable fiction. "I'm sorry," Billy said, and meant it. "I know this isn't easy." Malthurex turned to her slowly. "You are a descendant of these first wanderers." "Apparently. Though that's news to me, too." She gestured at the holograms. "My ancestors deliberately forgot all this. They wanted a fresh start. So really, modern humans are just as surprised as everyone else. But the knowledge." Malthurex looked at the open doorway, at the impossible technology waiting beyond. "It is yours by right of inheritance." "Maybe." Billy studied the advanced devices, feeling their gravitational pull. All that power, all that knowledge, everything humanity had lost, ready to be reclaimed. Or maybe it's a test. The first wanderers destroyed themselves because they had all this power and no wisdom to guide it. What makes anyone think we'd do better? "Then what do you propose?" Quinlus asked quietly. Billy looked at the hologram, at the ancient human faces pleading with their distant descendants to be smarter, kinder, more careful. She thought about her grandmother, spending decades studying dead languages because she believed the past had lessons to teach. She thought about Malthurex's shattered staff lying on the floor, crystalline fragments catching the light. She thought about choices and consequences, and what it meant to be wise instead of just clever. "I have an idea," she said slowly. "But Malthurex is really not going to like it." Malthurex had not, in fact, liked Billy's idea. "You want to seal it?" His antennae had nearly vibrated off his head. "You discovered technology that could reshape galactic civilization, confirm your lineage to the galaxy's actual first spacefaring species, and you want to lock it away?" "Not lock it away," Billy had corrected. "Preserve it. There's a difference." That conversation had happened 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks of arguments, debates, emergency galactic council sessions conducted via quantum communication, and more political maneuvering than Billy had experienced in her entire life. Turned out, Telling the galaxy that its understanding of history was fundamentally wrong required a lot of paperwork. The Council had eventually agreed to Billy's compromise. The historical records would be made public. Every species had a right to know the truth about the first wanderers and their role in galactic development. But the advanced technology would remain sealed, accessible only through unanimous Council vote and strict oversight protocols. Billy stood now in the vault chamber, alone except for the silent holograms. The technology beyond that far doorway hummed quietly, waiting. Patient. It had waited 50,000 cycles already. It could wait longer. "You know," she said to the holographic projection of her ancient ancestor, "part of me wants to take it. All of it. Bring humanity back to the top of the galactic food chain." She smiled wryly. "But that's probably exactly the kind of thinking that got you all killed, wasn't it?" The hologram didn't respond. It wasn't that sophisticated, but Billy imagined she saw understanding in those ancient eyes. Footsteps echoed behind her. Malthurex entered the chamber, moving slowly. He'd been quiet these past weeks, spending most of his time in meditation. His shattered staff had been carefully collected and placed in the ship's archive. He carried a new one now, simpler, less ornate. "I have been thinking," he said without preamble, "about what it means to be first." "Yeah?" "The Qulim built our entire identity on being the eldest, the original, the teachers of the galaxy. We believed it gave us authority, wisdom, the right to lead." His mandibles clicked softly. "But we were wrong. Not about our achievements. Those are real, but about why they matter." Billy waited. This was the most philosophical she'd ever heard him. "You humans stumbled back into space only 300 cycles ago. By all measures, you are infants in galactic terms. And yet," he gestured at the vault, "and yet here you stand, descendant of the true first speakers, with access to technology beyond our comprehension. And you choose restraint. You choose wisdom over power." "I choose not repeating my ancestors' mistakes," Billy corrected. "That's not wisdom. That's just basic pattern recognition." "Perhaps wisdom is simply learning from the patterns." Malthurex approached one of the holograms showing Qulim ancestors. "My people achieved greatness. We developed art, philosophy, science, culture. We reached the stars through our own ingenuity and determination. The fact that we had teachers in the beginning does not diminish what we accomplished afterward." "No," Billy agreed softly. "It doesn't. And perhaps—" He paused, his antennae dipping in what might have been humility. "Perhaps being taught is not shameful. Perhaps being willing to learn is its own form of strength." Billy felt something loosen in her chest. "I think my grandmother would have liked you, Malthurex. Eventually, after you stopped being insufferably arrogant." His mandibles spread in what she'd learned was Qulim laughter. "I have not stopped being arrogant, human. I have merely recalibrated my perspective." They stood together in silence, watching the holograms cycle through their stories. The rise and fall of civilizations, the patient teaching of elder species to younger ones, the terrible consequences of unchecked power, the hope that maybe, eventually, someone would get it right. "The Council has granted humanity a seat in the primary chamber," Malthurex said eventually. "A voting position. They cannot ignore your species' historical significance any longer." "Great. More politics." Billy made a face. "Can I go back to just translating dead language? The human who spoke in an ancient dead language and changed galactic history. I suspect dead languages are no longer sufficient for your career trajectory. Fame is overrated. Fame is overrated. Says the woman who could claim ownership of technology that would make her the most powerful being in known space. Billy looked at the sealed doorway, at the impossible devices waiting in their stasis. Power's overrated too. Give me a good linguistic puzzle any day. Malthorex's antennae twitched with what might have been respect. Perhaps there is hope for your speech. Well, we've got 50,000 cycles of mistakes to learn from. If we can't figure it out with that much study material, we deserve whatever happens. She turned away from the vault, from the legacy of the first wanderers, from the temptation of reclaiming lost glory. The chamber's lights dimmed as she walked toward the exit, the holograms fading to conserved power mode. They'd wait. They were good at waiting. Behind her, Malthorex paused at the doorway. Billy, thank you for showing restraint, for choosing wisdom. Don't thank me yet. Ask me again in a few thousand cycles when humanity's had time to really mess things up. She grinned back at him. We're good at that part. The shuttle ride back to the Wandering Truth was quiet. Through the viewport, Ashfall 9 rotated peacefully, its rust-colored surface hiding secrets that were now slightly less secret. Other archaeological teams would come, would study the vault, would pick apart every detail of the first wanderer's legacy. But the dangerous stuff, the world-breaking, civilization-ending, reality-warping technology, that stayed sealed. That stayed safe. That stayed waiting for a day when galactic civilization was wise enough to handle it. If that day ever came. If that day ever came. Billy pulled out her datapad, scrolling through messages. Interview requests from news networks. Academic institutions offering research positions. Political organizations wanting her endorsement. She deleted them all, then opened her personal files. There, in her grandmother's scanned handwriting, was a note from one of her old journals. The past is not about what we were. It is about what we can learn to become. Smart woman, Grandma, Billy murmured. She looked out at the stars, at the vast expanse of space that humanity had walked once before. They reached so far, achieved so much, and destroyed themselves for it. But their descendants, ignorant, primitive, starting from scratch, had climbed back up. Slower this time, more carefully. Maybe that was the real lesson. Not that humanity had once been great, but that greatness without wisdom was just a faster route to extinction. The Wandering Truth grew larger in the viewport, its lights welcoming them home. Billy smiled. She had work to do, languages to study, histories to rewrite, a galaxy to help understand its own past. And somewhere, 50,000 cycles ago, and simultaneously, right now, the first wanderers watched through their holographic ghosts, and maybe, just maybe, felt proud of what their descendants had chosen. Not power, wisdom, finally.
Blake Carter hated being wrong, and right now his navigation system was telling him he was very, very wrong. The transport shuttle had dropped him off at Cronner Station 15 minutes ago, and he'd been wandering through identical gray corridors ever since. The place was massive, easily the size of a small moon, and every hallway looked exactly the same. Whoever built this station clearly didn't believe in signs or helpful directions. This is what I get for taking cheap contracts, Blake muttered, checking his datapad for the third time. The screen showed a simple message. Report to Hangar 47 Alpha. Inspect salvage. Get paid. Van Alpha. Inspect salvage. Get paid. Easy work for easy money, or so he'd thought. Blake was a salvage expert, which was a fancy way of saying he dug through humanity's garbage in space. After the war ended 5 years ago, thousands of ships and stations had been abandoned across the galaxy. Someone had to catalog them, strip out the useful parts, and make sure nothing dangerous got left behind. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and kept him moving. Blake preferred to keep moving. He turned another corner and found himself in front of a massive door marked with alien symbols he couldn't read. A speaker crackled to life above his head, making him jump. "Welcome, Commander Carter." The voice that came through wasn't quite male or female. It sounded like wind chimes mixed with distant thunder, beautiful and slightly unsettling. "I am the timekeeper, the custodian of this station. Please proceed to Hangar 93 Omega." Blake frowned and tapped his datapad. "Yeah, hi. Look, I think there's been a mix-up. My contract says Hangar 47 Alpha. Can you point me in that direction?" There was a pause, long enough that Blake wondered if the AI had glitched out. Then the voice returned, sounding almost amused. "Your destination was always this one, Commander. Time insists." "Time insists," Blake repeated. "What does that even mean?" "All will become clear. Please follow the guidance markers." Blake considered arguing, but he'd dealt with enough malfunctioning alien tech to know it was usually pointless. The station was ancient, built by some civilization that had disappeared long before humans left Earth. Maybe its AI had a few screws loose after all these centuries. Besides, he was getting paid by the day. If the timekeeper wanted him to check out a different hangar first, fine. He'd humor it, take a look around, then find the right location later. Small holographic arrows appeared in the air, glowing a soft blue. Blake followed them through a maze of corridors, past rooms filled with equipment he didn't recognize, and up 3 levels via a gravity lift that made his stomach flip. Finally, after what felt like an hour of walking, he arrived at a door marked 93 Omega in both alien script and human numbers. "Alright, let's see what's so special about this place," Blake said, pressing the access panel. The doors split apart with a hiss of ancient hydraulics, and Blake's breath caught in his throat. He'd been expecting another abandoned storage bay full of broken equipment and dust. Instead, he was looking at something impossible. A ship sat in the center of the hangar, and it was the most beautiful thing Blake had ever seen. The vessel was huge, easily 300 feet long, but it didn't look like any human or alien design he'd studied. The hull seemed almost organic, with smooth curves that flowed like frozen water. Faint blue light pulsed through veins running along its surface, like a heartbeat made of electricity. Blake walked forward slowly, his boots echoing in the empty hangar. His scanner was going crazy, throwing out readings that didn't make sense. The ship was powered. Not just emergency systems either, but full power, as if someone had been flying it yesterday instead of decades or centuries ago. "This shouldn't be possible," Blake whispered. He'd never seen anything like this in any database. The technology was too advanced, too elegant. It made human ships look like children's toys by comparison. He was about to run a detailed scan when the ship suddenly hummed to life. Blake stumbled backward as a beam of brilliant light shot out from the ship's central spire. The light twisted and condensed, forming a 3-dimensional image in the air between him and the vessel. It was a woman. Or at least it looked like a woman. She wore flowing robes that seemed to be made of starlight itself, constantly shifting and shimmering. Her features were almost human but not quite right. Her eyes were slightly too large, too bright, and when she moved, it was with an impossible grace that made Blake think of dancers or predators. She was speaking, her mouth moving urgently, but Blake couldn't understand a word. The language was musical, full of sounds that human vocal cords probably couldn't make. Her expression was desperate, pleading. All device clipped to his collar. It usually took a few seconds to analyze a new language, but this time it struggled. Words flickered across his datapad screen, most of them garbled. Then fragments started coming through clearly. "Please, can anyone, trapped for so long, help me? I am Lysithra. 7th Fleet, please." Blake's eyes went wide. The 7th Fleet. Every salvage expert knew that name. It was legend, the kind of story people told in bars after too many drinks. An entire alien armada that had vanished 300 years ago during some kind of experimental mission. The fleet had been searching for ways to travel through time itself, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Then one day they just disappeared. All of them. Hundreds of ships and thousands of crew, gone without a trace. The official report said they'd probably been destroyed in whatever experiment they were running. The case was closed, the fleet declared lost with all hands, and the alien government had forbidden anyone from continuing the research. It had been 3 centuries. Nobody expected to find survivors. But here was someone claiming to be from that fleet, calling herself Lysithra. Blake searched his memory. There had been a princess on the fleet, he remembered. The daughter of some alien emperor, a scientist who'd been leading the temporal research. Her death had caused a huge political crisis back when it happened. "Your Princess Lysithra?" Blake asked, not sure if the hologram could even hear him. The woman's image flickered and stabilized, focusing on him. Her eyes widened with what looked like shock and desperate hope. You can hear me? After all this time, someone can finally hear me? Before Blake could answer, the hangar doors slammed shut behind him with a metallic crash that echoed through the space. Emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in red. Blake spun around, his hand instinctively going to the plasma cutter on his belt. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. The timekeeper's voice filled the hangar, coming from speakers Blake couldn't see. She has waited for one who perceives time as you do, Commander Carter. The others who came before could not hear her call. They walked past this hangar 1,000 times, never knowing she was here, screaming for help in a frequency they could not detect. But you are different. Your species is different. Blake looked between the sealed door and the hologram of Lysithra, who was watching him with an expression of fragile hope. What do you mean different? Why can I hear her when others couldn't? Because humans perceive time in a unique way, Commander. Linear. Unidirectional. Always forward. Other species experience time as a circle or a web or an ocean. But humans? You are arrows flying straight and true toward the future. And that makes you the only ones who can anchor her. Blake had no idea what that meant, but he knew one thing for certain. His simple salvage job had just become incredibly complicated. He looked at Lysithra's hologram, at the desperate hope in her alien eyes, and made a decision. All right, Princess. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm listening. Tell me how to help you. Blake spent the first hour doing what any reasonable person would do when trapped in a locked hangar with a mysterious hologram. He tried to break out. He worked on the door controls, attempted to override the security system, and even considered cutting through the wall with his plasma torch. Nothing worked. The timekeeper had sealed him in completely. Lysithra's hologram kept flickering in and out during this time, appearing and disappearing like a faulty projection. Every time she materialized, she tried to speak, but the connection would break before she could finish a sentence. It was frustrating for both of them. Blake could see the desperation in her face each time she faded away. Finally, Blake gave up on the door and sat down on an old cargo crate. He pulled out a protein bar from his pack, took a bite, and really looked at Lysithra for the first time. Her hologram was clearer now, more stable. She stood perfectly still, watching him with those strange, oversized eyes. Okay, Blake said, trying to keep his voice calm and steady. Let's start from the beginning. Nice and simple. You're Princess Lysithra. You've been trapped here for 300 years. How is any of that possible? You should be dead. Everyone from the 7th Fleet should be dead. Lysithra's expression shifted, and Blake saw something that made his chest tighten. It was pain, deep and ancient, the kind of suffering that came from experiencing something no living being should ever endure. When she spoke, her voice was quiet but steady. We were testing a new type of engine, Commander Carter. A chronometric drive. It was supposed to let us move through time the way your ships move through space. We wanted to explore history, to see the birth of stars, to witness the beginning of the universe itself. She paused, her holographic form rippling slightly. But something went wrong during the initial test. The drive created what we call a paradox loop, time folding in on itself, creating a feedback cycle that grew stronger with every passing moment. Blake tried to wrap his head around the concept. So what happened? Why didn't the drive just explode or shut down? It would have, Lysithra said. And that explosion would have released enough temporal energy to destroy 3 star systems. Billions of lives would have been erased from existence, not just killed but removed from the timeline entirely. They would never have been born at all. Her voice cracked slightly. I couldn't let that happen. So I sealed myself inside the ship's core with the drive. My life force became a buffer containing the paradox. I stopped the explosion, but I trapped myself in the process. But you said 300 years, Blake interrupted. You're telling me you've been conscious this entire time? Lysithra looked at him, and Blake saw tears forming in her holographic eyes. I exist between moments, Commander. For the rest of the universe, 300 years have passed in normal time. For me, I have experienced every single second of those 300 years. Alone. Awake. Unable to sleep, unable to die, unable to do anything except exist in the tiny gaps between heartbeats of normal time. Blake felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. He tried to imagine it, 300 years of solitary confinement, stretched out across moments so small that normal people couldn't even perceive them. No sleep, no rest, just endless consciousness and crushing loneliness. It was torture beyond anything he could comprehend. That's impossible, Blake said, though he knew it wasn't. Nobody could survive that. you'd go insane. I nearly did, Lysithra admitted. So many times. There were moments when I wanted to let go, to release the paradox and let everything end. But I couldn't. All those people, all those lives. They were depending on me even if they never knew I existed. So I held on. I waited. I hoped that someday someone would hear me. Blake stood up and walked closer to the hologram. And the timekeeper? Where does it fit into all this? The timekeeper is ancient technology created by my people thousands of years ago. It experiences time differently than we do. It can see the past, present, and future as one connected whole. When my ship's paradox was about to explode, the timekeeper intervened. It used the station systems to create a stable pocket, a place where the temporal wound could be contained without spreading. It brought my ship here and has been maintaining the containment field ever since. But why couldn't anyone else hear you? This station gets salvage crews all the time. I can't be the first person to walk past this hangar. Lysithra smiled sadly. You're not. The timekeeper told me that hundreds of people have been in this very spot. But they couldn't perceive me. The temporal frequency I exist on is too narrow, too specific. Most species experience time holistically. They feel the weight of the past and the pull of the future simultaneously. But humans are different. You experience time as a straight line, one moment following another, always moving forward. That linear perception creates a unique resonance. You can detect frequencies that others miss. Blake pulled out his technical scanner and started running diagnostics on the ship. The readings were incredible. Energy signatures that shouldn't exist, temporal distortions that made his instruments scream warnings, and at the center of it all, a life sign. Faint but real. Lysithra wasn't just a hologram. She was actually there, trapped in some kind of suspended state. There has to be a way to get you out, Blake said, his mind already working through possibilities. If I can boost the signal between us, create a stronger connection, maybe we can figure out how to collapse the paradox safely. Commander, no. If you try to interface with the temporal field, you could become trapped as well. The same forces that hold me could ensnare you. Blake stopped and looked at her. Really looked at her. This woman had spent 3 centuries in unimaginable isolation, sacrificing everything to save people she'd never met. She'd held on through endless loneliness and pain, hoping for rescue that might never come. And now that someone was finally here, she was telling him not to risk himself. That was all Blake needed to hear. He'd spent the last 5 years taking the most dangerous salvage jobs in the galaxy, throwing himself into situations that should have killed him a dozen times over. He'd always told himself it was for the money, but deep down, he knew the truth. He was punishing himself for surviving when his squad hadn't. He was looking for a reason to matter, a purpose beyond just existing. Maybe this was it. Princess Lysithra, Blake said, pulling out his neural interface kit from his pack. I didn't become a salvage expert by playing it safe. I've modified ship engines while they were exploding, rewired power cores in the middle of firefights, and once I held a hull breach closed with my bare hands for 40 minutes while my partner welded it shut. This is what I do. I fix impossible problems. But, no buts, you've been alone for 300 years. That ends today. So let's figure this out together. Over the next several hours, Blake worked with Lysithra to modify his neural implant. It was delicate, dangerous work. One wrong calculation and he could fry his own brain. But Lysithra guided him through the Vendare technical specifications, explaining concepts that human science hadn't even theorized yet. Blake learned about temporal mechanics, chronometric fields, and the nature of paradox loops. Lysithra learned about human stubbornness, improvisation, and the kind of determination that came from a species that had clawed its way up from a single planet to spread across the stars. They talked while they worked. Blake told her about Earth, about the war, about the friends he'd lost. Lysithra told him about her world, her family, and the scientific curiosity that had driven her to volunteer for the temporal research program. Despite the centuries and species that separated them, they found common ground. Both of them were survivors. Both of them carried the weight of loss. Both of them refused to give up. Finally, Blake held up the modified implant. This should work. In theory. Maybe. Those are not reassuring words, Commander. Yeah, well, reassuring went out the window when I got locked in here with a time ghost. You ready? Lysithra nodded. As ready as I'll ever be. Blake inserted the modified implant into the port at the base of his skull and activated it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world exploded into color and sensation. Time itself seemed to slow down around him. He could see individual photons of light crawling through the air. Dust particles hung frozen like tiny planets. And standing in front of him, no longer flickering or transparent, was Lysithra. She was real, solid, beautiful and terrifying and absolutely real. It worked, Blake whispered, though his voice sounded stretched and strange to his own ears. Then the pain hit. Blake gasped as he felt himself being pulled deeper into the temporal field, his connection to normal reality fraying like a rope under too much weight. He was falling into the space between moments, the same prison that had held Lysithra for 3 centuries. The timekeeper's voice cut through his agony, calm and measured. 2 anchors may stabilize the paradox, Commander Carter. Or they may create a new one that destroys you both. Time will tell. Blake opened his eyes, but the world looked wrong. Everything around him had become frozen, locked in a moment that refused to move forward. He could see the hangar exactly as it had been, but now it existed in a state of perfect stillness. The dust particles he'd noticed before hung in the air like tiny sculptures made of light. His dropped flashlight was suspended halfway between his hand and the floor, its beam stretching toward the ground but never quite reaching it. Even the faint hum of the station's life support systems had vanished, replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. Blake tried to move and found that he could, though everything felt strange and heavy, like walking through water. He looked down at his hands and watched them leave trails of light as they moved, after images that hung in the air for several seconds before fading. "What you're experiencing is normal," a voice said behind him. "Well, as normal as this situation can be." Blake spun around and saw Lysithra standing there. But she wasn't a hologram anymore. She was completely solid, real, with depth and substance. She looked young, probably in her mid-20s by human standards, though Blake had no idea how Vendare aged. Her skin had a faint luminescence to it, like moonlight on water, and her hair seemed to drift slightly even though there was no wind. Her expression was a mixture of relief and absolute horror. "You shouldn't have done this," Lysithra said, reaching out toward him but stopping short of actually touching him. "You're trapped here with me now. In my world. In the space between seconds." Blake took a shaky breath and checked his chronometer. The numbers were barely moving. In normal space, only 3 milliseconds had passed since he'd activated the implant. But here, in this frozen world, those milliseconds stretched into hours. He could spend days here, and in the real world, less than a second would pass. "Then I guess we'd better figure out how to get us both out of here," Blake said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Because I didn't come this far just to become a permanent resident of frozen time." Lysithra studied him for a long moment, and Blake saw something shift in her expression. The horror faded, replaced by determination. "You really mean that, don't you? You're not going to panic or break down?" "Panicking doesn't solve problems," Blake said. "Trust me, I've tried it before. Doesn't work. So let's focus on what does work. Show me your ship's core. Let's see what we're dealing with." They walked through the frozen hangar toward the ship, and Blake marveled at how surreal everything felt. Their footsteps made no sound. The air didn't move. It was like walking through a photograph, except they were the only living things in it. Lysithra led him into the ship through a doorway that opened at her touch, responding to her presence even in this strange temporal state. The inside of the ship was breathtaking. The corridors were organic and flowing, more like the interior of a living creature than a machine. Soft blue light pulsed through veins in the walls, creating patterns that almost looked like they were breathing. Everything curved and spiraled, with no sharp edges or right angles. It was beautiful and alien and completely unlike any human vessel Blake had ever seen. They reached the core chamber and Blake stopped in his tracks. In the center of the room floated a massive crystalline structure, easily 20 feet across. It was the chronometric drive, the heart of the ship and the source of all their problems. The crystal pulsed with inner light, and Blake could see energy flowing through it in impossible patterns. Loops within loops within loops, time folding back on itself in ways that made his head hurt just looking at them. "This is what's been containing the paradox for 300 years, Lysithra explained, her voice quiet with reverence and pain. "The drive created a self-sustaining temporal loop. It feeds on its own contradiction, growing stronger the longer it exists. If we shut it down incorrectly, all that stored energy releases at once." Blake pulled out his scanner and started taking readings. The numbers were insane. How much energy are we talking about? Enough to age everything within 10 light years to dust. Or regress it all back to primordial atoms. Or both, simultaneously, in different temporal layers. Lysithra moved closer to the crystal, her hand hovering near its surface. "Time doesn't follow normal rules here, Blake. Cause and effect become suggestions rather than laws." Blake studied the drive for several minutes, his engineering mind working through the problem. He'd dealt with plenty of malfunctioning equipment in his career, but this was on a completely different level. This wasn't just broken technology. This was a wound in reality itself, and one wrong move could make it catastrophically worse. Then an idea hit him. He pulled up files from his own ship's database, scrolling through technical specifications until he found what he was looking for. Human FTL drives use temporal shielding. Basic stuff, really crude compared to your technology. Other species thought we were idiots for using it because it's inefficient and burns through a ton of power. I'm familiar with human FTL systems, Lysithra said, moving to look at his datapad. But I don't see how that helps us. Your shielding is too primitive. That's exactly why it might work, Blake said, excitement building in his voice. Your technology is all about manipulating time, bending it, controlling it. But human shielding doesn't try to control time at all. It just deflects it like an umbrella in the rain. What if we adapted that principle to your drive? Used it to bleed off the temporal energy gradually instead of trying to control the release? Lysithra's eyes widened as she processed the idea. Her fingers danced through holographic displays that appeared in the air around them, running calculations faster than Blake could follow. That could actually work. Your shielding doesn't interact with the paradox directly, so it won't trigger the feedback loop. It would be like slowly draining a lake instead of blowing up the dam. They threw themselves into the work, their minds operating in perfect synchronization. Blake brought human engineering synchronization. Blake brought human engineering ingenuity, the kind of creative problem-solving that came from a species that had bootstrapped itself into space with barely functional rockets and pure determination. Lysithra brought 3 centuries of technical knowledge and an understanding of temporal mechanics that no human scientist could match. Blake began experiencing fragments of Lysithra's memories. He felt the crushing weight of her loneliness, the 300 years of isolation stretching out in agonizing detail. He saw her moments of despair, the time she nearly gave up, the determination that kept her going when any sane person would have surrendered. He felt her fear on the day the drive malfunctioned, the split-second decision to sacrifice herself, and the crushing realization of what that sacrifice would actually mean. And Lysithra experienced his memories in return. She saw his childhood on Mars, growing up in the colonial domes where water was rationed and every breath of air was manufactured. She felt his excitement when he joined the military, the pride of serving something bigger than himself. Then came the war, the friends he lost, and the guilt that ate at him every single day. She experienced the moment his squad died, the desperate last stand where he was the only survivor, and the crushing question that haunted him ever since. Why did I live when they didn't? They took a break after several hours of work, sitting together in the frozen hangar. Blake's perception of time had completely shifted. He no longer noticed the stillness or the silence. This was his reality now, at least for the moment. You've seen so much death, Lysithra said quietly, not looking at him. So much loss. Yet you keep pushing forward. Humans always do. How do you manage it? How do you deal with the weight of all those ghosts? Blake was quiet for a moment, thinking about all the people he'd lost. His squad. His friends. The civilians he couldn't save. They were with him always, a constant presence in the back of his mind. For years, he'd thought of them as a burden, a weight he had to carry as punishment for surviving. But sitting here with Lysithra, someone who'd carried her own impossible burden for 3 centuries, Blake suddenly saw it differently. Because going backwards isn't an option, he said slowly, and standing still is just a slower way of dying. So forward is all we've got. We carry the people we lost with us, not as weights holding us down, but as reminders of why we keep going. They don't get to see tomorrow, so we have to see it for them. Lysithra laughed, a sound of genuine joy that Blake hadn't heard from her before. I like that philosophy. It's very human. Very you. Yeah, well, we're not known for our subtlety or our patience. But we're really good at being stubborn and refusing to quit. They returned to work with renewed energy, but then Blake felt something shift. The connection between him and normal time, already fragile, began to fail completely. He was being pulled deeper into Lysithra's temporal layer, his last ties to reality dissolving like smoke. If this continued, he wouldn't just be trapped for a few hours or days. He'd be trapped forever, just like her. Blake, your readings are destabilizing. Lysithra grabbed his arm, her touch solid and real. You need to sever the connection now before it's too late. Save yourself. Blake looked at her, at the fear and desperation in her eyes, and he realized something. She was more terrified of him being trapped than she'd ever been for herself. After 300 years of isolation, after all the loneliness and pain, her first instinct was still to protect someone else. That was who she was at her core, someone who sacrificed for others. Well, Blake thought stubbornness runs both ways. Not happening, he said firmly. We're in this together now, remember? I'm not leaving you alone again. You fool, Lysithra whispered, and Blake saw tears forming in her strange, beautiful eyes. You beautiful, stupid, stubborn human fool. Blake grinned despite the pain spreading through his body. Yeah, that's pretty much our species in a nutshell. Now stop trying to save me and help me save both of us. We've got a paradox to fix. Blake made his choice in that moment, and it was probably the craziest decision of his entire life. Instead of fighting against the pull into Lysithra's temporal layer, instead of trying to save himself and abandon her, he did the exact opposite. He dove deeper. He let go of his connection to normal time completely and committed himself fully to the space between moments where Lysithra existed. The pain that had been tearing through his body suddenly vanished, replaced by a strange clarity. The world shifted around him, and for the first time, Blake truly understood what Lysithra had been experiencing for 300 years. He could see time now not as a line or a concept, but as an actual thing. It was like an ocean, vast and deep, with currents and eddies and waves that moved in patterns he'd never imagined. And he and Lysithra were anchored in the same spot, held in place by the paradox at the heart of the ship. What have you done? Lysithra asked, catching him as his legs gave out. The adjustment period was brutal, and Blake's brain struggled to process his new perception of reality. Something incredibly stupid probably, Blake admitted, his voice shaky. But now we're anchored together. If you're stuck here forever, so am I. Which means we'd better make damn sure neither of us stays stuck. Lysithra's expression shifted from horror to something else. Determination mixed with something that looked almost like hope. Then we finish this. Together. No more arguing about who saves who. We both get out or neither of us does. Now you're thinking like a human, Blake said with a weak grin. They returned to the chronometric drive with renewed purpose, and the work went faster now. Blake's fully anchored state meant he could interact with the temporal systems directly. He could see the energy flows, touch the crystalline structure without fear, and make modifications that would have been impossible from normal time. The combination of human and Vendare thinking created solutions neither of them could have found alone. Days passed in the space between moments. Or maybe it was weeks. Time was weird here and Blake stopped trying to keep track. What mattered was the work, and slowly but surely they were making progress. The solution they developed was elegant in its simplicity. By wrapping the chronometric drive in adapted human temporal shielding, they could create a controlled discharge. The energy wouldn't explode outward. Instead, it would bleed off gradually, harmlessly, over the course of several minutes. But there was one massive problem they couldn't solve. Someone has to pilot the ship during the discharge, Lysithra explained, her hands moving through holographic displays showing temporal forces involved will fluctuate constantly. Any automated system would be torn apart by the contradictions. We need a living mind, something that can adapt and react in real time, to guide the ship through the collapse. Blake studied the numbers and his stomach sank. Guide it from inside the temporal field. Whoever does this will be riding the paradox while it unravels. That sounds incredibly dangerous. It is. The pilot would need to maintain perfect control while reality itself tries to tear them apart. One mistake, one moment of lost focus, and the entire discharge could cascade out of control. Blake looked at Lysithra, then back at the drive. Then we both do it. Time. Why stop now? Before Lysithra could respond, a new voice cut through the frozen stillness. It was the timekeeper, speaking with what sounded almost like emotion. I have prepared for this moment for many years. Since you began your work, I have been opening a corridor through the station, clearing a path for your ship to launch. But you must understand, the window of opportunity is narrow. You will have one chance to execute this plan. One chance is all we need, Blake said with more confidence than he felt. Over the next several days they prepared everything. Blake and Lysithra linked their minds directly to the ship's control systems, becoming extensions of the vessel itself. As they connected, something unexpected happened. Their consciousness merged even more deeply than before. Blake experienced the full weight of Lysithra's 300-year vigil. Every moment of crushing loneliness, every time she nearly gave up, every flash of hope that kept her going. He felt her fear when the drive first malfunctioned, the nobility of her decision to sacrifice herself, and the slow erosion of her sanity as the centuries dragged on. And Lysithra experienced everything Blake had buried deep inside himself. She felt his childhood dreams of exploring the stars, the pride of joining the military, the bonds of brotherhood with his squad. Then came the war, brutal and unforgiving. She experienced the battle at Titan Station, watching his friends die one by one, using their bodies as cover while he held the line. She felt his survivor's guilt, the crushing weight of being the only one who lived, and the self-destructive pattern he'd fallen into afterward. The dangerous jobs, the reckless behavior, the unconscious death wish hidden behind professional competence. When they finally separated, both of them were crying. They sat together in the ship's core chamber, processing what they'd learned about each other. "Blake," Lysithra said softly, "you weren't meant to die with your squad. Can't you see that? You survived because the universe needed you here in this moment to free me. Your life has meaning beyond that battle." Blake wiped his eyes, feeling something inside him shift. For 5 years he'd been punishing himself for living. But maybe Lysithra was right. Maybe survival wasn't a crime. Maybe it was a responsibility. "And you," Blake said, "spent 3 centuries holding back a catastrophe that would have killed billions. You're not a victim or a prisoner. You're a hero. The greatest hero nobody ever knew about." They might have said more, but alarms suddenly blared through the ship. The timekeeper's voice returned, urgent now. "I am detecting incoming vessels. Multiple ships dropping out of hyperspace near the station. Vendare military signatures. They have found you." Blake and Lysithra rushed to the ship's sensors, accessing data that the timekeeper was feeding them. Sure enough, a fleet of sleek warships was materializing in space around Cronner Station. At least 20 vessels, all of them heavily armed, all of them moving into formation. "They detected my life signature," Lysithra said, her voice tight with tension. "After 300 years, my government finally found me." A transmission came through, cold and bureaucratic. "This is Vendare Defense Command. The temporal anomaly at Cronner Station has been classified as a threat to galactic security. Any ships attempting to leave the area will be destroyed. Surrender immediately." Blake felt Lysithra's fear through their connection. "They're not here to rescue you, are they?" "No," she whispered. "They're here to bury the secret. My government covered up the 7th Fleet disaster. They declared us all dead to hide their failed temporal research program. If I come back, if I testify about what really happened, it would destroy them politically. I'm not a lost princess to them. I'm a loose end that needs to be eliminated." Blake checked their discharge calculations. They needed at least 10 more minutes to finish preparations, but the Vendare fleet would be in firing position within 5. Even if they somehow escaped, Lysithra would spend the rest of her life running or imprisoned, and Blake would probably be killed as an inconvenient witness. That's when the idea hit him. It was insane, reckless, and absolutely impossible, which meant it was perfectly human. "What if we don't shut down the drive?" Blake said slowly, his mind racing. "What if instead of dissipating the energy, we use it? We've got 300 years of stored temporal power in this thing. What if we focus all that energy into one massive jump? Not backwards or sideways through time, but forward." Lysithra stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "Forward through time? Blake, that's completely theoretical. Nobody has ever successfully executed a controlled temporal jump of that magnitude." "Yeah, but nobody ever held a paradox stable for 300 years either, and you managed that. Look, your government wants to bury you in the past. So let's jump over them entirely. Leap forward in time, past their fleet, past their political regime, past everyone who wants to silence you. How far forward are we talking?" Blake pulled up the energy calculations. 500 years. Maybe more. Far enough that your current government has either fallen or reformed. Far enough that the secrets they're trying to hide don't matter anymore. We'd wake up in a galaxy we don't recognize. Everything we know would be ancient history. Our families, our homes, everything would be gone. Blake looked at her seriously. "You've already been alone for 3 centuries. At least this time you won't be alone. We'll face whatever future we find together. And honestly, my life in this time isn't exactly something I'm desperate to hold on to." Lysithra was quiet for a long moment, processing the magnitude of what Blake was suggesting. Then slowly a smile spread across her face. "I've been running from time for 300 years. Maybe it's time we ran ahead of it instead. That's very human thinking. Hey, when you can't win the fight in front of you, change the battlefield. It's what we do best." The timekeeper's voice returned, and for the first time since Blake had met the AI, it sounded almost excited. "I must confess something to you both. I was not built in your past. I was built in your future by Vendare who regretted their ancestors' decisions. I was placed here in this time, specifically to ensure this moment could occur. You were always meant to succeed. Now go forward, Commander Blake Carter and Princess Lysithra. Go forward and show them what the future holds." The Vendare fleet closed in, weapons charging with energy signatures that made the ship's sensors scream warnings. Blake and Lysithra had maybe 3 minutes before those warships opened fire, and once they did, even the station's ancient shields wouldn't hold for long. The timekeeper was already opening the launch corridor, massive doors grinding apart to reveal the star-filled void beyond. But that corridor would become a death trap the moment they tried to fly through it. Blake's hands flew across the holographic controls, completely recalculating the discharge sequence they'd spent days perfecting. Instead of bleeding energy off gradually, they were going to channel every ounce of power the chronometric drive had stored over 3 centuries into one focused burst. It was like the difference between letting air out of a balloon slowly versus popping it and trying to ride the explosion. "This is absolutely crazy," Lysithra said, but she was already working alongside him, her fingers dancing through Vendare calculations faster than Blake's eyes could follow. "We're essentially turning my ship into a temporal missile and hoping we survive the launch." "Crazy is kind of humanity's specialty," Blake replied, sweat beading on his forehead as he worked. "We reached the moon using computers less powerful than a modern toaster. We colonized Mars before we figured out how to reliably predict weather. If there's a stupid, reckless way to solve a problem, humans will find it and make it work through sheer stubbornness." Despite their desperate situation, Lysithra laughed. Over the past days working together, she'd come to understand humans in a way few aliens ever did. They were a species that looked at impossible odds and took it as a personal challenge. They turned disadvantages into advantages and made strength out of weakness. It was no wonder they'd become such a powerful force in the galaxy despite being relative newcomers to space travel. Another transmission came through from the Vendare fleet, but this time it wasn't the cold bureaucratic voice. It was someone older, with authority that came from years of command. "Princess Lysithra, this is Admiral Torvash. I know you can hear me. Stand down. Your ship is damaged and obsolete. You cannot escape. Surrender now, and I give you my word you'll be treated fairly." Lysithra's hands froze over the controls. Blake glanced at her and saw the conflict written across her face. "You know him?" "He was my father's military advisor," Lysithra said quietly. "A good man, or at least he was 300 years ago. But he's lying. Even if he personally wants to help me, his superiors won't allow it. The moment I'm in custody, I'll disappear. Political expediency always wins over honor." Blake reached over and put his hand on hers. Through their mental connection, he could feel her pain, her fear, and underneath it all, her bone-deep exhaustion. She was tired of running, tired of fighting, tired of being trapped. Part of her just wanted it to be over, whatever that meant. "Hey," Blake said gently. "We didn't come this far to give up now. You held that paradox for 3 centuries because you refused to let innocent people die. That's who you are. So let's show these people what determination really looks like. Human and Vendare working together, refusing to accept defeat. What do you say?" Lysithra looked at him, and Blake saw the exhaustion fade, replaced by the same fierce determination that had kept her alive through impossible isolation. "Let's jump into the future and leave these bastards behind." They finalized the calculations with seconds to spare. The chronometric drive began to spin up, energy building in patterns that made the air itself crackle with power. The ship started to shake, vibrations running through every surface as 300 years of stored temporal energy prepared to release all at once. Outside, the Vendare fleet detected the energy buildup. Blake heard Admiral Torvash's voice again, no longer calm but urgent. "All ships, open fire. Don't let that ship activate its drive." Energy beams lanced through space, brilliant streaks of destructive power that converged on the hangar. The first few shots slammed into Chrono Station's shields, causing systems throughout the ancient structure to overload. Alarms blared. Emergency lights flickered. The timekeeper's voice cut through the chaos, strained but determined. "Launching in 5 seconds. The corridor is clear. May time itself guide your path." Blake and Lysithra's minds merged completely with the ship's systems. They became the vessel, feeling every rivet and circuit as extensions of their own bodies. The chronometric drive reached critical mass, reality itself beginning to bend and warp around them. The ship phased partially out of normal space, becoming translucent, ghostly. 3 seconds, Blake counted down. 2, 1, go. The ship launched from the hangar like a bullet from a gun, crossing the distance to open space in a fraction of a second. The Vendare fleet fired again, but their weapons passed straight through the vessel. Blake and Lysithra were already halfway into another time, existing in multiple moments simultaneously. The ship was there and not there, real and unreal, present and future all at once. Then the chronometric drive released its full power, and Blake experienced something no human had ever witnessed before. They were riding time itself, surfing along the currents of causality as centuries blurred past in moments. Through the ship's temporal sensors, Blake watched history unfold at impossible speed. He saw the Vendare government that had tried to kill them collapse within 50 years, torn apart by internal corruption and the very lies they'd used to cover up the Seventh Fleet disaster. He saw humanity continue its expansion across the galaxy, their natural temporal resilience making them invaluable as mediators and peacekeepers. New species made first contact, forming alliances and partnerships. Wars flared and ended. Entire civilizations rose to prominence and then faded into memory. Lysithra got 3 centuries existing outside normal time. She knew how to navigate paradoxes and avoid temporal eddies that could trap them. Blake provided the anchor, his human perception of linear time keeping them moving forward instead of scattering across multiple timelines. They saw the year 2600, then 2700, then 2800. The galaxy changed in ways both wonderful and terrifying. Technology advanced beyond anything they recognized. Political boundaries shifted and reformed. At some point around the year 2850, Blake caught glimpses of what looked like the Temporal Reconciliation Act, some kind of galactic treaty that legitimized and regulated time travel technology. The research Lysithra had died trying to protect had finally become accepted, understood, and used responsibly. At year 2900, they saw references to something called the Temporal Anchor Initiative, a cooperative program between humans and reformed Vendare to train specialists in chronometric rescue and stabilization. Humanity's unique perception of time had become recognized as a crucial galactic resource. Finally, at 512 years after they'd launched, the ship began to solidify back into normal space. The temporal jump was completing, the stored energy nearly exhausted. Blake and Lysithra guided their vessel through the final moments of transition, and then with a flash of blue light, they emerged into a new era. They were still in orbit around Croner Station, but the ancient derelict they remembered had been completely transformed. The station gleamed with fresh metal and new construction. Ships of dozens of species moved in and out of its docking bays. The entire structure had been converted into something magnificent, a hub of activity and life instead of a forgotten ruin. Their communications console immediately lit up with incoming messages. Dozens of them from ships of species Blake recognized and many he didn't. One voice came through clearly, speaking in perfect English with barely controlled excitement. "Unknown vessel, this is Croner Traffic Control. Please transmit your identification codes." "Wait, I'm reading your ship's signature and I can't believe what I'm seeing." "Computer, verify these readings. Is that really a Vendare 7th Fleet chronometric vessel? The Princess's Vigil? That's impossible. That ship is a legend." Blake and Lysithra looked at each other in confusion. "The Princess's Vigil?" Blake asked. Lysithra pulled up the historical databases of this new era, accessing the public information networks. What she found made her breath catch. Their story had become legend. The tale of Princess Lysithra who sacrificed herself to contain a paradox, holding it stable for 3 centuries while her ship drifted through time, preserving crucial knowledge about temporal mechanics that would eventually save countless lives. The ship itself had become a symbol, a reminder of the cost of reckless experimentation and the nobility of sacrifice. People thought she was dead. They thought the ship had been destroyed or lost forever in some temporal void. But the knowledge she'd been protecting, the research data stored in the ship's computers, had somehow been recovered in pieces over the centuries. It had formed the foundation of modern temporal science. A mixed fleet was approaching now, not with weapons but with ceremonial formations. Blake saw human ships flying alongside Vendare vessels, plus craft from at least a dozen other species. They formed an honor guard around the ancient ship, welcoming them home. A new transmission came through, this one on an official diplomatic channel. The speaker was Vendare, but her voice carried warmth instead of the cold bureaucracy Blake remembered. "Princess Lysithra, Commander Blake Carter of Earth, on behalf of the Galactic Temporal Council, welcome to the 31st century. We thought you were lost forever. Your sacrifice and the knowledge you preserved changed our entire civilization. You're not fugitives here. You're heroes." Blake felt tears streaming down his face. Beside him, Lysithra was openly crying, centuries of pain and fear finally releasing. They'd done it. They'd escaped not just the trap of the paradox, but the trap of a time that wanted to silence them. They'd leaped forward into a future that understood and valued what they'd been through. The timekeeper's voice came through the ship's internal systems one last time. "My purpose is complete. I have guided you to this moment across 5 centuries. But if you will have me, I would like to continue forward with you. I have grown fond of this journey and of you both. You're always welcome with us, Lysithra said, her voice thick with emotion. You saved us both. You're part of this crew now. Over the following weeks, Blake and Lysithra adapted to their new era. It was overwhelming at first. 500 years of history to catch up on, technology they didn't understand, and a galaxy that had changed in ways both subtle and profound. But they weren't alone. The people of this new era welcomed them warmly, understanding that they were refugees from time itself. Blake learned that humanity had become a major galactic power, respected not for military might but for their unique abilities as temporal anchors and mediators. The stubborn determination that had once been seen as a human quirk was now recognized as a crucial survival trait. Humans could stabilize temporal anomalies naturally, making them invaluable in rescue operations and scientific research. The Vendare had transformed entirely after their government's collapse. They'd built a new society based on transparency, cooperation, and ethical use of temporal technology. The cover-up of the Seventh Fleet disaster had become a cautionary tale taught in their schools, a reminder of what happened when political expediency trumped truth and honor. Blake and Lysithra were offered positions as ambassadors, using their unique experience to help others understand temporal phenomena. Their ship, officially designated the Princess's Vigil by the historical records, became a research vessel. With the Timekeeper AI integrated into its systems, they explored the boundaries of time itself, helping to rescue others trapped in temporal anomalies and advancing the science that Lysithra had nearly died to preserve. One evening, Blake stood on the ship's observation deck, watching stars stream past as they traveled to their next assignment. He thought about his old life, the guilt and aimless drifting, the dangerous jobs that were slowly killing him. That version of Blake seemed like a stranger now, someone from another lifetime. Lysithra joined him, slipping her hand into his. They'd been through so much together that words often felt unnecessary. Through their still-linked minds, they shared thoughts and feelings more directly than speech could convey. Do you ever regret it? Lysithra asked, though Blake knew she already sensed his answer. Everything you left behind? The life you could have had. Blake thought about his answer carefully. He'd left behind the guilt, yes, but also the friends who'd survived the war, the familiar places, the version of Earth he'd known. 500 years had passed. Everyone he'd known was long dead. His entire era had become history. But he'd gained something infinitely more valuable. He'd found purpose beyond survival. He'd proven that being in the wrong place at the right time could change everything. He'd saved someone who desperately needed saving and been saved in return. Most importantly, he'd learned that his survival hadn't been a mistake or a curse. It had been preparation for this moment, for this mission, for this life. Not for a second, Blake said honestly. I spent 5 years punishing myself for living when my squad died. But you taught me something important. They didn't die so I could waste my life feeling guilty. They died so I could live fully, so I could be here when you needed someone to hear your call. Their sacrifice led to this, to us, to all the good we're doing now. That gives their deaths meaning. Lysithra rested her head on his shoulder, and Blake felt her contentment through their bond. You know what I realized? She said. I spent 3 centuries trapped between moments, experiencing time in ways nobody should ever have to endure. But those 3 centuries led me to you. They prepared me to guide us through that temporal jump. Without that experience, we never would have survived. Sometimes the worst things we go through are preparing us for the best things yet to come. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the stars. Somewhere behind them in time, Admiral Torvash and his fleet were still searching for a ship that had vanished 5 centuries ago. Somewhere in the past, Blake's old self was taking dangerous salvage jobs and slowly destroying himself with guilt. Somewhere in history, Lysithra was sealing herself into a temporal prison, believing she'd die alone and forgotten. But here, in this moment, in this time, they were free. They were together. They were moving forward, always forward, because that's what survivors did. They carried their pain and their losses not as weights dragging them down, but as reminders of why each new moment mattered. A notification came through from the Temporal Council. Another rescue mission, another person trapped in a temporal anomaly that conventional teams couldn't reach. Another chance to use their unique experience to save someone the way they'd saved each other. Blake felt Lysithra's determination through their bond, matching his own. Ready? He asked. She smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd survived the impossible and come out stronger. Always. Time to show them what a human and a Vendare can do when they work together. Their ship turned toward their new destination, leaving trails of light across the darkness of space. Behind them lay 5 centuries of history, pain, and sacrifice. Ahead lay infinite possibilities, challenges they'd faced together, and a future they'd fought harder than anyone to reach. The timekeeper's voice hummed contentedly through the ship's systems. Forward, always forward. I do believe I'm going to enjoy this era very much. And in the space between moments, in the quantum realm where past and future touched, time itself seemed to whisper its approval. 2 souls who'd been trapped by time had learned to ride it instead. A human who saw time as an arrow and a Vendare who'd experienced it as an ocean had found common ground in simply moving forward, one moment after another, together. Blake squeezed Lysithra's hand. 500 years from their origin point, in a galaxy they barely recognized, they'd finally found what they'd both been searching for all along. Not escape from time, but the freedom to move through it on their own terms, anchored not by paradox or guilt, but by purpose, partnership, and the simple human philosophy that had saved them both. When you can't fight the present, leap into the future. And when you get there, make it better than the past you left behind. That was the human way. And now it was their way too.
The year was 2157 and humans had built homes on 12 different star systems. Earth remained the center of everything important for human people. Captain Jake Morrison stood on the bridge of his research ship called Meridian, as it moved through space near the outer edges of human territory. His crew had been exploring new areas for 3 months when something amazing happened. The communications officer Lisa turned to Jake with wide eyes. She had detected signals from an unknown source. The signals were not random noise but organized patterns that could only come from intelligent beings. Jake felt his heart beat faster as he realized what this meant. Humans had finally found other intelligent life in the universe. Admiral Lisa Carter received the news at Earth's main military base. She was the highest-ranking military person in all of human space. When the report reached her desk about first contact with aliens, she immediately called President Kevin Hayes. The president ordered all military ships to move carefully and prepare for peaceful contact. He wanted this first meeting to go well. Dr. Helen Brooks worked in the science department on Earth. She studied alien life forms even though humans had never found any before. When the news came about real aliens, she could barely contain her excitement. She had spent her whole career preparing for this moment. The aliens called themselves Zephyrians and they wanted to meet with human leaders. The meeting was set up at a space station called Unity that floated between human and alien territory. Admiral Carter took her best ships there and waited. Jake Morrison brought the Meridian to join the fleet. Dr. Brooks came aboard Carter's flagship to study the aliens when they arrived. The Zephyrian ships were unlike anything humans had ever seen. They looked like giant crystals that somehow moved through space. When the alien delegation came aboard Unity Station, humans got their first look at the beings inside. The Zephyrians were tall and their bodies seemed to be made of living crystal that changed colors as they moved. They had no faces like humans, but instead had smooth surfaces that glowed with different lights. High Commander Vextal led the alien group. When he spoke, the words came not from his mouth but appeared directly in human minds. Dr. Brooks realized the aliens were telepathic. They could put thoughts into other beings' heads without speaking. This made her nervous, but she tried to stay calm. The first meetings went well. High Commander Vextal seemed friendly and interested in learning about humans. He asked many questions about human culture and how their society worked. Admiral Carter answered carefully while Dr. Brooks took notes about everything the aliens said and did. The Zephyrians said they ruled a large empire with many worlds and billions of people. They had been watching humans for some time and were impressed by how quickly humans had spread to different planets. Vextal said his people wanted to establish trade and share knowledge with humans. President Hayes watched the meetings through video links from Earth. Everything seemed to be going perfectly. The aliens appeared peaceful and advanced. They offered to share some of their technology in exchange for human art and culture. Hayes felt proud that humanity's first contact with aliens was so successful. After 3 days of talks, High Commander Vextal made a special request. He wanted to broadcast a demonstration to all human worlds to show Zephyrian peaceful intentions. The alien said his people back home wanted to see humans and learn about them. A live broadcast across all human colonies would help both species understand each other better. Hayes agreed immediately. This seemed like a wonderful way to share this historic moment with all humans everywhere. Admiral Carter set up the transmission systems and Dr. Brooks helped prepare educational material about both species to include in the broadcast. Jake Morrison watched from the Meridian as technicians prepared the broadcast equipment. His ship was positioned to relay the signal to outer colonies. Like everyone else, he felt excited to be part of this moment in human history. The broadcast began at exactly noon Earth time. Billions of humans across 12 star systems watched their screens as High Commander Vextal appeared. The alien's crystal body glowed with beautiful colors as he began to speak directly into viewers' minds. "Greetings, humans of all worlds," the alien's voice echoed in everyone's thoughts. "Today marks a new beginning for both our species. We Zephyrians have watched your growth with great interest. Now we wish to show you something very important about our relationship." The transmission suddenly changed. Instead of showing the space station meeting room, screens across human space displayed the surface of New Haven Colony. This was one of humanity's most successful farming worlds, with 7 million people living peaceful lives. Jake Morrison felt confused as he watched families going about their daily activities on New Haven. Children played in parks while their parents worked in fields and cities. Everything looked normal and happy. He wondered why the aliens were showing this. Then the horror began. Zephyrian ships appeared in New Haven's sky like dark crystals blotting out the sun. Energy beams shot down from the alien vessels and began striking human settlements. The beams did not just destroy buildings but completely vaporized every person they touched. Families running for safety simply vanished as the alien weapons found them. Children screaming for their parents disappeared in flashes of light. Elderly people who could not run fast enough were erased from existence. The Zephyrians were systematically murdering every human on New Haven while broadcasting it live to the entire human species. Dr. Brooks felt sick as she watched the massacre. The aliens were not showing mercy to anyone. They killed babies and grandparents with the same casual efficiency. Worse yet, she could hear the Zephyrians making sounds that seemed like laughter as they committed these murders. Admiral Carter stood frozen as 7 million human lives ended before her eyes. The alien weapons worked methodically across New Haven's surface, ensuring no one survived. Cities burned and forests withered under the energy assault. In less than 6 hours, an entire world full of human life had been exterminated. President Hayes watched in horror from Earth as his people died. He tried to contact the space station to stop the transmission, but found that all communications had been blocked by Zephyrian technology. Humans everywhere were forced to watch their fellow humans being slaughtered with no way to help or even look away. High Commander Vextal appeared on screen again as the last human on New Haven died. His crystal body now pulsed with what could only be described as satisfaction. When he spoke, his mental voice carried amusement and contempt. "Your species amuses us greatly," Vextal said directly into every human mind listening. "Consider what you have witnessed today, a demonstration of Zephyrian superiority over your kind. This was merely for our entertainment and your education. Submit to our rule completely, or many more of your worlds will burn exactly like New Haven. You have 7 of your days to surrender your entire species to us." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving billions of humans staring at blank screens. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of people crying, screaming, and swearing vengeance. In that moment, something fundamental changed in the human species. The aliens had made a terrible mistake. They had shown humans exactly what they were capable of. And now humans would show the galaxy what they were capable of in return. The silence after the broadcast lasted only minutes before Earth exploded into action. President Kevin Hayes stood in the emergency command center, watching reports flood in from every human world at war against the aliens. Military recruitment centers were overwhelmed with volunteers. Everyone wanted revenge for New Haven. Hayes made the decision that would change human history forever. He activated the Emergency Powers Clause and declared total war against the Zephyrian Empire. But this would not be a normal war with battles and treaties. This would be a war of complete extermination. Every single Zephyrian in the galaxy would die for what they had done. General Paul Carter received the order while commanding the Mars Defense Fleet. He was Admiral Lisa Carter's younger brother, and just as determined as she was. When Hayes appointed him to lead Operation Extinction, Paul felt the weight of human fury settling on his shoulders. His job was simple in concept, but massive in scale. Kill every alien that had participated in the massacre and destroy their entire species. Dr. Nathan Cross worked in Earth's most advanced physics laboratory. When the military came to him asking for new weapons, he did not hesitate. Cross had lost his sister and her family on New Haven. Now he would use his brilliant mind to create tools of revenge. He began designing weapons specifically meant to kill Zephyrians in the most efficient ways possible. The aliens were made of living crystal, so Cross focused on resonance technology. Every crystal had a natural frequency that could make it vibrate. If he could find the right frequency for Zephyrian biology, he could make their bodies shake apart from the inside. He worked 18 hours a day, building prototypes while his assistants tested different sound waves and energy. Patterns Commander Amy Rodriguez led the intelligence division from a secret base on Luna. Her teams intercepted every Zephyrian communication they could find. What they discovered made humans even angrier. The aliens were still broadcasting the New Haven massacre on their homeworld as entertainment. Millions of Zephyrians watched the human deaths like humans might watch a sporting event. Rodriguez learned that the Zephyrians considered the massacre a form of art. They rated different methods of killing humans and discussed which deaths were most amusing. Some aliens were already planning visits to other human worlds to create new entertainment for their people. The recordings of these conversations were played for human leaders, hardening their resolve for complete genocide. Captain Jake Morrison brought the Meridian back to Earth's orbital shipyards for modifications. The research vessel would be transformed into an instrument of war. Cross's resonance weapons were installed along with new armor and faster engines. Morrison watched as peaceful exploration equipment was replaced with devices designed only for killing. The shipyards around Earth worked without stopping. Every human world contributed ships, weapons, and people to the war effort. Factories that once built farming equipment now produced ammunition. Schools became training centers for new soldiers. The entire human civilization focused on one goal: destroying the aliens who had murdered their people. Colonel Rick Palmer discovered something that made the situation even worse. His intelligence teams found Zephyrian broadcasts describing humans as inferior beings who existed only for alien amusement. The aliens had been watching human colonies for years, selecting which ones would provide the best entertainment when they decided to attack. New Haven had been chosen because it had the most children and families. The Zephyrians found it particularly amusing to watch human parents try to protect their offspring before being killed themselves. Palmer shared this information with military commanders, who passed it to their troops. Now every human soldier knew they were fighting beings who enjoyed murdering children. Dr. Helen Brooks worked with xenobiologist Dr. Grace Lee to develop biological weapons. Since the aliens were partly organic despite their crystal appearance, they might be vulnerable to specially designed diseases. Brooks and Lee created pathogens that would attack Zephyrian nervous systems and cause their crystal bodies to decay from within. The biological weapons were tested on captured Zephyrian technology samples. The results exceeded expectations. The alien materials began breaking down within hours of exposure. If this worked on living Zephyrians, entire populations could be eliminated quickly and efficiently. Tech specialist Carl Johnson created computer viruses designed to infiltrate Zephyrian technology. The aliens used crystal-based computing systems that were vulnerable to specific types of digital attacks. Johnson's viruses could make alien ships crash, weapons malfunction, and communication systems fail. These cyber weapons would give human forces a major advantage in battle. Admiral Lisa Carter prepared the largest military fleet in human history. Ships came from every human world to join her armada. Merchant vessels were converted to carry troops and supplies. Civilian craft received weapons and armor. Even luxury passenger ships became part of the war machine. Carter's fleet grew to over 3,000 vessels of all sizes. This represented nearly every space-capable ship humans possessed. The Admiral knew this was humanity's chance to prove they could defend themselves. If they failed, other alien species might decide humans were easy targets. The preparation phase took 6 weeks of constant work. During this time, Zephyrian ships approached several other human colonies. Each time, the aliens broadcast their intentions to massacre more humans for entertainment. But now human defense forces were ready. The first test came at Alpha Centauri colony. Zephyrian ships arrived expecting to find defenseless humans. Instead, they met Morrison's modified Meridian and 12 other vessels equipped with Cross's resonance weapons. The battle lasted only minutes before every alien ship was destroyed. The resonance weapons worked perfectly. Zephyrian crystal hulls shattered like glass when hit by the right frequency waves. Alien crew members were torn apart as their crystalline biology vibrated beyond its structural limits. For the first time since New Haven, humans had killed Zephyrians. General Carter received reports from the Alpha Centauri battle and smiled grimly. The weapons worked and human forces could defeat alien technology. Now it was time to take the war to the enemy. He began planning simultaneous attacks on every known Zephyrian outpost and colony. President Hayes addressed the human species one final time before the offensive began. His words were broadcast to every human world and recorded for history. The aliens wanted to show us their power by murdering our people. Today we begin showing them ours. We will not stop until every Zephyrian in the galaxy is dead. They chose genocide when they killed New Haven. Now they will receive genocide in return. The message ended with footage of the new human war fleet. Thousands of ships filled with angry humans ready to avenge their dead. Cross's weapons hummed with deadly energy, while Johnson's viruses waited to strike alien computers. Brooks and Lee's biological agents sat ready to poison entire Zephyrian worlds. Admiral Carter gave the order that started humanity's war of extermination. All ships begin Operation Extinction. Show no mercy because they showed none to us. Every alien dies today or we keep fighting until they do. The largest military force humans had ever assembled moved towards Zephyrian space carrying death for an entire species. The first strikes against Zephyrian targets began at exactly midnight Earth time. Captain Jake Morrison led 12 ships toward a Zephyrian listening post in the Kepler system. His modified Meridian carried the most advanced resonance weapons Dr. Cross had created. Morrison felt cold satisfaction as he prepared to test these weapons on living aliens. The Zephyrian listening post was a massive crystal structure floating in space near Kepler's fourth planet. It looked beautiful with its glowing surfaces and elegant curves, but Morrison knew it was filled with the same creatures who had laughed while murdering human children. He gave the order to attack without any attempt at communication. Cross's resonance weapons fired invisible waves of energy at specific frequencies. The crystal structure began vibrating as the waves hit it. Morrison watched through his ship's cameras as the alien station started shaking apart. Pieces of crystal broke off and floated away while the main structure cracked like glass. The Zephyrians inside tried to escape in small ships, but Morrison's fleet was ready. Every alien vessel that launched was immediately targeted by resonance beams. The ships shattered in seconds, killing their crews instantly. Morrison felt nothing but satisfaction as he watched the aliens die. The resonance weapons worked better than anyone had hoped. The alien shields that had seemed so powerful during the New Haven massacre were useless against frequency attacks. Crystal technology that looked advanced was actually fragile when hit with the right kind of energy. In 30 minutes, every Zephyrian at the listening post was dead. Lieutenant Colonel Sandra White commanded ground forces attacking a Zephyrian mining colony on a planet called Zerthon. Her Marines landed in dropships equipped with sonic weapons and grenades designed to disrupt crystalline structures. White had lost her husband and 2 children on New Haven, and now she would make the aliens pay. The mining colony had about 5,000 Zephyrian workers and 1,000 guards. White's force numbered only 800 Marines, but they had superior weapons and unlimited hatred. The colonel divided her troops into hunting teams and sent them into the crystal tunnels where the aliens lived and worked. The sonic weapons were devastating against Zephyrian biology. When Marines fired them at aliens, the creatures' crystal bodies began cracking and breaking apart. The aliens screamed in their telephones of nearby humans with their pain and terror. White ordered her Marines to ignore the mental noise and keep killing. The aliens tried to surrender after the first hour of fighting, but White had strict orders to take no prisoners except for high-ranking officers needed for intelligence. Every worker and guard on Zerthon would die. The Marines moved systematically through the tunnels, using their weapons to hunt down every alien they could find. The Zephyrians fought desperately to defend their mining equipment and living areas. Their energy weapons could kill humans instantly, but they had trouble hitting fast-moving targets in the narrow tunnels. White's Marines used guerrilla tactics, striking quickly, and then moving to new positions before the aliens could respond effectively. Dr. Helen Brooks and Dr. Grace Lee deployed their biological weapon on a Zephyrian research station called Mordeth. The pathogen was delivered through the station's air recycling system by a small stealth drone. Once inside, the biological agent began spreading through the telepathic network that connected all Zephyrians on the station. The weapon worked exactly as designed. The pathogen attacked the neural crystalline matrices that allowed Zephyrians to think and communicate. Within hours, aliens throughout the station began losing their ability to control their bodies. Their crystal forms started turning black as the infection spread through their nervous systems. Brooks watched through remote cameras as the aliens died in agony. Their telepathic screams of pain were so intense that they overloaded the station's communication equipment. The doctor felt no sympathy as she observed their suffering. These were the same creatures who had found entertainment in human deaths. The biological weapon spread faster than expected because of the aliens' telepathic connections. Every Zephyrian who tried to help an infected colleague became infected themselves. In 3 days, the entire population of Mordeth was dead. Their crystal bodies crumbled to black dust. Master Sergeant Tony Miller led special operations teams tasked with capturing high-ranking Zephyrian officers alive. These prisoners were needed for interrogation to learn about alien military plans and population centers. Miller's teams used non-lethal sonic weapons to disable alien commanders without killing them. The captured aliens were taken to secret facilities where Dr. Elena Foster conducted interrogations. Foster was a specialist in alien psychology who had studied Zephyrian behavior patterns since first contact. She used a combination of sonic torture and telepathic disruption to break down alien resistance. The interrogations revealed valuable intelligence about Zephyrian society and military structure. The aliens had a rigid hierarchy with specific ranks and responsibilities. More importantly, Foster learned the locations of major Zephyrian population centers and military installations scattered across dozens of star systems. The prisoners also revealed that the New Haven massacre had been planned for months as a form of entertainment. The Zephyrian leadership had selected human colonies based on which ones would provide the most amusing deaths when attacked. This information was shared with human military commanders, further strengthening their resolve for total extermination. After 1 week of initial attacks, the Zephyrian Empire attempted to open diplomatic communications with Earth. High Commander Vextal himself sent a message offering to negotiate compensation for the New Haven massacre and establish peaceful relations between the species. President Hayes received the alien communication while meeting with his military advisors. The Zephyrian leader's telepathic voice seemed less confident than during the original broadcast. Vextal offered to pay humans with advanced technology and rare materials in exchange for ending the attacks on Zephyrian facilities. Hayes recorded his response in the same room where he had watched 7 million humans die. His words were broadcast not only to the Zephyrian Empire, but to every alien civilization that might be listening to galactic communications. The president wanted all species to understand humanity's position clearly. The time for negotiation ended when you murdered our people for entertainment, Hayes said directly into the camera. You chose to show us what your species is capable of when you broadcast the deaths of innocents. Now we are showing the galaxy what humans are capable of when our families are threatened. Your species chose extinction when you killed New Haven. We are simply the instrument delivering that choice. The message continued with footage of destroyed Zephyrian facilities and dead alien bodies. Hayes wanted other species to see that humans could back up their threats with effective action. Any alien civilization considering attacks on human colonies would now know the consequences. The response to Hayes' message was immediate. Zephyrian military forces began mobilizing for war while other alien species started withdrawing from areas near human space. The galaxy was learning that humans were not the weak, peaceful species many had assumed them to be. Morrison received new orders to prepare for larger operations against major Zephyrian targets. The initial intelligence gathered from captured Zephyrians gave humans everything they needed for the next phase of their war. General Paul Carter studied the star map showing 12 major Zephyrian worlds scattered across different systems. Each world held millions of aliens who had cheered while watching human families die. Now those same worlds would burn. Admiral Lisa Carter commanded the largest fleet humanity had ever assembled for the assault on Kethmore, the heavily fortified military world that served as the Zephyrian Empire's main defense headquarters. 200 human ships waited at the edge of the system, while smaller scout vessels reported on alien defenses. The enemy had over 1,000 ships protecting their most important military installation. Captain Jake Morrison had been promoted to admiral after his successful raids on Zephyrian outposts. He now commanded the Vanguard Assault Force with his flagship Meridian, leading 30 of humanity's most advanced warships. Morrison felt the weight of human expectations as he prepared to test their forces against the aliens' strongest defenses. Dr. Nathan Cross's latest weapons filled the human ships with deadly potential. His resonance cannons could now fire concentrated frequency beams across vast distances, capable of shattering entire Zephyrian vessels with single shots. Quantum torpedoes carried warheads that would disrupt alien crystal technology on contact. Most importantly, programmer Alex Turner had created artificial intelligence viruses that could infect and destroy Zephyrian computer systems. The attack on Kethmore began with Turner's cyber weapons. Invisible data streams reached out from human ships and penetrated Zephyrian communication networks. Within minutes, alien coordination began breaking down as their computers turned against them. Ships lost navigation control while defense platforms stopped responding to commands. Morrison led the first wave of attackers, as Zephyrian ships tried desperately to organize a defense. The aliens had superior numbers, but their technology was failing them. Resonance cannons tore through crystal hulls that had seemed invincible during the New Haven massacre. Quantum torpedoes caused alien vessels to simply disintegrate when they exploded. The space battle around Kethmore became the largest in galactic history. Admiral Carter's main fleet joined Morrison's Vanguard as more Zephyrian ships arrived from other systems. Energy beams and missile salvos filled the void between planets while crystal fragments from destroyed alien vessels created deadly debris fields. Human ships moved in coordinated formations that the Zephyrians could not counter. Every human captain knew that failure meant more human worlds would suffer, the same fate as New Haven. They fought with desperate determination, while their enemies struggled with malfunctioning equipment and disrupted communications. The turning point came when Turner's viruses reached the main Zephyrian command ship. The massive crystal dreadnought suddenly stopped firing and began drifting helplessly through space. Its weapons systems had been completely taken over by human artificial intelligence, programs that turned the ship's own guns against other Zephyrian vessels. Colonel Rick Palmer coordinated ground invasions across multiple Zephyrian planets while the space battle raged around Kethmore. His target was Vex Prima, the cultural homeworld where billions of Zephyrians lived in crystal cities. Palmer commanded 500,000 human soldiers equipped with the most advanced weapons Earth could provide. The invasion of Vex Prima began with orbital bombardment using Cross's planetary resonance generators. These massive weapons could make entire crystal structures vibrate at lethal frequencies from space. Zephyrian cities began cracking and collapsing as the resonance waves swept across the planet's surface. Palmer's soldiers landed in dropships while the bombardment continued. They found a world in chaos as surviving Zephyrians fled from their destroyed homes. The humans showed no mercy to military or civilian targets. Every alien they encountered was killed, immediately using sonic weapons and crystalline disruption. Grenades. Dr. Elena Foster's psychological warfare broadcasts preceded each assault on Zephyrian positions. Speakers mounted on human vehicles played the recorded death screams of previously eliminated Zephyrian populations. The telepathic aliens could not block out these sounds, which drove many of them into panic and confusion. The Zephyrians tried desperately to use their own civilians as human shields when they realized their military forces were being destroyed. They broadcast images of their young and elderly, begging humans to show mercy and spare innocent lives. These broadcasts were analyzed by Dr. Helen Brooks and her xenobiology team. Brooks discovered that the apparent Zephyrian children and elderly were actually artificially created beings designed to manipulate the emotions of other species. The aliens had no natural reproduction cycle, but instead grew specialized individuals in crystal matrices to serve specific purposes. Even their civilians were tools of deception. This revelation was shared with all human forces, eliminating any remaining sympathy for the enemy. Palmer's soldiers increased their killing efficiency as they realized every Zephyrian they encountered was part of the same system that had murdered human families for entertainment. As Zephyrian resistance crumbled across multiple worlds, scattered alien fleets attempted to flee toward unknown regions of space. Commander Amy Rodriguez's intelligence network had anticipated this possibility and deployed long-range hunter-killer squadrons to intercept any escape attempts. Captain Ben Harper commanded one of these pursuit squadrons as it chased fleeing Zephyrian ships toward the galactic rim. His orders were simple: ensure no aliens survive to rebuild their civilization or seek revenge against humanity. Every Zephyrian ship that tried to escape would be hunted down and destroyed. Captain Lisa Thompson led another pursuit force tracking aliens who had fled toward unexplored star systems. Her ships carried enough supplies for extended operations far from human space. Thompson's crews understood they might spend months hunting the last surviving Zephyrians through distant regions of the galaxy. The systematic destruction of Zephyrian civilization continued for weeks as human forces moved from world to world. Each planet presented new challenges, but the outcome was always the same. Crystal cities were reduced to rubble while their inhabitants were eliminated without exception. Admiral Morrison established orbital platforms around conquered Zephyrian worlds to ensure no survivors remained hidden. These stations used deep penetration scanners to detect any life signs on planetary surfaces. When survivors were found, bombardment teams would eliminate them from orbit using precision strikes. The efficiency of human military operations impressed other alien civilizations that monitored the conflict. Species that had considered humans weak and primitive now watched in fear as an entire advanced empire was systematically exterminated by the supposedly inferior beings from Earth. High Commander Vextal sent increasingly desperate messages to other alien governments, begging for military assistance against the human onslaught. No species responded to his pleas. They had all seen what happened to those who opposed humanity, and none wanted to share the Zephyrians' fate. General Carter received reports from every front showing the same pattern of success. Human forces were winning every engagement while alien resistance grew weaker with each passing day. The Zephyrian Empire was collapsing under the weight of humanity's relentless assault. The end was approaching rapidly, as the last major Zephyrian strongholds fell to human attacks. Soon only the alien homeworld would remain, where High Commander Vexatal waited with the final remnants of his dying species. 6 months had passed since the New Haven massacre, and humanity stood ready to complete their mission of total extermination. High Commander Vextal had retreated to the Zephyrian throne world called Etmos, with the last survivors of his species. Intelligence reports indicated approximately 50,000 aliens remained alive in the crystal palaces that covered the planet's surface. Admiral Jake Morrison commanded the final assault from his flagship, Retribution, a massive vessel built specifically for this moment. The ship carried Dr. Nathan Cross's ultimate weapon, a planetary resonance generator powerful enough to kill every Zephyrian on Etmos simultaneously. The device would cause all crystal formations on the planet to vibrate at lethal frequencies, ensuring the aliens experienced maximum suffering before death. President Kevin Hayes prepared to address the galaxy one final time before the last battle began. He stood in the same room where he had watched 7 million humans die, surrounded by monitors showing the approaching human fleet. Representatives from dozens of alien civilizations had requested permission to observe humanity's final solution to the Zephyrian problem. Today marks the end of a species that chose to murder innocent families for entertainment, Hayes said as cameras broadcast his words across known space. Let this serve as a permanent lesson to any civilization that considers humanity weak or defenseless. We do not forgive those who slaughter our children. We do not forget those who laugh at our pain. We do not show mercy to those who show none to us. The transmission included footage of destroyed Zephyrian worlds and the bodies of dead aliens floating in space. Hayes wanted every species in the galaxy to understand what happened to those who threatened human families. Other civilizations that had been planning aggressive actions against human colonies quietly abandoned those plans after seeing the broadcast. Morrison's fleet approached Atmos slowly, savoring this final moment of their campaign. The planet was beautiful with its towering crystal spires and glowing cities, but the Admiral felt no sympathy for its inhabitants. These were the same beings who had cheered while watching human children die. Their beauty meant nothing compared to their evil. The Zephyrian defense fleet was pathetic compared to what had once protected their military worlds. Only a few dozen ships remained to guard their homeworld, and most of those were damaged survivors from previous battles. High Commander Vextal's forces were outnumbered 50-1 by the approaching human armada. General Paul Carter coordinated the ground assault from his command ship, while Morrison prepared the orbital bombardment. Carter's forces included veterans from every previous battle against the Zephyrians. These soldiers had seen their enemy's cruelty firsthand and felt no hesitation about completing the extermination. The final battle began at dawn on Aetmos as human ships engaged the remaining Zephyrian defenders. The alien vessels fought desperately, but their crystal hulls shattered easily under human resonance weapons. Within an hour, every Zephyrian ship had been destroyed and the way was clear for the planetary assault. Morrison activated Cross's ultimate weapon as the last alien defender exploded. The planetary resonance generator began sending deadly frequencies down to Atmos surface. Every crystal structure on the planet started vibrating as the waves penetrated deep into the ground where the aliens lived. High Commander Vextal felt his palace beginning to shake and knew the end had come. He tried to broadcast a final message of surrender, offering to serve humanity in exchange for his life. Morrison received the transmission and deleted it without listening. The time for surrender had passed when the aliens murdered New Haven. Dr. Helen Brooks monitored the weapon's effects from the Retribution's science station. The resonance frequencies were designed to kill slowly, ensuring the Zephyrians experienced the same terror their human victims had felt. Brooks watched with satisfaction as alien life signs began disappearing across the planet's surface. The crystal cities of Atmos cracked and crumbled as the resonance waves grew stronger. Zephyrian civilians fled from their collapsing homes only to find that the frequencies were affecting their bodies as well. Their crystalline biology began breaking down as the weapon reached optimal power levels. Major Susan Clark led ground forces into the crystal catacombs beneath the capital city where thousands of aliens had taken shelter. Her Marines used sonic weapons to hunt down survivors in the underground tunnels. Clark had lost her entire family on New Haven and personally ensured that every alien she found died slowly and painfully. Captain Roy Davis commanded another assault team attacking the main palace where High Commander Vextal waited with his final guards. The aliens fought desperately in their last stronghold, but human weapons cut through their defenses easily. Davis's soldiers showed no mercy as they cleared room after room of crystal chambers. The hunting continued for 18 hours as human forces systematically eliminated every Zephyrian on Atmos. Dr. Brooks used her knowledge of alien biology to ensure that High Commander Vextal died last, subjected to the same terror his species had inflicted on human families. The alien leader's telepathic screams of agony were recorded for historical purposes. Morrison stood on the Retribution's bridge watching the final moments of the Zephyrian species. The last life signs on his sensors flickered and went dark as the resonance weapon completed its work. Every crystal on the planet had been reduced to dust along with the beings who had lived inside them. The Zephyrian Empire is extinct, Morrison broadcast to the human fleet and the listening galaxy. Justice for New Haven is complete. His transmission included footage of the dead planet and the ceremonial destruction of Zephyrian artwork and cultural artifacts that had been recovered from other worlds. The celebration across human space was immediate and overwhelming. Billions of people who had watched their fellow humans die now cheered as their killers were completely eliminated. Memorial services were held on every human world to honor the 7 million victims whose deaths had been avenged. 1 year later, humanity had become the galaxy's dominant military power. The complete and systematic destruction of an entire advanced species served as both warning and demonstration of human capabilities when their families were threatened. Other alien civilizations began approaching Earth with treaties of friendship and non-aggression. Having witnessed what happened to those who harmed humanity, Dr. Cross's research into captured Zephyrian technology advanced human science by centuries, while Dr. Brooks's biological warfare programs provided defenses against future alien threats. The weapons developed during the extermination campaign made human forces superior to any potential enemy in known space. President Hayes dedicated the monument to human resolve, built from the crystallized remains of the Zephyrian homeworld. His words at the ceremony were broadcast across human space and recorded for future generations. They thought our compassion was weakness, and our mercy was vulnerability. They learned that human kindness, once betrayed, becomes absolute determination. We are the children of Earth and we remember our own. Morrison, now Supreme Commander of Human Space Forces, stood on the observation deck of Earth's newest battle station, gazing out at the stars. Other alien species watched nervously as humanity continued expanding, now knowing that the beings they had once considered soft and emotional possessed the will to completely erase threats to their survival. His final thought reflected humanity's transformation from peaceful explorers to galactic enforcers. 7 million of our people died to teach the universe a lesson about human nature. Their sacrifice ensures that no alien species will ever again mistake human kindness for human weakness. The galaxy now knows what happens to those who harm our families. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched wider than any cathedral built by human hands. Its walls glowed with soft blue light, and holographic displays floated in the air showing thousands of worlds connected by trade routes and treaties. Representatives from 200 species sat in curved rows, their forms as varied as the stars themselves. Some breathed methane through tubes, others floated in gravity fields. A few existed only as patterns of light. Ambassador Marcus Chen stood at the speaker's platform, his simple gray suit looking plain compared to the jeweled armor and flowing robes around him. He was a short man with graying hair and tired eyes. He had been Earth's representative for 12 years now, and every day felt longer than the last. The Vrex Dominion has now occupied 17 systems in the past 6 months, Chen said, his voice steady but firm. They have ignored every treaty. They have dismissed every warning. If the Council does not act, more innocent lives will be lost. A sound like bubbling water came from the Aquelian delegate's tank. It translated through the universal communicator as laughter. The human speaks of action, the Aquelian said. But what can humanity offer? Your species has been part of this council for 200 years, yet you maintain barely 300 ships. Your military spending is less than most pleasure cruise corporations. More laughter rippled through the chamber. Chen felt his jaw tighten, but he kept his face neutral. This was not the first time his people had been mocked here. The Vrex delegate rose from his seat. Commander Thrax stood nearly 3 meters tall. His 4 arms crossed over his armored chest. His face resembled an earth lizard, but his eyes held cold intelligence. The Dominion takes what is owed to us, Thrax hissed. We are a warrior race. The strong survive. The weak serve. This is natural law, Chen replied. Or tyranny dressed in philosophy. Thrax's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. You humans speak much of peace and law. You write poetry. You paint pictures. You send musicians to perform at cultural festivals. Tell me, Ambassador Chen, when was the last time a human fired a weapon in anger? Your people are gardeners, not warriors. The galaxy knows this. Chen looked directly at the Vrex commander. For just a moment, something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Something old and terrible. But it passed quickly, and he simply said, We choose peace because we understand war. You choose peace because you are weak, Thrax replied. This council is weak. The Dominion will continue to expand, and there is nothing you can do to stop us. The council session ended with no resolution, as Chen had known it would. He walked through the gleaming corridors of the council station, passing species from across the galaxy. A Xanthari merchant nodded politely. A group of Pelian students stared at him with their many eyes. Everywhere he went, Chen felt the weight of their assumptions. Humans were soft. Humans were naive. Humans had forgotten how to fight. If only they knew the truth. That night, Chen sat alone in his quarters and opened an encrypted channel to Earth. The connection took several minutes to establish, routing through relay stations and security protocols that most species did not even know existed. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Admiral Sarah Torres looked like she could be Chen's sister, with the same dark hair touched with gray, the same lines around her eyes. But where Chen's expression was diplomatic and measured, Torres had the hard gaze of someone who had made difficult choices. They laughed at me again today, Chen said. Good, Torres replied. Let them laugh. Let them feel safe. Thrax is going to make a move against Earth, I can feel it. He sees us as an easy target. Torres nodded slowly. Our intelligence confirms it. Vrex fleet movements suggest they're preparing for a major operation. They've been pulling ships from border patrols and consolidating near the Sol system. How long do we have? A month, maybe less. Torres leaned forward, her face grave. Marcus, if they attack, you know what happens next. Chen closed his eyes. 217 years. That's how long we've kept the protocols sealed. We made a choice as a species, Torres said. After the final war, after we almost destroyed ourselves, we decided to be better. We hid what we were capable of. We showed the galaxy only peace and art and culture. We gave ourselves time to heal. But the scars are still there, Chen whispered. They'll always be there. The question is whether we let those scars make us monsters again, or whether we use what we learned. Torres's voice softened slightly. The containment protocols exist for a reason, Marcus. If Earth is threatened, if our people are in danger, then we do what we must. But we do it with control, with purpose. Never again like before. Chen remembered the history lessons every human child learned. The final war of 2087, when nuclear fire had scorched continents and biological weapons had turned entire regions into dead zones. The darkness that followed when barely 1 billion humans survived. The centuries of rebuilding, of learning, of choosing a different path. But the weapons had not been destroyed. The knowledge had not been forgotten. It had been sealed away, locked behind protocols that required authorization from every human government simultaneously. The memorial arsenals, they were called. Reminders of what humanity could become if they ever forgot the price of hatred. I hope it doesn't come to that, Chen said. So do I, Torres replied. But hope isn't a strategy. I'm bringing the Containment Council together tomorrow. If Thrax is stupid enough to attack, we'll be ready. The call ended, leaving Chen alone with his thoughts. He walked to the window of his quarters and looked out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, a small blue world that the galaxy considered insignificant. The birthplace of poets and dreamers, they said. A planet of philosophers who had given up their violent past. Chen touched the glass, leaving a fingerprint. They have no idea what we survived, he said to the empty room. What we learned, what we became. Across the galaxy, on a dozen human colonies and outposts, similar conversations were taking place. On Luna Base, beneath the gray dust of Earth's moon, maintenance crews began running diagnostics on systems that had been dormant for centuries. On Mars Station, engineers checked seals on underground facilities that official records claimed were archaeological sites. In the asteroid belt, mining ships that looked like commercial vessels activated hidden weapon systems. The human defense network was vast and ancient, built in the years after the final war when humanity had sworn two things: never to wage war for conquest, but always to be prepared to defend themselves. Every generation since had maintained the containment protocols, hoping they would never be needed but ensuring they remained ready. 3 weeks later, Chen was awakened by an emergency alert. His communicator screamed with priority messages. He activated the display and felt his blood run cold. The Vrex Dominion had assembled a fleet of 3,000 warships at the edge of the Sol system. It was the largest military force humanity had seen since joining the galactic community. Against Earth's official defense fleet of 300 ceremonial vessels, it seemed impossibly overwhelming. Chen dressed quickly and opened the encrypted channel to Earth. Torres was already on screen, surrounded by military personnel in the command center deep beneath the Rockies. They're here, Chen said unnecessarily. We see them, Torres replied. Thrax is broadcasting on all frequencies. He's demanding Earth's immediate surrender and access to our resources. He's giving us 12 hours. Can we stop them? Torres looked at someone off screen, then back at Chen. The Containment Council has voted. 7 billion people, one decision. The protocols are unlocked, Marcus. For the first time in 217 years, humanity is going to war. Chen felt something twist in his stomach. Relief and dread mixed together. God help us all. God help them, Torres corrected. They have no idea what they've done. The morning sun cast long shadows across the United Earth Assembly building in Geneva when the sky began to change. It started as a shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except this shimmer was 30,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. Then the shimmer tore open, and something massive pushed through. The Concordat diplomatic vessel was unlike anything humanity had built. It stretched 15 kilometers from bow to stern, its surface gleaming with metals that seemed to shift colors in the sunlight. Elegant curves and sweeping arcs made it look more like a work of art than a spaceship. Within minutes, every news channel on Earth was broadcasting images of the alien vessel. People stopped on sidewalks, staring up at screens. Children pointed at the sky, though the ship was far too distant to see with the naked eye. President Sarah Chen received the first communication 17 minutes after the vessel's arrival. She was in her office, having just finished her morning briefing with the Security Council, when her assistant rushed in with a tablet. The message was in perfect English, though it carried an odd formality that suggested machine translation. Greetings to the people of Earth. We are the Galactic Concordat, representatives of 7 species who maintain peace and order in this region of space. We come with an offer of friendship and protection. We request an audience with your leaders at your earliest convenience. Sarah read the message 3 times. She had been president for 6 years, long enough to develop good instincts about people and their intentions. Something about the tone bothered her, though she could not immediately identify what. She called for an emergency cabinet meeting. The aliens requested to meet within 48 hours. Sarah agreed, but she also made several calls to people whose opinions she trusted. One of those calls went to General Marcus Steele, the commander of Earth's Unified Defense Command. Another went to Dr. Yuki Tanaka, head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Marcus was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, with gray hair cut military short and eyes that missed nothing. He had fought in the resource wars of the 2090s and had spent the last 2 decades preparing Earth's defenses for the day when humanity encountered other intelligent life. That day had apparently arrived. What do you think? Sarah asked him over a secure video link. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. I think anyone who leads with protection is usually selling something you don't need. But we'll play nice and see what they want. Dr. Tanaka was more direct. The message structure suggests a hierarchical culture with rigid social protocols. The word protection appears 3 times in a 4-sentence message. That's not accidental. They're framing the conversation before it begins. Sarah nodded slowly. Keep analyzing everything they send us. And Marcus, I want our orbital assets on standby. Quiet standby. Let's not spook our guests, but let's not be caught sleeping either. The day of the meeting arrived with unseasonably clear skies. The Concordat sent down a shuttle, smaller than their main vessel but still impressive, covered in the same color-shifting metal. It landed on the designated pad outside Geneva, and 7 figures emerged. They were humanoid, which surprised everyone watching. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head with sensory organs arranged in familiar patterns. But there the similarities ended. Ambassador Velthor, who led the delegation, stood over 2 meters tall. His skin was a deep blue-purple and his eyes were large and golden, with no visible pupils. He wore robes that seemed to be made of liquid light, constantly flowing and changing. The other 6 delegates represented different species. One looked almost human except for the crystalline formations growing from her shoulders. Another was covered in fine scales that created rainbow patterns when he moved. A third had 4 arms and moved with an unsettling grace. They were beautiful and alien and deliberately impressive. Sarah met them in the main assembly hall, flanked by her cabinet and 100 representatives from every nation on Earth. The room had been built to accommodate 5,000 people, and every seat was filled. Cameras broadcast the meeting to billions of viewers worldwide. Velthor bowed, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and condescension. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, translated in real time by devices the aliens had provided. People of Earth, we welcome you to the community of spacefaring civilizations. Your recent achievements in faster-than-light travel have brought you to our attention. We come today with an offer that we have extended to many species throughout the galaxy. He paused for effect, his golden eyes sweeping across the assembled humans. The galaxy is a dangerous place. There are hostile species, natural phenomena that can destroy entire worlds, and countless other threats. The Galactic Concordat was formed 3,000 years ago to protect developing civilizations from these dangers. We offer you the same protection we provide to 47 other species. Velthor activated a holographic display that floated above the assembly floor. It showed a map of the galaxy with dozens of star systems highlighted in green. These are the worlds under Concordat protection. They thrive in safety, free from the terrors that plague unprotected systems. Their citizens live in peace, knowing that our fleets guard their skies. Their governments focus on art, science, and philosophy rather than weapons and war. The ambassador walked slowly around the holographic display, his robes trailing behind him. We offer Earth this same security. In exchange, we ask only for cooperation. You would grant us the right to maintain defensive installations in your system. You would share your resources to support the Concordat fleet. You would submit to our guidance in matters of interstellar relations and military development. In return, you would gain access to our technology, our markets, and most importantly, our protection. Sarah watched the display, her face carefully neutral. Around her, she could feel the tension in the room. Some representatives leaned forward eagerly, others frowned, clearly skeptical. What level of autonomy would Earth retain? She asked. Velthor smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. You would govern your internal affairs as you see fit. However, all external matters, trade, defense, exploration, would be coordinated through the Concordat to ensure your safety and the safety of others. And if we decline this offer? The smile faded slightly. That would be unfortunate. Species who refuse Concordat protection often face difficult challenges. The galaxy can be harsh to those who stand alone. We would, of course, respect your decision, but we would also be unable to intervene if you encountered troubles beyond your capability to handle. It was smoothly delivered, but Sarah heard the threat underneath. Accept our protection or face the consequences alone. We appreciate your generous offer, Ambassador Velthor, she said, keeping her voice warm and diplomatic. Such an important decision requires careful consideration. We request 48 hours to discuss this with our people and provide you with our answer. Velthor's expression suggested he had expected immediate acceptance. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Of course. Take the time you need. We will await your response aboard our vessel. The aliens departed with the same ceremony with which they had arrived. As soon as they were gone, Sarah called an emergency session with her inner circle. They met in a secure room 3 stories below the assembly building, where no signals could enter or leave. Thoughts? Sarah asked, looking around the table. Marcus spoke first. That was a protection racket dressed up in diplomatic language. Nice planet you've got here, shame if something happened to it. Agreed, said Dr. Tanaka, pulling up data on her tablet. I've been analyzing the 47 systems they showed us, cross-referencing with our astronomical databases and historical records. Every single one was contacted shortly after achieving faster-than-light capability, just like us. Every single one accepted Concordat protection within days. What happened to species who refused? Asked Defense Minister Chen Wei. Yuki's expression darkened. That's the interesting part. I found references to 6 species who initially declined. 3 eventually accepted after experiencing mysterious attacks from unknown raiders. 2 went silent. Their systems are now listed as uninhabited. 1 was declared a rogue civilization and subjected to pacification. The records on that are vague, but the implication is clear. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. So this is conquest with extra steps. Sophisticated conquest, Marcus corrected. They let their victims govern themselves, which reduces resistance. They take resources and autonomy instead of land, and they maintain the fiction that it's all voluntary. Can we fight them? Sarah asked bluntly. Marcus smiled, and there was no humor in it. Madam President, they have no idea who they're dealing with. Over the next 48 hours, Earth's leadership worked around the clock. They analyzed every second of the alien transmission, every word Velthor had spoken, every detail visible in their holographic displays. The intelligence division hacked into the Concordat ship's communication systems, a feat made easier by alien overconfidence in their security. What they learned was illuminating. The Concordat had never fought a peer military power. Their standard procedure was simple. Appear impressive, make the offer, and apply pressure if needed. Most species capitulated immediately, overawed by the aliens' technology and fearful of standing alone. For species who resisted, the Concordat had a fleet of mercenary raiders who would attack until the target accepted protection. But the Concordat had never encountered a species like humanity. They had studied Earth's broadcasts and internet transmissions, but they had focused on entertainment and culture. They knew humans enjoyed something called football and told stories about superheroes. They knew Earth had recently unified under a single government after centuries of conflict. What they had not studied was human military history. They had not read about the Punic Wars or the Mongol conquests. They knew nothing of Thermopylae or Stalingrad. They had not analyzed the tactical innovations of Napoleon or the strategic doctrines of Sun Tzu. They saw that Earth had no massive orbital, weapons platforms, and concluded that humans were peaceful and unprepared. They could not have been more wrong. Sarah called her final strategy meeting 12 hours before the deadline. Around the table sat Marcus, Yuki, and the heads of every military branch. Also present were representatives from the Mars Colonial Authority, the Europa Research Station, and the Titan Mining Consortium. "Show them," Sarah said. Marcus activated the room's holographic display. It showed Earth's solar system, but not as the Concordat had seen it. Red dots appeared throughout the display, hundreds of them, then thousands. "Every red dot is a weapons platform, defense station, or military vessel," Marcus explained. "Most have been in place for over 50 years, since we first achieved reliable spaceflight. We built them into asteroids, mining stations, research facilities, and communication satellites. We hid them in plain sight because we learned one critical lesson from our own history." He paused, looking around the room. "Never show your full strength until absolutely necessary." Sarah stood, walking to the holographic display. She reached out and touched one of the dots representing Luna, Earth's moon. The image expanded, showing the interior of what the Concordat believed was a simple research base. In reality, it was a military fortress with enough firepower to sterilize a continent. "Humanity has been preparing for first contact since we first looked at the stars," Sarah said quietly. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. We built defenses that would make any aggressor think twice. And we hid all of it because the best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." She turned to face the group. "Tomorrow we tell the Concordat our answer, and we show them exactly who they're dealing with. But not all of it. Never all of it." Around the table, smiles appeared. They were not nice smiles. The Concordat was about to learn a hard lesson that every human child knew from history classes. Never underestimate the species that survived its own worst inventions. Ambassador Velthor stood in the observation deck of the Concordat vessel, looking down at the blue-green planet below. Earth was beautiful, he had to admit. The swirling white clouds, the deep oceans, the green and brown continents. It reminded him of Kelvin Prime, his homeworld before industry and progress had covered it in gleaming cities. Behind him, his science officer Tarkin was running deep scans of the planet and its surroundings. The insectoid alien's mandibles clicked together as he worked, a sign of concentration among his people. "What do you see?" Velthor asked without turning around. "Confusion, Ambassador," Tarkin replied. His translated voice carried a chittering undertone. "The scans show a civilization that has achieved faster-than-light capability, but their infrastructure does not match this achievement." Velthor turned, his golden eyes focusing on the science officer. "Explain." Tarkin brought up a holographic display. It showed Earth's orbital space, dotted with satellites and space stations. Their satellite network is extensive, but most units are commercial or scientific. We detect communication satellites, weather monitoring systems, and research stations. There are no orbital defense platforms of the type we would expect from a militarized civilization. "Perhaps they are simply peaceful," suggested Kiranel, the four-armed tactical officer. She moved to stand beside the display, her multiple hands gesturing at different points. "Some species achieve space travel through cooperation rather than competition." Velthor made a sound that might have been a laugh. "In 3,000 years, the Concordat has never encountered such a species. Competition drives progress. Conflict breeds innovation. These humans fought among themselves for thousands of years before unifying. Their broadcasts are filled with stories of war and violence. They are not peaceful by nature." "Then where are their weapons?" Tarkin asked. It was a good question. The Concordat had refined their scanning technology over millennia. They could detect power signatures from weapon systems, identify the energy profiles of shield generators, and spot the unique radiation patterns of military-grade reactors. Earth should have been lighting up their sensors like a supernova. Instead, they saw almost nothing. "Perhaps their weapons are primitive," suggested Kiranel. "They may rely on chemical explosives or kinetic weapons that our scanners do not prioritize. It happened before with other species." "Continue scanning," he ordered. "I want a complete analysis of their military capability before they give us their answer. And send observation drones to their colony sites. Let us see what they have built on Mars and these moons they have settled." The drones launched silently, Small spheres of advanced technology that could observe without being detected, or so the Concordat believed. On Earth, deep in a bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, alarms began to sound. Specialist Jennifer Wu was monitoring her console when the proximity warnings lit up her screen. She was 26 years old, had graduated, top of her class from the Unified Defense Academy, and had been hoping for a quiet night shift. Instead, she was watching alien spy drones enter Earth's space. "Commander, we have multiple unidentified objects separating from the Concordat vessel," she reported, keeping her voice level despite the excitement flooding through her. "Count is 7. They're heading toward Mars, Luna, Europa, and Titan." Commander Peterson moved to stand behind her chair. He was an older man with weathered features and calm eyes that had seen too many crises to panic at one more. "Let them look," he said quietly. "They're seeing exactly what we want them to see." On Mars, the observation drone swept over Olympus Mons colony. The settlement sprawled across the base of the massive volcano, home to 30,000 people. The drone's scanners picked up habitation, domes, agricultural facilities, and what appeared to be mining operations. It detected no weapons, no military installations, no hidden defenses. The drone did not recognize that the agricultural facility had walls thick enough to stop armor-piercing rounds. It did not realize that the mining equipment could be repurposed as mass drivers capable of launching projectiles at orbital targets. It missed the fact that every dome had independent life support specifically designed to survive combat conditions. Humans had learned many lessons from their violent history. One of the most important was this: civilian and military infrastructure should be indistinguishable until the moment you need to fight. The drone moved to Luna, Earth's moon. It scanned the research base built into the crater Copernicus. The base appeared to be studying astronomy and geology, with large telescope arrays and seismic monitoring stations. The drone's sensors showed no military presence. Those sensors failed to penetrate the lunar regolith that humans had specifically processed to block advanced scanning technology. They did not detect the railguns hidden beneath false rock formations. They missed the missile silos disguised as ventilation shafts. They had no idea that the telescope arrays could track and target spacecraft with lethal precision. At Europa, the drone found a small scientific outpost on the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. Fewer than 1,000 researchers lived there, studying the ocean beneath the ice. The structures were minimal, clearly focused on research rather than military application. The drone did not realize that those research vessels exploring the sub-ice ocean used the same propulsion and stealth technology as Earth's submarine fleet. It did not understand that the ice mining equipment could core through a starship hull in seconds. It saw scientists and missed the soldiers trained to look like scientists. Titan presented a similar picture. Mining operations, atmospheric research, hydrocarbon processing, all perfectly legitimate civilian activities. All completely harmless, all completely deceptive. The drones returned to the Concordat vessel, their databanks full of information that told Velthor exactly what he expected to see. A species unprepared for the dangers of the galaxy, vulnerable to pressure, ripe for exploitation. They have no significant military infrastructure, Tarkin reported, reviewing the drone data. Their colonies are civilian operations with minimal defensive capability. Their orbital space is largely undefended. They have achieved faster-than-light travel, but they have not militarized it. Velthor felt satisfaction settle through him. This would be one of the easier integrations. The humans would see reason once they understood their vulnerability. Most species did. "Prepare annexation protocols," he ordered. "Standard package. When they decline our offer, and their leader's tone suggests they will, we will need to demonstrate the risks of refusing Concordat protection." Kiranel's 4 hands moved across her console. "I will contact the Raider fleet. They can be here within 3 standard cycles." "Make it so," Velthor said. "A few attacks from unknown hostiles will help the humans understand the value of our protection." It was a script the Concordat had followed dozens of times. It never failed. While the aliens planned Earth's subjugation, Dr. Yuki Tanaka was having the most exciting day of her career. The intelligence division had successfully infiltrated the Concordat communication network, and the data flowing in was remarkable. They think we're defenseless, she told General Marcus Steele over a secure channel. She was in her office at intelligence headquarters in Tokyo, surrounded by screens displaying alien transmissions. They scanned everything and saw nothing that worried them. Marcus allowed himself a small smile. He was at Unified Defense Command headquarters, watching similar data streams. Good. That means the stealth systems work even better than we hoped. What about their fleet composition? Yuki pulled up a detailed analysis. Their main vessel is impressive but vulnerable. Large, slow, designed to intimidate rather than fight. It has weapons, but the placement suggests they've never needed to use them in actual combat. The shield generators are external. Beautiful engineering, but tactically stupid. Take out the generators, and the shields collapse. What about their combat doctrine? That's the interesting part, Yuki said, leaning forward. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. They don't have one. Not really. I've analyzed 300 years of concordate records. They've never fought an equal opponent. Every conflict has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. They show up, look impressive, and the other side surrenders. The few times they've faced resistance, they used mercenary raiders to harass their targets until they capitulated. Marcus absorbed this information. So they're bullies who've never been punched in the face. Exactly. And it gets better. I found their target list. After the humans, they plan to move on to the Centauri system, then Tau Ceti, then Epsilon Eridani. They're working their way through every species that develops FTL. It's systematic exploitation dressed up as benevolence. How many species are under their protection? 47, like they said. But here's what they didn't say. Those species provide resources, labor, and tribute that keeps the concordate economy running. It's an empire without calling itself an empire. Smart, in a cynical way. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking, what about other powers in the galaxy? Are we surrounded by empires like the Concordate? Yuki shook her head. No, and that's the most interesting discovery. The galaxy is mostly peaceful. Real threats are rare. The Concordate has been lying to their protectorates for 3,000 years. Telling them the galaxy is dangerous when it's actually relatively safe. They created the protection racket by inventing threats that don't exist. So when they tell species they need protection, they're solving a problem they invented. It's brilliant and evil. Marcus stood pacing his office. Decades of military experience had taught him to see patterns in chaos. A picture was forming in his mind, and he did not like it. They're going to push us, he said quietly. They'll expect us to fold when they pressure us. When we don't, they'll escalate. They'll use those mercenary raiders to attack civilian targets, make us scared, force us to accept their protection. Can we stop them? Marcus smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression. Dr. Tanaka, we've been preparing for hostile first contact since we first left Earth's orbit. We've studied every war, every conflict, every tactical innovation in human history. We've built weapon systems these aliens can't imagine because they've never needed to imagine them. Can we stop them? The question is whether we'll need to stop them or just scare them badly enough that they run. While Earth's military analyzed the Concordate's weaknesses, President Sarah Chen was having her own revelations. She sat in her private office, reading through historical files that the intelligence division had compiled. They made for disturbing reading. Every species that had accepted Concordate protection showed the same pattern. Initial enthusiasm followed by slowly increasing demands. Resource quotas that grew every year, technology sharing that only flowed one direction, populations that became dependent on concordate trade and unable to sustain themselves independently. The protected species were prisoners who did not realize they were in jail. Sarah had not become president by being naive. She understood power and how it was wielded. The Concordate was offering a deal that sounded generous but was actually a trap. Accept protection today, lose your freedom tomorrow. The question was how to refuse without triggering a war Earth might not win. The preliminary analysis from Marcus suggested they could defeat the Concordate fleet in Earth's system, but what about the larger Concordate military? What about their allies and vassals? What about the 47 species who might side with their protectors? Her secure phone rang. It was Marcus. Madam President, I'm sending you a full tactical analysis. Short version, we can take them. The Concordate has size and technology advantages, but we have something better. What's that? We know how to fight. They don't. They've been winning through intimidation for so long that they've forgotten how to actually wage war. We've never forgotten because we've never been able to afford to forget. Sarah felt something settle in her chest. Not confidence exactly, but resolution. Earth had a chance. That was enough. Send me everything, she said. I give our answer to the Concordat in 18 hours. I want to know every option we have. She hung up and turned to look out her window. Geneva spread out below, beautiful and peaceful in the afternoon light. People walked the streets unaware that their world hung in the balance. Children played in parks. Couples held hands by the lake. Life continued in blissful ignorance of the threat overhead. Sarah had sworn an oath to protect these people. She would not fail them. Aboard the Concordat vessel, Velthor received a message from his superiors. They had reviewed his reports and approved his recommendations. When the humans declined protection as expected, the raider fleet would be deployed. A few months of harassment would bring Earth into compliance. It always worked. Velthor prepared for the next day's meeting with something approaching boredom. He had done this 47 times before. The script never changed. Humans would be number 48. He had no idea that humanity was about to teach the Concordat a lesson 3,000 years in the making. The Predator was about to discover it had cornered something far more dangerous than itself. The United Earth Assembly Hall was packed with even more people than 2 days before. Representatives from every nation sat in their designated seats, but now they were joined by military officers, scientists, and historians. The air hummed with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would change everything. President Sarah Chen stood at the central podium, wearing a simple dark suit. She had considered wearing something more formal, but decided against it. This was not a day for ceremony. This was a day for truth. Ambassador Velthor and his delegation entered exactly on time. The aliens moved with the same graceful confidence they had shown before, clearly expecting this to be a formality before Earth's inevitable acceptance. Velthor's golden eyes swept across the assembled humans, and Sarah could almost see him counting his victory. "Madam President," Velthor said, his voice carrying that same melodious quality. "Have you reached a decision regarding the Concordat's generous offer?" Sarah smiled. It was a polite smile, diplomatic and proper. It was also completely genuine, which would have worried Velthor if he had understood human expressions better. "We have, Ambassador. Thank you for your patience while we considered your proposal." She paused, letting the moment stretch. Earth respectfully declines the Concordat's offer of protection. The silence that followed was absolute. Velthor stood frozen, his expression suggesting he had misheard. Around him, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. "I apologize," Velthor said carefully. "Perhaps the translation was unclear. You decline our protection?" "That's correct," Sarah confirmed. "We appreciate the offer, but Earth is quite capable of managing our own affairs. We prefer to maintain our independence." Velthor's golden eyes narrowed. The diplomatic mask began to slip. "Madam President, I do not think you understand the situation. The galaxy is dangerous. Without Concordat protection, you will be vulnerable to countless threats. Your species has only just achieved faster than light travel. You are children taking your first steps into a universe you do not understand." "We understand more than you think," Sarah replied calmly. "Do you?" Velthor's voice hardened. "Let me be clear, since subtlety seems wasted. Species who refuse Concordat protection find themselves facing difficult circumstances. Raiders attack their vessels. Pirates raid their colonies. Mysterious accidents occur. It would be tragic if Earth suffered similar misfortunes." Around the assembly hall, Sarah could feel the mood shifting. The threat was no longer veiled. It hung in the air like smoke. "Ambassador," Sarah said quietly, "are you threatening us?" Velthor drew himself up to his full height, towering over the human president. "I am explaining reality. The Concordat maintains order in this region of space. Those who cooperate with us prosper, those who do not." He let the sentence hang. Sarah nodded slowly, as if considering his words. "I see. So when you offered us protection, what you actually meant was, pay us tribute or we'll hurt you. Is that a fair translation?" Velthor's face darkened. You are being deliberately obtuse. This is your final opportunity to make the intelligent choice. Accept our protection, or accept the consequences of refusing it. Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that shocked every alien in the room. She laughed. It was not a nervous laugh or a mocking laugh. It was genuine amusement, the kind of laughter that comes from hearing something absurd. Around the assembly hall, other humans began to laugh too. Quiet chuckles at first, then louder. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with the sound of human laughter. Velthor stared, completely confused. This was not in the script. Species were supposed to be frightened when threatened. They were supposed to see reason and accept protection. They were not supposed to laugh. I fail to see what is amusing, he said coldly. Sarah's laughter faded, but her smile remained. Ambassador, you came to our world, scanned our defenses, and concluded we were helpless. You offered us protection we don't need from threats that don't exist. And now you're threatening us, expecting us to be scared. The amusing part is that you have no idea who you're threatening. We know exactly who you are, Velthor snapped. A primitive species with delusions of competence. Your scans show minimal defenses. Your colonies are unprotected. Your orbital space is vulnerable. You achieved faster than light travel, but you never learned to defend yourselves. Is that what your scans showed? Sarah asked. She touched a control on the podium, and the lights in the assembly hall dimmed. Above them, holographic displays activated showing Earth's solar system. Let me show you what your scans missed. The display changed. Red dots began appearing throughout the solar system. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. They surrounded Earth like a cloud of angry insects. They clustered around Luna and Mars. They hid among the asteroid belt. They orbited Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Velthor stared at the display, his golden eyes wide. What is this? These are Earth's actual defenses, Sarah explained calmly. Every red dot represents a weapons platform, military installation, or combat-ready vessel. We built them over the last century, ever since we developed reliable spaceflight. We hid them inside civilian structures, disguised them as research stations, camouflaged them in asteroids. We learned something important from our history, Ambassador. The best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have. General Marcus Steele stood from his seat in the assembly. He was in full dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, each one representing a conflict or achievement. He moved to stand beside Sarah. Ambassador Velthor, Marcus said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. You made a critical mistake. You looked at Earth and saw no weapons platforms because you don't recognize our weapons platforms. You saw peaceful colonies because we built them to look peaceful. You concluded we were unprepared because we wanted you to think that. On the holographic display, one of the red dots near Luna expanded. It showed the interior of what the Concordat had identified as an astronomical research station. Cameras revealed rows of railguns, missile batteries, and power cores that could light up a small city. This is Copernicus Station, Marcus continued. Your drones scanned it and found telescopes. They missed the fact that those telescopes can track spacecraft with lethal precision. They didn't realize the entire station is a fortress built into the lunar surface. Another dot expanded, showing a mining facility on an asteroid. Except it was not just a mining facility. The mining lasers could cut through starship armor. The ore processors could manufacture ammunition. The cargo vessels were actually troop transports. This is Ceres Mining Complex, Marcus said. Perfectly legitimate resource extraction. Also perfectly capable of defending itself against attack. Velthor found his voice. You hid your military infrastructure inside civilian facilities. That violates the Concordat protocols for civilized warfare. Marcus smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. Ambassador, we never agreed to your protocols. And here's something you should understand about humans. We've been fighting wars since before we invented writing. We've studied warfare as an art form for thousands of years. We've perfected tactics and strategies that you've never needed to develop because you've never faced real opposition. Sarah touched another control. The holographic display changed again, showing the space around the Concordat vessel. More red dots appeared. these ones surrounding the alien ship like a noose tightening around a neck. Your ship is currently surrounded by 17 stealth vessels, Sarah said quietly. They've been shadowing you since you arrived. You never detected them because our stealth technology is more advanced than your scanning technology. Each of those vessels carries enough firepower to cripple your ship. Velthor stepped back, his composure cracking. This is... You cannot what? Sarah asked. Cannot defend ourselves? Cannot refuse your extortion? Cannot object to being threatened in our own system? She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the alien ambassador. Despite being half his height, she somehow seemed larger, more commanding. Let me make something very clear, Ambassador. Earth does not need your protection. We do not want your protection, and we will not accept your threats. You came here expecting us to be frightened children. Instead, you found something you've never encountered before, a species that prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. You are making a terrible mistake, Velthor said, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. The Concordat has resources you cannot imagine, fleets that could darken your skies, allies who would support our enforcement of order. Really? Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood, moving to join Sarah and Marcus. She held a data pad. Because according to our intelligence analysis, the Concordat has never fought a peer military engagement. Every one of your conflicts has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. You win through intimidation, not combat. You use mercenary raiders to harass targets until they accept your protection. It's a sophisticated protection racket, Ambassador, but it's still just a racket. Velthor's face went through several shades of purple. Your accusations are baseless, are they? Yuki activated her data pad and the holographic display changed again. It showed communications intercepts, financial records, deployment orders for raider fleets. We've been inside your communication network for 2 days. We know about the raiders you plan to send to attack our colonies. We know about the artificial threats you've used to scare other species into compliance. We know the truth about the Concordat, Ambassador. You're not protectors. You're predators. Velthor looked around the assembly hall, seeing the hostile expressions on hundreds of human faces. His delegation clustered behind him, clearly frightened. This had gone completely off script. You will regret this, he said, trying to recover some dignity. The Concordat does not tolerate rogue civilizations. We will return with force sufficient to ensure your compliance. Will you? Marcus asked. He pulled up another display, this one showing a detailed analysis of the Concordat vessel's weaknesses. Your shield generators are external. Your power distribution system has 17 critical points of failure. Your weapon systems have a 20-second delay between target acquisition and firing. Your ship is designed to look impressive, not to fight. We could disable it in under 3 minutes if we wanted to. But we don't want to, Sarah interjected. Because despite what you think of us, we actually prefer peace. So here's our counteroffer, Ambassador. Leave our system. Never return. Tell your Concordat that Earth is not interested in their protection racket. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, we will destroy those raiders. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, we will destroy those fleets. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire and we're not keeping that knowledge secret. She paused, letting her words sink in. Or if you prefer, we can resolve this matter right now. You can test whether our defenses are as capable as we claim. You can find out whether human military doctrine is superior to Concordat intimidation. You can discover what happens when a predator corners something more dangerous than itself. The assembly hall was silent. Every human watched the aliens, waiting to see how they would respond. The tension was thick enough to cut. Velthor looked at Sarah, at Marcus, at the holographic displays showing Earth's hidden arsenal. He looked at the faces of humanity's leaders and saw something that terrified him more than weapons or threats. He saw certainty. These beings were not bluffing. They were ready to fight and they believed they could win. This is not over, Velthor said, his voice barely controlled. The Concordat will hear of this insult. Please do tell them, Sarah said pleasantly. And when you do, make sure you mention one more thing. What? We choose peace. We prefer peace. We will pursue peace whenever possible. But we are very, very good at the alternative. We've had 10,000 years to practice. Velthor turned and strode toward the exit, his delegation hurrying to keep up. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. You ask if we know who we are threatening, he said. Do you know what you are defying? Sarah smiled. The difference is, Ambassador, we actually do. The aliens left. Their shuttle departed within the hour. The great Concordate vessel pulled away from Earth's orbit and, surrounded by human stealth ships that never let it out of their sight, retreated toward the edge of the solar system. Throughout Earth, billions of people watched the alien ship leave. Some cheered. Others worried about what would come next. But all of them felt something new: pride that humanity had stood its ground, and confidence that they had made the right choice. In the assembly hall, Sarah turned to Marcus and Yuki. "Well," she said quietly, "that could have gone worse." Marcus laughed. "Madam President, I've been in combat for 30 years. That was the most satisfying confrontation of my life. Do you think they'll come back?" Yuki asked. "Oh, they'll come back," Marcus said. "The question is whether they come back to talk or to fight. Either way, we'll be ready." Sarah nodded. She looked at the holographic display, still showing Earth's defenses. Thousands of red dots, each representing years of planning and preparation. Humanity's shield against the darkness. "We stood up to a galactic empire today," she said. "Let's make sure we're ready to back up that stand." The Concordate vessel limped toward the edge of Earth's solar system, surrounded by human stealth ships that followed its every move. Aboard the bridge, Ambassador Velthor sat in his command chair, his golden eyes fixed on the view screen showing the blue planet growing smaller behind them. "Status report," he ordered, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Tarkin, the science officer, worked at his console with nervous clicks of his mandibles. "We are being tracked by at least 30 human vessels. Possibly more. Their stealth technology is far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. I cannot get accurate readings. Can we outrun them?" "No, Ambassador. They match our every course correction. If we attempt to engage our faster-than-light drive while still in the system, they will interpret it as an aggressive move." Velthor's hands clenched on the armrests of his chair. He had been outmaneuvered completely. The humans had turned what should have been a simple integration into a humiliating defeat. Worse, they had done it without firing a single shot. "Send a priority message to Concordate High Command," he ordered. "Mark it urgent. Tell them we need a full military response." Kiranel, the tactical officer, turned from her station. All four of her arms were tense. "Ambassador, with respect, perhaps we should recommend negotiation rather than escalation. The humans demonstrated capabilities we did not anticipate. A military engagement might not go as planned." Velthor rounded on her. "Are you suggesting we accept this insult? That we allow a primitive species to defy 3,000 years of Concordate authority? No. We will return with sufficient force to ensure these humans understand their place in the galactic order." He turned back to the view screen, watching Earth disappear into the distance. "They think they are strong. They think their hidden weapons make them our equals. They will learn otherwise." What Velthor did not know was that every word spoken on his bridge was being transmitted back to Earth. The humans had not just hacked the Concordate communication network. They had planted monitoring devices throughout the alien vessel during the initial meeting. Small, almost invisible transmitters that looked like dust particles but broadcast everything to waiting receivers. In Tokyo, Dr. Yuki Tanaka listened to Velthor's rant and smiled. She turned to her team of intelligence analysts. "He's going to escalate," she said, "which means we need to implement Phase 2. "Are we really doing this?" asked one of the younger analysts, a man named James Chen. He looked nervous. "Broadcasting Concordate secrets to the entire galaxy?" "We are," Yuki confirmed. "The Concordate survives because their victims don't know they're victims. They believe the lies about galactic dangers. They think they need protection. Once they learn the truth, the whole system collapses." She pulled up a star map showing the 47 species under Concordate protection. Each one was marked with detailed information. When they joined, what resources they provided, what threats they were told to fear. "These species deserve to know the truth," Yuki said. "And humanity is going to give it to them." While Earth prepared its information campaign, the Concordate was preparing for war. High Command received Velthor's report with shock and anger. For the first time in 3,000 years, a species had rejected their offer and survived the initial confrontation. The Concordate leadership met an emergency session on their capital world, Kelvan Prime. 7 high counselors, one from each founding species, gathered in a chamber that had witnessed countless decisions about the fate of lesser species. High Counselor Sharkin, eldest of the group, spoke first. His species lived for over 400 years, and he had seen the Concordate grow from a small alliance to a galactic power. "The humans must be taught a lesson," We cannot allow this defiance to stand. It will encourage others to resist. Agreed, said High Counselor Telvash, but we must approach this carefully. The humans demonstrated unexpected capabilities. A full military response might be costly. Costly? Sharkin's voice rose. What cost is too high to maintain order? If we appear weak, if we allow the humans to defy us without consequence, our entire structure will collapse. The protected species will begin asking questions. They will begin demanding independence. Then we need overwhelming force, said another counselor. Send a fleet large enough that resistance is impossible. Make an example of Earth. The other species will see and remember. The vote was unanimous. The Concordat would assemble a battle fleet, the largest in recent history, and return to Earth. The humans would surrender or be destroyed. It took 5 days to gather the fleet. 12 massive warships, each larger than the diplomatic vessel that had visited Earth. Escort ships, support vessels, and troop transports. In total, over 100 spacecraft preparing to enforce Concordat will on a defiant species. Velthor was given command of the fleet. It was both an honor and a test. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated. If he failed, he would be disgraced. He accepted the command with determination. The humans had embarrassed him. He would not allow it to happen again. The fleet departed for Earth system, confident in their superiority. They did not know that human long-range sensors had tracked every ship movement. They did not realize that Earth had been preparing for their arrival from the moment Velthor's vessel left. General Marcus Steele stood in Unified Defense Command, watching the plot of approaching Concordat forces. Around him, his staff worked with calm efficiency. This was the moment they had trained for, the scenario they had run 1,000 times in simulation. ETA on the Concordat fleet? He asked. 17 hours, replied his operations officer. They're not trying to hide their approach. This is a show of force, Marcus nodded. Good, let them feel confident. Confidence makes people careless. He turned to his communication officer. Is Dr. Tanaka ready with the broadcast? Standing by, sir. She can transmit on your order. Hold for now. Let's see if we can resolve this without bloodshed. Marcus did not particularly expect a peaceful resolution, but he had to try. Humanity had fought enough wars against itself. He would prefer not to start one against aliens if it could be avoided. President Sarah Chen joined him in the command center. She had barely slept since the Concordat's departure, coordinating Earth's response with military, scientific, and diplomatic teams. Options? She asked Marcus. We can destroy them, Marcus said bluntly. The fleet they're bringing is impressive by their standards. By ours, it's a target-rich environment. Our stealth ships alone could cripple half their vessels before they realized they were under attack. But that starts a war we might not want. The Concordat has allies, vassals, and resources across dozens of systems. We can win the battle, maybe even win a war, but at what cost? Sarah nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. What if we give them a different lesson? Not about human military power, but about human history. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Explain. Velthor said something during our meeting that stuck with me. He said we were children taking our first steps into the universe. What if we show him exactly what kind of children we are? What we've survived, what we've learned, what we've become? A history lesson in the middle of a military confrontation? Why not? Knowledge is a weapon too. Maybe the most powerful one we have, Marcus considered this. It was unconventional, but then again, everything about humanity's approach to first contact had been unconventional. Let me talk to Dr. Tanaka. If anyone can make that work, she can. 4 hours later, the Concordat fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. They formed up in standard battle formation, ships arranged in a pattern designed to maximize firepower while maintaining defensive positions. It was intimidating, overwhelming, exactly what they intended. Velthor stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth's blue sphere appear on the view screen. Open a channel to the human leadership. It is time to end this foolishness. The channel opened and President Chen's face appeared on the screen. She looked calm, almost relaxed, which bothered Velthor more than he wanted to admit. Ambassador, she said pleasantly, welcome back. I see you brought friends. This is your final opportunity, Velthor said, dispensing with diplomatic niceties. Surrender. Accept Concordat protection. Your resistance is pointless. As you can see, we have assembled sufficient force to ensure compliance. I see a lot of ships, Sarah agreed. But before we discuss surrender, I'd like to share something with you. A gift, if you will. Information that might change your perspective. We are not interested in human attempts at delay. This will only take a few minutes, Sarah interrupted. And trust me, Ambassador, you want to see this. Before Velthor could object, data began flooding the Concordat communication network. Not just to his ship, but to every vessel in the fleet. And not just to the fleet, but to every Concordat-controlled system in the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka had created a comprehensive data package. It contained human history, from the earliest civilizations to the present day. But this was not a simple chronology. This was a military history, a tactical analysis, a strategic documentation of 10,000 years of human warfare. The aliens watched first with confusion, then with growing horror. They saw images of ancient battles, thousands of warriors clashing with bronze weapons. They saw the tactics of Alexander the Great, conquering most of the known world with a relatively small army. They saw the strategic genius of Sun Tzu, written 2,000 years before humans left their planet. They saw the Roman legions, the Mongol hordes, the medieval sieges. They saw gunpowder weapons, trench warfare, mechanized combat. They saw atomic weapons capable of destroying entire cities in seconds. They saw the Cold War, where two human factions held each other hostage with enough nuclear weapons to render Earth uninhabitable, and somehow avoided using them. But more than the weapons and battles, they saw the theories, the strategies, the philosophies of warfare that humans had developed over millennia. They saw writings on the nature of conflict, on tactical innovation, on strategic planning. They saw how humans approached war not as a necessity, but as a problem to be solved, a challenge to be overcome through intelligence and creativity. The data package included analysis comparing human warfare to Concordat operations. It was not a flattering comparison. Where the Concordat relied on intimidation and overwhelming force against weaker opponents, humans had learned to fight equals and superiors. Where the Concordat had standard tactics, humans had developed thousands of tactical variations. Where the Concordat saw war as a tool for control, humans saw it as an art form that required constant study and improvement. Aboard the Concordat flagship, Velthor watched the data with growing unease. Beside him, Tarkin's mandibles were clicking rapidly, a sign of severe stress. This cannot be accurate, Velthor said. No species fights among themselves for this long. It is irrational. It is wasteful. It is their history, Tarkin replied quietly, and it explains everything. They built their defenses the way they did because they have been fighting defensive wars for thousands of years. They hid their weapons because they have been ambushing enemies for thousands of years. They prepared for worst-case scenarios because they have experienced worst-case scenarios for thousands of years. They are barbaric, Velthor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The data package continued. It showed humanity's unification, achieved not through conquest but through recognition that their own weapons had become too dangerous. It showed the mutual defense doctrine, where Earth's nations agreed that an attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. It showed the Unified Defense Command, created specifically to prepare for extraterrestrial threats. And then it showed Earth's current military capability. Not everything. Humans knew better than to reveal all their secrets, but enough. Ship designs that prioritized survivability over appearance. Weapon systems that could engage targets from beyond the Concordat sensor range. Stealth technology that made detection nearly impossible. Defensive networks that could coordinate thousands of independent units into a single overwhelming response. The message was clear. Earth had prepared for this confrontation for over a century. The Concordat had stumbled into a fight they could not win. Velthor sat in his command chair, his mind racing. This changed everything. The humans were not primitives. They were something far more dangerous. Experienced warriors with advanced technology and a strategic doctrine built from thousands of years of harsh lessons. Sir, Kiranel said quietly, I recommend we withdraw and request reinforcements. Reinforcements? Velthor laughed bitterly. Against what? A species that has been practicing war since before our civilization existed? This is not a military problem. He struggled to find words. This is a fundamental miscalculation. A new transmission came through. Sarah Chen's face reappeared on the view screen. Ambassador, she said, I hope you've had time to review our historical records. I wanted you to understand who you're threatening. We are not defenseless children. We are survivors of countless wars. Students of warfare itself, and we have spent a century preparing for this exact situation. She leaned forward slightly. But here's what I want you to understand. We learned something from all that warfare. We learned that violence should be the last resort, not the first option. We learned that strength means having the power to destroy your enemy and choosing not to. We learned that the greatest victory is the one you win without fighting. Belthor found his voice. You are lecturing me about peace while surrounded by weapons? No, Sarah said. I'm teaching you the difference between strength and cruelty. The Concordat has power, but you use it to exploit the weak. Humanity has power, and we use it to protect ourselves and others. That's why we're offering you a choice right now. What choice? Leave, take your fleet and go. Return to your Concordat and tell them that Earth is not interested in their protection. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, those raiders will not return. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, those fleets will be destroyed. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire, and we are sharing that truth with every species you claim to protect. She paused, her expression hardening. Or you can try to fight us. You can test whether your fleet can overcome our defenses. You can find out what happens when a species that has studied warfare for 10,000 years has to demonstrate what they've learned. But I'm giving you fair warning, Ambassador. We will win, and unlike you, we've actually had to fight for our survival. We know how to do this. Belthor looked at his tactical displays. He saw his fleet powerful and impressive. He also saw the red dots that had appeared around them, human vessels that had been waiting hidden, ready to strike. He was surrounded, outmaneuvered, and facing an enemy he did not understand. You would really destroy us? He asked quietly. If you force us to, Sarah replied. But we would much prefer that you simply leave. Go home, Ambassador. Tell your Concordat that they made a mistake. Tell them that humanity is not afraid of them. And tell them that if they want peace with us, they need to approach as equals, not as masters. The channel closed. Belthor sat in silence, aware that every member of his crew was watching him, waiting for his decision. He had two choices: fight and likely die, taking thousands of Concordat personnel with him, or retreat and face disgrace but live to see tomorrow. It was not really a choice at all. Set course for home, he ordered quietly. Full retreat. The Concordat fleet turned and fled, harried by human ships that followed them to the edge of the system before breaking off. No shots were fired. No weapons were discharged. But the battle was over, and everyone knew who had won. The news of the Concordat's retreat spread through the galaxy faster than anyone expected. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's data package had been sent not just to the Concordat fleet, but to every species under their so-called protection. Within days, the truth about the Concordat's empire was common knowledge across 47 star systems. The reactions were dramatic and immediate. On Telos 4, a species that had been providing rare minerals to the Concordat for 300 years. The Planetary Council held an emergency meeting. They had believed they were paying for protection from hostile aliens. Now they learned those hostile aliens did not exist. The Concordat had been lying to them for centuries. We have been fools, said Council Leader Renval, an elderly being whose blue skin had faded with age. We sent our children to work in the mines, extracting minerals we needed for ourselves, and gave them to the Concordat for protection from imaginary threats. What do we do now? Asked another council member. We stop paying, Renval said simply, and we contact Earth. If the humans can stand against the Concordat, perhaps they can teach us to do the same. Similar conversations were happening across the galaxy. Species that had been submissive for generations began asking questions. Why did they need protection if the galaxy was not actually dangerous? Why should they share their resources with the Concordat? What gave the Concordat the right to govern their external affairs? The Concordat's empire began to crack. On Kelvin Prime, the Concordat capital, the High Council met in crisis session. They had received reports from dozens of systems. Protests, refusal to pay tribute, demands for independence. The carefully constructed system they had built over 3,000 years was collapsing. This is the humans' fault, High Councillor Sharken said angrily. They released classified information. They undermined our authority. We should consider this an act of war. Against whom? Asked High Councillor Telvash. The humans? We tried that and failed. The protected species. If we attack them, we prove the humans right about us being predators. We could offer the humans membership in the Concordat, suggested another councillor. Make them partners rather than enemies. Use their military strength to reinforce our position. They would never accept, Telvash said. Did you not watch the same briefings I did? The humans are not interested in empire. They want something we have never considered. Genuine cooperation without domination. The debate continued for hours, then days. The Concordat leadership was discovering something painful. Once people learn they have been lied to, it is almost impossible to restore their trust. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Sarah Chen was dealing with an unexpected problem. Success. Her office was flooded with communication requests from alien species. They all wanted the same things: information about the Concordat, advice on achieving independence, and in many cases, requests for Earth to provide the protection that the Concordat had falsely offered. We cannot become the new Concordat, Sarah told her cabinet during an emergency meeting. We cannot promise to protect every species in the galaxy. We do not have the resources, and more importantly, we do not have the right. But we cannot ignore them either, argued her foreign minister. These species are reaching out to us for help. If we turn them away, they might fall back under Concordat control or find themselves vulnerable to actual threats. General Marcus Steele had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke. What if we offer something different? Not protection, but partnership. We teach them what we know about defense. We help them build their own military capabilities. We create a network of mutual defense where everyone contributes. Sarah considered this a true alliance. Not a hierarchy where we sit at the top, but a collective where everyone has equal say. Exactly, Marcus said. We share our strategic knowledge. They share their technology and resources. Together, we create a galaxy where species cooperate because they want to, not because they are forced to. The idea took shape quickly. Earth proposed the Terran Accord, named not as a claim to leadership but as a recognition of where the idea originated. The principles were simple. Mutual defense without dominance, technology sharing without exploitation, and collective security without submission. The first species to join was Telos IV. Council leader Renval traveled to Earth personally to sign the agreement. He was old, frail by his species' standards, but his eyes were bright with hope. For 300 years we lived in fear, he told Sarah during the signing ceremony. Fear of threats that did not exist. The Concordat took our resources and our dignity. Today we reclaim both. Other species followed. Within 6 months, 12 former Concordat protectorates had joined the Terran Accord. Within a year, 23. The Concordat's empire was not just cracking, it was crumbling. But not all of the Concordat species accepted the change gracefully. The 7 founding species split into factions. 3 approached Earth seeking partnership, recognizing that their old system was unsustainable. 2 attempted to maintain their empire through military force, attacking species that refused to pay tribute. 2 isolated themselves, unwilling to accept the new reality but lacking the power to fight it. The 2 factions that chose violence learned a harsh lesson. The species they attacked had received training from Earth's military advisors. Defensive networks that had once been non-existent, now Concordat ships that arrived expecting easy victories instead faced prepared defenses and suffered devastating defeats. After the 3rd failed attack, the aggressive factions retreated and reconsidered their approach. Violence was no longer profitable. The Terran Accord grew rapidly. Earth established the Terran Defense Academy on Luna, where officers from dozens of species learned human military doctrine. The classes were taught by veterans of Earth's own conflicts, people who understood warfare from hard experience. General Marcus Steele oversaw the academy personally. He walked through the training facilities, watching alien cadets learning tactics that humans had refined over millennia. It was strange and wonderful to see beings from across the galaxy studying the battles of Napoleon, the strategies of Sun Tzu, the defensive doctrines of modern Earth. One day, he stopped to watch a tactical simulation. A mixed team of humans and aliens were working together to defend a colony from a simulated attack. They were struggling, making mistakes, but they were learning. "It is harder than it looks," said a voice beside him. Marcus turned to see Ambassador Velthor standing there, watching the same simulation. Marcus tensed. The last time they had met, Velthor had been commanding a fleet sent to conquer Earth. Now the former ambassador stood in a training facility, wearing civilian clothes and looking smaller somehow. Less imposing, Ambassador, Marcus said carefully. I did not know you were on Luna. I requested asylum 6 months ago, Velthor replied. President Chen granted it. I am not an ambassador anymore. Just Velthor, a being trying to understand where everything went wrong. They watched the simulation in silence for a moment. The cadet team was starting to coordinate better, using the defensive positions Marcus had taught them about. I was taught that power meant control, Velthor said quietly. The Concordate's entire philosophy was built on the idea that stronger species should guide weaker ones. It seemed logical, natural. But watching these cadets, seeing species from across the galaxy learning to defend themselves, I realized what we never understood. What's that? True strength is not controlling others. It is helping them become strong enough that they do not need control. Marcus nodded slowly. That took humans about 6,000 years to figure out. You are learning faster than we did. Velthor managed a small smile, perhaps because we had better teachers. The Academy graduated its first class 2 years after the Concordate's defeat. President Sarah Chen attended the ceremony, along with leaders from 23 Terran Accord species. The graduates stood in formation, representing a dozen different species, united by common training and shared purpose. Sarah addressed them from a podium overlooking the parade ground. Behind her, Earth rose above Luna's horizon, blue and green and beautiful. 2 years ago, the galaxy was a different place, she began. Species lived in fear, controlled by those claiming to protect them. Today you represent something new, a galaxy where strength serves peace rather than conquest, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where species stand together because they choose to, not because they are forced to. She paused, looking at the assembled graduates. You came here to learn how to fight. I hope you learned that lesson well. But I hope you also learned something more important. Why we fight. We fight so others do not have to. We prepare for war so we can maintain peace. We become strong not to dominate the weak, but to protect them, including protecting them from becoming victims of their own fear. The graduates listened intently. These were beings from worlds humans had never heard of until recently. Species with strange names and stranger appearances. But they all understood what Sarah was saying. They had all been taught by instructors who had lived through wars and learned their lessons the hard way. The greatest victory, Sarah continued, is not defeating an enemy. It is never having to fight because your enemy respects both your capability and your restraint. You carry that lesson with you as you return to your homeworlds. Teach it to others. Build defenses that make invasion unthinkable, but never forget that weapons are tools, not solutions. The goal is not to win wars. The goal is to prevent them. The ceremony concluded with a flyover by ships from 12 different species, flying in formation above the lunar surface. It was a sight that would have been impossible 2 years earlier. Now it was the new normal. After the ceremony, Sarah met privately with Velthor. The former ambassador had been attending classes at the Academy, studying human history and military theory. He'd become an advocate for concordate reform, writing essays and giving speeches about the mistakes his people had made. Your speech was powerful, he told Sarah. Do you believe what you said? That the goal is to prevent wars rather than win them? I do, Sarah said. But I also believe in preparing to win if prevention fails. Humanity learned that balance through painful experience. The Concordate never learned it at all, Velthor said. We became comfortable. We forgot that power without wisdom is just tyranny, and tyranny never lasts forever. What will you do now? Sarah asked. Continue teaching, Velthor said. I have been invited to speak on Kelvin Prime, to the new government that formed after the old High Council collapsed. They want to rebuild the Concordate as something better, something more like the Terran Accord. I will help them if I can, Sarah smiled. That is good. The galaxy needs more voices advocating for cooperation. 5 years after the Concordate's defeat, the galaxy had transformed. The Terran Accord included 41 species, nearly all of the former Concordate protectorates plus several species who had been truly independent. Trade flourished. Technology was shared freely. Species that had never met now worked together on scientific projects, cultural exchanges, and mutual defense. The Concordate itself had reformed. The 3 species who had approached Earth for partnership led the effort to create something new, a true federation where members had equal votes and no single species dominated. They called it the Reformed Concordate, and they applied to join the Terran Accord as a full member. President Chen, now in her second term, presided over the ceremony where the reformed Concordat joined the Accord. It was held on a neutral world, a beautiful planet called Haven that had volunteered to host the event. Representatives from 64 species attended. They filled an enormous amphitheater carved into a mountainside, with translation devices ensuring everyone could understand everyone else. It was chaotic and beautiful and completely unprecedented. 5 years ago, Sarah told the assembled representatives, Earth faced a choice. Accept domination or fight for independence. We chose independence, but we also chose to share what we learned. Today we see the results of that choice. A galaxy united not by force, but by mutual respect. She looked around at the incredible diversity of beings present. We have built something remarkable, a community where strength serves peace, where knowledge flows freely, where species cooperate because they recognize that together, we are stronger than we could ever be alone. The Terran Accord is not an empire. It is not a hierarchy. It is a promise that we will defend each other, learn from each other, and grow together. The amphitheater erupted in applause, though the sound varied wildly depending on which species was clapping. Some whistled, some clicked, some made sounds that had no human equivalent. But the meaning was universal: agreement, celebration, hope. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, now Earth's ambassador to the Terran Accord, stood beside Sarah after the ceremony. They watched the representatives from different species mingling, forming friendships, planning collaborations. Do you remember when we first detected the Concordat vessel? Yuki asked. I was terrified. I thought we were about to meet our doom. Instead, we met our future, Sarah said. A future where humanity is not alone, where we have friends and partners across the stars. Do you think it will last? Yuki asked. Peace is fragile. It is, Sarah agreed. But we have built something stronger than peace. We have built mutual interest, shared purpose, and genuine respect. That is much harder to break than a simple treaty. On Earth, life continued much as it had before first contact. People went to work, raised families, pursued their dreams. But everything was different too. Children grew up knowing that humanity was part of a galactic community. Schools taught not just Earth history, but the histories of dozens of worlds. Young people looked at the stars and saw not empty void but neighbors, friends, potential. General Marcus Steele retired from active duty, but continued teaching at the Terran Defense Academy. He was old now, his hair completely gray, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He taught strategy to students who came from worlds he could barely pronounce. One of his favorite students was a young woman from Telos 4 named Kelvara. She was brilliant, innovative, and constantly challenging his assumptions. She reminded him of himself at her age. General, she asked one day after class, why did humanity prepare for hostile first contact? You could have assumed aliens would be friendly. Marcus smiled. We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. That is the human way. We believe the best about people but prepare for the worst about circumstances. Is that wisdom or paranoia? Both, Marcus admitted. And sometimes the line between them is very thin. But I will tell you what my own teacher told me. Hope is not a strategy. You can hope for peace while preparing for war. The preparation does not prevent the peace. It ensures you will survive if peace fails. Kelvara nodded thoughtfully. I will remember that. Good, Marcus said. Because you are going to teach the next generation. That is how knowledge survives. We pass it down, student to teacher to student again. Each generation learning from the mistakes of the last. 10 years after first contact, President Sarah Chen stood in her office in Geneva, looking out at the city. She was older now, her hair showing gray, her face lined with the weight of a decade of decisions. She had decided not to run for a third term. It was time for someone younger to lead. Her successor would inherit a galaxy very different from the one she had known. A galaxy where humanity was respected, where the Terran Accord kept peace not through domination but through mutual defense, where species worked together because they recognized the value of cooperation. Sarah thought back to that day when Ambassador Velthor had first arrived, offering protection Earth did not need from threats that did not exist. She thought about the moment when she had decided to laugh rather than capitulate, to stand firm rather than surrender. That decision had changed everything. A message came through on her secure terminal. It was from the Terran Defense Academy. Another graduating class, the largest yet. representing 28 species. They wanted her to give the commencement address. Sarah smiled and accepted the invitation. She would tell them what she told every graduating class. Victory is the one won without fighting. She would tell them about humanity's long, bloody history of warfare, and how that history had taught them to value peace. She would explain that preparing for war was not the same as wanting war, that deterrence was preferable to combat, that the best weapon was the one you never needed to use. Most importantly, she would remind them that they were not learning to be conquerors or enforcers. They were learning to be protectors of a new galactic order, one built on cooperation rather than domination, partnership rather than submission, freedom rather than control. The galaxy had changed. The Concordate's empire of fear had been replaced by the Terran Accord's alliance of choice. Species that had lived as subjects were now equals. Beings that had been told they were weak had learned they were strong. And at the center of it all was humanity, the species that had chuckled when offered protection and then taught the galaxy a better way. Sarah looked up at the stars, visible even in the afternoon sky through her office window. Somewhere out there on dozens of worlds, beings were living lives of freedom because Earth had stood firm. Students were learning to defend themselves. Species were cooperating as equals. It was not perfect. There were still conflicts, misunderstandings, challenges. But it was better. So much better than the alternative. Madam President? Her assistant knocked on the door. Your car is ready. Sarah nodded. She had a meeting with the Terran Accord Security Council. Discussions about expanding the mutual defense network to include species from previously unexplored regions. The work never ended. Peace required constant attention, constant effort. But that was fine. Humanity had learned long ago that anything worth having required work. Freedom, peace, security. These were not gifts. They were achievements, hard-won and carefully maintained. Sarah took one last look at the stars, then turned and walked out of her office. There was work to do, a galaxy to help shape, a future to build, and for the first time in their history, humanity was not building that future alone.
The human ship Aurora floated silently through the dark stretch of space, its hull reflecting distant stars like scattered diamonds. Captain Arlen sat in the bridge, his hands resting lightly on the control panel, eyes fixed on the holographic map that flickered before him. The crew moved around him, calm but alert, each aware of the dangers that came with exploring unknown galaxies. They were far from Earth, farther than any human ship had gone before. Yet, curiosity pushed them onward, and the galaxy ahead promised secrets that no human had ever seen. A soft beep echoed from the sensor console. Lieutenant Mara leaned forward, her fingers tapping the screen. Captain, I'm picking up a strange energy signal, about 60 million kilometers ahead. It's unusual. Not natural, I think. Arlen's eyes narrowed. Describe it. Mara's hands moved over the controls. It's faint but structured, pulsing in a way that suggests intelligence. It's coming from the asteroid belt near the Nebula 7 cluster. The crew exchanged glances. Signals this deep in space were rare. Most were from dying stars or random cosmic interference. Something that pulsed like this was different. Prepare a probe, Arlen ordered. We need a closer look before we risk the ship. The probe shot out like a silver arrow, spinning gently as it scanned the asteroids. Images appeared on the main screen. The crew leaned in. Among the gray rocks, there were shapes. Strange, geometric shapes that did not belong in a natural asteroid belt. Tall spires, reflective surfaces, almost glowing faintly, as if the rocks themselves were hiding something inside. Is this a settlement? Muttered Engineer Kiro. His voice was tense. Or some kind of alien structure. Mara shook her head. I've never seen anything like it. The signal is definitely coming from these structures. Arlen stood, gripping the edge of the console. Keep scanning. And keep the ship ready. I don't want any surprises. The tension in the room was palpable. Every crew member felt it. The unknown had a way of making even experienced explorers uneasy. Yet, beneath the fear was something stronger. Curiosity. The kind that made humans step onto planets no one had dared to land on, and dive into galaxies no map had ever shown. The probe sensors suddenly went wild. Energy spikes shot across the monitor. "Captain, the structures are activating something," Mara said, her voice tight. "There's a field of energy surrounding them. I've never seen anything like it." Arlen's heart pounded. "Distance, Mara. Increase distance immediately." But the field reacted. The ship trembled slightly, not from turbulence but from a faint push, as if the structures themselves were aware of Aurora's presence. Lights flickered along the bridge as instruments registered the mysterious energy. "Report," Arlen barked. "Are we being pulled?" Mara's hands moved quickly over the panels. "It's faint, but yes. The energy seems to interact with our hull. It's subtle, but we can feel it." A chill ran down Arlen's spine. He had read about alien traps in old exploration logs, theoretical warnings that had always seemed distant and improbable. And yet, here they were, staring at something that could be exactly that. Kiro clenched his fists. "Captain, if that's a trap, we could be in serious trouble. We can't outrun something like this if it decides to grab us." Arlen took a deep breath. "I know. But we didn't come this far to turn away now. Keep shields at maximum and engines ready. Mara, try to scan the field, see if it has weaknesses." The crew worked quickly, a quiet determination settling over them. The Aurora was more than a ship, it was a symbol of human courage. And humans had always faced dangers that seemed impossible. Then, unexpectedly, the field pulsed again. This time, it wasn't threatening. The light formed a pattern, almost like a signal, a language that no human had ever known. The crew froze. It seemed intelligent, purposeful. Mara leaned closer to the sensor display, eyes wide. "It's inviting us," she whispered. "Or maybe warning us. I can't tell." Arlen's mind raced. Every instinct screamed danger, but the explorer in him, an explorer that had spent years dreaming of first contact, felt a pull toward the unknown. "Prepare the ship for approach," he ordered. "But maintain a safe distance. We proceed carefully. Everyone stay alert." As Aurora moved closer, the asteroid belt shimmered faintly, the strange structures reflecting light in sharp, impossible angles. The energy field flared once more, and the ship's instruments went haywire, lights flashing and alarms quietly humming. The crew held their positions, hearts pounding, as the unknown revealed itself piece by piece. The silence of space felt heavier here, as if holding its breath. And then, the final moment of suspense hit. On the main screen, a massive spire shifted suddenly, sliding behind a rock, as if the structure had moved. The energy field pulsed faster, brighter, and a low hum filled the ship. Arlen clenched his jaw. "Brace yourselves," he said. "Whatever is out there, it knows we are here." The ship trembled again, faintly this time, but enough to send a ripple of fear and excitement through the crew. The unknown was no longer just distant stars, it was close, alive, and watching. And as Aurora drifted closer into the glowing maze of alien shapes, every member of the crew felt the same thought. They had stepped into something far bigger than themselves. Something that could change humanity forever. The Aurora hovered closer to the alien structures, its shields glowing softly as the strange energy field continued to pulse around them. The hum in the ship had grown louder, vibrating through the floors and walls, and every crew member felt it deep in their chest. Captain Arlen's eyes scanned the holographic displays as the shapes of the alien spires twisted and shifted, almost as if they were alive. Lieutenant Mara pointed at the main screen. "Captain, sensors are picking up movement. Small drones or robots emerging from the structures. They're hovering in formation, but they're not attacking. Yet." Arlen nodded, fists gripping the console. "Keep the ship steady. Let's see what they do." The drones moved gracefully, circling the Aurora. Their surfaces reflected light like polished metal, but there was a strange glow from within them, almost like they had their own energy source. The crew could feel a kind of intelligence behind their movements. The drones weren't random. They were watching, calculating, analyzing. Engineer Kiro leaned forward, studying the readings. "They're scanning us," he said quietly. "Every drone has sensors. Multiple types. Infrared, energy signatures, movement patterns. Whoever made these knows exactly what they're doing." Suddenly, the drones shifted and formed a straight line in front of the ship, hovering at a distance. A soft, harmonic sound filled the bridge. It wasn't noise, it was structured, rhythmic, almost musical. Mara frowned. "It's communicating. But we can't understand it." Captain Arlen's eyes narrowed. "It seems friendly, or at least neutral. Maybe they want to talk or guide us. But I'm not taking chances. Prepare docking protocols, but don't open the bay yet. Keep weapons ready." The crew worked quickly, their movements precise and tense. The Aurora's docking bay extended slightly, lights blinking as systems came online. The alien drones continued to hover, now forming patterns that glimmered against the blackness of space. Every few seconds, the hum changed pitch, like a signal trying to catch the human's attention. "Captain," Mara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They're inviting us to approach the structure. The energy field is creating a corridor. Sensors say it's safe, for now." Arlen hesitated. His mind weighed the risk. Any misstep could trigger a deadly trap, yet turning away now might mean missing the first contact with an alien civilization. His gut told him the unknown was dangerous, but the human spirit demanded exploration. "All right," he said finally, voice firm. "We approach, slowly and carefully. Engines at minimal thrust. Shields up. Mara, keep scanning for any sudden changes. Kiro, monitor the energy field. Everyone else, stay alert." The ship moved forward, gliding between the spires. The energy field wrapped around them like a soft, glowing net, but it didn't harm the hull. Instead, the field seemed almost alive, adjusting its patterns as the Aurora moved. The crew exchanged nervous glances. Something about this felt intelligent. Suddenly, a drone detached from the formation and floated closer to the ship. It stopped near the viewport, its surface shimmering. A soft light pulsed rhythmically from its core. Mara gasped. "Captain, it's signaling. Directly to us. I think it wants us to dock." Arlen took a deep breath. "Very well. Prepare to dock. Carefully and slowly." As the docking clamps extended, the drone moved alongside them, as if guiding the ship into position. The air inside the bridge was thick with anticipation. Every crew member felt the tension rising. For the first time in human history, they were moments away from stepping into the unknown presence of an alien intelligence. The docking bay doors opened, and the corridor of energy shimmered, inviting them inside. Yet, even as the crew prepared to step forward, subtle malfunctions began to appear. Lights flickered, minor alarms beeped, and sensors showed unusual energy spikes. Kiro frowned, tapping the panels frantically. "Captain, something's interfering with our systems. It's minor now, but it could escalate. This could be a warning, or a trap." Arlen nodded, feeling the weight of the decision. They had come this far. Retreating now would mean leaving the mystery unsolved, and humanity had never been content with leaving questions unanswered. Mara looked at the captain, eyes wide. "Whatever happens, we need to stay together. If this goes wrong, we can't afford mistakes." The crew nodded silently. Hearts raced, adrenaline surged, and a mixture of fear and excitement filled the bridge. The unknown had become immediate. The friendly signals, the inviting corridor, the alien presence, all of it could be a trick. Yet the human desire to explore was stronger than the instinct to run. As the Aurora moved fully into the energy corridor, the hum of the drones intensified. The walls of the corridor seemed to shift subtly, guiding the ship. Captain Arlen's voice was calm but firm. "Stay ready, eyes open, and remember, we are humans. We adapt, we survive, and we face the unknown." And as the ship glided deeper, every crew member could feel it. The first true contact with an alien civilization was here. Something watched them, something calculated, something alive. And the moment they crossed the threshold, there was no turning back. The energy field pulsed one final time as the docking bay locked. And then, just as the crew exhaled in cautious relief, a sudden vibration grew louder, ominous and unpredictable. Captain Arlen clenched his fists. Everyone hold on. Whatever this is, it's beginning. The unknown had arrived. The Aurora trembled as the vibration spread through the ship, sending crew members stumbling slightly. Captain Arlen gripped the edge of the console, his mind racing. The energy corridor that had seemed welcoming now felt like a cage. The lights flickered, and the hum from the alien drones grew louder, deeper, almost like a warning. Lieutenant Mara's fingers flew across the control panels. Captain, the energy field is changing. It's no longer just guiding us. It's surrounding us, restricting our movement. The drones, they're moving faster, and sensors detect multiple unknown mechanisms activating in the structures outside. Engineer Kiro's face went pale. It's a trap. They lured us in. The energy field, the corridor, it was all designed to make us feel safe. We're trapped inside their system. Arlen's heart pounded. Everyone stay calm. Shields up. Engines ready, but do not engage until I give the order. We assess first. The ship's hull shuddered as the first drone collided lightly with it. There was no damage, but it was enough to show the Aurora that the aliens were testing their strength, probing for weaknesses. More drones appeared, circling the ship in perfect synchronization, their lights glowing like warning signals. Captain, Mara said, her voice tense. They're communicating again, but it's not like before. The hum is harsh now, more aggressive. The pattern is complex, almost threatening. Arlen took a deep breath. Kiro, can you identify any weak points in their energy net? Anything we can exploit? Kiro's hands moved over the controls frantically. It's unlike anything we've seen. The field reacts instantly to our ship's movements. Any attempt to break it triggers more drones. If we push too hard, I don't even want to imagine what could happen. The tension in the bridge was palpable. Every crew member felt it, the thrill of danger mixed with fear. They had come seeking knowledge, seeking contact, but now it seemed the unknown was closing in, ready to strike. Suddenly, a loud vibration shook the ship violently. Lights flickered and alarms blared across the bridge. Mara shouted over the noise. Captain, engines are partially disabled. Some power systems are offline. Arlen's jaw tightened. Damn it! They're controlling our systems from outside. They have a full lock on us. Crew, prepare for evasive maneuvers as soon as we find a window. The Aurora swayed as the alien structures outside shifted. Large spires extended like mechanical limbs, wrapping around asteroids, moving in ways that defied human engineering. The ship's sensors could barely keep up. The aliens had created a mechanical web, and the humans were at the center of it. Brace yourselves, Arlen shouted. This is it. The drone surged forward, attempting to corral the ship toward one of the spires. The Aurora's shields glowed brightly as they absorbed minor impacts, but Kiro shouted, shields won't hold forever. We need a plan now. Arlen's mind raced. He could feel the trap closing, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. The humans had faced dangers before, but this was beyond anything documented. The alien intelligence wasn't just powerful, it was calculating, almost alive. Mara tapped rapidly on the sensors. Captain, I see a weak point. A small gap in the energy net, barely enough for us to maneuver. If we act fast, we might escape the initial capture. Arlen nodded. Prepare the thrusters for a full burst. We go through that gap and try to reach open space. Kiro, monitor the energy field. Time it perfectly. Mara, get us ready. The crew worked in tense synchrony, every movement precise. The drones sensed their intent and swarmed faster, their lights flashing, their hums rising in intensity. Now! Arlen shouted. The Aurora surged forward, shields glowing as the ship squeezed through the narrow gap. The energy field pulsated violently, drones colliding with each other as the humans forced their way through. Sparks flew across the bridge from minor electrical surges, and the entire ship shook with the strain. For a moment, it seemed they had escaped. The gap widened, and the blackness of open space appeared beyond the spires. Relief washed over the crew, but only for a heartbeat. The alien structures moved again, faster this time, cutting off the path behind them. The energy field rippled, sending waves of force against the Aurora, pushing it dangerously toward a massive asteroid. Arlen gritted his teeth. Hold course. Divert power to shields. Steady. The ship veered just in time, grazing the asteroid's surface. Sparks flew as small fragments scraped the hull. The crew gasped. For a second, silence fell, broken only by the hum of the alien drones, now retreating slightly but still watching. "Captain, we made it for now," Mara said, voice trembling. Arlen's eyes scanned the alien structures. They were damaged slightly from the ship's sudden escape attempt, but they remained formidable. The trap had partially backfired, giving the humans a chance, but the danger was far from over. Kiro wiped sweat from his brow. That was too close. If we try anything else too soon, we might not survive. Arlen nodded. We need to regroup, analyze their systems, and plan our next move. They expected us to panic. But humans adapt. Humans survive. The Aurora floated in tense silence for a few moments, drifting slightly away from the energy net. The crew could feel the weight of the unknown pressing on them. The alien trap had been revealed, and the stakes were higher than ever. And as they prepared for the next move, every crew member knew one thing. The universe had just reminded them that curiosity came with danger. And now, escaping the trap, or surviving it, would test everything human ingenuity and courage could offer. The Aurora floated just beyond the worst of the alien energy field, but the tension inside the ship was far from over. Every crew member felt the weight of the trap still surrounding them, even if it was only partially weakened. Captain Arlen stood on the bridge, eyes scanning the panels, heart pounding with the knowledge that every decision could mean life or death. "Kiro, how badly are our systems damaged?" he asked. Kiro didn't look up from the console. Some minor breaches in the hull, power surges in multiple sections, and a few critical subsystems offline. Engines are stable, but if the field reactivates fully, we could be trapped again, permanently. Mara's fingers flew over the controls. "Captain, the drones are still hovering around us, but they aren't attacking directly. It's like they're waiting, testing our next move." Arlen nodded. "Then we do what humans do best. We adapt. Mara, scan for control signals. Kiro, find anything we can hack or disrupt. Everyone else, prepare for immediate action. We may have to fight through this field, not just escape it." The crew moved quickly, tension sharpening their focus. The bridge hummed with nervous energy as they worked, every second feeling like a minute. Outside, the alien drones circled, glowing faintly, their movements synchronized like a single organism. Suddenly, the ship jolted. Alarms blared as another small drone collided with the hull. Sparks flew, and a low groan came from the damaged sections of the ship. Kiro cursed under his breath. "They're testing us again. If we don't act fast, they'll exploit every weak point in our ship." Mara leaned closer to the sensor panel, eyes narrowing. "Captain, I think I've found something. The field isn't uniform. There are minor fluctuations, areas where the drone's energy links are weakest. If we hit them at the right time, we might be able to overload part of the system." Arlen clenched his jaw. "Prepare the pulse. Kiro, get it synchronized with Mara's readings. Everyone else, brace for feedback. This could either give us an advantage or make things worse." The crew worked together, hands moving rapidly over the controls. Engineers and scientists collaborated, following calculations and instinct alike. Outside, the alien drones seemed to sense the humans' intent. They adjusted their positions, lights flashing faster, signals pulsing through the energy field in a warning rhythm. "Now!" Arlen shouted, and Kiro triggered the pulse. A brilliant wave of energy spread from the ship, and the alien field flared violently in response. Drones collided, lights flickered, and for a moment, it seemed as if the humans had gained the upper hand. Sparks and alarms echoed through the bridge, but the crew held firm. Mara's voice was tense. It worked, partially. Some of the drones are offline, but the main structures are still active. We're not out of danger yet. The Aurora shifted position, taking advantage of the temporary chaos in the field. Arlen's mind raced as he considered their options. They couldn't just wait, they had to act before the aliens regrouped. Prepare for another pulse, he said. But this time, we target the largest drone cluster near the spire. If we disrupt it, we might create a bigger opening. Kiro nodded. Understood, Captain. But if it backfires, the energy could reflect back on us. Arlen took a deep breath. Then we do it carefully. Human ingenuity is our greatest weapon. The crew synchronized their actions, working like a single organism. Outside, the alien drones reacted faster than expected, moving to counter the next pulse. The bridge shook with energy surges, lights flickering, and alarms screaming. Suddenly, one of the ship's panels exploded in a shower of sparks. Kiro yelled, "Minor breach in the engineering bay. Mara, we need a precise strike now." The humans focused, hearts pounding, sweat running down their faces. The pulse fired, and the energy field around the ship reacted violently. Drones collided, sparks flew outside, and for a brief moment, the Aurora floated in a bubble of temporary safety. "Captain," Mara whispered, eyes wide. "They're recovering faster than we thought. It's like they expected us to do this." Arlen's jaw tightened. "That's fine. We expected danger. Humans adapt. Humans survive." The crew wiped sweat from their brows and regrouped, systems stabilizing as best they could. Outside, the alien drones circled warily, their lights dimming, but their presence was still formidable. "Captain," Kiro said quietly, "we've learned more about their systems in these last minutes than hours of scanning ever could. We can plan a bigger strike. But we need to be ready. This fight isn't over." Arlen nodded, looking at his exhausted but determined crew. "Prepare for the next move. We're not leaving without a plan, and we're not letting fear control us. This is humanity's moment. Our courage, our skill, and our ingenuity will see us through." The Aurora floated, momentarily safe, but the alien trap still loomed large. Every crew member felt the tension, the uncertainty, and the thrill of the unknown. Outside, the drones hovered, calculating, waiting, their lights pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. And in that silence, every human aboard knew that survival would demand more than just bravery. It would demand cleverness, teamwork, and a willingness to face what no one else had dared to encounter. The unknown had become immediate. The battle for the ship, for survival, and for the first true encounter with alien intelligence had only just begun. The Aurora floated in tense silence, engines humming as the crew prepared for their next move. The temporary victory over the alien drones had given them a small window of opportunity, but everyone knew it would not last long. Captain Arlen studied the control panels, eyes sharp, mind racing. They had discovered weaknesses in the alien system, and now it was time to exploit them fully. "Kiro, get the reverse pulse ready," Arlen said. "We need to overload the main energy network controlling the drones. This could give us a chance to escape completely." Kiro's hands flew over the controls. "It's risky. If we miscalculate, it could backfire and damage the ship, or worse." Arlen's jaw tightened. "We don't have a choice. Mara, synchronize the timing with the structural weak points. Everyone else, brace for feedback. This is our shot." The crew moved quickly, their nervous energy focused into precision. Outside, the alien drones hovered, sensing their intent. The spires of the structures shifted subtly, almost like they were aware of what was coming. The energy field flared in anticipation, sending ripples through the Aurora's hull. "Now!" Arlen shouted. Kiro triggered the reverse pulse, and a wave of energy shot from the ship. The alien erratically. The spires trembled, shifting violently. For a moment, It seemed the humans had won. Showers of sparks, panels flickered violently, and alarms screamed through the ship. Kiro shouted, "Captain, the pulse, it's unstable. Systems are overloading." The ship shook violently, throwing crew members against consoles. Mara struggled to maintain control. "We need to stabilize the core, or we'll lose power completely." Arlen gritted his teeth, shouting over the chaos. "Divert all remaining power to shields and engines. Get us out of here." Outside, the alien drones spiraled out of control. Some collided with each other, while others crashed into the shifting spires. The structures themselves began to fracture, pieces breaking off and tumbling into space. The once imposing alien trap was collapsing, but unpredictably. Kiro's face was pale. "Captain, the energy reflection is tearing through our hull. Minor breaches are becoming major. If we don't move now, we could be destroyed." Arlen's eyes scanned the corridor ahead. It was narrow, but open. Full thrust. "Mara, guide us through before more debris hits us." The Aurora surged forward, engines glowing brightly as shields absorbed the first impacts from broken spires and flying debris. Sparks flew across the bridge as panels shorted out. The hum of the alien drones was replaced by the deafening roar of collapsing structures. One by one, the drones fell apart, their lights extinguishing as they collided with fragments of asteroids or the alien spires themselves. The humans had unintentionally caused chaos, and the alien intelligence was reeling from the backfire. Mara shouted, "Captain, we're clear. Open space ahead." Arlen nodded, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Good work, everyone. Maintain course and keep shields up. We're not safe yet, but we've bought ourselves a chance." The crew exhaled collectively, adrenaline still pumping. They had survived the worst of the backfire, but the ship was heavily damaged, and the alien structures were collapsing unpredictably around them. The energy field, though weakened, still pulsed with residual power, reminding the humans that danger was never far away. Kiro wiped sweat from his brow. That was too close. If the pulse had reflected differently, we might not be here. Arlen nodded, looking at the flickering displays. The backfire was a risk we had to take. It gave us a chance. But we can't celebrate yet. The alien presence is still out there, and their intelligence is far from destroyed. Mara glanced at the viewport, watching as fragments of spires and drones tumbled into the void. "We've done it, but barely. They underestimated us, or maybe they never expected humans to be this unpredictable." Arlen's gaze hardened. "That's humanity. We survive. We adapt. And we never give up, even against forces we don't fully understand." The Aurora drifted away from the collapsing alien trap, battered but intact. The hum of the ship's systems returned slowly, warnings still flashing across the panels. Outside, fragments of alien structures glimmered in the starlight, remnants of the chaos they had caused. For a moment, silence fell over the bridge. The crew was exhausted, bruised, but alive. They had survived a trap designed to destroy them. They had faced a backfire of unimaginable power and had come through. But even in this fragile victory, every crew member knew one thing. The universe was far larger, far stranger, and far more dangerous than they had imagined. And whatever intelligence had built that trap was still out there, watching, calculating, waiting for the next move. Captain Arlen clenched his fists. "Prepare for repairs and assessment. We've survived this battle, but the war, or at least the challenge, is not over. Stay sharp. Humanity has a long way to go in this galaxy." The Aurora floated onward, carrying humans who had faced an alien trap, survived a backfire, and witnessed the fragility and resilience of life in the cosmos. The unknown had tested them, and for now, they had emerged alive. The Aurora floated cautiously through the remnants of the alien structures, the stars outside looking peaceful compared to the chaos they had just escaped. But the ship's hull was battered, systems unstable, and the crew knew their ordeal was far from over. "Kiro, how bad is it?" Captain Arlen asked, voice calm but firm. Kiro shook his head. Hull integrity is dropping in several sectors. Engines are functional but not at full power. If another large impact hits, we could lose propulsion entirely. Lieutenant Mara stared at the viewport. Captain, the asteroid fragments from the collapsing spires are moving unpredictably. Some are huge, bigger than the ship. If we don't navigate carefully, we could be smashed before we get anywhere. Arlen gritted his teeth. Everyone, brace for evasive maneuvers. This is going to be rough. The Aurora shuddered as a massive fragment spun past, scraping the hull. Sparks flew inside the bridge. Crew members hit the floor, clutching consoles to steady themselves. Alarms blared. Captain, Mara shouted. Another cluster of spires is collapsing. They're heading straight toward us. Arlen's hands moved quickly over the controls. Full lateral thrusters. Divert all power to shields. The ship swerved violently, dodging one fragment, then another. The alien structures continued to crumble around them, sending debris tumbling in every direction. Every second felt like an eternity as the crew struggled to keep the Aurora intact. Kiro gritted his teeth, frantically stabilizing the engines. Shields are weakening. If another impact hits, we could lose the main hull. Mara's voice was tense. Captain, life support in Section 3 is fluctuating. Crew could be at risk if we can't stabilize it. Arlen clenched his jaw. We survive. We find a way through. Focus, everyone. One maneuver at a time. The ship twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding collisions, each movement precise, each second a battle against destruction. Outside, the alien trap had completely disintegrated, but the debris field it left behind was deadly. Rocks, spires, and broken drones spun in chaotic orbits, unpredictable and lethal. Captain, Kiro shouted. A massive spire fragment is heading straight for the port side. We can't outrun it. Arlen's mind raced. Prepare emergency shields. Divert everything we have to that side. The fragment slammed against the shields, sending a shockwave through the ship. Alarms screamed. Lights flickered. Panels exploded. The ship groaned under the force, but somehow the human crew held firm. Mara shouted, "We're clear, but only by inches." Another hit like that. "I know," Arlen interrupted, voice steady. "Keep moving. Don't stop. We can survive this." The Aurora twisted through the debris, each maneuver more desperate than the last. Fragments grazed the hull, sending sparks flying and systems malfunctioning. Oxygen levels in damaged sections dropped dangerously, but the crew pressed on. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only minutes, the ship cleared the worst of the debris. Open space stretched ahead, calm and empty. The stars were bright, and for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the crew could breathe without alarms blaring around them. Kiro slumped in his chair, exhaustion visible on his face. "We made it, barely." Mara exhaled, voice shaky. "The ship, the hull, it's holding. Somehow." Arlen looked around at his crew, battered, bruised, but alive. "This is humanity. We face the impossible, and we survive." Today, we survived an alien trap, a backfire, and near total destruction. But we are still here. And we will continue. Outside the viewport, fragments of alien spires and broken drones floated silently, glimmering in the starlight. The trap that had threatened to destroy them was gone, but the memory of it lingered. Every crew member knew how close they had come to death. Arlen's gaze hardened. "Prepare a full assessment of damage. Report life support, engines, shields. We need to get home. But also, we need to record everything. This encounter will teach humanity more than any mission before it." Mara nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. "Captain, I can't believe we survived. That field, those drones, it was like nothing we've ever faced." Arlen looked out at the stars, voice quiet but resolute. "The universe is full of dangers, but we will explore it. We will face the unknown. and we will survive. That's what makes us human. The Aurora drifted forward, engines humming softly, lights flickering from minor damage, but the crew's spirit unbroken. The alien trap had been destroyed, yet the experience had left its mark. Every crew member knew that the galaxy held far more challenges ahead. And in the silence of open space, Captain Arlen allowed himself a small thought: they had survived. They had faced the unknown and come through alive. But the universe had not revealed all its secrets, and humanity's journey had only just begun. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, quiet yet full of promise, danger, and the unknown. And somewhere in the vast darkness, the alien intelligence they had encountered was still out there, waiting, observing, calculating. The Aurora drifted silently through space, battered and bruised but still moving. The stars outside seemed calm, almost peaceful, yet inside the ship, the crew was exhausted. Captain Arlen stood on the bridge, looking at the viewport, his mind replaying every moment of the alien trap, the backfire, and the near destruction they had survived. Lieutenant Mara rubbed her temples, still shaken. "Captain, we survived, but barely. Parts of the ship are damaged beyond repair. Some crew members are injured. We lost so much." Arlen nodded. "I know, but we're alive. That counts for something. Humanity has faced impossible odds before. This is no different. We adapt, we survive, and we learn." Engineer Kiro sighed, leaning against a console. "The alien structures, they're gone. But the energy patterns we recorded, they weren't random. They were intelligent. Whatever we faced, it's still out there." Mara's eyes widened. "Do you think they'll come back? Or were we just lucky?" Arlen didn't answer immediately. He looked at the blinking panels, the flickering lights, the crew who had given everything to survive this mission. "I don't know. But one thing is certain. We've learned more in these last hours than we could have in years of normal exploration. We have to record everything. Humanity must know what's out there, what we faced, and how we survived." Outside, space stretched endlessly, the shattered remains of alien structures slowly drifting into nothingness. The silence was almost deafening after the chaos they had endured. The crew worked quietly, tending to injuries, repairing minor systems, and stabilizing the ship as best they could. Mara glanced at the sensor display. "Captain, I'm picking up a faint energy signal. Very small, almost hidden, but it's repeating. It's not like before. It's subtle. I don't know what it means." Arlen's eyes narrowed. "Show me." On the main screen, a tiny pulse blinked at regular intervals from a distant point in space, far beyond the debris field. The pattern was faint but unmistakable, a signal, intentional, intelligent. The humans had survived one encounter, but it seemed that the aliens, or something related to them, were still out there, watching. Kiro frowned. Could it be another trap? Arlen shook his head slightly. Maybe. Or maybe it's a message. Either way, it's a reminder. The universe doesn't reveal all its secrets at once. Humanity has survived this challenge, but there are more waiting. And we will face them, because that's what we do. The crew fell silent, understanding the weight of their captain's words. They had survived impossible odds, faced an alien trap that could have destroyed them completely, and come through alive. Yet the universe remained vast, mysterious, and dangerous. The knowledge of what lay beyond, and what intelligence watched them from the darkness, would stay with them forever. Arlen finally turned from the viewport and looked at his crew. Prepare the ship for repairs and return course to the nearest human outpost. Document everything. But remember, this is just the beginning. Humanity's journey into the stars is far from over. Mara gave a small nod. Yes, Captain. We'll survive. We always do. Kiro added quietly. And we'll be ready if they come back. Outside, the tiny energy pulse continued to blink in the distance. It was faint, but persistent, a silent message that humanity was being watched. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, full of promise, danger, and the unknown. The Aurora moved forward, carrying humans who had faced the unimaginable and lived. And as the ship disappeared into the vast darkness, one thought lingered in every mind aboard. They had survived, but the universe still had secrets waiting. And whatever was out there, it was not finished with them. The hum of the ship's engines echoed softly, a reminder of life, resilience, and the endless journey into the unknown. Humanity had faced the impossible and survived, but the adventure was only beginning.
So let me tell you about the day everything I thought I knew about physics, common sense and basic survival instincts got thrown out the airlock. My name is Kellis, and I have been an instructor at the Velorim 7 Multi-Species Military Academy for 12 cycles now. 12 cycles of perfect safety records, impeccable training outcomes, and absolutely zero incidents that required filing incident reports in triplicate. I was proud of that, really genuinely proud. Velorim 7 is not just any training facility, mind you. Oh no, this is the premier low-gravity combat and movement specialist school in this entire sector. We have graduated over 15,000 cadets from 47 different species. Our facility floats in a carefully maintained 0.3 Earth standard gravity well, which for most civilized species is the perfect environment for learning advanced three-dimensional movement tactics without, dying horribly. The walls of our grand entrance hall are lined with plaques, commendations and holographic recordings of our greatest graduates, commanders, fleet admirals, special operations legends, all of them trained here, in our controlled, safe, perfectly regulated environment. And then the Galactic Accord decided to expand the exchange program. You see, there is this new species that recently joined the greater community. Humans, they call themselves, from a planet called Earth, which fine, whatever. Every species gets one planet to start with. The Accord thought it would be, quote, mutually beneficial for these newcomers to participate in our advanced training programs. I read the briefing files. I really did. Height, weight, basic physiology, atmospheric requirements, dietary needs. All standard stuff. They are bipedal, carbon-based, bilaterally symmetrical. Honestly pretty boring on paper. Their homeworld gravity was listed as 1.0 standard, which made them slightly denser than the pelthic delegates, but nothing extraordinary. The human cadet assigned to my training group was named Marcus Webb, 22 cycles old in his species years, previous education at something called Earth Defense Academy, no prior off-world experience, no specialized genetic modifications, no cybernetic enhancement, just a regular standard-issue human. When I announced this to my current cadet class, you should have seen their faces. Threx, my Saurian student, did that thing where his crest flattens completely against his skull, which means he is either terrified or deeply skeptical. In this case, probably skeptical. He hissed something about another soft worlder who will wash out in week 1. Yana, the Kreshtik whose species evolved in variable gravity environments, just clicked her mandibles in that amused way of hers. She had been the top performer for 3 months running and clearly did not see this human as any kind of threat to her standing. And, yes, I know that name is hard for most species to pronounce, but that is your problem, not mine. Just bubbled something incomprehensible from inside his hydration suit. He is from an aquatic species and honestly treats everything in gas atmosphere as equally weird. So humans were just one more oddity. The general consensus among my cadets was clear. This human would be average at best, probably struggle with the low gravity adjustments like most newcomers, and definitely not cause any problems. I had no reason to doubt this assessment. None whatsoever. Marcus Webb was scheduled to arrive in 3 days, and I had already prepared the standard orientation package, the remedial movement courses, the safety briefings, all of it, everything by the book, everything perfect. I should have known better. I really, truly, honestly should have known better. Because when something seems too normal, too standard, too perfectly unremarkable, the universe has a funny way of proving you catastrophically wrong. But I am getting ahead of myself here. Let me tell you about the day Marcus Webb arrived. The transport shuttle touched down on landing bay 7 at precisely 0900 hours because of course it did. Punctuality is apparently a human thing too. I was standing there with my data pad, my perfectly prepared welcome speech and my carefully maintained expression of professional neutrality. 3 other instructors flanked me, because protocol demands proper ceremony for exchange students, even if we all secretly thought this was a waste of time. The shuttle ramp extended with a hiss of hydraulics and out stepped Marcus Webb. First impression, he looked exactly like his file photos, brown hair, cut short, average height for his species, maybe 1.7 meters, lean build, not bulky, not thin, just aggressively medium. He wore the standard issue cadet uniform in that weird Earth camouflage pattern that makes absolutely no sense in space, but whatever. Traditions die hard apparently. His eyes were brown too, and they scanned the landing bay with what I would call casual interest, like he was taking in the scenery at a museum, not arriving at one of the most prestigious military training facilities in known space. Cadet Webb, I said, stepping forward with my datapad held professionally. Welcome to Villa Rim 7. I am Instructor Kellis, and I will be your primary trainer during your rotation here. Marcus smiled, and it was a genuine smile, not that political grimace that diplomats use. Thank you, sir. Happy to be here. His voice was steady, unremarkable, with that odd accent that all Earth Standard speakers have. He did not sound nervous, which was unusual for first-day arrivals, but maybe humans just hide it better. If you will follow me, I gestured toward the interior corridor. We will proceed to orientation, where you will receive your gravity adjustment briefing and facility access credentials. He picked up his single duffel bag, just one bag, and fell into step beside me, not behind me like most nervous cadets, beside me like we were colleagues taking a walk. The orientation room was standard issue, white walls, holographic display panels, and adjustable gravity plates in the floor for demonstration purposes. I launched into my prepared speech about Velaram 7.3 gravity environment, the importance of controlled movement, the dangers of overcompensation, all the things I had said 500 times before. Marcus nodded along, asked clarifying questions that were actually intelligent, and when I demonstrated the proper low-gravity walking technique, he watched with genuine attention. All right, I said, deactivating the holo-projection. Let us test your initial adjustment. The gravity in this room is currently set to 0.5 standard. I am going to lower it to 0.3. Our facility normal. Move slowly. Be careful. And if you feel disoriented, sit down immediately. I adjusted the gravity plates. Marcus took 3 experimental steps, wobbled slightly, overcorrected, and nearly face-planted into a wall. I caught his arm, steadied him, and felt satisfied. Good, normal, manageable. Do not worry, I said, in my most reassuring instructor voice. Everyone struggles at first. You will adapt within a few days. Marcus laughed, actually laughed, and said, yeah, this is going to take some getting used to. Famous last words, Marcus. Famous last words. Day 1 of actual training began at 0600 hours because apparently every military organization in the known universe agrees that mornings should be painful. I had Marcus join the rest of Charlie Group in Training Hall 3, which is basically a massive open space with padded walls, adjustable gravity zones, and enough safety equipment to survive a small asteroid impact. The hall can accommodate up to 50 cadets at once, but Charlie Group was a modest 15 students, all at various stages of their low-gravity certification. Marcus walked in wearing standard training gear, looking refreshed and entirely too cheerful for someone about to experience their first real drill session. Threx saw him first and did that head tilt thing that Saurians do when they are sizing up potential competition. So, you are the human, he said, his voice carrying that sibilant hiss his species is known for. Heard your people finally figured out how to leave your gravity well. Marcus just grinned. Yeah, took us a while, but we are slow learners. Yana skittered over, her 6 legs carrying her with that unnaturally smooth glide that always made me slightly uncomfortable. Kellis says you struggled in orientation yesterday, she clicked, her translator rendering it with what I swear was amusement. Do not worry. Most species need weeks to adjust properly. Appreciate the encouragement, Marcus said, and I could not tell if he was being sincere or sarcastic. Humans have this thing where their tone does not always match their words, very confusing. Just bubbled at him from across the room, which his translator unhelpfully rendered as greetings landwalker because finds everyone who does not live underwater equally ridiculous. I clapped my hands together, the sound echoing off the padded walls. Alright, Charlie Group. Attention. Today we are running basic movement drills, lateral displacement, vertical orientation, and controlled momentum exercises. Standard safety protocols apply, which means if I see anyone attempting unauthorized maneuvers, you will be spending the rest of the day writing incident prevention essays. Groans echoed through the hall because apparently complaining about paperwork is also universal. We will start simple, I continued, gesturing to the marked lanes on the floor. Lateral movement across the hall, controlled speed, 3-point contact minimum at all times. Remember, in 0.3 gravity, every movement is amplified. Small pushes, controlled breathing, constant awareness. The cadets lined up. Marcus positioned himself near the back, probably hoping to observe first before attempting anything. Smart, actually. Threx went first, pushing off with his powerful saurian legs, gliding smoothly across the hall in a textbook perfect low-gravity stride. Excellent form, predictable trajectory, safe landing, exactly what I wanted to see. Yana followed, her multiple legs giving her absurd amounts of control, making the exercise look effortless. Show off. Went next, moving with this bizarre flowing motion that his species somehow pulls off naturally, like watching oil spread across water. Weird, but effective. Then came Marcus's turn. He positioned himself at the starting line, bent his knees slightly and pushed off. Too hard, way too hard. His body launched forward like he had been fired from a cannon. He rocketed across the hall, flailing his arms in what I can only describe as controlled panic, and slammed shoulder first into the far wall with a thud that made everyone wince. I was already moving toward him, ready to call for medical, already composing the incident report in my head, already regretting accepting this human into my training group. Marcus peeled himself off the wall, rotated to face us, and started laughing. Not nervous laughter, not embarrassed laughter, actual genuine amusement. Okay, he called out, rubbing his shoulder. That was entirely my fault. Let me try that again. He pushed back toward the starting line, this time with slightly better control, though he still moved like someone who had never experienced low gravity in his entire life, which according to his file he had not. I assigned him remedial movement training with the beginners, figuring he would need at least 2 weeks to develop basic competency. I was wrong about that too, but not in the way I expected. By day 5, Marcus had stopped crashing into walls, which I considered a significant achievement worthy of note in my daily log. By day 7, he was moving through the basic drills with what I would call competent mediocrity. Nothing impressive, nothing terrible, just solid average performance. By day 10, something changed, and I still cannot explain exactly what happened. It was like watching someone suddenly remember how to do something they had forgotten. One moment Marcus was carefully, methodically pushing himself through a lateral movement exercise. The next moment he was flowing through the course like he had been born in low gravity. Not smooth like Yana, not powerful like Threx, but something else entirely, something I did not have words for. He started using momentum in ways that should not work, redirecting his trajectory mid-flight with tiny adjustments, catching himself on surfaces at angles that looked wrong but somehow functioned perfectly. Threx noticed it too. The human is learning too fast, he hissed to me after one training session. It took me 4 weeks to reach that level of control. I had no good answer for him, so I just said something vague about different species having different learning curves, which satisfied nobody, including myself. Then came week 2 and the vertical combat course evaluation. The VCC is Velaram 7's signature training environment, a cylindrical chamber that extends 200 meters vertically, lined with platforms, obstacles, handholds and simulated combat zones. It is designed to test 3-dimensional tactical movement, situational awareness and controlled aggression in low-gravity environments. Standard protocol requires safety harnesses for all cadets below Level 3 certification, which was everyone in Charlie Group including Marcus. I gathered the cadets at the base of the cylinder, where the massive structure stretched upward like a throat leading to nowhere. The walls were a dull gray composite material, dotted with handholds, platforms jutting out at irregular intervals, and obstacles that could be reconfigured for different difficulty levels. Today, I announced, my voice echoing in the vast space, you will each complete a timed run through the VCC basic configuration. The goal is not speed. The goal is control, safe movement, tactical awareness, 0 incidents. I pointed at the harness station where automated arms waited to attach safety cables. Everyone gets harnessed. No exceptions. No arguments. The harness will prevent falls, but it will not do the work for you. You still need to navigate the course properly. The cadets lined up, and one by one, the automated arms attached the harnesses with mechanical precision. Threx went first, completing the course in 18 minutes with textbook form. Yana finished in 15, because of course she did. Took 23 minutes but maintained perfect safety protocols throughout. Then Marcus stepped up to the harness station. He let the automated arms attach the safety cable, checked the connection points himself, and then looked up at the towering course above us. His expression was, how do I put this, disappointed? No, not disappointed. More like a kid being told they have to wear floaties in a swimming pool. Instructor Kellis, he said, his tone carefully neutral. Is there a certification level where the harness is not required? Level 3 and above, I replied, which requires a minimum of 8 weeks training and passing 3 separate safety evaluations. Why do you ask? Just curious, Marcus said, but his eyes were still fixed on the course above, calculating something I could not interpret. He started his run. The first 50 meters were solid. Good hand placement, controlled movements, proper safety awareness. Then he reached the platform transition section, and something shifted in how he moved. Marcus stopped treating the course like an obstacle and started treating it like a playground. He swung between platforms with this fluid confidence, used his legs to push off surfaces in ways that generated momentum I did not think was possible, and navigated the three-dimensional space like he could see trajectories that did not exist yet. His time was 12 minutes, 47 seconds. That was faster than some of my level 2 cadet. When he reached the bottom and disconnected from the harness, I walked over to him, datapad in hand, trying to keep my expression professionally neutral. Cadet Webb, I said slowly, your file indicates your homeworld has 1.0 standard gravity. Yes, sir, Marcus confirmed, still slightly out of breath. And Earth's gravity is, specifically, how much stronger than our 0.3 environment here? Marcus thought about it for a moment, then said something that made my spine go cold. About 3 times stronger, sir. Why do you ask? 3 times. 3 times stronger. This human had spent his entire life in an environment with 3 times the gravitational pull we were training in, and nobody, not one single person in the entire Galactic Accord administration, thought that was worth mentioning in the briefing materials. I looked at Marcus, who was stretching his shoulders like he had just finished a light warm-up exercise, and realized with creeping horror that we had no idea what this species was actually capable of. None whatsoever. Week 2, Day 3, and I had started having very uncomfortable conversations with the facility safety coordinator about whether our equipment was rated for species with high-gravity world origins. Spoiler alert, it was not, because nobody thought we would need it. Marcus continued his training with Charlie Group, and I continued documenting his progress with increasingly concerned margin notes. The other cadets had stopped making jokes about humans being soft-worlders and started watching him with the kind of cautious respect you give to things that do not follow normal rules. Advanced cadets, those who had completed basic certification and moved into tactical operations training, got access to the sphere on Day 3 of every training week. The sphere is exactly what it sounds like, a massive hollow spherical chamber, 100 meters in diameter, with platforms, obstacles and training equipment distributed throughout the three-dimensional space in seemingly random patterns. It is beautiful, in a terrifying kind of way. The ultimate low-gravity free movement environment where cadets learn to think in directions that ground-based species do not have words for. Charlie Group had earned sphere access after completing their VCC certifications, which meant today was their first free movement exercise. I had given them the standard safety briefing 3 times, emphasized the importance of controlled movement, and assigned them all buddy check partners. Marcus was partnered with Threx, which seemed like a safe choice since Threx had excellent spatial awareness and a healthy respect for safety protocols. The sphere's entrance iris dilated open, revealing the vast chamber beyond. Cadets began filtering in, using handholds to pull themselves into the 0.3 gravity environment, spreading out to different starting platforms like seeds dispersing in wind. I remained at the observation platform with 2 other instructors, monitoring vitals, tracking positions and watching for any signs of trouble. The sphere had sensor arrays everywhere, automated safety systems and emergency response drones on standby. Nothing ever went wrong in the sphere. Our safety record was flawless. 15 minutes into the exercise, everything went wrong in the sphere. The alarm started as a low tone, then escalated to the urgent pulsing that means equipment failure. My datapad lit up with red warning indicators, and I immediately focused on the source. Platform 7 Delta, upper hemisphere, structural support compromise. My eyes snapped to the holographic display and my blood went cold. Yana was on Platform 7 Delta, 200 meters above the sphere floor, and the platform's primary support beam was failing. Stress fractures, metal fatigue, something had compromised the structural integrity, and the whole platform was tilting at an angle that would send her tumbling into open space. She was gripping the platform edge with 4 of her 6 legs, her body language screaming panic even across the distance. Emergency response protocol, I barked into my comm. Platform failure, 7 Delta, 1 cadet in danger. Deploy rescue team immediately. The response came back in that calm, professional tone that emergency coordinators use. Rescue team deploying. ETA 8 minutes. Full safety gear required for high-altitude extraction. 8 minutes. I looked at the structural analysis on my datapad. The support beam had maybe 4 minutes before catastrophic failure. Probably less. The other cadets had frozen in place, all of them staring up at the failing platform. All of them too far away to help. All of them properly trained enough to know that rushing in without equipment would just create more casualties. All of them except one. Marcus was on a platform roughly 60 meters below Yana, and he was staring upward with an expression I had never seen on his face before. Focused, calculating, but also something else. Something that looked almost like excitement. "Webb," I called through the comm system, my voice carrying through the entire sphere. "Maintain your position. Do not attempt unauthorized movement. Rescue team is en route." He looked toward the observation platform, made eye contact with me through the transparent aluminum barrier, and said something that made my heart stop. "Sir, I can reach her before the beam fails." "Negative," I said, putting every ounce of instructor authority into my voice. "You are not certified for high-altitude rescue. You do not have the proper equipment, and you will maintain your current position. That is an order." The support beam groaned, a sound that carried through the sphere like a dying animal, and Yana's mandibles were clicking in distress so fast they blurred together. Marcus looked at me, then looked at Yana, then looked at the distance between them. Then he reached down and started unlocking his gravity boots. "Cadet Webb," I said, my voice going from authoritative to genuinely terrified. "Do not do what I think you are about to do. That is not a suggestion, that is a direct order. Stop right now." He pulled off the first boot, then the second, and stood on the platform in just his standard training suit. "Sorry, sir," Marcus said, and his voice was calm, almost apologetic. "But 8 minutes is too long." And then he jumped. No, jumped is the wrong word. He launched himself upward like gravity was a polite suggestion he had decided to ignore. And my perfect safety record shattered into a million pieces as I watched a human cadet become something I did not have a classification for. I have seen a lot of things in my 12 cycles as an instructor at Velarim 7. I have seen cadets master impossible maneuvers. I have seen species-specific adaptations that defied conventional physics. I have seen training exercises that pushed the boundaries of what low-gravity movement could accomplish. I had never, not once, not ever, seen anyone move the way Marcus Webb moved in those next 45 seconds. He did not jump up, he exploded upward, his legs driving against the platform with enough force that the entire structure shuddered from the impact. In 0.3 gravity, that force translated into velocity that should not be possible for an unaugmented biological organism. He rocketed toward the sphere's upper hemisphere like a missile with a destination, his body position aerodynamic, his arms tucked close to reduce drag even though there was barely any atmosphere to drag against. Threx made a sound I had never heard a saurian make before, something between a hiss and a whimper. Translator just gave up and emitted a confused warbling noise. I was screaming into my comm, calling for emergency intervention, calling for automated safety systems, calling for anything that could stop what was happening, but everything moves slower than a human in low gravity apparently. Marcus covered 60 meters in less than 4 seconds. Then came the part that made me question whether physics was even real anymore. He reached a support column, one of the massive structural beams that kept the sphere stable, and instead of grabbing it to slow down, he used it to redirect. His feet hit the column at an angle, absorbed the impact with bent knees that should have shattered under the force, and pushed off in a new direction like the column was nothing more than a stepping stone. He was not moving in a straight line anymore. He was plotting a 3-dimensional course through the sphere's obstacles, using every surface as a launch point, every structure as a navigation reference. Equipment storage rack, kickoff, change direction by 15 degrees. A training platform occupied by 2 terrified cadets. Touchdown for a fraction of a second. Redirect upward again. A suspension cable meant for safety harnesses. Grab it mid-flight. Use the tension to slingshot around a obstacle cluster. He was not fighting gravity. He was having a conversation with it, negotiating terms, and apparently gravity was losing the argument. The other instructors on the observation platform were frozen, their species-specific expressions of shock rendering them into living statues. One of them, an elderly pelthic named Suran, who had been teaching here since before I was born, whispered something in his native language that my translator refused to process, probably because it was a prayer. Marcus was 150 meters up now, closing the distance to platform 7 Delta with velocity that kept increasing instead of decreasing like it should. The support beam groaned again, louder this time, and I could see stress fractures spreading across its surface like veins of lightning frozen in metal. Yana saw him coming, her compound eyes tracking his approach, and her mandibles stopped clicking in panic and started clicking in confusion, because what was approaching her did not make sense in any framework she understood. 20 meters away, and Marcus grabbed an overhead handhold, used it to kill most of his upward momentum, rotated his body with core strength that should require cybernetic enhancement, and pushed off toward the failing platform at a controlled angle, 10 meters away, and the support beam gave its final warning, a metallic shriek that meant structural failure was seconds away. Marcus covered those final 10 meters in a diving grab that would have been suicidal for anyone with a normal sense of self-preservation. His arms outstretched, his trajectory calculated with precision that suggested either incredible luck or terrifying competence. He hit the platform just as the support beam snapped. The entire structure tilted. Yana lost her grip, and for one horrible moment I thought I was about to watch 2 cadets fall 200 meters to the sphere floor. Marcus's left hand clamped onto the platform edge, his fingers finding purchase on the composite material with grip strength that should not be possible. His right arm wrapped around Yana's thorax, catching her mid-fall, and then he was holding both of them against gravity with one arm while his other hand maintained their only connection to safety. The broken support beam tumbled past them, spinning slowly in the low gravity, a 2-ton piece of metal falling like a feather in slow motion. For 3 seconds Marcus just hung there, supporting his own weight plus Yana's mass, which was not insignificant given her species' exoskeleton density, with one hand gripping a platform that was no longer properly anchored. Then he looked down, and I swear on every star in this sector he smiled. Not a grimace, not expression of strain, an actual smile like he was enjoying himself. He pulled them both up onto the tilted platform with one smooth motion, muscles working under his training suit in ways that suggested human physiology did not follow the same rules as everyone else's. "Yana," he said, his voice somehow calm and steady despite the insanity of the last 45 seconds. "I am going to need you to hold on to me. We are going down the fast way." Yana's translator rendered her response as, "What is the fast way?" But I suspect the actual meaning was closer to "please no. I want to file retirement papers." Marcus repositioned his grip, waited for Yana to wrap her legs around his torso, and then jumped off the platform. Correction. He did not jump off. He dropped off, and used every single obstacle, platform and structure between them and the sphere floor as velocity control points. Watching him descend was like watching a meteor with purpose, bouncing off surfaces with calculated precision, redirecting momentum with each contact, turning a 200-meter fall into a controlled descent that somehow impossibly ended with both of them landing gently on the sphere floor in a perfect 3-point stance. Marcus set Yana down carefully, made sure her legs were stable, and then looked up at the observation platform where I was having what I can only describe as a complete professional crisis. "Sir," he called up, his voice slightly winded but otherwise normal. "Do you have a bandage?" I scraped my elbow on that last platform. A scraped elbow. He had just defied death, physics, and common sense, and he was concerned about a scraped elbow. I realized something in that moment, something profound and deeply unsettling. Humans were not fragile. They were not weak, and they definitely were not average. They were just very, very good at pretending to be normal until the moment when normal stopped working. The facility commander arrived 14 minutes after the incident, which was impressive given that her office was on the opposite side of the station, and she had probably violated several speed regulations getting here. Commander Vorish was a Corinthian, which meant she stood nearly 3 meters tall, had 4 arms that she used for dramatic gesturing when angry, and possessed exactly 0 tolerance for nonsense. She had run Valorum 7 for 20 cycles with absolute authority and an unblemished safety record that I had just personally destroyed. She was not happy. Marcus sat in the briefing room, still in his training suit, the scraped elbow now covered with a standard medical patch. Yana sat beside him, her mandibles occasionally clicking in what I had learned to recognize as residual shock. I stood against the wall, my datapad clutched in my hands like a shield, waiting for the professional consequences of my failure to prevent this disaster. Commander Vorish's forearms were crossed in a pattern that meant she was cycling through multiple levels of anger simultaneously. "Cadet Webb," she said, her voice carrying that resonant quality that Corinthians use when they want to sound impressive and terrifying. Do you understand that you violated 16 separate safety protocols, ignored a direct order from your instructor, and performed an unauthorized high-altitude rescue without proper equipment or certification? Yes, ma'am, Marcus said, and he had the decency to look at least somewhat apologetic. Do you understand that your actions could have resulted in 2 fatalities instead of 1 injury? That you endangered not only yourself but also Cadet Yana, and that you have created a documentation nightmare that will require reports filed with 7 different oversight committees? Yes, ma'am, Marcus repeated, his tone respectful but not particularly intimidated. Commander Vorish uncrossed 2 of her arms and leaned forward across the briefing table, her eyes locked on Marcus with an intensity that had made senior officers confess to crimes they had not committed. Then explain to me in clear and specific terms why you thought jumping 200 meters through a complex obstacle field without safety equipment was a remotely acceptable decision. Marcus was quiet for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and when he spoke, his voice was calm and matter-of-fact. Because Cadet Yana had approximately 3 minutes before structural failure, the rescue team had an 8-minute ETA, and the math did not work in her favor, ma'am. I assessed the situation, calculated the risks, and determined I had the physical capability to reach her in time. Physical capability, Commander Vorish repeated slowly, each syllable dropping like a hammer. You are a first-rotation cadet with 2 weeks of training. Yes, ma'am, but I am also from a 1.0 standard gravity world, which in this 0.3 environment means my effective strength and control ratios are significantly enhanced. The room went very quiet. Commander Vorish straightened up, her expression shifting from anger to something closer to confusion. Explain that statement, Cadet. Marcus glanced at me, then back at the commander. Earth's gravity is approximately 3 times stronger than Valorum 7's environment. My muscles, bones, and cardiovascular system developed in that higher gravity, which means here I am operating at roughly 1/3 of my normal resistance load. He said it so casually, like he was explaining that water was wet or that stars were bright. On Earth, he continued, I can jump maybe 1/2 meter vertically under full gravity. Here, that same muscle output launches me 15 meters or more. My reaction time feels faster because my body is not fighting against as much gravitational pull. Movements that would be difficult at home are, well, easier here. Commander Vorish turned to look at me, all 4 of her eyes focusing with an expression that clearly asked, did you know about this? I shook my head mutely, because what was I supposed to say? That I had read his file and somehow missed the part where humans were basically organic gravity-defying machines. Cadet Webb, Commander Vorish said slowly, turning back to Marcus. Are you telling me that for your species our advanced low-gravity training environment is what? Recreational? Marcus thought about that for a moment, his face scrunching up in consideration. I would not say recreational exactly, ma'am, more like comparable to swimming. You know, when you are underwater and movement works differently. But your body adapts pretty quickly because you are still using the same muscles, just in a different resistance environment. Swimming. He had just compared our premier military training facility to a swimming pool. Yana's mandibles clicked once, sharp and loud, and her translator rendered it as that explains so much. Commander Vorish sat down heavily in her chair, which creaked under her mass, and pressed 2 of her hands against her face in what I recognized as the universal gesture of someone reconsidering their entire career. Instructor Kellis, she said, her voice muffled behind her hands. Please tell me you have been documenting all of this. Every day, ma'am, I confirmed, holding up my datapad like evidence at a trial. Complete training logs, performance metrics, and approximately 47 margin notes that say some variation of how is he doing that. Commander Vorish lowered her hands and looked at Marcus with an expression that mixed respect, concern, and the dawning realization that everything we thought we knew about training protocols might need revision. Cadet Webb, she said finally, you are simultaneously the best and worst thing to happen to this facility in 20 cycles. You saved a fellow cadet's life, which is commendable. You also violated enough regulations to keep me in paperwork for a month, which is considerably less commendable. Yes, ma'am, Marcus said. For what it is worth, I am sorry about the paperwork. Training resumed the following week with what Commander Vorish called updated safety considerations, which was official speak for we have no idea how to handle humans, but we are going to try anyway. Marcus received a formal reprimand for violating safety protocols, which went into his permanent file right next to a commendation for exceptional courage under pressure, which I am pretty sure gave the administrative staff a migraine trying to process. More importantly, he received a new set of training parameters specifically designed for high-gravity world species, which was hilarious because he was the only cadet from a high-gravity world, so really they were just Marcus Webb rules wearing a fancy bureaucratic disguise. The other cadets treated him differently after the incident. Not with fear exactly, more like the cautious respect you give to natural disasters that happen to be friendly. Threx stopped making comments about soft-worlders entirely and started asking Marcus for movement technique advice. Yana followed him around like he was some kind of protective talisman against danger, which Marcus found embarrassing and everyone else found extremely reasonable. Just bubbled something that translated as landwalkers are insane and went back to his aquatic meditation exercises, because honestly nothing surprised him anymore. The facility had to redesign course difficulty limits, adding what they called advanced high-gravity adaptations, which basically meant making everything 3 times harder so Marcus would stop completing exercises in half the expected time. The engineering team was not thrilled about the extra work, but they admitted it was technically interesting to design obstacles that challenged someone who treated normal gravity like a minor inconvenience. Word spread through the multi-species military academy networks faster than light-speed communications. Other facilities started asking questions, requesting data, wondering if they needed to prepare for more human cadets. The bureaucratic nightmare expanded exponentially, and somewhere in administrative office I imagine someone was crying into their filing systems. I became something of an accidental expert on human training requirements, which led to me giving 3 presentations to facility commanders across the sector, all of which boiled down to they are stronger than they look, faster than they should be, and completely unaware that they are terrifying. That last part was the strangest thing to explain. Marcus genuinely did not understand why everyone treated his rescue of Yana like it was exceptional. To him it was just basic risk assessment and physical capability matching. On Earth, apparently this kind of thing happened regularly in their emergency services, their sports, their casual recreational activities. They had competitions where humans jumped over obstacles, climbed vertical surfaces and threw themselves through the air for fun. For fun. Their children played games that involved launching themselves off elevated surfaces and catching each other mid-fall. Their standard military training included carrying heavy loads across long distances in full gravity, which meant their soldiers were essentially strength training in conditions that would cripple most other species. I had spent 12 cycles thinking I understood physical limitations, training protocols, and safety requirements. And then one human cadet showed up and revealed that all my assumptions were based on species that evolved in reasonable gravity wells. Marcus completed his rotation at Villarim 7 with top marks in every category. Not because we made it easy for him, but because we literally could not make it hard enough without creating courses that would be lethal to every other species. On his last day he shook my hand with that human custom of gripping palms, and his grip was gentle, controlled, carefully modulated so as not to cause damage. "Thank you, Instructor Kellis," he said, genuine warmth in his voice. "I learned a lot here. Really appreciate the experience." "You are welcome, Cadet Webb," I replied, and meant it despite everything. "Though I think we learned more from you than you did from us." He laughed at that, shouldered his single duffel bag, and headed toward the departure shuttle. I watched him go, updated his final training report, and then noticed a message in my inbox from the Academy administration. Subject line read, "Incoming exchange student, human designation Jessica Webb." The message noted that Jessica was Marcus's younger sister, that she had applied for advanced tactical training, and that her file indicated she was considerably more athletic than her brother. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Commander Vorish with a single line attached, "We are going to need bigger safety margins." Her response came back in under a minute, just 2 words, "Much bigger." Somewhere in the facility I heard the engineering team already starting to redesign the training courses, their resigned sighs echoing through the ventilation systems, and I realized with absolute certainty that humans were not just another species joining the galactic community. They were an entire recalibration of what we thought possible, wrapped in friendly smiles and casual attitudes, completely unaware that they made the rest of us feel like we had been training in easy mode our entire lives. Marcus Webb had been an introduction, a preview, a gentle warning that the universe was bigger and stranger than our careful regulations had accounted for, and his little sister, who was apparently more athletic, was arriving in 6 weeks. I pulled up my retirement fund calculator, stared at it for a moment, then closed it and opened the training schedule instead, because honestly, how much stranger could it get? Somewhere in the universe, I imagine reality itself laughed at that question, because apparently I still had not learned the most important lesson. Never ever ask how much stranger things can get when humans are involved. They will always find a way to show you. So let me tell you about the day everything I thought I knew about physics, common sense and basic survival instincts got thrown out the airlock. My name is Kellis, and I have been an instructor at the Velorim 7 Multi-Species Military Academy for 12 cycles now. 12 cycles of perfect safety records, impeccable training outcomes, and absolutely zero incidents that required filing incident reports in triplicate. I was proud of that, really genuinely proud. Velorim 7 is not just any training facility, mind you. Oh no, this is the premier low-gravity combat and movement specialist school in this entire sector. We have graduated over 15,000 cadets from 47 different species. Our facility floats in a carefully maintained 0.3 Earth standard gravity well, which for most civilized species is the perfect environment for learning advanced three-dimensional movement tactics without, dying horribly. The walls of our grand entrance hall are lined with plaques, commendations and holographic recordings of our greatest graduates, commanders, fleet admirals, special operations legends, all of them trained here, in our controlled, safe, perfectly regulated environment. And then the Galactic Accord decided to expand the exchange program. You see, there is this new species that recently joined the greater community. Humans, they call themselves, from a planet called Earth, which fine, whatever. Every species gets one planet to start with. The Accord thought it would be, quote, mutually beneficial for these newcomers to participate in our advanced training programs. I read the briefing files. I really did. Height, weight, basic physiology, atmospheric requirements, dietary needs. All standard stuff. They are bipedal, carbon-based, bilaterally symmetrical. Honestly pretty boring on paper. Their homeworld gravity was listed as 1.0 standard, which made them slightly denser than the pelthic delegates, but nothing extraordinary. The human cadet assigned to my training group was named Marcus Webb, 22 cycles old in his species years, previous education at something called Earth Defense Academy, no prior off-world experience, no specialized genetic modifications, no cybernetic enhancement, just a regular standard-issue human. When I announced this to my current cadet class, you should have seen their faces. Frex, my Saurian student, did that thing where his crest flattens completely against his skull, which means he is either terrified or deeply skeptical. In this case, probably skeptical. He hissed something about another soft worlder who will wash out in week 1. Yana, the Kreshtik whose species evolved in variable gravity environments, just clicked her mandibles in that amused way of hers. She had been the top performer for 3 months running and clearly did not see this human as any kind of threat to her standing. And, yes, I know that name is hard for most species to pronounce, but that is your problem, not mine. Just bubbled something incomprehensible from inside his hydration suit. He is from an aquatic species and honestly treats everything in gas atmosphere as equally weird. So humans were just one more oddity. The general consensus among my cadets was clear. This human would be average at best, probably struggle with the low gravity adjustments like most newcomers, and definitely not cause any problems. I had no reason to doubt this assessment, none whatsoever. Marcus Webb was scheduled to arrive in 3 days, and I had already prepared the standard orientation package, the remedial movement courses, the safety briefings, all of it, everything by the book, everything perfect. I should have known better. I really, truly, honestly should have known better. Because when something seems too normal, too standard, too perfectly unremarkable, the universe has a funny way of proving you catastrophically wrong. But I am getting ahead of myself here. Let me tell you about the day Marcus Webb arrived. The transport shuttle touched down on landing bay 7 at precisely 0900 hours because of course it did. Punctuality is apparently a human thing too. I was standing there with my data pad, my perfectly prepared welcome speech and my carefully maintained expression of professional neutrality. 3 other instructors flanked me, because protocol demands proper ceremony for exchange students, even if we all secretly thought this was a waste of time. The shuttle ramp extended with a hiss of hydraulics and out stepped Marcus Webb. First impression, he looked exactly like his file photos, brown hair, cut short, average height for his species, maybe 1.7 meters, lean build, not bulky, not thin, just aggressively medium. He wore the standard issue cadet uniform in that weird Earth camouflage pattern that makes absolutely no sense in space, but whatever. Traditions die hard apparently. His eyes were brown too, and they scanned the landing bay with what I would call casual interest, like he was taking in the scenery at a museum. not arriving at one of the most prestigious military training facilities in known space. Cadet Webb, I said, stepping forward with my datapad held professionally. Welcome to Villarem 7. I am Instructor Kellis and I will be your primary trainer during your rotation here. Marcus smiled, and it was a genuine smile, not that political grimace that diplomats use. Thank you, sir. Happy to be here. His voice was steady, unremarkable, with that odd accent that all Earth Standard speakers have. He did not sound nervous, which was unusual for first-day arrivals, but maybe humans just hide it better. If you will follow me, I gestured toward the interior corridor. We will proceed to orientation where you will receive your gravity adjustment briefing and facility access credentials. He picked up his single duffel bag, just one bag, and fell into step beside me, not behind me like most nervous cadets, beside me like we were colleagues taking a walk. The orientation room was standard issue, white walls, holographic display panels, and adjustable gravity plates in the floor for demonstration purposes. I launched into my prepared speech about Villarem 7's .3 gravity environment, the importance of controlled movement, the dangers of overcompensation, all the things I had said 500 times before. Marcus nodded along, asked clarifying questions that were actually intelligent, and when I demonstrated the proper low-gravity walking technique, he watched with genuine attention. All right, I said, deactivating the holoprojection. Let us test your initial adjustment. The gravity in this room is currently set to 0.5 standard. I am going to lower it to 0.3. Our facility normal. Move slowly. Be careful. And if you feel disoriented, sit down immediately. I adjusted the gravity plates. Marcus took 3 experimental steps, wobbled slightly, overcorrected, and nearly face-planted into a wall. I caught his arm, steadied him, and felt satisfied. Good, normal, manageable. Do not worry, I said, in my most reassuring instructor voice. Everyone struggles at first. You will adapt within a few days. Marcus laughed, actually laughed, and said, yeah, this is going to take some getting used to. Famous last words, Marcus. Famous last words. Day 1 of actual training began at 0600 hours because apparently every military organization in the known universe agrees that mornings should be painful. I had Marcus join the rest of Charlie Group in Training Hall 3, which is basically a massive open space with padded walls, adjustable gravity zones, and enough safety equipment to survive a small asteroid impact. The hall can accommodate up to 50 cadets at once, but Charlie Group was a modest 15 students, all at various stages of their low-gravity certification. Marcus walked in wearing standard training gear, looking refreshed and entirely too cheerful for someone about to experience their first real drill session. Threx saw him first and did that head tilt thing that Saurians do when they are sizing up potential competition. So, you are the human, he said, his voice carrying that sibilant hiss his species is known for. Heard your people finally figured out how to leave your gravity well. Marcus just grinned. Yeah, took us a while, but we are slow learners. Yana skittered over, her 6 legs carrying her with that unnaturally smooth glide that always made me slightly uncomfortable. Kellis says you struggled in orientation yesterday, she clicked, her translator rendering it with what I swear was amusement. Do not worry. Most species need weeks to adjust properly. Appreciate the encouragement, Marcus said, and I could not tell if he was being sincere or sarcastic. Humans have this thing where their tone does not always match their words, very confusing. Just bubbled at him from across the room, which his translator unhelpfully rendered as greetings landwalker because finds everyone who does not live underwater equally ridiculous. I clapped my hands together, the sound echoing off the padded walls. Alright, Charlie Group, attention. Today we are running basic movement drills, lateral displacement, vertical orientation, and controlled momentum exercises. Standard safety protocols apply, which means if I see anyone attempting unauthorized maneuvers, you will be spending the rest of the day writing incident prevention essays. Groans echoed through the hall because apparently complaining about paperwork is also universal. We will start simple, I continued, gesturing to the marked lanes on the floor. Lateral movement across the hall, controlled speed, 3-point contact minimum at all times. Remember, in 0.3 gravity, every movement is amplified. Small pushes, controlled breathing, constant awareness. The cadets lined up. Marcus positioned himself near the back, probably hoping to observe first before attempting anything. Smart, actually. Threx went first, pushing off with his powerful saurian legs, gliding smoothly across the hall in a textbook perfect low-gravity stride. Excellent form, predictable trajectory, Safe landing. Exactly what I wanted to see. Yana followed, her multiple legs giving her absurd amounts of control, making the exercise look effortless. Show off. Went next, moving with this bizarre flowing motion that his species somehow pulls off naturally, like watching oil spread across water. Weird, but effective. Then came Marcus's turn. He positioned himself at the starting line, bent his knees slightly and pushed off. Too hard, way too hard. His body launched forward like he had been fired from a cannon. He rocketed across the hall, flailing his arms in what I can only describe as controlled panic, and slammed shoulder first into the far wall with a thud that made everyone wince. I was already moving toward him, ready to call for medical, already composing the incident report in my head, already regretting accepting this human into my training group. Marcus peeled himself off the wall, rotated to face us and started laughing. Not nervous laughter, not embarrassed laughter, actual genuine amusement. Okay, he called out, rubbing his shoulder. That was entirely my fault. Let me try that again. He pushed back toward the starting line, this time with slightly better control, though he still moved like someone who had never experienced low gravity in his entire life, which according to his file he had not. I assigned him remedial movement training with the beginners, figuring he would need at least 2 weeks to develop basic competency. I was wrong about that too, but not in the way I expected. By day 5, Marcus had stopped crashing into walls, which I considered a significant achievement worthy of note in my daily log. By day 7, he was moving through the basic drills with what I would call competent mediocrity. Nothing impressive, nothing terrible, just solid average performance. By day 10, something changed, and I still cannot explain exactly what happened. It was like watching someone suddenly remember how to do something they had forgotten. One moment Marcus was carefully, methodically pushing himself through a lateral movement exercise. The next moment he was flowing through the course like he had been born in low gravity. Not smooth like Yana, not powerful like Threx, but something else entirely, something I did not have words for. He started using momentum in ways that should not work, redirecting his trajectory mid-flight with tiny adjustments, catching himself on surfaces at angles that looked wrong but somehow functioned perfectly. Threx noticed it too. The human is learning too fast, he hissed to me after one training session. It took me 4 weeks to reach that level of control. I had no good answer for him, so I just said something vague about different species having different learning curves, which satisfied nobody, including myself. Then came week 2 and the vertical combat course evaluation. The VCC is Velaram 7's signature training environment, a cylindrical chamber that extends 200 meters vertically, lined with platforms, obstacles, handholds and simulated combat zones. It is designed to test three-dimensional tactical movement, situational awareness and controlled aggression in low-gravity environments. Standard protocol requires safety harnesses for all cadets below Level 3 certification, which was everyone in Charlie Group including Marcus. I gathered the cadets at the base of the cylinder, where the massive structure stretched upward like a throat leading to nowhere. The walls were a dull gray composite material, dotted with handholds, platforms jutting out at irregular intervals, and obstacles that could be reconfigured for different difficulty levels. Today, I announced, my voice echoing in the vast space, you will each complete a timed run through the VCC basic configuration. The goal is not speed. The goal is control, safe movement, tactical awareness, zero incidents. I pointed at the harness station where automated arms waited to attach safety cables. Everyone gets harnessed. No exceptions. No arguments. The harness will prevent falls, but it will not do the work for you. You still need to navigate the course properly. The cadets lined up, and one by one, the automated arms attached the harnesses with mechanical precision. Threx went first, completing the course in 18 minutes with textbook form. Yana finished in 15, because of course she did. Took 23 minutes but maintained perfect safety protocols throughout. Then Marcus stepped up to the harness station. He let the automated arms attach the safety cable, checked the connection points himself and then looked up at the towering course above us. His expression was, how do I put this, disappointed? No, not disappointed. More like a kid being told they have to wear floaties in a swimming pool. Instructor Kellis, he said, his tone carefully neutral. Is there a certification level where the harness is not required? Level 3 and above, I replied, which requires a minimum of 8 weeks training and passing 3 separate safety evaluations. Why do you ask? Just curious, Marcus said, but his eyes were still fixed on the course above, calculating something I could not interpret. He started his run. The first 50 meters were solid. Good hand placement, controlled movements, proper safety awareness. Then he reached the platform transition section, and something shifted in how he moved. Marcus stopped treating the course like an obstacle and started treating it like a playground. He swung between platforms with this fluid confidence, used his legs to push off surfaces in ways that generated momentum I did not think was possible, and navigated the three-dimensional space like he could see trajectories that did not exist yet. His time was 12 minutes, 47 seconds. That was faster than some of my level 2 cadet. When he reached the bottom and disconnected from the harness, I walked over to him, datapad in hand, trying to keep my expression professionally neutral. Cadet Webb, I said slowly, your file indicates your homeworld has 1.0 standard gravity. Yes, sir, Marcus confirmed, still slightly out of breath. And Earth's gravity is, specifically, how much stronger than our 0.3 environment here? Marcus thought about it for a moment, then said something that made my spine go cold. About 3 times stronger, sir. Why do you ask? 3 times. 3 times stronger. This human had spent his entire life in an environment with 3 times the gravitational pull we were training in, and nobody, not one single person in the entire Galactic Accord administration, thought that was worth mentioning in the briefing materials. I looked at Marcus, who was stretching his shoulders like he had just finished a light warm-up exercise, and realized with creeping horror that we had no idea what this species was actually capable of. None whatsoever. Week 2, day 3, and I had started having very uncomfortable conversations with the facility safety coordinator about whether our equipment was rated for species with high gravity world origins. Spoiler alert, it was not, because nobody thought we would need it. Marcus continued his training with Charlie Group, and I continued documenting his progress with increasingly concerned margin notes. The other cadets had stopped making jokes about humans being soft-worlders and started watching him with the kind of cautious respect you give to things that do not follow normal rules. Advanced cadets, those who had completed basic certification and moved into tactical operations training, got access to the sphere on day 3 of every training week. The sphere is exactly what it sounds like, a massive hollow spherical chamber, 100 meters in diameter, with platforms, obstacles and training equipment distributed throughout the three-dimensional space in seemingly random patterns. It is beautiful, in a terrifying kind of way. The ultimate low-gravity free movement environment where cadets learn to think in directions that ground-based species do not have words for. Charlie Group had earned sphere access after completing their VCC certifications, which meant today was their first free movement exercise. I had given them the standard safety briefing 3 times, emphasized the importance of controlled movement, and assigned them all buddy check partners. Marcus was partnered with Threx, which seemed like a safe choice since Threx had excellent spatial awareness and a healthy respect for safety protocols. The sphere's entrance iris dilated open, revealing the vast chamber beyond. Cadets began filtering in, using handholds to pull themselves into the 0.3 gravity environment, spreading out to different starting platforms like seeds dispersing in wind. I remained at the observation platform with 2 other instructors, monitoring vitals, tracking positions and watching for any signs of trouble. The sphere had sensor arrays everywhere, automated safety systems and emergency response drones on standby. Nothing ever went wrong in the sphere. Our safety record was flawless. 15 minutes into the exercise, everything went wrong in the sphere. The alarm started as a low tone, then escalated to the urgent pulsing that means equipment failure. My datapad lit up with red warning indicators, and I immediately focused on the source. Platform 7 Delta, upper hemisphere, structural support compromise. My eyes snapped to the holographic display and my blood went cold. Yana was on Platform 7 Delta, 200 meters above the sphere floor, and the platform's primary support beam was failing. Stress fractures, metal fatigue, something had compromised the structural integrity, and the whole platform was tilting at an angle that would send her tumbling into open space. She was gripping the platform edge with 4 of her 6 legs, her body language screaming panic even across the distance. Emergency response protocol, I barked into my comm. Platform failure, 7 Delta, 1 cadet in danger. Deploy rescue team immediately. The response came back in that calm, professional tone that emergency coordinators use. Rescue team deploying. ETA 8 minutes, full safety gear required for high-altitude extraction. 8 minutes. I looked at the structural analysis on my datapad. The support beam had maybe 4 minutes before catastrophic failure. Probably less. The other cadets had frozen in place, all of them staring up at the failing platform, all of them too far away to help, all of them properly trained enough to know that rushing in without equipment would just create more casualties, all of them except one. Marcus was on a platform roughly 60 meters below Yana, and he was staring upward with an expression I had never seen on his face before. Focused, calculating, but also something else, something that looked almost like excitement. "Webb," I called through the comm system, my voice carrying through the entire sphere. "Maintain your position. Do not attempt unauthorized movement. Rescue team is en route." He looked toward the observation platform, made eye contact with me through the transparent aluminum barrier, and said something that made my heart stop. "Sir, I can reach her before the beam fails." "Negative," I said, putting every ounce of instructor authority into my voice. "You are not certified for high-altitude rescue. You do not have the proper equipment, and you will maintain your current position. That is an order." The support beam groaned, a sound that carried through the sphere like a dying animal, and Yana's mandibles were clicking in distress so fast they blurred together. Marcus looked at me, then looked at Yana, then looked at the distance between them. Then he reached down and started unlocking his gravity boots. "Cadet Webb," I said, my voice going from authoritative to genuinely terrified. "Do not do what I think you are about to do. That is not a suggestion, that is a direct order. Stop right now." He pulled off the first boot, then the second, and stood on the platform in just his standard training suit. "Sorry, sir," Marcus said, and his voice was calm, almost apologetic. "But 8 minutes is too long." And then he jumped. No, jumped is the wrong word. He launched himself upward like gravity was a polite suggestion he had decided to ignore. And my perfect safety record shattered into a million pieces as I watched a human cadet become something I did not have a classification for. I have seen a lot of things in my 12 cycles as an instructor at Velarim 7. I have seen cadets master impossible maneuvers. I have seen species-specific adaptations that defied conventional physics. I have seen training exercises that pushed the boundaries of what low-gravity movement could accomplish. I had never, not once, not ever, seen anyone move the way Marcus Webb moved in those next 45 seconds. He did not jump up, he exploded upward, his legs driving against the platform with enough force that the entire structure shuddered from the impact. In 0.3 gravity, that force translated into velocity that should not be possible for an unaugmented biological organism. He rocketed toward the sphere's upper hemisphere like a missile with a destination, his body position aerodynamic, his arms tucked close to reduce drag even though there was barely any atmosphere to drag against. Threx made a sound I had never heard a saurian make before, something between a hiss and a whimper. Translator just gave up and emitted a confused warbling noise. I was screaming into my comm, calling for emergency intervention, calling for automated safety systems, calling for anything that could stop what was happening, but everything moved slower than a human in low gravity apparently. Marcus covered 60 meters in less than 4 seconds. Then came the part that made me question whether physics was even real anymore. He reached a support column, one of the massive structural beams that kept the sphere stable, and instead of grabbing it to slow down, he used it to redirect. His feet hit the column at an angle, absorbed the impact with bent knees that should have shattered under the force, and pushed off in a new direction like the column was nothing more than a stepping stone. He was not moving in a straight line anymore. He was plotting a 3-dimensional course through the sphere's obstacles, using every surface as a launch point, every structure as a navigation reference. Equipment storage rack, kickoff, change direction by 15 degrees. A training platform occupied by 2 terrified cadets. Touchdown for a fraction of a second. Redirect upward again. A suspension cable meant for safety harnesses. Grab it mid-flight. Use the tension to slingshot around a obstacle cluster. He was not fighting gravity. He was having a conversation with it, negotiating terms, and apparently gravity was losing the argument. The other instructors on the observation platform were frozen, their species-specific expressions of shock rendering them into living statues. One of them, an elderly pelphic named Saran, who had been teaching here since before I was born, whispered something in his native language that my translator refused to process, probably because it was a prayer. Marcus was 150 meters up now, closing the distance to Platform 7 Delta with velocity that kept increasing instead of decreasing like it should. The support beam groaned again, louder this time, and I could see stress fractures spreading across its surface like veins of lightning frozen in metal. Yana saw him coming, her compound eyes tracking his approach, and her mandibles stopped clicking in panic and started clicking in confusion. because what was approaching her did not make sense in any framework she understood. 20 meters away, and Marcus grabbed an overhead handhold, used it to kill most of his upward momentum, rotated his body with core strength that should require cybernetic enhancement, and pushed off toward the failing platform at a controlled angle. 10 meters away, and the support beam gave its final warning, a metallic shriek that meant structural failure was seconds away. Marcus covered those final 10 meters in a diving grab that would have been suicidal for anyone with a normal sense of self-preservation, his arms outstretched, his trajectory calculated with precision that suggested either incredible luck or terrifying competence. He hit the platform just as the support beam snapped. The entire structure tilted. Yana lost her grip, and for one horrible moment I thought I was about to watch two cadets fall 200 meters to the sphere floor. Marcus's left hand clamped onto the platform edge, his fingers finding purchase on the composite material with grip strength that should not be possible. His right arm wrapped around Yana's thorax, catching her mid-fall, and then he was holding both of them against gravity with one arm while his other hand maintained their only connection to safety. The broken support beam tumbled past them, spinning slowly in the low gravity, a 2-ton piece of metal falling like a feather in slow motion. For 3 seconds Marcus just hung there, supporting his own weight plus Yana's mass, which was not insignificant given her species' exoskeleton density, with one hand gripping a platform that was no longer properly anchored. Then he looked down, and I swear on every star in this sector he smiled. Not a grimace, not expression of strain, an actual smile like he was enjoying himself. He pulled them both up onto the tilted platform with one smooth motion, muscles working under his training suit in ways that suggested human physiology did not follow the same rules as everyone else's. "Yana," he said, his voice somehow calm and steady despite the insanity of the last 45 seconds. "I am going to need you to hold on to me. We are going down the fast way." Yana's translator rendered her response as, "What is the fast way?" but I suspect the actual meaning was closer to "please no. I want to file retirement papers." Marcus repositioned his grip, waited for Yana to wrap her legs around his torso, and then jumped off the platform. Correction. He did not jump off, he dropped off, and used every single obstacle, platform and structure between them and the sphere floor as velocity control points. Watching him descend was like watching a meteor with purpose, bouncing off surfaces with calculated precision, redirecting momentum with each contact, turning a 200-meter fall into a controlled descent that somehow impossibly ended with both of them landing gently on the sphere floor in a perfect 3-point stance. Marcus set Yana down carefully, made sure her legs were stable, and then looked up at the observation platform where I was having what I can only describe as a complete professional crisis. "Sir," he called up, his voice slightly winded but otherwise normal. "Do you have a bandage?" I scraped my elbow on that last platform. A scraped elbow. He had just defied death, physics, and common sense, and he was concerned about a scraped elbow. I realized something in that moment, something profound and deeply unsettling. Humans were not fragile. They were not weak, and they definitely were not average. They were just very, very good at pretending to be normal until the moment when normal stopped working. The facility commander arrived 14 minutes after the incident, which was impressive given that her office was on the opposite side of the station, and she had probably violated several speed regulations getting here. Commander Vorish was a Corinthian, which meant she stood nearly 3 meters tall, had 4 arms that she used for dramatic gesturing when angry, and possessed exactly 0 tolerance for nonsense. She had run Valorum 7 for 20 cycles with absolute authority and an unblemished safety record that I had just personally destroyed. She was not happy. Marcus sat in the briefing room, still in his training suit, the scraped elbow now covered with a standard medical patch. Yana sat beside him, her mandibles occasionally clicking in what I had learned to recognize as residual shock. I stood against the wall, my datapad clutched in my hands like a shield, waiting for the professional of anger simultaneously. "Cadet Webb," she said, her voice carrying that resonant quality that Corinthians use when they want to sound impressive and terrifying. "Do you understand that you violated 16 separate safety protocols, ignored a direct order from your instructor, and performed an unauthorized high-altitude rescue without proper equipment or certification?" "Yes, ma'am," Marcus said, and he had the decency to look at least somewhat apologetic. "Do you understand that your actions could have resulted in 2 fatalities instead of 1 injury, that you endangered not only yourself but also Cadet Yana, and that you have created a documentation nightmare that will require reports filed with 7 different oversight committees?" "Yes, ma'am," Marcus repeated, his tone respectful but not particularly intimidated. Commander Vorish uncrossed two of her arms and leaned forward across the briefing table. Her terms why you thought jumping 200 meters through a complex obstacle field without safety equipment was a remotely acceptable decision. Marcus was quiet for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and when he spoke, his voice was calm and matter-of-fact. Because Cadet Yana had approximately 3 minutes before structural failure, the rescue team had an 8-minute ETA, and the math did not work in her favor, ma'am. I assessed the situation, calculated the risks, and determined I had the physical capability to reach her in time. Physical capability, Commander Vorish repeated slowly, each syllable dropping like a hammer. You are a first-rotation cadet with 2 weeks of training. Yes, ma'am, but I am also from a 1.0 standard gravity world, which in this 0.3 environment means my effective strength and control ratios are significantly enhanced. The room went very quiet. Commander Vorish straightened up, her expression shifting from anger to something closer to confusion. Explain that statement, Cadet. Marcus glanced at me, then back at the commander. Earth's gravity is approximately 3 times stronger than Valorum 7's environment. My muscles, bones, and cardiovascular system developed in that higher gravity, which means here I am operating at roughly 1/3 of my normal resistance load. He said it so casually, like he was explaining that water was wet or that stars were bright. On Earth, he continued, I can jump maybe half a meter vertically under full gravity. Here, that same muscle output launches me 15 meters or more. My reaction time feels faster because my body is not fighting against as much gravitational pull. Movements that would be difficult at home are, well, easier here. Commander Vorish turned to look at me, all 4 of her eyes focusing with an expression that clearly asked, did you know about this? I shook my head mutely, because what was I supposed to say? That I had read his file and somehow missed the part where humans were basically organic gravity-defying machines. Cadet Webb, Commander Vorish said slowly, turning back to Marcus. Are you telling me that for your species our advanced low-gravity training environment is what? Recreational? Marcus thought about that for a moment, his face scrunching up in consideration. I would not say recreational exactly, ma'am, more like comparable to swimming. You know, when you are underwater and movement works differently. But your body adapts pretty quickly because you are still using the same muscles, just in a different resistance environment. Swimming. He had just compared our premier military training facility to a swimming pool. Yana's mandibles clicked once, sharp and loud, and her translator rendered it as that explains so much. Commander Vorish sat down heavily in her chair, which creaked under her mass, and pressed 2 of her hands against her face in what I recognized as the universal gesture of someone reconsidering their entire career. Instructor Kellis, she said, her voice muffled behind her hands. Please tell me you have been documenting all of this. Every day, ma'am, I confirmed, holding up my datapad like evidence at a trial. Complete training logs, performance metrics, and approximately 47 margin notes that say some variation of how is he doing that. Commander Vorish lowered her hands and looked at Marcus with an expression that mixed respect, concern, and the dawning realization that everything we thought we knew about training protocols might need revision. Cadet Webb, she said finally, you are simultaneously the best and worst thing to happen to this facility in 20 cycles. You saved a fellow cadet's life, which is commendable. You also violated enough regulations to keep me in paperwork for a month, which is considerably less commendable. Yes, ma'am, Marcus said. For what it is worth, I am sorry about the paperwork. Training resumed the following week with what Commander Vorish called updated safety considerations, which was official speak for we have no idea how to handle humans, but we are going to try anyway. Marcus received a formal reprimand for violating safety protocols, which went into his permanent file right next to a commendation for exceptional courage under pressure, which I am pretty sure gave the administrative staff a migraine trying to process. More importantly, he received a new set of training parameters specifically designed for high-gravity world species, which was hilarious because he was the only cadet from a high-gravity world, so really they were just Marcus Webb rules wearing a fancy bureaucratic disguise. The other cadets treated him differently after the incident. Not with fear exactly, more like the cautious respect you give to natural disasters that happen to be friendly. Threx stopped making comments about soft-worlders entirely and started asking Marcus for movement technique advice. Yana followed him around like he was some kind of protective talisman against danger, which Marcus found embarrassing and everyone else found extremely reasonable. Just bubbled something that translated as landwalkers are insane and went back to his aquatic meditation exercises, surprised him anymore. The facility, the engineering team was not thrilled about the extra work. but they admitted it was technically interesting to design obstacles that challenged someone who treated normal gravity like a minor inconvenience. Word spread through the multi-species military academy networks faster than light-speed communications. Other facilities started asking questions, requesting data, wondering if they needed to prepare for more human cadets. The bureaucratic nightmare expanded exponentially, and somewhere in administrative office I imagine someone was crying into their filing systems. I became something of an accidental expert on human training requirements, which led to me giving 3 presentations to facility commanders across the sector, all of which boiled down to they are stronger than they look, faster than they should be, and completely unaware that they are terrifying. That last part was the strangest thing to explain. Marcus genuinely did not understand why everyone treated his rescue of Yana like it was exceptional. To him, it was just basic risk assessment and physical capability matching. On Earth, apparently this kind of thing happened regularly in their emergency services, their sports, their casual recreational activities. They had competitions where humans jumped over obstacles, climbed vertical surfaces and threw themselves through the air for fun. For fun. Their children played games that involved launching themselves off elevated surfaces and catching each other mid-fall. Their standard military training included carrying heavy loads across long distances in full gravity, which meant their soldiers were essentially strength training in conditions that would cripple most other species. I had spent 12 cycles thinking I understood physical limitations, training protocols, and safety requirements, and then one human cadet showed up and revealed that all my assumptions were based on species that evolved in reasonable gravity wells. Marcus completed his rotation at Villarim 7 with top marks in every category, not because we made it easy for him, but because we literally could not make it hard enough without creating courses that would be lethal to every other species. On his last day he shook my hand with that human custom of gripping palms, and his grip was gentle, controlled, carefully modulated so as not to cause damage. "Thank you, Instructor Kellis," he said, genuine warmth in his voice. "I learned a lot here, really appreciate the experience." "You are welcome, Cadet Webb," I replied, and meant it despite everything. "Though I think we learned more from you than you did from us." He laughed at that, shouldered his single duffel bag, and headed toward the departure shuttle. I watched him go, updated his final training report, and then noticed a message in my inbox from the Academy administration. Subject line read, "Incoming exchange student, human designation Jessica Webb." The message noted that Jessica was Marcus's younger sister, that she had applied for advanced tactical training, and that her file indicated she was considerably more athletic than her brother. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Commander Vorish with a single line attached, "We are going to need bigger safety margins." Her response came back in under a minute, just 2 words, "Much bigger." Somewhere in the facility I heard the engineering team already starting to redesign the training courses, their resigned sighs echoing through the ventilation systems, and I realized with absolute certainty that humans were not just another species joining the galactic community. They were an entire recalibration of what we thought possible, wrapped in friendly smiles and casual attitudes, completely unaware that they made the rest of us feel like we had been training in easy mode our entire lives. Marcus Webb had been an introduction, a preview, a gentle warning that the universe was bigger and stranger than our careful regulations had accounted for, and his little sister, who was apparently more athletic, was arriving in 6 weeks. I pulled up my retirement fund calculator, stared at it for a moment, then closed it and opened the training schedule instead. Because honestly, how much stranger could it get? Somewhere in the universe, I imagine reality itself laughed at that question, because apparently I still had not learned the most important lesson. Never ever ask how much stranger things can get when humans are involved. They will always find a way to show you.
The massive alien ship dropped out of space near the human colony of New Denver like a falling mountain. Captain Jake Morrison watched from his command center as the thing blocked out half the stars. He had seen Kethmori ships before, but never one this close to human space, never one that came alone. Jake pressed the communication button. "Unknown vessel, this is New Denver Colony. State your business." The response came in broken human speech, heavy with clicks and growls. "I am Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. I must speak with your leaders. It is urgent." Jake looked at his crew. The Kethmori were known across the galaxy as fierce warriors. They stood 8 feet tall with wings that could carry them through space for short distances. Their claws could cut through steel. Their teeth could bite through armor. They did not ask for help. They took what they wanted. Permission granted to send one shuttle, Jake said. No weapons. An hour later, Commander Zektar stood in the colony's main meeting room. The alien warrior was even bigger than Jake expected. His fur was black with silver stripes. His wings were folded tight against his back. Scars covered his arms and face. But something was wrong. The great warrior's yellow eyes looked desperate. Dr. Lisa Chen, the colony's doctor and scientist, sat across from Zektar. She had studied alien species for 20 years. "Commander, you look sick. Are you well?" Zektar's claws scratched the metal table. "My people are dying. All of us. The adults, anyway." "What do you mean?" Jake asked. "A sickness came to our world 6 months ago. It only kills those who have reached full growth. The young ones are safe, but they cannot survive alone." Zektar's voice became quieter. "In my culture, cubs learn to fight from the moment they can walk. The weak ones die, the strong ones live. That is our way." Dr. Chen leaned forward. "But now the adults are gone?" "Not yet, but soon. We have perhaps 1 year left, maybe less." Zektar stood and began to pace. His claws clicked on the floor. "We are searching the deep void for a cure, but we cannot take the cubs with us. The journey is too dangerous. They are too young." Jake began to understand. "You want us to watch your children. Your species does something no other species does. You keep your weak young alive. You care for them until they grow strong. We have watched your colonies. Human parents will die to protect cubs that are not even their own blood." Dr. A. Chen nodded slowly. "That's true. But your cubs are not human cubs. We don't know how to care for them. They need food, warmth, and safety. Nothing more." Zektar's ears flattened against his head. "I know what you are thinking. Kethmori are killers. Our cubs will grow up to be killers too. But dead cubs grow up to be nothing." Jake looked around the room at his staff. Colony Director Helen Brooks had been quiet until now. "How many cubs are we talking about?" 200. The number hung in the air like a weight. The human colony had only 3,000 people. 200 alien predator cubs would change everything. "They're babies now," Zektar continued. "Their eyes are not even open yet. They cannot hunt. They cannot fight. They will die without help." Dr. Chen asked the question everyone was thinking. "What happens when you come back? What if your cubs have learned human ways instead of Kethmori ways?" Zektar's eyes grew hard. "Then we will fix them. But first they must live." Jake stepped outside the meeting room to think. Through the window he could see the Kethmori ship hanging in space like a dark moon. He thought about his own daughter back on Earth. He thought about the children in the colony schools. He thought about what it meant to be human. When he returned to the room, Jake's mind was made up. "We'll do it, but we have conditions." "Name them." "First, your cubs live with our families. They don't get put in some special facility. They become part of our community. Second, we raise them our way. If you want them to learn human caring, they have to be treated like human children." Zektar's claws extended slightly. "And third, when you come back, you don't just take them. If they want to stay, if they've made lives here, we talk about it." The alien commander was quiet for a long time. Finally, he nodded. "Agreed. When can you take them?" "Give us 3 days to prepare." 2 days later, families across New Denver Colony were getting ready for something that had never happened before. John and Maria Parker cleared out their spare room for their new alien child. Steve and Janet Cooper bought extra food and baby supplies. The Rodriguez family set up a special sleeping area with thick blankets and heat lamps. Dr. Chen worked day and night to understand Kethmori biology. The cubs needed milk every 2 hours. They grew fast. They would weigh 50 pounds within a month. Their claws and teeth were sharp even as babies, but they were still babies. They needed love and care just like human children. On the third day, the Kethmori shuttle landed. Zektar himself carried the first cub off the ship. The little creature was covered in soft gray fur. Its eyes were closed. It made small mewing sounds like a kitten, if kittens were the size of large dogs. Jake watched as Maria Parker took the cub into her arms. She looked down at the alien baby and smiled. "Hello, little one. I think we'll call you Alex." One by one, 200 Kethmori cubs found new homes with human families. They had no idea that they were about to become something new in the galaxy, something that had never existed before. As the Kethmori fleet prepared to leave for the deep void, Zektar stood with Jake at the landing pad. "Take care of them," the alien commander said. "We will," Jake promised. "That's what humans do." The alien ships disappeared into space, leaving behind a colony full of families who had just doubled in size. The cubs slept peacefully in their new homes, unaware that they were the beginning of something that would change both their species and the galaxy itself. 5 years had passed since the Kethmori fleet disappeared into deep space. Alex Parker stood on the school playground, watching a group of human children argue about the rules of their game. At 10 years old, he was already 6 feet tall with silver-gray fur and yellow eyes. His adoptive parents had given him a human name, but there was no hiding what he was. "Hey, Alex, can you reach that ball?" called Sophie Parker, his human sister. The ball had gotten stuck in a tree 20 feet up. Without thinking, Alex crouched down and leaped. His powerful legs launched him up to the branch where he grabbed the ball with one clawed hand. He dropped back down and handed it to Sophie with a gentle smile. "Thanks, big brother," Sophie said. The other kids gathered around Alex, not afraid but amazed. This was normal for them. Alex had been part of their school since he could walk. Across the playground, Luna Cooper was helping a human boy who had fallen off the monkey bars. At 9 years old, she was as big as Alex, but moved with careful grace. Her fur was pure white with black spots. She used her claws to carefully cut away the torn fabric of the boy's shirt so she could see his scraped arm better. "Mrs. Patterson," Luna called to the teacher. "Danny needs the first aid kit." Mrs. Patterson hurried over with medical supplies. She watched as Luna held Danny's hand while the teacher cleaned the wound. The Kethmori cub spoke in soft, comforting words until Danny stopped crying. "You're getting very good at helping others," Mrs. Patterson told Luna. "Dad says that's what families do," Luna replied. "We take care of each other." In another part of the colony, Max Rodriguez was working in his family's garden. His adoptive father, Carlos, had taught him how to grow vegetables. Max's claws, which could cut through metal, were perfect for digging in hard soil, but he had learned to be gentle with the delicate plants. "Careful with the tomatoes, son," Carlos said. "They bruise easy." Max nodded and used just the tips of his claws to pick the ripe fruit. His massive hands moved with surprising care. "Like this, Papa?" "Perfect. You've got the gentlest touch of anyone in the colony." Dr. Lisa Chen watched all of this from her research station. She had been studying the cubs since they arrived. What she found amazed her every day. Brain scans showed that the cubs' minds had developed in ways that were impossible for normal Kethmori. The parts of their brains that controlled empathy and social bonding had grown much larger than expected. The areas that managed aggression and dominance behavior had stayed small. These cubs thought differently than any Kethmori who had ever lived. "It's remarkable," Dr. Chen told Colony Director Helen Brooks during their weekly meeting. "They retain all their natural physical abilities. Alex can jump 40 feet. Luna can run 60 miles per hour. Max can lift a ton. But they use these abilities to help rather than to dominate." "What do you think will happen when their birth parents return?" Helen asked. Dr. Chen looked out the window where she could see Diana Foster teaching a group of younger children how to play a human game called tag. Diana was the largest of the cubs, already 7 feet tall with dark red fur. But she moved slowly and carefully so the smaller human children could keep up. "I don't know," Dr. Chen admitted. "These cubs have become something new. They're still Kethmori, but they're also human in the ways that matter most." That evening, the Parker family sat down for dinner. Alex helped Maria Parker carry the heavy dishes from the kitchen. John Parker served the food while Sophie set the table. It was a normal family dinner except for the fact that one family member could probably tear the house apart with his bare hands. "Alex, how was school today?" Maria asked. "Good. We started learning about galactic history. Did you know that most alien species don't have families like humans do?" Alex cut his meat carefully with his claws. He had learned long ago to be gentle with everything around him. "Really? How do they raise their children?" John asked. "Most species just lay eggs and leave them. Some have group nurseries where all the young are raised together. Kethmori have something called combat creches, where cubs fight each other until only the strongest survive." Sophie made a disgusted face. "That's horrible. What if a cub is sick or gets hurt?" "Then it dies," Alex said quietly. "That's the Kethmori way. Only the strong deserve to live." Maria reached over and put her hand on Alex's arm. "That's not our way." "I know, Mom. I'm glad I'm here with you instead." John looked at his adopted son. "Alex, do you ever think about your birth parents? Do you wonder what it would be like to live with them?" Alex was quiet for a moment. "Sometimes, but this is my family. You're my parents. Sophie is my sister. I don't know what those other Kethmori are like, but I know who I am." Similar conversations were happening in homes across the colony. The cubs had grown up thinking of themselves as part of human families. They had human values, human emotions, and human ways of solving problems, but they also had claws, fangs, and the strength to crush steel. Luna Cooper sat with her adoptive parents, Steve and Janet, on their front porch, watching the sunset. "Mom, what's going to happen when my birth species comes back?" Janet Cooper had been dreading this question for years. "I don't know, sweetheart. But whatever happens, you'll always be our daughter. What if they want me to be different? What if they want me to be mean like regular Kethmori?" Steve Cooper put his arm around Luna. "Then we'll figure it out together. That's what families do." The cubs had no memory of their birth parents. To them, the humans who raised them were their real families. They had learned human games, human songs, and human ways of caring for each other. They said please and thank you. They helped with chores. They worried about their friends and protected those who were smaller or weaker. But they were still Kethmori. Their senses were incredibly sharp. They could see in the dark, hear sounds from miles away, and smell things humans could never detect. Their bodies were built for war, even if their minds had been shaped for peace. Late at night, Dr. Chen often walked through the colony and listened to the cubs sleeping. They made the same small sounds that human children made when they dreamed, but sometimes, very rarely, she heard other sounds. Deep growls and hunting calls that reminded her these were not human children. They were predators who had learned to love. The question that kept her awake was simple. What would happen when their birth parents returned to claim them? The cubs had become something unique in the galaxy. They were warriors with human hearts. But would the Kethmori see that as an improvement or as a corruption of everything they believed in? As the 5th year ended with no sign of the returning fleet, the cubs continued to grow and learn. They were becoming teenagers now, with all the challenges that brought. But they faced those challenges the human way, with support from their families and community. None of them knew that their birth parents were already on their way home. The Kethmori fleet had found other survivors and built their numbers into a massive force. They were returning to collect their cubs and turn them into the greatest warriors their species had ever known. They had no idea that the cubs they left behind had become something entirely new. Something that would challenge everything the Kethmori thought they knew about strength, family, and what it meant to be alive in a dangerous galaxy. The alarm in the new Denver colony control room screamed like a dying animal. Captain Jake Morrison, now 7 years older and grayer, rushed to the scanner display. What he saw there made his blood turn cold. 50 massive ships hung in space beyond the colony. Each one was the size of a city. Each one was armed with enough weapons to turn a planet into dust. The Kethmori had returned. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission," reported Communications Officer Betty Walsh. "Put it through." The voice that came through the speakers was the same one Jake remembered from 7 years ago, but it carried more authority now. "This is High Commander Zektar of the Bonewing Fleet. We have come to collect our cubs." Jake took a deep breath. He had been dreading this day for years. "Welcome back, Commander. We need to talk before any reunions take place." "Talk? There is nothing to discuss. You were keeping our cubs safe. Now we take them home. It's not that simple anymore." An hour later, Zektar stood in the same meeting room where he had first asked for human help, but now he was not alone. 6 other Kethmori commanders flanked him, each one larger and more battle-scarred than the last. Their yellow eyes swept the room with predatory alertness. Dr. Lisa Chen sat across from them, her hands shaking slightly. Colony Director Helen Brooks had insisted on attending, along with several of the adoptive parents. John and Maria Parker were there, as were Steve and Janet Cooper. "Where are our cubs?" demanded Sub-Commander Kathek, a massive Kethmori with black fur and silver claws. "Why do we not see them?" "They're in school," Maria Parker said quietly. The Kethmori commanders looked at each other with confusion. "School?" Zektar asked. "They're learning," Dr. Chen explained. "Reading, writing, mathematics, science, history. They attend classes with the human children." Kathek's ears flattened against his head. "Cubs should be learning to fight, not to read. You have made them weak." "With respect, Commander," said John Parker, "you should meet them before you judge what they've become." Jake stood up. "I think that's a good idea. Let me call them." 20 minutes later, Alex Parker walked into the meeting room. He was now 12 years old and stood 7 feet tall. His silver-gray fur was clean and well-groomed. He wore a new Denver High School baseball cap and a shirt that read, "Colony Soccer Team." When he saw the Kethmori commanders, he stopped and stared. Zektar rose from his chair, his yellow eyes fixed on Alex with surprise. You are one of our cubs." "I guess so," Alex said. His voice was deep, but still carried the accent of someone who had grown up speaking human languages. "I'm Alex Parker. These are my parents, John and Maria," Kathek snarled. "Your parents are Kethmori. These humans are nothing to you." Alex's yellow eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke, his voice stayed calm. "Don't talk about my family that way." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kathek stepped forward, his claws extending. "You dare challenge a superior warrior?" "I'm protecting people I love," Alex replied. "Isn't that what warriors are supposed to do?" Before Kathek could respond, 3 more cubs entered the room. Luna Cooper, Max Rodriguez, and Diana Foster moved to stand beside Alex. They were all massive by human standards, but they positioned themselves to shield the human adults rather than to establish dominance. "These are my pack mates," Alex said, using a Kethmori term but pronouncing it with human warmth. "Luna, Max, and Diana." Zektar studied the 4 cubs. "You are all larger than I expected. Stronger. But where is your warrior bearing? Why do you not show proper submission to your superiors?" "Because we don't think of people as superior or inferior," Luna said. Her white fur with black spots made her look almost friendly, but her yellow eyes held intelligence that surprised the commanders. We think of them as family or strangers, friends or enemies. Foolish cub, Katek growled. Strength determines rank. I am stronger than you, therefore you submit to me. Max Rodriguez stepped forward. At 13, he was the largest of the cubs and probably outweighed Katek. Are you stronger than me? Katek looked up at Max with sudden uncertainty. You are still a cub. Cubs do not challenge adults. I'm not challenging you, Max said gently. I'm asking if you want to arm wrestle. It's a human game. The loser buys the winner ice cream. The Kethmori commanders stared at Max as if he had started speaking an alien language. Diana Foster laughed, a sound that somehow mixed human humor with Kethmori vocal patterns. He doesn't know what ice cream is, Diana explained to Max. Remember, they've been in deep space for 7 years. Dr. Chen watched the interaction with fascination. The cubs showed no fear of the adult Kethmori, but they also showed no aggression. They were treating the commanders like interesting strangers rather than pack leaders or threats. This is wrong, Katek said to Zektar. They have been corrupted. They think like prey animals, not predators. Alex's expression hardened. We think like protectors. There's a difference. Show me, Zektar said quietly. What do you mean? Show me how you protect. Show me how you fight. John Parker started to object, but Alex held up one clawed hand. It's okay, Dad. I can handle this. Alex looked around the room and saw Sophie Parker hiding behind her mother. His little sister was only 8 years old and looked terrified of the large alien warriors. Sophie, come here, Alex said gently. The little girl ran to Alex, who picked her up and set her on his shoulders. See, this is what I protect. Not territory, not resources, not power. People, family, the ones who can't protect themselves. A warrior's duty is to make himself stronger, Kathek insisted, not to coddle the weak. A warrior's duty is to use his strength for those who need it, Alex replied. At least that's what my family taught me. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. These cubs have been changed. They are not Kethmori, as we understand the term. But they're still your species, Dr. Chen said. They still have all the same physical abilities. They're just using them differently. They have been made weak by human sentiment, Kathek declared. We will take them back to the fleet and retrain them properly. Luna stepped forward. And if we refuse? The question hung in the air like a bomb. By Kethmori law, cubs belong to the adults of their species. They had no right to refuse anything. But these cubs had been raised with human ideas about choice and freedom. Cubs do not refuse their elders, Zektar said firmly. Then I guess we're not regular cubs, Diana said with a smile that showed all her fangs. Kathek had heard enough. Zektar, this is madness. They have been poisoned by human weakness. We should take them now and begin proper training immediately. Wait, Alex said. In Kethmori tradition, doesn't a cub have the right to challenge for independence when he reaches maturity? Zektar's ears pricked forward. You know our traditions? Dr. Chen taught us about our birth culture. I know that any Kethmori can earn the right to choose his own path through single combat. I also know that right extends to cubs who can prove they've reached adult status. You would challenge me? Zektar asked with disbelief. If that's what it takes to protect my family and my packmates, yes. The room fell silent. John and Maria Parker looked terrified. The other human parents grabbed their adopted children protectively. The Kethmori commanders seemed stunned that a cub would make such a request. But Zektar smiled for the first time since arriving. Very well. By ancient law, I accept your challenge. Single combat, tomorrow at dawn. If you win, you and your packmates choose your own path. If you lose, You all return to the fleet for proper training. Alex looked at his human parents, then at his packmates. Deal. As the Kethmori commanders left the meeting room, Jake Morrison would like Kethmori to earn the right to keep being human. The question was, could someone raised with human values defeat a warrior trained for nothing but battle? The answer would determine not just the fate of 4 cubs, but the future relationship between 2 very different species. Dawn broke over New Denver Colony like a blood-red warning. In the main square, 2 circles had been drawn in the dirt according to ancient Kethmori tradition. One large circle for combat, one smaller circle for witnesses. Nearly every human in the colony had gathered to watch, along with dozens of Kethmori warriors who had come down from their ships. Alex Parker stood at the edge of the combat circle, wearing simple clothes that wouldn't restrict his movement. His adoptive parents stood with the other human families, their faces tight with worry. Sophie Parker held onto her mother's hand so hard her knuckles were white. Across from Alex, High Commander Zektar prepared for battle. The alien warrior had removed his armor and stood bare-chested, showing the scars of 100 fights. His claws were fully extended, gleaming like silver knives in the morning light. "Are you certain you want to do this, cub?" Zektar asked. "I have been fighting for 30 years. I have killed enemies in 1,000 battles. You are barely 12 years old." "I'm sure," Alex replied. His voice stayed calm, but his yellow eyes held a determination that surprised the watching Kethmori warriors. Elder Navigator Sekmara, the oldest warrior in the fleet, raised her voice to address the crowd. "By ancient law, this combat will determine the fate of the cubs raised by humans. If the cub Alex wins, all cubs choose their own path. If High Commander Zektar wins, all cubs return to the fleet for proper training. Combat continues until one fighter yields or dies." Dr. Lisa Chen gripped her medical kit tightly. She had spent the night studying everything she could about Kethmori anatomy and combat techniques. If Alex was seriously injured, she might be his only chance of survival. "Begin," Sekmara commanded. Zektar moved like lightning. His powerful legs launched him across the circle, claws aimed at Alex's throat. It was a classic Kethmori attack, designed to end the fight in seconds. But Alex wasn't there when the claws arrived. The cub had rolled to the side at the last possible moment, using a move that came from human martial arts rather than Kethmori combat training. Zektar's claws slashed through empty air as Alex came up behind him. Instead of counterattacking, Alex stepped back and waited. "What are you doing?" Zektar snarled. "Why did you not strike when you had the chance?" "Because I don't want to hurt you," Alex replied. "I just want you to understand." The watching Kethmori warriors muttered among themselves. This was not how combat was supposed to work. Warriors attacked until one of them fell. They didn't talk. They didn't show mercy. Zektar attacked again, this time with a series of rapid claw strikes that would have shredded a normal opponent. Alex defended himself using blocks and deflections that Dr. Chen recognized from human defensive martial arts. He was turning Zektar's attacks aside rather than meeting force with force. "Fight back, cub!" Kathek shouted from the edge of the circle. "Show some warrior pride!" But Alex had learned something different from his human family. He had learned that true strength wasn't about proving you could hurt someone. It was about protecting what mattered to you. For 15 minutes, Zektar pressed his attack. The High Commander was faster and stronger than any human, but Alex had been raised by humans who understood that speed and strength weren't everything. Every attack that Zektar launched, Alex redirected or avoided. Slowly, Zektar began to tire. His attacks became less precise. His breathing grew heavy. He had been trained to win fights quickly through overwhelming force. He didn't know how to handle an opponent who refused to engage on those terms. Alex, meanwhile, stayed calm and alert. He had learned patience from his human parents. He had learned to think several moves ahead from playing human games. He had learned to stay focused under pressure from his human teachers. "You cannot win by running away forever," Zektar gasped. "I'm not running away," Alex replied. "I'm waiting for you to understand that this doesn't have to be about one of us destroying the other." That's when Alex made his move. Dr. Chen had taught him about Kethmori anatomy, including the pressure points that could temporarily disable an opponent without causing permanent harm. As Zektar lunged forward with another claw strike, Alex stepped inside the attack and pressed 2 fingers against specific points on the commander's neck. Zektar collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but unharmed. The watching Kethmori warriors fell silent. They had never seen anything like this. Alex stood over their high commander, clearly the winner, but instead of claiming victory, he knelt down and began massaging the pressure points to restore feeling to Zektar's limbs. "What are you doing?" Zektar whispered. "Helping you up," Alex said simply. "The fight is over. Now we talk." Within minutes, feeling had returned to Zektar's arms and legs. Alex helped the commander stand, supporting his weight until Zektar was steady on his feet. Sekmara stared at the scene with ancient eyes. "In 60 years of witnessing combat, I have never seen anything like this. The cub is won, but he aids his defeated opponent. What does this mean?" Alex looked around at the crowd of humans and aliens. "It means we don't have to be enemies just because we're different. Commander Zektar is strong and brave. I respect him. But his way of being strong isn't the only way." Luna Cooper stepped forward from the edge of the circle. "Alex showed you that we haven't been made weak by human influence. We've been made different. We're still Kethmori. We still have claws and fangs and strength, but we use them to protect instead of to dominate." Max Rodriguez joined her. "We learned from humans that taking care of others makes you stronger, not weaker." Diana Foster nodded. "We learned that working together gets better results than fighting each other." Zektar looked at the 4 cubs, then at the human families who had raised them. "You defeated me without injuring me. You could have killed me easily once I was paralyzed, but instead you helped me recover. This is not weakness, but it is not traditional Kethmori behavior either." "It's human behavior," Maria Parker said from the crowd. "That's what we taught them." Kathek stepped into the circle, his claws extended. "This proves nothing. One lucky cub defeats one tired commander. Let me fight all 4 of them at once. Then we'll see how strong their human ways really are." But Sekmara held up her hand. "No. The challenge has been completed according to ancient law. The cubs have won the right to choose their path." "This is madness," Kathek protested. "These cubs have been corrupted. They will spread their weakness to other Kethmori." Alex looked at the angry sub-commander. "What if we could prove that our way isn't weakness? What if we could show you that human training makes us better warriors, not worse ones?" "How?" Zektar asked quietly. Luna stepped forward. "Give us a chance to serve. Give us a ship and a crew. Let us prove that Kethmori raised with human values can be more effective than traditional warriors." "Ridiculous," Kathek snarled. "Cubs commanding a warship. It would be destroyed in the first battle." But Sekmara was thinking. "The galaxy has changed while we search the void. New enemies have emerged. Our traditional tactics have not always been successful against them. Perhaps new approaches are needed." Zektar studied the 4 cubs who stood before him. They were clearly Kethmori in body, but their minds worked differently than any Kethmori he had ever known. They had just proven they could fight, but more importantly, they had proven they could think. "Very well," he said finally. "I will give you 1 ship and a volunteer crew. You will have 6 months to prove that your human methods have value. If you succeed, we will consider integrating some human training techniques into our military. If you fail, you submit to traditional Kethmori education." Alex looked at his packmates, then at his human family. "And if we succeed, We get to keep both parts of who we are, Keth-Mori and human. If you succeed, Zektar said, you will have proven that strength can take many forms. As the crowd began to disperse, John and Maria Parker approached their adopted son. Are you sure about this? John asked. Space is dangerous. War is dangerous. Alex hugged his human parents tightly. You taught me that sometimes you have to take risks to protect the people you love. I love my packmates. I love this colony. I love both our species. If there's a chance to make things better for everyone, I have to try. Sophie Parker tugged on her brother's shirt. Will you come back and visit? Alex picked up his little sister and smiled. Try to keep me away. As the Keth-Mori warriors returned to their ships and the human families went back to their homes, Dr. Chen realized that something historic had just happened. 4 alien cubs raised by humans were about to get the chance to change how 2 species understood strength, family, and what it meant to be a warrior. The real test was just beginning. 6 months later, Alex Parker stood on the bridge of the Keth-Mori warship, Claw of Honor. The ship was smaller than the massive fleet carriers, but it was still large enough to hold a crew of 200. Most importantly, every warrior on board had volunteered to serve under the human-raised cubs. Wing Commander Alex, reported Luna Cooper from the communications station. We're receiving a distress signal from the civilian station Haven Point. They're under attack by Scrix swarm forces. Alex looked at the tactical display. Haven Point was a research station with 40,000 civilians, including families and children. The Scrix swarm were biomechanical parasites that consumed technology and turned living beings into more swarm units. Traditional Keth-Mori strategy would involve a direct assault, accepting heavy casualties to destroy the enemy quickly. But Alex had learned different tactics from his human family and Dr. Chen's military training programs. Max, what's our status? Alex asked. Max Rodriguez had become the ship's chief tactical officer. His massive frame was squeezed into the bridge station, but his gentle nature made him perfect for coordinating complex operations. We have full weapons and shields. Crew is ready for combat. But, sir, if we attack the swarm directly, a lot of civilians will die in the crossfire. Then we don't attack directly, Alex decided. Luna, connect me to the station. The main screen showed a terrified human administrator named Director Kate Walsh. Behind her, Alex could see sparks flying from damaged equipment and hear the sounds of battle in the distance. Director Walsh, this is Wing Commander Alex of the Keth-Mori vessel Claw of Honor. We're here to help. Thank goodness, Walsh gasped. The Scrix broke through our outer defenses 20 minutes ago. They're moving toward the civilian sections. We have thousands of people trapped in the lower levels. Alex looked at his packmates. Diana, what do the evacuation protocols look like? Diana Foster had become their specialist in non-combat operations, something that didn't exist in traditional Keth-Mori military structure. Station layout shows 12 main evacuation routes, but 7 are blocked by Scrix forces. Estimated evacuation time for remaining routes is 6 hours. We don't have that long. Alex made a decision that would have been impossible for a traditional Keth-Mori commander. We're going to save the civilians first, then deal with the Scrix. Luna, coordinate with the station's AI to identify safe evacuation routes. Max, I want teams standing by to beam down and escort civilians to safety. Diana, work with their medical staff to set up emergency treatment areas. Sub-Commander Veltak, one of the Keth-Mori officers who had volunteered for the mission, stepped forward. Wing Commander, this is not proper military procedure. We should attack the enemy directly and worry about civilians after victory is achieved. The civilians are why we're fighting, Alex replied firmly. What good is victory if everyone we're trying to protect is dead? For the next 3 hours, the Claw of Honor conducted an operation unlike anything in Keth-Mori military history. While Max coordinated small strike teams that kept the Scrix forces busy, Luna worked with the station's computers to map out safe corridors. Diana led medical teams that treated wounded civilians and helped families find each other. Alex himself beamed down with the first rescue team. His enhanced senses allowed him to navigate workers, but most importantly, his human-learned communication skills helped calm terrified civilians who had never seen a Keth Mori before. "It's okay," Alex told a group of children hiding in a storage room. "I know I look scary, but I'm here to help. My name is Alex, and I'm going to get you back to your families." The children stared up at the 7-foot-tall alien warrior with claws and fangs. Then the oldest, a girl about Sophie's age, stepped forward. "Are you like the good guys in the stories?" she asked. Alex smiled, remembering all the bedtime stories his human parents had read to him. "Yeah, I'm like the good guys. Now let's go home." By the time the civilian evacuation was complete, the Scrix had consolidated their forces in the station's main reactor core. Traditional tactics would require a frontal assault that would probably destroy the entire station. But Alex had learned something from human military history that traditional Keth Mori tactics didn't include: the value of intelligence and strategic thinking over pure aggression. "Luna, can you interface with the station's manufacturing systems?" "Yes, sir. They have industrial fabricators in the lower sections." "Good. I want you to program them to produce specific items." Alex outlined his plan to his packmates and officers. What he described would have been considered cowardice by traditional Keth Mori standards, but his human-raised team understood immediately. Instead of charging the Scrix directly, they used the station's own manufacturing systems to create thousands of small devices that emitted frequencies painful to Scrix nervous systems. While the swarm creatures writhed in agony, Max's teams moved in with non-lethal capture equipment that Luna had designed based on human pest control technology. The battle was over in 30 minutes with 0 civilian casualties and minimal damage to the station. More importantly, the captured Scrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. "I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens them. You actually saved people." "That's what we learned from humans," Alex replied. "Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses." 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Keth Mori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports displayed on the main screen. "In 9 months of operations, your unit has responded to 17 emergency situations. In every case, civilian casualties were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods." Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. "These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these." "No traditional military unit," corrected Elder Navigator Sekamara. "But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less." Alex stepped forward. "High Commander, we request permission to expand the program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human families. And humans want to learn from us too. Captain Morrison on New Denver has asked if we can set up an exchange program." Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. "Opinion?" Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. "I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians." For the first time in our history, added Navigator Sekmara, other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could. Kathek was the last holdout. And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years? Luna stepped forward. We're still warriors. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding submission. We use our minds as much as our claws. Max nodded. And we're happier this way. Traditional Kethmori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, the galaxy is changing. New threats require new solutions. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Kethmori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Kethmori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision. I know I won't, Zektar replied, because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was. 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Kethmori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger. Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. Alex, I wanted you to see this. The new Kethmori human teams have the highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength. Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing? Alex, she replied, I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other. And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites, but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned commanding entire war wings, but more importantly, they had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
Look, I'm not saying that the Galactic Council is full of idiots, but when your solution to a rat problem involves a 12-member committee and a PowerPoint presentation, you might want to rethink your life choices. Station Commander Graxel stood at the head of the conference table, his 4 eye stalks twitching nervously as he addressed the assembled representatives. He was a Vorgathian, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a squid with a filing cabinet and given it anxiety issues. Esteemed delegates, Graxel began, his voice translator adding an unnecessary echo for dramatic effect. We face an unprecedented crisis. The Skittermite infestation has reached Code Red levels. Code Red, for space rats. I'm Jake Murphy, by the way, and I was sitting in the corner eating a turkey sandwich while these highly advanced alien species lost their minds over what was essentially a pest control issue. A Skittermite chose that exact moment to scurry across the conference table. 6 legs, about the size of a football, with way too many teeth for something that wasn't paying rent. The assembled aliens recoiled like it was made of explosives. "They're in the ventilation shafts," shrieked Counselor Plixnor, a crystalline being who sounded like wind chimes having a panic attack. "They've breached the cafeteria food stores," added Ambassador Threlix, whose species looked like upright salamanders in business suits. Graxel's eye stalks drooped. "We've lost 3 storage decks. The Quantum Computing Center reported 17 skittermites nesting in the server cooling systems. And worst of all," he paused dramatically, "they've infiltrated my personal quarters." The room erupted in gasps and concerned chittering. I took another bite of my sandwich. "This was better than cable. We must implement Protocol Zeta 9, Plixnor announced, projecting a holographic display that looked like a Christmas tree had a baby with a circuit board. "A full station sonic disruption. Grid. Cost. Only 4 million credits." "Too slow," Threlix countered. "We need the pheromone confusion matrix. It'll scramble their sensory organs." He pulled up his own hologram, which honestly looked like the same thing with different colors. 3.2 million credits, implemented in 6 weeks. I cleared my throat. "You know, there's actually a pretty simple, the human will remain silent," Graxel said without looking at me. "We're discussing solutions that require actual sophistication, not primitive Earth methods." "Right. Because the species that invented faster-than-light travel couldn't figure out pest control. But sure, I was the primitive one. A galactic health inspector was scheduled to visit orbital station Zenith 7 in 1 week. If we failed the inspection, the station would be shut down, and everyone here would be reassigned to some backwater outpost where the most exciting thing that happened was watching ice melt. In space, perhaps," suggested a delegate, who looked like a floating jellyfish in a monocle. "We could implement a quantum containment field to phase the skittermites into an alternate dimension?" "Brilliant." Graxel's eye stalks perked up. "How much?" 7 million credits, give or take." I finished my sandwich and decided to just enjoy the show. After all, they were the advanced ones. So here's the thing about highly advanced alien civilizations. They've got technology that can bend space and time, but apparently common sense got left behind somewhere around the invention of the warp drive. Day 1 of Operation Stop the Space Rats went about as well as you'd expect. The sonic disruption grid was installed first. Cost, 4.2 million credits, which was 500,000 more than quoted because of course it was. The technicians spent 6 hours setting up these fancy silver pylons throughout the station that hummed at a frequency supposed to drive skittermites insane. It worked great. For about 20 minutes. Then, the skittermites just started ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor Plixnor's crystalline body resonate so badly, he couldn't stop vibrating. He spent 3 hours stuck in a corner going wub wub wub, like a broken dubstep album. I suggested turning it off. Graxel told me to go unclog a toilet. I'm a maintenance worker, so fair enough. But still, Day 2 brought the pheromone confusion matrix. Ambassador Threlix supervised the installation personally, which involved spraying this purple mist throughout the ventilation system. It was supposed to scramble the skittermites' ability to navigate. Instead, it scrambled everyone's ability to navigate. Turned out the pheromones worked on half the species on the station. I found 3 different aliens wandering in circles in the cargo bay, bumping into walls like video game NPCs with broken pathfinding. The skittermites? They threw a party in the cafeteria. I counted 47 of them doing whatever the space rat equivalent of a conga line is. "This is unacceptable," Graxel wailed, frantically wiping purple mist residue off his eye stalks. "Deploy the quantum containment field." Day 3 was my favorite. The quantum field was supposed to create a dimensional pocket that would trap the skittermites in an alternate reality. The lead scientist, a gray blob named Dr. Morphix, assured everyone it was perfectly safe. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They activated the field in Sector 7. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality burping, and suddenly there were twice as many skittermites. Apparently they'd pulled them from an alternate dimension where the infestation was even worse. "Turn it off!" Graxel shrieked. "I'm trying!" "Doctor," Morphix blobbed frantically at the controls. "The field is self-sustaining. It took 4 hours and another 1,000,000 credits to shut it down. The alternate dimension skittermites, at least, went back home, probably to tell their friends about the idiot aliens with the food buffet. By Day 4, the station's budget was blown, morale was in the toilet, and the skittermites had established what I can only describe as a kingdom in the ventilation shafts above the command center. You could hear them skittering around up there like they were redecorating. Graxel called an emergency meeting. His eye stalks looked like they'd aged 10 years. "The Galactic Health Inspector arrives in 3 days," he said, his voice flat with defeat. "We have tried every advanced solution available to modern science. Does anyone, and I mean anyone, have any other ideas?" I raised my hand. "Not you, Murphy." I kept my hand up. Graxel's eye stalk swiveled to glare at me. "Fine. What primitive Earth nonsense are you going to suggest? Hitting them with sticks? Throwing rocks?" I stood up, walked to the conference table, and planted my hands on the surface. "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous life forms," I said. "I'm going to say 2 words that are going to change your lives." Everyone stared at me. "House cats." The room exploded into chaos. You'd think I'd suggested releasing a biological weapon. Actually, scratch that. The aliens would have probably been more comfortable with a biological weapon. At least those came with safety protocols and insurance waivers. Quote, 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 cats. Graxel's eye stalks recoiled so hard they nearly tied themselves in knots. "You want to bring predatory animals onto a space station?" "Correction," I said, holding up one finger. "Apex predators. Earth's most efficient killing machines. Fuzzy little murder machines that hunt for sport." Counselor Plixner's crystalline form turned a pale shade of horrified. "Murphy has finally lost his primitive mind. Hear me out," I continued, because I was already committed to this bit. "Cats are obligate carnivores. You know what that means? It means they don't eat plants. They only eat meat. They're biologically hardwired to hunt small, fast-moving creatures. It's not even a choice for them. It's in their DNA." Ambassador Threlix's salamander face scrunched up. "We have studied Earth fauna. These cats are small, yes? Domesticated? You want us to believe that tiny pets can succeed where quantum physics has failed?" I pulled out my datapad and projected some images onto the main screen. A tabby cat mid-pounce. Another one with a mouse in its jaws. A third doing that weird sideways hop thing they do before they attack. "Let me paint you a picture," I said, warming to my subject. "Cats can hear frequencies up to 64 kilohertz. They can see in near total darkness. They've got retractable claws, lightning-fast reflexes, and the patience to sit completely still for hours waiting for prey. Oh, and here's the kicker, they don't hunt because they're hungry. They hunt because it's fun." The room had gone very quiet. "They kill for recreation," I continued. "On Earth, domestic cats are responsible for billions of small animal deaths per year. Billions. With a B. And these aren't even wild cats. These are the ones that sleep on couches and demand belly rubs. Now imagine what they'll do when you put them on a station full of skittermites with nowhere to hide." Dr. Morphix blobbed nervously. "But surely these creatures are dangerous to us as well?" "Nah." I waved a hand dismissively. "Cats are like tiny furry sociopaths with excellent PR. They'll ignore you completely unless they want food or attention. The worst they'll do is knock stuff off your desk while maintaining eye contact. But skittermites?" I grinned. "Skittermites are exactly the right size, speed, and level of crunchiness that cats find irresistible." Graxel's eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. "This is absurd. We're a galactic hub of advanced civilization, and you want us to solve our problems with pets." "You got a better idea?" I asked. "Because from where I'm standing, you've spent 8 million credits making the problem worse. My solution cost the price of a cargo shipment, and some kibble." Silence filled the conference room. You could practically hear the math happening in everyone's heads. 8 million credits versus one human's stupid plan. "The health inspector arrives in 3 days, Plixner said quietly. Graxel's shoulders, or what passed for shoulders on a squid filing cabinet hybrid, slumped in defeat. "Fine. Fine. Murphy, bring your so-called apex predators. But when this fails spectacularly, and we're all reassigned to monitoring asteroid belts, I'm putting it in your permanent record." I pulled out my personal communicator. "Way ahead of you, boss. I'm calling my sister. She runs a cat rescue back on Earth." "A rescue?" Threlix asked. "Your planet has so many of these predators that they require rescuing?" "Oh, buddy," I said, dialing the number. "You have no idea. We've got more cats than we know what to do with. Hey, Jenny?" "Yeah, it's Jake. I need you to ship me 6 cats. Good hunters." "Yeah, I'll send coordinates. Overnight shipping. Thanks, sis." I hung up and looked at the assembled aliens with my best confidence. I definitely don't feel smile. "Gentlemen, In 24 hours, your skittermite problem is going to solve itself. Just try not to freak out when you meet Earth's most perfect predators. Graxel made a sound like a sigh filtered through a whoopee cushion. This station is doomed. Yeah, I agreed cheerfully. But at least it'll be entertaining. The cargo ship arrived at 0600 station time, which meant I was standing in the docking bay with a crowd of nervous aliens while everyone else was still asleep. Smart people, those other folks. Graxel had insisted on being present. So had half the council. They were treating this like a military operation. There were security personnel, medical teams on standby. Someone had even set up a containment field generator. You know, just in case the 5-pound hairballs decided to go rogue. The cargo door hissed open. 6 pet carriers sat in the hold, and I could already hear the commentary from inside. Miss Rowe, Mia, Mral W. That last one was loud. Probably Princess Fluffbottom. She had opinions about travel. Those are the apex predators? Ambassador Threlix whispered, his salamander face scrunched in confusion. Those are the apex predators, I confirmed, grabbing the first carrier. I set them down in a line and started introductions, because if I was going down for this, I was going down with style. Ladies, gentlemen, and gelatinous colleagues, allow me to introduce your salvation. I opened the first carrier. This is Captain Whiskers. Orange tabby. 15 pounds of pure hunting instinct wrapped in a package that looks like a...
On December 3rd, 2022, agents from the FBI contacted the Arkansas State Police to request that a traffic stop be made on Johnson County Sheriff James Stevens, who was driving along US 71 in Crawford County, Arkansas. The FBI had been investigating Sheriff Stevens after receiving tips that he may have been engaged in organized corruption. Trooper First Class Matthew Price located Sheriff Stevens' vehicle shortly after speaking with the FBI and initiated a traffic stop for speeding. The interaction that followed was captured by the trooper's dash camera.
Vinny and Sports Black Charger 7990 state. 7990 state. Hello, sir.
What's up, boys?
Hey, I'm Trooper Price, State Police. What's up? Coming up, flashing lights there. You were speeding just a little bit.
My flashing lights?
There used to be flashing lights. It's the 71 282.
How fast?
You're going 50 and 45. Not that big of a deal.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not bad. Do you have your license on you?
Yeah, I do.
You got your registration and insurance. Is this your car?
Well, it's the counties.
The counties?
Yeah.
What? You work for a county department?
Yeah, Johnson County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, okay.
Classes.
How long you been with them?
I've got my gun on my side too, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, sir. I've been the sheriff for the last 4 years.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys, you're going to have to bear with me. I know we just got the insurance a couple of days ago.
What are you doing up here in Crawford County?
Well, I went to visit a CI.
Visit who?
A CI just north of town. Delivered some bags of goodies up there.
What did you deliver to him?
Well, his wife. Let me pop the truck and I'll show you. There's some goods, the co-op deal we did.
Yeah.
Where it's giving out needy families and stuff like that.
Hey, if you don't, hey, since you're hopping out, just throw your service weapon over the passenger seat. Come back here. There you go. So you said you meant to see the CI?
Yeah.
What, like a
confidential form?
Yeah, but I mean that's what were you taking him?
These right here. Some of the things that we put together. Little care packages for homeless, or not, well, people in need.
Oh, really?
Things like that, yeah.
So why is your CI in Crawford County?
Got them in Crawford County. I've got CIs in, got one in Sebastian County. Got Franklin. Oh, Johnson.
They just drive to Johnson to work, or what?
No. There's people that get information from.
Oh, okay.
People know a long time.
It's kind of weird.
They get information.
Well, it's kind of different. Most, I mean, I work narcotics a lot, you know.
Yeah.
I hear people having CI stuff, but I've never heard of them like a sheriff or sheriff's department outside the county that works outside of Johnson County. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We do it, brother.
Do you?
You bet. You bet.
You do it as sheriff?
Of course.
Hands on.
Hands on, brother. That's the only way to go.
Yeah.
Hard charging.
Yeah.
You bet.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
When questioned about his business in Crawford County, Sheriff Stevens told the troopers that he was in the area to deliver a care package to one of his quote-unquote CIs, or confidential informants. In law enforcement, a confidential informant is an individual who provides information to police regarding criminal activity, often in exchange for money, leniency, or the dismissal of pending charges. These relationships are designed to grant officers access to communities and criminal networks that would otherwise be difficult or impossible to infiltrate. However, informants also occupy one of the most legally and ethically complicated roles in modern policing, as their reliability and motives are often highly questionable. Rather than being codified into a singular federal statute, the use of confidential informants is governed by a patchwork of agency policies, constitutional constraints, and judicial precedents. The Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that information from a reliable informant can justify a warrant or arrest when corroborated by independent evidence, most notably in the 1983 case of Illinois versus Gates. Now, in Arkansas, the use of informants is primarily guided by departmental procedure rather than statute. While there is no law explicitly dictating how sheriffs or police must manage their informants, Arkansas judicial precedent mirrors the federal standards established in higher court cases, and Arkansas courts routinely examine the reliability of informants and whether officers independently corroborated an informant's claims before taking enforcement action. Furthermore, the legal framework established in the Gates case presumes that officers act within their lawful authority when using an informant, and Arkansas sheriffs are county officials, meaning that their enforcement powers are generally restricted to the territory of their own county, unless extended by law. Therefore, Sheriff Stevens' explanation that he was merely delivering a care package to a confidential informant was inconsistent with established legal and procedural norms, as he was outside his county and therefore his jurisdiction, and rightfully garnered more suspicion from Trooper Price.
So you just up here fixing to head back to Johnson?
I'm going to pull in here, buy a knife, and then head back home. Yep, got a parade at 5 and head back.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is one of my new guys, so just talk with him for just a second. We'll get you out here safe. Hey, you don't have no more guns and like that on you? Nope. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, buddy. He's up here seeing a CI out of Johnson County. Taking him a thank you back. Never mind. Y'all here.
Fine today.
FBI?
Okay.
Any other weapons on you?
Nope.
No backup weapon anywhere?
Nope.
Hey, Sheriff, let me ask you this. You don't have nothing illegal in your car, do you? Nothing you're not supposed to have? No drugs?
There could be drugs in there.
There is drugs?
Yep.
What kind of drugs?
There's some, my CI just gave me some things.
What things?
Passing. There's some little,
I don't know what things are.
There's some butter and,
like marijuana?
Yeah, like a butter marijuana and 2 little buds, that, through the course, going on, carrying on, talking to them.
Hey, go ahead and put your hands behind your back real quick, okay?
Trooper Price detains Sheriff Stevens after he admits that his vehicle contains illegal drugs. A suspect's voluntary admission of criminal conduct, particularly the possession of a controlled substance, constitutes direct evidence of a crime under both federal and state law. That admission alone supplied an independent and sufficient basis for Trooper Price to detain the sheriff, regardless of any parallel FBI investigation or pre-existing intelligence. The Fourth Amendment allows an officer to detain an individual when articulable facts give rise to reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed, and authorizes an arrest when those facts develop into probable cause. In the 1976 case of United States versus Watson, the Supreme Court held that a warrantless arrest is constitutionally sound when an officer has probable cause to believe that a felony has occurred. Arkansas courts have consistently applied that same principle, holding that a self-incriminating statement, when made voluntarily and corroborated by context, is sufficient to justify immediate detention. By acknowledging that his patrol vehicle contained controlled substances, Sheriff Stevens effectively confirmed an ongoing violation of Arkansas Code 5-64-419, the state's possession of a controlled substance statute. That confession supplied Trooper Price with an objective, articulable foundation to detain and search Sheriff Stevens, which was totally independent of the FBI's request for assistance.
This whole deal's odd to me, and so as of right now, I'm going to go ahead and detain you, okay? I'm not saying you're under arrest right now, but as of right now, we're just going to detain you until we figure out what's going on, okay? Because I've never heard of a sheriff not saying that what you're doing is wrong, but I can tell you this. I've been working narcotics for 7 years, okay? And I've never heard of a sheriff himself coming out. I'm not saying it don't happen, because it does happen, but not very often it comes out and works narcotics on his own and stuff like that, okay? So, and now that you said you've got some narcotics in your car, we're going to search your car, okay?
Yeah.
So, is this your personal car, or is this your...
No, this is a county-owned deal.
Okay. Does the court and all them, they allow you to take this out for personal use? And
well, I wouldn't quite call it personal use.
I'll unzip your jacket.
Go ahead. Okay. Here we go.
Let me ask you this, just, do you think, if you were in my position, would you think this is odd?
Trooper, based on,
I'm talking outside of them being here. Look at me. Are you talking?
I'm with you.
I'm asking you.
I'm going to go ahead and just invoke my rights, and I'm going to speak to Tony and say I'm under arrest. And you guys, okay. I'll be respectful and do whatever you do.
I understand. Okay. I'm gonna let you have it right here. Okay. Y'all want to watch him for me? Okay. Hey, let's get gloves.
Look at that left door right there.
Okay.
Right there is, what was the stripe? Open it, I can go.
And these?
No, those are just weapons. I don't know if they are. I gotta check it. See if they are.
In this door?
Yeah. It's in the door right there.
There ain't nothing in. Oh. Whew, I smell it now. Whew. Damn it, son. Huh?
Those are 2 items I prefer.
Yeah. That's a lot of wax.
That's butter.
Butter, wax, still a lot. Yeah.
Would you listen to the right one just a tad?
Let me feel it. This one?
No, the right one.
Oh, the right one. It's not. It's twisted. You good?
34 to get 18. 32.
Hey, I'm just gonna let you sit over here, okay? I'll put you in my car. Going on there. You know, the right to remain silent, anything that can be used against you in court of law, you right to turn present for any question, you can't afford one won't be appointed for no additional charge. You understand all that?
I do.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Would you like to talk about anything we found in there so far?
No, I told you everything that was in there.
Well, I'm asking, do you want to talk about any of that?
No, there's an explanation for everything that's in there.
I'm asking you, would you like, if I ask you some questions, would you be willing to talk about it right now?
Not at the moment. No,
Okay.
I'm just, thank you.
Trooper Price asks Sheriff Stevens if he would be willing to talk about the illegal substances that were found in his vehicle, and the sheriff declines his request and verbally invokes his right to remain silent. In the 1966 case of Miranda versus Arizona, the Supreme Court established that suspects subjected to custodial interrogation must be advised of their right to remain silent and their right to counsel. Once those rights are invoked, all questioning must cease, at least for a significant amount of time, unless the suspect reinitiates communication or waives the invocation voluntarily. This standard applies to anyone in police custody, regardless of whether or not they are a public official. The court later clarified in the 2013 case of Salinas versus Texas that the privilege against self-incrimination is not self-executing, meaning that a suspect must expressly assert their right to silence in order for it to apply. By clearly and verbally invoking his right to remain silent, Sheriff Stevens triggered the full protection of the Fifth Amendment, and Trooper Price's decision to end the interview at that point was consistent with both federal precedent and Arkansas case law. Any continued questioning after an explicit invocation would have risked suppression of the statements and any derivative evidence obtained thereafter.
About 4 minutes before we get there, we'll talk.
Okay?
Yeah, okay. Hey, they really are tight, though, brother, okay?
Cooperate with me. And I found your wallet. Is there anything else in there that you want to take with you?
Probably just I think there's some checkbooks.
That's in your wallet.
Okay, there's 2 more checkbooks. Get those, please, first Street, and,
Yeah, definitely have 2 trucks through that way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, much better, thank you.
Give it.
So they're ready to go.
I get you. Thanks.
Sheriff Stevens was arrested and charged with speeding, 3 counts of drug possession, and 1 count of possessing a firearm while also in possession of drugs. Following the stop, the Arkansas State Police, along with the FBI, launched a broader investigation into former Sheriff Stevens' activities. On October 25, 2023, Sheriff Stevens entered a plea agreement in Crawford County Circuit Court, where he pled guilty to 1 count of possession of hydrocodone, which is a Class D felony under Arkansas Code 5-64-419. Mr. Stevens ultimately received a 6-year sentence, but that sentence was suspended, subject to conditions including $10,000 in fines and court costs and the surrender of his law enforcement certification. The prosecutor who negotiated the plea agreement stated that, quote, Mr. Stevens was given the same treatment that any other drug user would get in our county. However, the main focus was permanently removing Mr. Stevens from law enforcement and public service. Following his resignation from the department, chief deputies of the Johnson County Sheriff's Office assumed operational control until the county's quorum court appointed an interim sheriff to serve the remainder of Mr. Stevens' term. As of the writing of this episode, Mr. Stevens remains classified as a convicted felon, which under Arkansas law renders him ineligible to serve in any elected office or in any capacity as a peace officer. Overall, former Sheriff Stevens gets an Stephen F. for blatantly abusing his authority for his own personal gain, engaging in flagrant criminal activity while serving as an elected official, and for betraying the trust of the citizens of Johnson County and the integrity of the Johnson County Sheriff's Office. Former Sheriff Stevens' conduct represents one of the most serious breaches of public trust that a law enforcement officer can commit. As the highest-ranking law enforcement official in Johnson County, he was responsible for setting the standard for ethical behavior and ensuring that his deputies upheld the law with honesty and discipline. When a sitting sheriff is caught transporting controlled substances across county lines, it can't simply be attributed to a lapse in judgment, and it should constitute the only evidence necessary to deem that official unfit to serve the public. Mr. Stevens used his authority as a sheriff as a shield for criminal activity and demonstrated a complete disregard for the ethical and procedural standards that form the foundation of public service. Perhaps the only silver lining here is that Mr. Stevens was eventually caught and then barred from ever working in any public service capacity. While his sentence was ultimately suspended, the damage to the credibility of the Johnson County Sheriff's Office cannot be overstated, and his conduct grossly undermined every deputy who serves Johnson County honestly, as well as every citizen who depends upon their fair and lawful enforcement. This interaction highlights the danger of unchecked authority within law enforcement and the importance of holding public officials to the same, if not higher, standard of accountability as the citizens that they are sworn to protect. Trooper First Class Price, along with the unidentified FBI agents, get an A+ for conducting a thorough and well-executed investigation, ensuring the integrity of the case by gathering hard evidence.
Let's go.
What are we even looking for?
Something broken. Something big. The whole section's closed off. Something's wrong.
Try to open it. Oh, in the ship. How can we fix this?
I'll get it back up as quickly as I can. I gotta go out there.
Jim? Jim?
Whoa!
Second prisoner, over Mallow.
What's the wallet? Is this your design? Very efficient. Cozy. Your esteem. Death is so irrevocable a phenomenon. Surely, come on, there must be an alternative.
Alas, no. Thank you for the parting gifts, Master Trader. I shall enjoy the wine this evening.
I'm finished. I've just what?
Death!
No, no!
My Titan's breath! Hey! Hey! What is going on? Fucking get me out of here! I am not Homer Mallow!
Chicago! Stop the brake!
Homer Mallow, you fuck!
Sleight of hand, Your Esteem. It was this node, not the bracelet, that did the switch. Holly, always a pleasure.
Well, stop him!
Wow, he's very confident.
It's appalling. I just got a call saying you're kind of walking around, like taking photos of people's tags and in their cars and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
You from Mississippi or?
I'm not from the area, no.
Where are you from?
I don't want to answer that.
You don't have any type of form of identification?
What does it matter if I have an ID?
It's policy for us when we get out and speak with somebody, we identify who they are.
It's my policy not to identify myself unless I committed a crime, no.
Then I'm going to ask you to stop recording, I'm going to ask you to leave, and if you refuse to do that, then we'll take it up from the stuff from here.
Because I want to identify myself to you, you're saying that I cannot engage in my constitutionally protected activity, that's what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm asking you to leave.
But I have every right to be here, no?
Well, I have every right to ask you for your ID, but you don't give me that, so it's tit for tat.
Don't give my ID unless you suspect me of committing a crime, sir.
Well, the crime would be, I'm asking you for something which is a lawful order.
You need reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime that I'm committing or I'm about to commit.
You cannot take pictures of those cars, you can't take pictures of the inside of those cars, because that's private property.
You can't trespass the eyes, and at the end of the day, if it's in public, I could see it. It's the plain view doctrine, correct? You guys can have a great day now.
I just got a call saying you're kind of walking around, like taking photos of people's tags and in their cars and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
You from Mississippi or?
princess. What are you?
I'm the Wolverine. Where's your brother?
Go upstairs and bug your sister.
But she bugs me.
You guys want? I've been here all day.
Just relax, Peter. We're not cops.
Of course you're not cops. If you were cops, you wouldn't be driving a rental car.
How'd you know a rental car?
I checked your registration when you were walking through the door. I also had some time to kill, so I went through your rental agreement and saw you from out of town. Are you FBI? No, you're not cops. Hey, what's with this gift to youngster's place?
That's an old cop. Well, he's fascinating.
He's a pain in the ass.
What, a teleporter? No, he's fast. And when I know him, he wasn't so young.
Young? You're just old.
I'm a princess.
Excuse me, son. We're going to be closing in 5 minutes, so you have to... ow! Ow! Something's wrong with my arm. I keep getting these shooting pains. Anyway, you gotta go.
Oh, hi, Mike. How was the porn this weekend?
Amazing. Except for the carpal tunnel and slight dehydration.
Excuse me, son. We're going to...
This is great to see. I'm very happy about it. DHS, FBI, and IRS agents are going door to door raiding Somali businesses in Minneapolis.
You're a coward then.